Chapter 1. A Scrumptious Meal. Ashlock stirred from his slumber as someone entered the courtyard. Even though he had been reincarnated in this bizarre new world 2 years ago, Ashlock doubted he would ever get used to sleeping as a tree. Demonic Spirit Sapling, Age 2. Key Realm, First Stage. Sacrifice credits for complete system unlock, 30 of 50. Ashlock dismissed the system with a sigh. I've been in this world for 2 years, yet I've only been awake for an hour in total. So sleepy. A second ago, he had been surrounded by a raging snowstorm in the depths of winter, but now the slothful tree was greeted with a gentle summer breeze that rustled his scarlet leaves. Yet even though it had only been a second of sleep for his mortal mind, it took a moment for his tree body to wake up from hibernation. Still half asleep, the tree basked in the sun's warmth on his black bark for a while, before finally opening his non-existent eyes and looking around to find the human that had interrupted his sleep. His sight was limited to a few meters in every direction, just enough to see the end of a stone walkway flanked by dark purple grass overgrown with weeds. He could also see himself. But what was he? Well, according to the floating words in his mind that accompanied him for the last year, he was a demonic spirit sapling. Ignoring the rude man that had interrupted his sleep, Ashlock summoned his status page. Demonic Spirit Sapling, Age 2. Key Realm, First Stage. Skills: Devour. Grade C. Basic Spirit Sight, Grade F. Basic Meditation, Grade F. Sacrifice credits for complete system unlock, 30 of 50. Back on Earth, Ashlock had asked his friend to bury him when he died under the enormous tree in his local park. It had always given him a certain feeling when he sat on the park bench under its canopy, like a warm welcome home. Seems another season has passed, Ashlock spoke to himself, since nobody could hear him. When he first arrived in this alien world, he tried to talk to the humans who occasionally passed within his limited sight range, but they never reacted, no matter how much he yelled. The man waited patiently in front of him, but sadly, not only was Ashlock's spirit sight limited, it was also blurry. Like looking through frosted glass, he could make out the shapes and colors, but any fine details were beyond him. The fuck do you want, random guy? I have nothing to offer. I'm a tree, for God's sake. Ashlock had no idea why, but this man came by every so often with a sacrifice to offer him as if he were some patron deity. After a minute, the man sat down cross-legged and left the rabbit-looking creature he was holding on the ground. Then, as blood trickled out of the rabbit's slit neck onto the purple grass, Ashlock felt a familiar feeling. Hunger. Without thinking, he activated his Devour skill. Black vines covered in tiny thorns surged from the ground like wading vipers and wrapped around the rabbit corpse, mummifying it. The black vines pulsed with energy as the thorns bit into the rabbit's soft flesh and pumped out the blood. Before Ashlock even realized it, the vines loosened up and retreated under the ground, and he felt a rush of power. It was small, but compared to the minuscule energy he absorbed through his meditation skill from the sun, the devoured rabbit gave a week's worth of energy all at once. Ashlock resisted the urge to use Devour on the sitting man. There was no requirement that the target had to be dead. They simply had to be in range and, ideally, stationary. Ashlock knew the man would give him a lot more energy than the rabbit, perhaps enough to finally reach the second stage of the Key Realm, whatever that meant. But alas, Ashlock was no fool, and knew the man wouldn't take being devoured kindly. The man said some unintelligible words, patted his bark, and left. Ashlock checked his status, and sure enough, the number of sacrifices obtained for the system unlock had increased by 1. Sacrifice credits for complete system unlock, 31 of 50. Ashlock had no clue what complete system unlock meant. He had read many novels and played games back on Earth. Wait, maybe this was still Earth. The people who visited him were odd, and the creatures looked slightly off, but his vision was so poor it was hard to tell. I think it's safe to assume I'm in another world, though. Never heard of anyone cultivating back on Earth. And with that thought, Ashlock activated his basic meditation skill. The energy that was chaotically rampaging through his trunk began to calm. Ashlock had no clue how the skill worked, but it allowed him to somewhat control the energies within while also absorbing some ki from the sun. If only it wasn't so slow. Ashlock had been here for 2 years, and even with over 30 sacrifices and constant basic meditation, he hadn't seen much improvement. Except his trunk had grown a little taller. He was now the height of an average man. But don't trees grow naturally? Surely I'm growing a little fast, but nothing that couldn't happen on Earth. Maybe my bark has also gotten harder. Difficult to test. Ashlock tried not to think about it, but he was terrified. What if the man needed some firewood, or some otherworldly monster snuck into the area he was in? Unfortunately, apart from his devour ability, he could not fight back. Deciding such thoughts were pointless, as there was nothing he could do, Ashlock entered his state of meditation once more, and the world drifted away. 3 this time? Ashlock saw a trio enter his field of view. A small person? Ashlock was only around the man's height, so unless he had rapidly grown in stature, one of them was likely a child. Or midget. What if there are dwarves in this world? Honestly, Ashlock had zero clue about this world. Maybe one day he could learn more. I wish I could hear them speak. It would make my life so much easier. Ashlock sighed in his mind as he observed the 3 people. Wait, is that a girl? One of the 3 had long blonde hair flowing out of their black cloak like a cape. The other 2 were clearly male, and how they were a step behind the female suggested a potential subservient nature to their relationship. The girl was holding a bag tightly in her hands, which the other 2 seemed interested in. Of course, Ashlock was also interested in the contents of the bag. Although he time-skipped when he meditated so he could avoid the weeks or months of boredom, he was still starving for some entertainment. Oddly, the system seems to wake me up when someone comes within my range. Will that be an issue when my basic spirit sight upgrades and I can see further? These questions for another time, as the girl had opened the bag and brought out a decapitated head? The 2 men seemed just as surprised as Ashlock. They both took a step back and drew out some type of long weapon, likely a sword, but Ashlock's blurry vision made it hard to tell. The only reason he could tell the girl had taken a head from the bag was that he recognized it. It was the head of the man who had given him the rabbit last time. A slight tinge of disgust and regret bloomed in the back of Ashlock's mind. The man had been just a blurry figure, but he had provided him with food. Wait, am I some kind of dog that wags its tail for food? Fuck that. Ashlock dismissed the feeling and focused on the action. The girl dropped the decapitated head on the ground by Ashlock's exposed roots, and he could feel the fabric of her cloak as she backed up against his trunk. Blue energy illuminated the 2 swords like lightsabers in Ashlock's basic spirit sight, and they swung forward. "Wait!" Ashlock screamed as 2 arcs of blue light surged toward him. The girl deflected the 2 incoming attacks with her palm, empowered with a purple light. She then acquired 2 daggers from God knows where and lunged at the man to the left. The man kicked back surprisingly quickly and vanished from Ashlock's sight. It was bizarre to only watch one side of the fight. The girl fought just on the edge of his perception. Purple energy flickered across her hands like a flame as she deflected attacks from 2 sides. Then she dove to the left, dodging a black of blue energy that disintegrated her hood and some free-flowing hair. There was just one slight issue. The blast kept going toward a defenseless tree. "Ah!" Ashlock screamed as the blinding beam of blue light smashed into one of his branches, obliterating it in a shower of splinters. Ashlock watched in horror as his branch tumbled to the ground beside him. Strangely, Ashlock felt nothing except the escape of energy like air through a popped balloon, so he quickly tried to seal the hole. Ki, that he had stored in his trunk, surged toward the hole and slowly knitted the spot closed. "I'm alive?" Ashlock didn't know what he expected. It wasn't like trees bled to death or something. Ashlock then watched as purple energy enveloped his fallen branch and hurled it outside his vision. The girl was clearly the culprit, as she dashed after the flying branch. And then, Ashlock saw nothing. Sadly, Ashlock had no clue how the fight was going, as it all happened outside his limited range. A few minutes passed until someone stepped back into his field of view. The girl's black cloak was soaked in blood, and the 2 daggers in her hands dripped blood onto the purple grass, which made Ashlock feel hungry. If he could lick his lips, he would. She pocketed her daggers somewhere, and then dragged 2 bodies into view. The 2 men were covered in cuts, and one was clearly missing a hand. It was the most heinous thing Ashlock had ever seen, but he felt nothing but hunger, which was disturbing to say the least. Where had his humanity gone? The girl said something he couldn't hear before dumping the 2 bodies up against his trunk next to the decapitated head. She also brought over his branch. She then collapsed against his trunk, looking up at his canopy. A while passed, and Ashlock couldn't hold back his hunger any longer. The desire to devour overtook his mind, and a swarm of black vines mummified the various offerings, including the branch. The sound of metal snapping surprised Ashlock as his vines broke the swords into small pieces and dissolved them by secreting a corrosive fluid. The process was slow. An hour passed, and the girl seemed to grow impatient, leaving the courtyard. Days went by as the courtyard experienced the cycle of the sun and moon a total of 4 times. Ashlock had turned his brain off to the passage of time, so the sudden rush of euphoria caught him off guard. Demonic Spirit Sapling, Age 2. Key Realm, 2nd Stage. Skills: Devour, Grade C. Basic Spirit Sight, Grade F. Basic Meditation, Grade F. Sacrifice credits for complete system unlock, 56 of 50. Oh, I finally reached the 2nd stage of the Key Realm. Ashlock felt energy shoot up his roots and an immense fatigue wash over him. Unlocking sign-in system. He resisted with all his mental fortitude, but he soon fell asleep. Chapter 2. The Wooden Stick Incident. The courtyard was desolate. A cold breeze rustled Ashlock's scarlet leaves as his mind slowly awoke from a long sleep. Ashlock jolted awake as a sound similar to a ding resounded in his head. In confusion, Ashlock read the string of words that materialized in his mind. Idle Tree Daily Sign-In System. Day 1050. Daily credit 1050. Sacrifice credit 6. Sign in. Sign in? Ashlock stared at the question. Oh, right. The system unlocked. Despite months passing, to Ashlock it had felt like a short nap. So my system is a sign-in system. Ashlock had read many novels back on Earth, and sign-in systems were common. They rewarded the system user for remaining in a certain location for a long time by providing escalating rewards with each passing day. Eventually, all those wastrel young masters that had been banished to the cold palace, never to be seen again, returned after 100 years as an undisputed existence with enough wealth and power to rule a nation. But Ashlock was a tree. What use were weapons, cultivation pills, or immense wealth to a tree stuck in a courtyard? Well, on the plus side, if the rewards increase over time, I can step away until I gain something useful to me, like maybe some new skills, or a way to cultivate faster. Ashlock accepted the fate of spending a lot of time talking to himself about various things. The question was, how long until he went mad? Maybe he was already mad. He had consumed humans for nutrition and hadn't batted an eye. Seeing no harm in trusting the system, Ashlock decided to sign in. Signing successful. 1,056 credits consumed. Unlocked an A-grade skill. Eye of the Tree God. Eye of the Tree God. Ashlock's brain buzzed as the darkness that surrounded him vanished and his view range rapidly expanded in all directions. Ugh. Ashlock tried to close his eyes in a vain attempt to block out the world, but alas, he had no eyes. He could only suffer as his mind was overloaded with more visual stimuli than he had ever endured when he was human. Deciding there was no other way out of the onslaught, Ashlock chose the easy way out and fell asleep. Idletree Daily Sign-In System. Day 1051. Daily Credit 1. Sacrifice Credit 0. Sign-in. Ashlock awoke as he felt the presence of a familiar girl. Confused, he spread his spiritual sight and realized the courtyard was empty. Where is she? Ashlock focused on the feeling, and his worldview shifted to an aerial view. Wow. Ashlock looked down at a small tree in the central courtyard of a Chinese-style pavilion. Though a sapling, it was the size of an adult, with beautiful red leaves and rugged obsidian bark. Is this the power of the Eye of the Tree God skill? Ashlock zoomed out, and now an entire mountain was in view. A lone girl with flowing blonde hair climbed up 1,000 steps to the pavilion's entrance. Ashlock recognized her as the girl who had helped him unlock his system all those months ago. He watched for a bit longer. But from the aerial view, she was a tiny speck climbing a very tall mountain. It kind of feels like watching drone or CCTV footage. Ashlock hummed to himself as he rotated and moved the view to look at the pavilion from all sides. The massive pavilion was built atop the mountain, with walls of pristine white stone topped with black wood roofs. There were also red vines covering the mountain and growing up the walls. Other than the central courtyard containing Ashlock's body, there were another 4 courtyards with varying features. One included an herb garden with many exotic plants. Another had a large pond with fish similar to koi swimming around. Ashlock also spotted a training courtyard with a sandy-looking floor and training dummies made of wood. The final courtyard had a raised stone platform covered in strange runes. During the tour of his home, Ashlock found a few humans walking past the pavilion's windows. So there are other humans here. Why does their presence not awaken me like the girls? A mystery for another time. Ashlock started to feel a strain on his mind, so he canceled out the Eye of the Tree God skill. I can't use it all the time, a shame. Hopefully, through training, I can use it for longer periods, or perhaps increase my view range. Then Ashlock remembered the sign-in notification. As if on cue, it reappeared, and Ashlock chose to sign it. Sign-in successful. 1 credit consumed. Unlocked an F-gray item. Wooden stick. A wooden stick? Ashlock was baffled. Compared to the last reward, this was almost insulting. Shouldn't the reward scale with time? Was the first reward a first-time sign-in bonus or something? Ashlock thought back to the system messages and discovered the reason. It consumed my credits. I had 1,056 last time, but only 1 today. So I get rewarded for accumulating credits first before signing in? This would need more investigation. But where is my wooden stick? Ashlock looked around himself, but there were no wooden sticks, just purple grass and his black roots. Then, as if the system detected his thoughts, a large empty space within himself was revealed, and inside this space was a singular wooden stick. Is this for a pocket dimension? Ashlock concentrated on the stitch, and to his shock, it vanished from his pocket dimension and materialized a meter from himself in the purple grass. Ashlock tried to summon the stick back, but nothing happened. A few minutes passed, with Ashlock glaring at the wooden stick and shouting random commands in his mind, hoping to get the wooden stick back. Finally, giving up, Ashlock noticed he could now see the entire courtyard with his regular sight, rather than just a meter of it. He could even sense the movement of a person through the walls, and they were heading straight toward him. A sliding wooden door revealed it was the blonde girl with magical abilities that had killed the two men. She wore a thick, winter-style black robe with a single red lotus sewn on its chest area. Moving gracefully, she followed the cobbled walkway through the purple grass and past the wooden stick. She paused, and then with a tilt of her head she bent down and picked up the stick. Only now she ran her finger across its surface. Did Ashlock notice a significant issue with the stick? It was too perfect, as if it were a PNG out of a video game. Both ends were perfectly cut, something not available in reality, and its surface was smoother than glass. A sly smile appeared on the girl's face. By her height and features, Ashlock discerned she couldn't be older than 10, but the memory of her murdering two men in cold blood and revealing a decapitated head was fresh in his mind. Did she notice me? Fuck. As a magical man-eating tree, Ashlock was lacking in combat capabilities. She stepped closer, and Ashlock debated casting his Devour skill. Before he knew it, she had closed the gap and patted his trunk with a smile. She spoke a few words that Ashlock couldn't understand, but she seemed happy about something. Then, to Ashlock's relief, the girl turned to leave with the stick. Purple flames flickered across her body, and to Ashlock's shock, she teleported back inside the building using a mysterious movement technique. Show off, Ashlock grumbled. With the crisis averted, he felt more determined than ever to go stronger. I hope my next sign-in bonus is a better meditation technique. Sadly, with how his system functioned, it was up to the gods' will to decide his fate. He could spend years accumulating credits just to cash in and unlock a worthless item like a sword. What the hell could I use a sword for anyway? Before his intense training session involving a lot of sleeping, Ashlock checked his status page. Demonic Spirit Sapling, Age 2. Key Realm, 2nd Stage. Skills. Eye of the Tree God, Grade A. Devour, Grade C. Basic Meditation, Grade F. So weak. Should I sleep until I reach the next realm? Ashlock scowled at his F-grade meditation skill. Why did I get some dumb eye skill and a wooden stick? Increasing my meditation speed and becoming a godlike tree would be way better. Taking one final look around the courtyard, Ashlock activated his meditation skill and felt the trickle of ambient ki through his leaves as his mind drifted away. Unknown to the sleeping tree, the young girl definitely left the mountaintop pavilion with the wooden stick in her hand. Chapter 3. Aura of Fear. Key Realm. 3rd Stage achieved. Deactivating sleep mode. A surge of energy like the world's biggest caffeine rush awoke the slothful tree from its long slumber. Summer was in full swing, and the fluff of a bright blue bird resting happily on one of the tree's many sturdy branches fizzled out like it had been electrocuted as ambient ki rushed out into the surroundings. The bird's muscles tensed up, and it tumbled to the ground like a rock. Luckily, the lush purple grass broke its fall, But then black vines erupted from the soil and mummified the bird. Squeaked like a dog toy as the air was crushed out of its lungs, and its bones crumbled into powder as the vines tightened their python-like grip. A girl lying under the tree's canopy, enjoying the shade from the relentless sun's rays, topped with a swirling dagger in her hand, and watched the bird being eaten alive while humming. +1 SC. Woo! Ashlock felt the rush of energy subside, and he could focus again. SC? Does that stand for sacrifice credits? Ashlock let off a yawn as he spread out his spiritual sight. The vibrant colors of summer flooded his mind. Wait, wasn't it the start of winter when I fell asleep? The rapid passing of time still baffled the poor human mind stuck in a tree, but with every passing season, he felt more tree than human. How could one treat life the same when months passed by in the blink of an eye? Since a lot of time had passed, Ashlock decided now was a great time to sign in. Idle Tree Daily Sign-In System. Day 1238. Daily Credit 187. Sacrifice Credit 1. Sign in? Yes. Sign in successful. 188 credits consumed. Unlocked a B-grade skill. Language of the world. Not bad, I think. Ashlock would rather have gained some combat abilities, but language was a good step in his pursuit of knowledge. Tree, are you awake? Ashlock mentally jumped in shock at the hazy words. Who said that? He scanned around himself, but the courtyard was empty. The other scions would laugh if I said my old friend was a tree. Looking down at his base, Ashlock finally saw the culprit. It was the psycho girl. Fuck's sake, can she just leave me in peace? Ashlock enjoyed his peace and quiet. Months may have passed for the unknown girl, but he had seen her for almost all his brief moments of consciousness. Tree, are you hungry? I tried to feed you during the winter, but you were sleeping. Ashlock had no way to answer. He was a tree. Did she expect him to drop an acorn on her head or spell out answers in the dirt? Just go away so I can sleep again. The girl watched his rustling leaves and seemed to reach some bizarre conclusion. Okay, I'll get you a snack. Ashlock watched purple energy erupt in a blaze across her pale skin, but to his surprise, it didn't burn her thin black dress. She then retrieved a beautiful black dagger and wrapped it in her purple energy. Hold on. Is that dagger handle made of the stick she stole from me? Ashlock didn't get a chance to examine it closely as the dagger shot out of her hand like a bullet. A thin line of purple followed it. Then, as if she were fishing, she reeled the purple line back, and impaled on the end of the dagger was a very plump bird. Here. The girl plopped the bird down and stood to leave. I will leave you to your meal, as I have some cultivating to catch up on. Bye. Ashlock felt his opinion of the girl rise. She may have been noisy, but at least she provided snacks. Ashlock cast his Devour skill. +1 SC. Sign in. Nothing happened. Oh yeah, I can only do it once a day. Being a tree was boring sometimes. Status: Demonic Spirit Sapling, age 3, Key Realm, 3rd stage. Skills: Eye of the Tree God. Grade A. Language of the World, Grade B. Devour, Grade C. Basic Meditation, Grade F. 3 years on this planet and I'm still weak. Ashlock felt frustrated, but then a funny thought crossed his mind. How did all those other sign-in system protagonists survive the boredom? At least I can sleep the years away. Ashlock decided it had been a long day, so he started meditating and fell asleep. Tree, my father failed his breakthrough to the Star Core realm. The girl had built a makeshift bench next to Ashlock's largest root and was twirling the obsidian wood dagger between her fingers. He is now a cripple. Those vultures of the other peaks may set their eyes on my red vine peak soon. Ashlock listened to the girl's mutterings in silence. He was going to go insane. Every day she ended her training and wandered over to interrupt his sleep. But what she spoke of today differed from her usual ramblings about sect politics. Instead, today she spoke of her father, which was one of the many subjects Ashlock wished to ask about. Why is a girl living alone in such a massive pavilion atop a mountain? Is she cursed or something? Ashlock had observed that the other people in the pavilion were mortal servants. They didn't awake him due to their lack of presence. Furthermore, their souls let out such minuscule amounts of ambient ki they were hardly noticeable, even when they walked up to him. From this, Ashlock had concluded they weren't cultivators, like the girl. But there had been those blue energy cultivators here previously until the girl killed them. But why did she kill them? And why are there only the girl and these mortals here? Ashlock had gained information about the world through snippets of the girl's rambles, such as the fact that this mountain was called the Red Vine Peak, and apparently there were other peaks. Luckily, Ashlock was a tree, so human politics had little effect on him. Time passed. Tree, why do people important to me all have to die and leave me alone? The girl had red eyes as she buried her head into her knees. Being a tree sounds nice. Do you have any worries? Many, Ashlock wanted to say, but she couldn't hear him. It seemed the girl's father had died due to complications from failing to reach the next realm. News that his home might be changing ownership terrified him. The girl was a bit bizarre, but he felt she was safe to trust. What if the next owner saw an ominous tree dominating the central courtyard as an eyesore and chose to chop him down? After all, over the last few years, he had rapidly grown to over 10 meters. He was like a beacon lording over the entire courtyard. Demonic spirit sapling, age 4. Key realm, 3rd stage. Skills. Still stuck at the 3rd stage and considered a sapling. Progress was slow, unbearably slow. If not for the girl looking older and the passing of seasons, Ashlock would think the system was lying to him. Tree, I have to go fight in a tournament to keep this place. Ashlock sighed mentally. He had accumulated a lot of daily credits and was saving them for an emergency, and in his eyes, the girl losing was a dire situation. Deciding there was only one way he could help, he summoned the sign-in system window. It was time to take a gamble. Idletree Daily Sign-In System. Day 1698. Daily credit 460. Sacrifice credit 2. Sign-in? Yes. Sign-in successful. 462 credits consumed. Unlocked an A-grade item. Earrings of absolute fear. This might be goodbye forever, Tree. We had a fun few years, huh? The girl was baffled as 2 little red leaf earrings hanging from black chains materialized in her hand. Ominous wisps of shadow shrouded their surface, and if one got really close, they could hear the screams of the dead. I love them! The girl seemed rejuvenated with life as she bounded to her feet. Best to die in style. Thanks for the gift, Tree. Ashlock grumbled as he watched over a year's worth of credits expended on some dumb, cursed earrings. A sword would have been so much better, or a skill that let me assist her somehow. The girl carefully put the earrings on, and Ashlock had to admit they suited her, but they were nothing special. What a waste. I love them. The girl looked directly at his trunk, and the demonic tree felt his sap run cold. Her eyes appeared as 2 swirling masses of darkness, and he felt a wave of fear like no other silently caress his non-existent spine. Aura of fear detected. And then she turned away, and the pressure immediately disappeared, as if it were just a dream. Holy shit. Ashlock let out a long sigh of relief. I will never doubt you again, system. Watching her departing back, Ashlock felt happy. He could finally get some sleep. Chapter 4. Knowledge is Power. Autumn arrived with good news. Tree! I won! The girl seemed in an ecstatic mood as she sat on the bench. I didn't lose a single round, and by the end they were calling me Demoness Stella Crestfallen. How funny is that? I finally got her name. Ashlock was happy to finally learn what to call the annoying human that kept interrupting him. Referring to her as girl had been getting exhausting. Sadly, Stella kept calling him Tree, but that was fine. I even accidentally killed the scion of the Ravenborn family. Their grand elder was beyond furious. What could I do? The poor boy froze up and didn't block my attack. Stella's victory speech was interrupted by a servant. Miss, would you like some tea? Sure. Bring some for my friend here as well, Stella said, while patting Ashlock's bark. The servant left with a sly smile that Stella didn't seem to notice. She was too busy recounting her epic, one-sided victories at the tournament. Ashlock found the servant's behavior odd, so he activated his Eye of the Tree God skill, and his worldview shifted from the purple grass courtyard to an aerial view of the mountain. Seems the view range has expanded a little. Ashlock could see now more than just the mountaintop. The mountain's base was now visible, and he could even see the slope of a neighboring mountain. Now where is that servant? Ashlock rotated the view to try and peer through the windows, and eventually he found a room near the exotic garden courtyard with someone very similar looking to the servant through the window. It was hard to make out what was going on inside, but from his previous investigations, this room seemed to be some kind of alchemist room. I believe the servant quarters and kitchen are on the other side of the pavilion. Ashlock felt making tea in an alchemist's room wasn't too far-fetched for a cultivation world, but was still suspicious. Tree, I need to repay you. Stella was leaning against his bark and playing with earrings in her finger. I would give you these back, but what use are earrings to a tree? Is there something else you want? Food, Ashlock wanted to shout. If I got a few attack skills, I could hunt these darn birds that perch on my branches, but instead I get language translation and some overpowered earrings. Tree, I know you can hear me. Do you understand me, though? Stella let out a sigh. Trees like knowledge, right? Stella sat cross-legged on the bench, turned to face Ashlock, and placed a hand on his bark. Purple flames materialized on her palm and softly spread out on Ashlock's bark. Bitch, are you burning me? So after everything he had done, she was scorching him? Wow, Tree, to cultivate to the 3rd stage in only a few years is very impressive. Of course, I'm no tree expert, but I heard they usually cultivate very, very slowly. The invasive key was a little probing, but overall felt rather nice. Ashlock tried to push her key away, but even inside his body it was like trying to ward off a tsunami with a shovel. How does such a young girl have so much power? Are all humans this fast at cultivation? Stella had her eyes closed, and she let out a long breath. While I attempt to impart a cultivation technique on you, let me tell you the realms. The Key Realm. The first realm of cultivation has 9 stages. People in the Key Realm can strengthen their bodies with ambient Ki and live long, healthy lives. Some also learn martial arts and can smash boulders while in the Key Realm. Ashlock tried to ignore the tickling sensation of Stella's Ki inspecting his body and listen intently to her talk. The cultivation systems for man and tree might differ, but learning the strength of his enemies was always ideal. So I'm in the key realm, and I have 6 more stages until reaching the next realm, Ashlock grumbled. It's been 4 years, and I am still stuck in the 3rd stage. At this rate, I'll be 1,000,000 years old before reaching the highest realm. Then, after the key realm, there is the Soulforge realm. This is where the weak fail, and the path of a true cultivator begins. The Soulforge realm has no stages, and is achieved once the cultivator has formed a soul core. Stella then mumbled to herself, if a tree could even understand such terms. A soul core is hard to explain in tree terms, but the important thing to know is if a person fails to form their soul core, they become a cripple and can never cultivate again. Ashlock could obviously understand what Stella was talking about to some degree. But what if I fail to form a soul core? Will I become a cripple too? Ashlock wondered. Unlike humans, trees could lose a branch and over time grow it back. Just like the branch destroyed by those blue energy cultivators. It's grown back better than ever already. Ashlock was now a little afraid of reaching the Soulforge realm. Could Stella guide him somehow? Once a cultivator has formed a soul core, they can funnel the ambient ki in the air through the soul core to produce soul fire. The soul fire realm has 9 stages, and it's the one I'm in. Stella smiled as she flexed the purple flames that coated her arms. This is why, without a perfect soul core, a cultivator is a cripple. So make sure to take your time forming one, Mr. Tree. Ashlock wanted to ask why her soul fire was purple, but unfortunately she didn't elaborate. Then there is the Star Core realm. Stella held back from crying at the mention of the realm that had claimed her father's life. Sorry. Hard to talk about that one. Stella sighed before continuing. And above the Star Core are Nascent, Soul, and Monarch, but I'll speak of those another time. Those 2 realms are a long time away for the both of us. Ashlock was itching to discover the potential highlights he could reach, but maybe knowing the horrors a monarch cultivator would achieve would give him nightmares. He was just a little key realm sapling after all. Miss, I have brought the tea. A servant stood at a respectful distance from Stella with 2 wooden cups of steaming tea in her hands. Okay, I'm busy. Give the tree his tea and leave mine beside me, Stella said with her eyes still closed and purple flames cascading out of her hands. The servant's eye twitched, but she complied with Stella's words. She walked over to one of Ashlock's exposed roots and dumped the tea. Potent poison detected. Ashlock's brain buzzed as his body automatically acted to suppress the poison. It felt like someone had poured boiling oil on his foot. The pain was tremendous. Stella seemed to feel the chaos flow of his ki, and frowned. Calm down, tree. I'm almost done. Stella patted his bark and continued formulating a cultivation technique for him. The pain lasted for a minute, but then thankfully subsided. What a lethal poison! That felt more like cyanide than any tea I know. Ashlock was no expert, but he theorized that despite his low realm, the enormous size and abundant ki had helped suppress the poison. Taking a look at the concentrating Stella, Ashlock couldn't help but doubt she would survive drinking such a poison. Skill: Basic Poison Resistance, Grade F. Learned. Wait. I can learn skills? Ashlock wanted to smack himself mentally. He had assumed he could only gain skills through the system's daily sign-in. The possibility of learning new skills hadn't even crossed his mind. Status! Demonic Spirit Sapling, Age 4. Key Realm, 3rd Stage. Skills: Eye of the Tree God, Grade A. Language of the World, Grade B. Devour, Grade C. Basic Poison Resistance, Grade F. Basic Meditation, Grade F. Sure enough, I actually did learn a new skill. Ashlock was ecstatic, but the situation demanded his attention. It was safe to assume that the other cup of tea was also poisoned. Maybe the sign-in can give me something helpful. Idle Tree Daily Sign-In System, Day 1818. Daily credit 120. Sacrifice credit 0. Sign in? Only 120 credits. How pitiful. Yes, sign in. Sign-in successful. 120 credits consumed. Unlocked a C-grade skill. Key fruit production. Right. That doesn't sound useful at all. Ashlock activated the skill, and a menu appeared in his mind. It let him select many properties for the fruit, such as size, taste, and growth rate. He could even give properties of skills to the fruit, such as basic poison resistance. To grow a fruit, I have to consume my ki? Ashlock frowned. Any ki he spent, he had to regain through meditation, and since his meditation technique was F-grade, it would take far too long to replenish the lost ki. Deciding to at least test it, Ashlock picked a fast-growing fruit that tasted like an apple and gave it a basic poison resistance buff. According to the menu, anyone who ate the fruit would gain poison resistance for a day. 5 months! Ashlock glared at the menu that had calculated the minimum growth time of the fruit while using 100% of the ki he accumulated from meditation. Removing the taste shaved off a month, and then removing the added skill brought it down to 3 days. So I can produce a tasteless fruit that contains a little ki in 3 days, but adding a skill or flavor greatly increases the production time. Ashlock might be a magical cultivating man-eating tree, but he was still a tree. To a human, 3 days is a long time. To him, it was nothing. Sadly, the situation was urgent, and Stella had picked the wrong teammate for a situation like this. Is there any way I can warn her? Ashlock mulled over the problem as he glared at the impatient servant whose eyes shifted between Stella, emitting a scary amount of soul fire, and the steaming cup of tea beside her on the bench. Phew! The purple soul fire dissipated, and Stella stretched her back. This will be more complicated than I thought. Unsurprisingly, a tree's biology is far too different from humans, so all the techniques I know won't work. But I guess I can check out the library tomorrow for you. That was to be expected, but Ashlock was still disappointed. A better meditation technique would really help him out right now. Miss, your tea is getting cold. Stella gave the servant an odd look. Why are you still here? Is there anything else? The servant gulped and bowed. No, miss. Thank you, that will be all. Stella waved the servant off as she seemed lost in thought. The servant turned to leave, and Stella absent-mindedly brought the still warm tea to her lips. Ashlock cursed. There was a chance she would survive. It was even possible the tea contained rare ingredients that helped with cultivation but were harmful to trees. But Ashlock didn't like the suspicious behavior of the servant. If he had another method to convey his thoughts, he would definitely have used it. But alas, with his limited arsenal of combat or communication abilities, this was the only option. Ashlock targeted the servant and cast Devour with as much ki as possible. The ground rumbled as black vines surged out of the purple grass. Stella was startled by a sudden scream and spilled some tea onto her dress. It sizzled as it dissolved some of the dress. Stella's soul fire erupted, and the tea instantly evaporated, letting off a nasty stench. Stella dropped the cup, and her cold eyes looked up at the servant tied up by many vines, crushing her to death. Ashlock felt the message had been conveyed, and the crisis averted, so he tried to cancel out the Devour skill. Skill cannot be cancelled. A few seconds passed, and the servant cried as blood erupted from her mouth like a fountain. +5 SC. Well, shit. Chapter 5. A totally friendly tree. Ashlock felt absolutely nothing other than euphoria as he consumed the mortal servant. Ki rushed through the vines, and the thrill was intoxicating. Stella also watched the scene without a hint of interest. She was more bothered about her ruined dress.
"Tree, thank you,"
Stella said before leaving for the pavilion. "It seems some rats from the other families have infiltrated my red vine peak." A sinister smile bloomed on her face. "Seems there will be more food coming your way soon." Then, with a flash, she vanished from her spot in a trail of purple flames. After a few minutes, the vines retreated into the ground, leaving some shredded clothes dyed in blood littering the spot where the servants had once stood. I know from stories that worlds with cultivators are brutal, but Stella's indifference still surprises me. Does she not see the servants as people due to them not being cultivators? Or perhaps people only care for themselves and their families in this world? Ashlock struggled a little with his human morals from Earth. He knew that murder was wrong, but it was hard to stop himself from killing when it brought him such euphoria and growth. Also, not getting punished but instead rewarded for killing makes the deed far easier. Since he had gained some ki, Ashlock decided to use some for advancing his cultivation, and the rest to create some fruit. Like water, ki was an odd thing. His body could only take in so much at once. Unfortunately, the excess ki his body couldn't store dissipated into the atmosphere unless he invested it into something, such as fruit. Bringing up the menu for ki fruit production, Ashlock selected the option to create 10 fruits. All of them were tasteless, but they stored some ki, and 3 had the basic poison resistance buff. Feeling content, Ashlock hit the create button and felt the chaotic ki inside him rush toward his branches. In amazement, Ashlock then watched the stems of the fruit grow in real time. Now what? Ashlock had already signed in for the day, and Stella had gone off somewhere. Guess I'll sleep. Ashlock awoke to darkness and screams. Moonlight shrouded the courtyard, and Ashlock could see torchlight through the pavilion's windows. Wait, is this the first time I've seen the night? Ashlock had always woken up when Stella or the Blue Energy Man came to bring him food, which was during the day. He also naturally woke up during the daytime. Ashlock tried to cultivate his meditation skill, but nothing happened. I guess there is no sunlight, and I am a plant. Never really occurred to me that I can't cultivate during the night. Ashlock now realized why his meditation technique wasn't just bad, it was downright shit. If I can get a moonlight cultivation technique, I should double my cultivation speed. Anyway, back to the screams. Ashlock struggled to really care. The cold night air and smack of sunlight made him feel sluggish and uncaring, like waking up on a Sunday morning to bad news and just wanting to crawl back under the sheets and sleep. Anything interesting going on? Ashlock spread his spiritual sight, but his limit was still the courtyard, unless he activated his skill. Maybe someone died. So sleepy. Ashlock was about to succumb to his slothfulness when a man stumbled into the courtyard clutching his side. Ashlock's spirit sight allowed him to see perfectly even in the dark, so he noticed the area the man was clutching was dyed red. Ooh, another victim. Stella won't mind, right? Ashlock was itching to use his devour skill, but he decided to wait and see, like a good, patient tree. The man appeared to be a mortal, as he lacked any type of presence, had a rather ordinary appearance, and wore servant clothes. Ashlock had noticed that the black robes and dresses with the sewn-on red lotus that Stella wore differed from the plain gray robes the servant wore. Come to think of it, this is the Red Vine Peak, so why does Stella have a red lotus sewn onto her robe? She mentioned a lot of other families nearby and a tournament, so I assume we are inside a sect of some kind? Maybe the Red Lotus sect? Ashlock mentally added that to his growing list of questions to investigate. Being a tree was an odd experience in a cultivation world. If he made enemies with powerful people, he couldn't run. But on the other hand, he was a tree, so people had no reason to go out of their way to trouble him. Other young masters? Sure. A random tree in a courtyard? Why? It was a very harmless and friendly tree. Maybe I should take a fight if threatened stance, at least until I'm a godlike tree that cannot be defeated. Deciding that was reasonable, Ashlock assumed an observing role, as any friendly tree should strive for, and watched the drama unfold. The screams continued, so Ashlock activated his Eye of the Tree God skill and observed the red vine peak from above. Oh, seems Stella has found the rats. Stella was battling with 2 servants in the nearby sandy training area courtyard. As she fought, purple flames flickered across Stella's skin. Ashlock zoomed in on their faces and mentally frowned. I have never seen these 2 before. Since when did they work here? The servants wore the usual robes, but their faces were far too chiseled and well-kept to belong to mere servants. Like in all cultivator novels, absorbing ambient ki naturally removed imperfections like acne or rough skin. Don't look at her! She has a demonic eye technique! The taller of the 2 servants shouted as he covered his eye with one arm and summoned a blade of red flames in the other. The second servant nodded and covered his eyes while black flames flared to life on his fist. Ashlock could tell from here that the flames from these servants were far brighter than Stella's, especially the one with red flames. That sort of fire practically looked solid. Unfortunately for Stella, the 2 cultivator servants weren't alone. Servants in gray robes lined the training courtyard, holding various weapons. One even had a very fancy-looking sword. Why? Stella screamed at the people surrounding her. Who sent you? I will pay triple what they did. Stella, don't bother wasting your breath on them. They will never tell you. Ashlock sighed. The villains only made those stupid speeches in movies. You think you can murder the scion of House Ravenborn and live? The flame sword cultivator sneered, stepping forward. The Grand Elder demands your head on a platter. I stand corrected, Ashlock grumbled. This is a cultivator world after all. Ashlock once again felt helpless and lacked options to assist. Maybe that's for the best, though. Anyone who can kill Stella could defeat me with a finger flick. Ashlock hated to admit it, but he was just a 3rd-stage sapling with no defensive capabilities and a single attack skill that could be easily dodged or destroyed. The vines that erupted from the ground had a thin layer of ki strengthening them, but only at his level, the 3rd stage of the ki realm. To a mortal servant, that was a death sentence. But the fire sword guy? He would laugh at Ashlock's pathetic attempt to share a demigod such as himself and chop Ashlock down with a single cut of his blade. God, being weak is so lame, Ashlock mumbled as he watched the 2 cultivators slowly close in on Stella. The young girl rapidly looked around, and everyone she glanced at froze in fear. I wonder if Stella knows the power those earrings have. Fire Sword Guy launched forward and slashed at Stella, but she barely dodged and nimbly stepped to the side, summoning the black dagger from somewhere. She rammed it toward the man's side, but a flare of red flames made her wince back. Stella didn't have a moment of rest as the Black Fist Guy came right for her head. Stella's low stature helped her duck as the fist whistled through the air, making her blonde hair wave in the wind. Ashlock found the cultivator's movements a little clumsy, but considering they were each using an arm to block their eye, it made sense. Why don't they just close their eyes? Are they stupid? Stella retaliated against the Black Fist Guy by tripping him up with a well-placed foot. But before she could move in for the kill on his exposed neck, the servant with a fancy sword blocked her blade, which he instantly regretted as the purple flame-covered dagger sliced straight through the metal sword and cut the servant's leg off in one smooth motion. Keeping up the tempo, Stella twirled around and finished the servant off by decapitating his head. Honestly, keeping up with the fight was exhausting. Ashlock debated going to sleep and learning the results tomorrow when lovely warm sunlight and ki would be trickling in from his meditation skill. As Ashlock focused back on the central courtyard, it seemed to him that the servant was dying. He was lying on the floor, panting, clutching his wound and trying to stop bleeding. Ashlock recognized the servant. He often tended to the kitchen and was rarely seen outside. All things return to the earth as nutrients. Ashlock stopped the trail of thought in surprise. He felt no pity for the dying man, only the desire for the inevitable nutrients. Well, I might as well put him out of his misery. If Ashlock used some twisted logic when he was human back on Earth, he had no issue eating beef or chicken because that was considered food. Now he was a demonic sapling. Everything was food, even humans. It was either he devoured and became strong enough to protect himself, or regretted his indecisiveness when that fire guy's blade cut him in half. "Sorry, dude, you picked the wrong place to die." Ashlock mumbled a silent prayer for the guy and activated the Devour skill. Unfortunately, the poor guy didn't seem to have the strength to resist as the spiked vines mummified him. +5 SC. Ashlock hummed as the rush of ki flooded his system. But then a second rush caught him off guard. Ki surged through his roots and chaotically rushed around his trunk like a hurricane. "Status!" Demonic Spirit Sapling, age 4. Key Realm, 4th stage. Skills. Finally. It had taken Ashlock over a year to reach the next stage. The rush made Ashlock hungry for more, so he searched the courtyard for any more stray servants to devour. Stella will understand. There was a decent chance that all the servants had turned against their master, or were never subservient in the first place. Right on cue, another 3 servants stumbled through the connecting area between the training courtyard and the central courtyard. Ashlock didn't even hesitate and cast Devour. There was so much ki running through his body, making the vines shoot out of the ground with such impressive speed that they straight up impaled the 3 servants and dragged their corpses to the ground. +5 SC. +5 SC. +5 SC. One after another, the corpses were devoured. In a haze of madness, Ashlock felt he might throw up ki at this rate, with the only outlet being ki fruit production. He summoned the menu and picked random options before pressing Confirm. One after another, the corpses were devoured. In a haze of madness, Ashlock felt he might throw up ki at this rate. With the only outlet being ki fruit production, he summoned the menu and picked random options before pressing Confirm. Whew! Ashlock let out a deep breath as the system initiated the skill and forcefully funneled the chaotic ki away from his body and into the fruit production. This skill's more useful than I thought. Although it wasn't a combat skill, it was a great way to prevent himself from dying due to gluttony. Ashlock saw a few tiny blood-red berries dangle from his branches in 3 clusters and realized there was an artistic beauty in recycling the dead into a new life that would provide for other living things. As a tree, it was no longer an endless summer, but now a protein to the world, a governor of the natural cycle of life and death. Tree. Ashlock was torn from his thoughts as he saw Stella limp toward him. Purple flames flickered across her shoulders like weak candlelight as she collapsed just a short distance from his root. Her breathing was ragged and slow, and it appeared she had sustained some injuries. Before Ashlock could do anything, a heavily injured fire sword guy emerged from behind the door and slowly stepped toward Stella, using his steel sword as a makeshift cane. Flickering red flames illuminated his face as the man loomed over the dying girl. "Fucking bitch." The man grimaced as blood dripped from his teeth. His eyes were sealed shut, and he tried to locate the girl by poking the ground with the sword. Ashlock waited patiently for the perfect moment to strike. The man inched even closer. Stella was lying on her back, struggling to keep her eyes open as the man's sword made contact with her leg. "There you are." The man grinned as he brought the sword up over his head in a 2-handed grip. "Die!" The man stopped mid-sentence as a ki-empowered vine surged out of the ground behind him and impaled his back. The man looked down at the hole in his chest with a lost look. The sword tumbled to the ground as the man's arm lost strength. Who? The cultivator looked around, and his eyes landed on the black tree with scarlet leaves letting off a faint whiff of ki. A tree? With a final gasp for air, the man fell forward onto Stella, causing the girl to groan in pain. Plus 100 SC. Chapter 6. Snacks Before Winter. Ashlock stirred from his short sleep as the sun crested the horizon. Since his view range was limited, even with his Eye of the Tree God skill, Ashlock saw the world as if he were in a snow globe. He had a perfect sphere of vision in all directions for a few miles, meaning he couldn't see the sun, but its pleasant warmth pierced the clouds and illuminated the central courtyard. Shredded clothes dyed in dried blood littered the courtyard, alongside bits of metal from half-destroyed weapons. Ashlock gazed upon the source of all this mess, a sleeping, blonde-haired girl a few feet away. Her back rose and fell in a steady rhythm, and her breath swayed the purple grass sitting in her drool and tickling her nose. Stella was alive. Ashlock was no doctor, but from a glance, it would have been impossible to survive the night with such injuries for a human back on Earth. It's moments like these that truly remind me I'm in a new world. I've seen a sword covered in flames back on Earth, but a person smashing a boulder with their bare hands or teleporting halfway across the courtyard in a single step? Now that was truly magical. And seeing Stella survive such a fight with her body barely intact was something I could never see back on Earth. Feeling bored, Ashlock summoned the daily sign-in. Idletree Daily Sign-In System. Day 1819. Daily credit 1. Sacrifice credit 120. Sign-in? Yes. Ashlock decided this would be his last sign-in before a long sleep. Winter was coming, and retaining consciousness during the dark winter felt worse than his withdrawals from energy drinks. Sign-in successful. 121 credits consumed. Unlocked a C-grade skill. Hibernate. Hibernate? Ashlock concentrated on the skill, and its meaning materialized in his mind. The feeling was similar to déjà vu. Another type of meditation? The skill had two functions. First, he would set a timer and enter deep sleep when it was activated. Nothing except exceptional circumstances would awaken him until the timer was complete. The second feature was that the longer he was asleep, the faster his cultivation would become. The buff was small, but over a long period it would add up. Ashlock practically cried tears of joy. Finally! He had a way of sleeping through all the girl's ramblings and not being awoken every time she entered the courtyard. This skill obviously had some disadvantages, but it was overall an excellent addition to his arsenal. A few hours passed as the sun climbed the sky, and sometime around midday, Stella's eyes opened, and she let out a long groan. Purple fire sprang to life, and Stella rolled over and looked at the sky with squinted eyes. I lived, she muttered as she held up a hand to shield her eyes from the sun. A single tear ran down her cheek as she lay there for a while. It was hard to remember. She was just a young girl, seemingly without any family and living alone on a mountain peak when she went around slaughtering so many people. Half an hour passed, and the rumbling of Stella's stomach forced her to get up. Only now did she look at Ashlock, and a smile bloomed on her face when she saw the tree was still there. She looked closer at the scarlet leaves drifting in the autumn breeze and noticed the variety of fruits dangling from the branches. Can I eat some? Stella asked as she tried to stand on her tiptoes to reach the low-hanging fruit. Although Ashlock was relatively short for a tree, Stella was both short and young, so she struggled to reach up. Ashlock was sure she had a trick up her sleeve, but she looked haggard, and her purple flames flickered. Looking back at his key fruit production menu, there was an option to discharge a grown fruit. Clicking it, a tiny bit of key was used to break the stem, causing a bundle of red berries to fall into Stella's waiting hand.
Thank you, tree.
Stella gave a thumbs up, and without debating if they were poisonous, she swallowed them in a single gulp, which she instantly regretted.
Blah, tree. These taste like grass and sap.
The girl surprisingly ate them all, but she had a disgusted face, which transitioned into one of surprise as ki rushed through her body. It was weak, but with the entire bundle of berries combined, it was enough to refill her depleted ki reserves a little.
Taste better than ki restoration weeds, at least.
Stella stood under the tree with her hands cupped.
Can I have some more?
A few moments passed and nothing fell. Stella pouted.
They taste good. Better than any other cultivation supplements.
Only then did a single purple fruit with black spots plop into her hand. This time, she eyed the fruit more cautiously and took a hesitant bite.
Ugh, so bitter.
Stella almost choked on the piece of fruit.
I mean, I like bitter things.
Steeling her resolve, she swallowed the entire thing and gagged. Ashlock sighed as he watched the dumb girl attempt to please a tree. He'd intended to withhold the fruit to prove he could understand her, not to make her torture herself by eating his tasteless fruit in a vain attempt to curry favor with him. The rest of the afternoon was spent with Stella pleading for berries and fruit, and Ashlock providing them. Ashlock was glad to get rid of them, as it freed up space to grow some nice fruit. However, a bit of his pride was hurt watching the girl almost die while trying to eat his fruit. Feels like when Mom used to refuse to eat my cooking. The experience left a sour taste in his mouth, so he brought up the menu and invested everything into a single fruit in a momentary lapse in judgment. Ashlock felt ki get sucked from his body down his thickest branch, and a watermelon-sized fruit with a golden color began its development. Time to completion. 6 months. A bit of a waste, but oh well. Ashlock returned his attention to Stella, who looked a lot better. The abundant ki helped restore her weary body to its peak condition.
Tree, I know you can understand me now, Stella proclaimed with a bit of berry juice smeared on her face. Don't sleep just yet. Help me dispose of the evidence.
Before Ashlock could ask what she meant, not that he could ask anyway, the girl had wandered off. Dispose of the evidence? Ashlock's eyes drifted to the shredded remains of a gray servant robe. Ah. An hour later, there was a pile of servants in the courtyard. Stella had found a few servants still alive, hiding throughout the pavilion, but she'd slaughtered them all. Ashlock didn't know the customs or rules here, but it seemed even the servants had expected their own demise. I guess even if they weren't accomplices to the intruders working for House Ravenborn, they still didn't come to their master's aid, and instead cowered away under tables.
Right,
Stella said while she brushed her hands off on her tattered robe.
I know most trees sleep through the winter, and you also seemed to sleep a lot.
Stella tapped her nose.
When you are asleep, the flow of your ki is very stable compared to when you are awake. I can tell.
The girl seemed very proud of herself, and Ashlock was relieved he didn't have to scream into the void in frustration. Alas, it seemed the girl hadn't figured out that he would prefer to sleep all year round uninterrupted. But it was the small victories that mattered here. Stella took a step back so Ashlock could get to work. Devour activated, and vines crawled over the human pyramid. A stream of alerts shot past his mind, informing him of acquired sacrifice credits. In total, there were over 100 such notifications. Hours passed, and plus 736 SC was the final total as the vines retreated into the ground. Unfortunately, Ashlock didn't have time to enjoy the increased credits, as the surge of ki inside his body was unfathomable. Ashlock mashed the create button as fast as he could on the watermelon-sized golden fruits. At some point, Stella had walked off to get changed into less ravaged clothes, while Ashlock battled for his life to not explode from the rampaging key. Eventually, it was done after fighting all night. The sun of a new day appeared. Not only was he dripped out with enough golden fruit to feed an entire family, but he had also advanced 2 stages. Demonic Spirit Sapling, age 4. Key Realm, 6th stage. Skills: Eye of the Tree God, Grade A. Language of the World, Grade B. Key Fruit Production, Grade C. Devour, Grade C. Hibernate, Grade C. Basic Poison Resistance, Grade F. Basic Meditation, Grade F. Ashlock also checked the daily sign-in. Idle Tree Daily Sign-In System. Day 1819. Daily credit, 1. Sacrifice credit, 856. Sign-in? No. Ashlock wanted to get another A-grade draw. However, he would need 1,000 points combined, so he decided to save them. Looking around the courtyard, Stella was nowhere to be found. But Ashlock was beyond caring. He was mentally exhausted, and sleep was calling his name. Activating his new skill, Hibernate, he input 6 months and felt a timer appear in his head, counting the 180 days until his awakening. Chapter 7. Tree Skip. Ashlock was in a tunnel. An endless tunnel where he could do nothing. No thoughts crossed his mind. No dreams of a better tomorrow. Nothing. Just steady progress to an eventual end. An end he knew was coming due to the timer ticking down. It was slow. So agonizingly slow. Hibernation. 32 days. Ashlock was trapped within his mind. The cursed skill he had employed kept his mind on the straight and narrow. Before, when he slept, time passed in the blink of an eye. There were no dreams, no turbulence. Just one moment he would close his eyes, and the next, awaken in a new season, a new situation, a new time. Hibernation. 31 days. But with the Hibernate skill, he was forced to experience the flow of time, like some kind of mortal creature. How long had he been here, going down this tunnel in his mind? The gray walls of nothingness kept him confined from everything else. He wanted to think, dream, plot, and plan. Anything to end this mind-numbing state of being. Hibernation. 30 days. Easy decisions create hard times. A phrase that resounded in Ashlock's head. The skill had seemed so innocent, so easy. Just flip a switch and watch the world fly by. No more disturbances, and even a slight boost to his key accumulation. Hibernation. 29 days. If Ashlock had to describe his current situation to a mortal mind, imagine a concrete, lifeless tunnel where you are paralyzed and rolling down the tunnel while strapped to a stretcher. Only an ominous timer floating in front of your eyes notifies you of your eventual freedom from this confinement. The worst of it? Ashlock did this to himself. Hibernation. 28 days. A small part of Ashlock appreciated this experience. It forcefully brought back a bit of his humanity that had been slipping away. 6 months to him was nothing as a tree, just another past winter. But to a human, someone like Stella, 6 months could be life-changing. For all Ashlock knew, he might escape this nightmare and waken in an empty courtyard ravaged by nature. What if he went to sleep and no cultivators ever entered the courtyard? Would he awaken eons later to witness the eventual death of the planet as the sun expanded at the end of its long life and swallowed the planet whole? Hibernation. 27 days. He screamed. Anything to break the silence. Hibernation. 26 days. What was the rush? Ever since arriving in this world, Ashlock had chosen sleep over being awake. Was he hiding from his problems? Just because the system gave him rewards for passing the time and killing, did that justify him rushing into the future and letting the present pass him by? Hibernation, 25 days. Immortality is a funny thing. If given all the time in the world, the need to accomplish things suddenly vanishes, since there's always tomorrow, or next year, and unlike an ordinary immortal who needs to fill their time with hobbies to avoid insanity, Ashlock could just blink the time away. Ashlock knew he was in a world of cultivators where the pursuit of overwhelming power and immortality was possible. What would happen if he could speak to another immortal? Would they have some advice to steer him on the right path? Maybe. Maybe not. Ashlock was just a young sapling confined to a single courtyard atop a mountain peak. He was young and ignorant of the world, but that didn't mean planning for the future lacked merit. The endless pursuit of strength, new abilities, and growth was fine, but what did he truly value? Perhaps a question for another time. Hibernation, 24 days. Ashlock's mind came to a sudden halt with such force that the metal tunnel that confined his mind away from distractions shattered in a shower of glass. His worldview lurched forward as if the stretcher he was attached to was connected to a bungee cord, and everything hit him at once. Hibernation terminated. Extreme threat detected. The air vibrated as something from beyond this mortal realm arrived. Ashlock's mind spun as he tried to identify the source and readapt to his surroundings. The purple, grassy central courtyard was empty. Spring was in full swing, and Ashlock could feel the warmth on his leaves and the refreshing cool breeze on his shaded bark. But a suffocating presence blanketed the area like a godlike entity glaring from above. Eye of the Tree God activated, and Ashlock's view shifted. His sixth lair in the Key Realm became apparent, as the peak of the neighboring mountain was in full view. Atop it was a pavilion similar to his, but its courtyards were filled with harrowing, leafless trees that looked like withered black fingers reaching for the skies. Monstrous birds with raven feathers and beady red eyes perched upon the tree branches, and a dense mist shrouded the entire peak as people moved about in the shadows of the fog. But the source of the alarm didn't come from there. No, it came from the base of Red Vine Peak. Switching his view, Ashlock witnessed a man climbing 1,000 steps, taking 100 steps at a time. White fire so dense it was blinding shrouded the man, and the air seemed to gravitate toward him as he glided up the mountain's side as gracefully as if he were ice skating. As the man approached the pavilion's door, Ashlock rotated his view and saw Stella. She had been cultivating in the middle of a runic formation in one of the courtyards. Ashlock was no expert, but he suspected the formation helped to condense the ambient ki, making cultivation faster. Her eyes snapped open, and her body shuddered right as the man placed his hand on the door to knock. Stella practically stumbled off the runic formation, but managed to stop herself from tumbling to the ground as she broke into a sprint. Purple flames sprang to life, and Ashlock caught a glimpse of her movement technique. Purple flames exploded at the base of her feet, rocketing her forward in a controlled manner, letting her close the distance in a split second. A single knock resounded through the courtyard as Stella halted in a cloud of dust. She then quickly tidied herself up before opening the door. "Stella Crestfallen greets the Grand Elder." Stella's hair whipped as she threw herself into a 90-degree bow. "At ease, young one." The man looked barely over 25, but his voice and poise suggested a long life of politics and family drama. "I have come on behalf of the disciplinary committee." The man walked past Stella and slowly looked around as if bored. "I hope you don't mind the surprise inspection." Stella gulped and didn't dare raise her head. "Of course not, Grand Elder. You are welcome to visit my humble abode any time." The Grand Elder practically floated as he walked down the pavilion corridor toward the outer courtyards. The wooden walls creaked and groaned as he passed. Unlocked window shutters swung inside, and plant pots wobbled on their stands. Ashlock tracked the man's movements with his skill through the windows, but he felt a sense of danger as the man wrapped in subtle white flames paused and glanced directly at him. Some would believe it was pure luck, or perhaps the man was gazing at the passing clouds littering the sky, but the man's cold eyes stared into Ashlock's with such precision and purpose, it was creepy. "Tell me, scion of House Crestfallen, where are your servants?" The man kept walking toward the exotic garden as he spoke in a tranquil voice, as if the affairs of the mortal world were of no concern to him. "My servants, they betrayed me," Stella said, without masking anything. "I slaughtered them all." "I see." The man's voice lacked emotion as the pair reached the garden, and the Grand Elder casually plucked a rose and twirled it between two fingers. The plants seemed to naturally bend their stalks, as if an invisible weight was pressing down on them while the Grand Elder passed. A fitting response. I would do the same, if not worse. The Grand Elder chuckled quietly as he continued his peaceful walk. His eyes lingered on the occasional splat of dried blood that Stella had missed when cleaning. The pavilion was massive, and over 300 people could live comfortably there at any given time. To expect a single teenage girl to clean every nook and cranny was unrealistic. The Grand Elder reached the kitchen wing and opened the door with a flick. White flames lashed out like a whip, and the hefty door creaked open. A plume of dust and stale air followed, causing the Grand Elder to frown. "Child, you are still growing. Food is important. Why is the kitchen so unused?" "Responding to Grand Elder, no need for such pleasantries. Just call me Elder." Stella winced back. Okay, Elder. I don't know how to cook." "So how do you eat?" Stella paused for a while. A gust of wind passed the two, causing their robes to flutter. Only the chirps of birds and soft breeze filled the awkward silence. "It's complicated." "Child, you seem confused about my purpose here," the Grand Elder said in a friendly but flat tone. "Your father was a good friend of mine. The snakes of House Ravenborn demand this peak be turned over to them as compensation for the death of their scion. I am simply here to confirm you are not a threat or conducting anything against the sect rules." The relief was evident on Stella's face as she let out a long sigh. "I grow food and live off that. Also, my cultivation is rather high, so my need for sustenance is rather low." "You are indeed a very impressive child. The Patriarch hopes you will become a Grand Elder in the future." The Grand Elder looked around the exotic garden with a deepening frown. "Don't tell me you live off this stuff." He plucked a small berry and gave it a sniff. "Hardly a whiff of ki and the size of my thumb. Garbage." Then he said with a thin smile, "Stella, you are a terrible gardener. Shall we go see the true source of your food?" The Grand Elder didn't even wait for her response and glided toward the central courtyard. Shit. Ashlock cancelled out his Eye of the Tree God skill, and his view returned to the central courtyard's purple grass. What can I do? Should I sign in? The Grand Elder claimed to be friendly, but what if he didn't approve of a man-eating tree living near his dead friend's daughter? Best to be safe. Idle Tree Daily Sign-In System. Day 1975. Daily credit 157. Sacrifice credit 856. Sign in? Yes. Sign in successful. 1,013 credits consumed. Unlocked an A-grade skill. Deep Roots. Ashlock mentally slammed his mind against his bark in frustration. System, what the fuck am I supposed to do with this? I have a demigod walking toward me, and you give me this? Focusing on the skill, he watched the information appear in his mind. By spending ki, my roots become empowered and can tunnel through rock without issue. I can also hollow out my roots to create tunnels. Ashlock had to admit there were some applications for this skill, especially considering he was atop the peak of a mountain, so the only way was down. And who knows what lies in the deep caverns of the mountains? There had to be a reason the sect was founded on this land, maybe a secret realm of monsters for me to kill. Sadly, the skill seemed rather useless in the current situation. Ashlock watched helplessly as the Grand Elder strolled across the courtyard. The purple grass flattened in a perfect circle around him as if the man had his own gravity, and the white flames shrouding his form made him so bright that he was blinding to look at in Ashlock's spirit sight. The man approached and eyed the golden fruit blooming from Ashlock's branches. Interesting. I have never seen this type of fruit before. The Grand Elder reached up and easily plucked a fruit. He rotated it in his hand, observing every nook and crevice in the golden fruit. Then he threw it up and down a few times, testing its weight. Dense and full of ki. Although weaker than a cultivation pill, it's definitely a miracle fruit. Ashlock held his breath as the Grand Elder stepped closer and laid a hand on his bark. A pulse of power like a sonar wave rippled through Ashlock's body. The Grand Elder frowned. Is this a demonic tree spirit? Chapter 8. Grand Elder's Declaration. Is this a demonic tree spirit? Ashlock held his breath. If resisting Stella's ki was like warding off a tsunami with a shovel, then the Grand Elder's ki was like throwing a pebble at a star. His death was inevitable if the Grand Elder deemed it so. Ashlock attempted to appear as harmless as possible. I am a harmless, humble tree, mister. Please don't kill me. Obviously, the man couldn't hear his pitiful plea, but it was worth a try. I believe so, Elder, Stella curtly replied as she rocked on her heels. Isn't it amazing? The Grand Elder sagely nodded his head as he inspected the demonic tree. Indeed. For such a young demonic tree to cultivate to the 6th layer of the Ki realm, that's almost as fast as you, Stella, and it shouldn't even have a cultivation technique. The Grand Elder opened his eyes and removed his hand from Ashlock's trunk with a smile tugging at his lips. Oh, Elder, speaking of cultivation techniques... Stella scratched the back of her neck as if embarrassed to admit something. I tried looking in the sect library and couldn't find any cultivation technique that seemed applicable to a tree. Do we have any? The Grand Elder shook his head. Sadly, we do not. Tree spirits are barely sentient and therefore can't comprehend a cultivation technique. After thousands of years, some form soul cores and gain higher intelligence, but their biology is so far from ours it's hard to convince one to try and cultivate like us. The Grand Elder picked up the golden fruit he had placed on the bench and twirled it in his hand. This tree is a great find, but I fear if the Ravenborns learn of its existence, they will storm in here unannounced and make a scene. These fruits alone would save them thousands of spirit stones a year in cultivation pills for their juniors. Stella walked up and patted Ashlock. But, Grand Elder, this tree is very intelligent. Unless I praised it or asked nicely, it wouldn't give me fruit. I think it might be a narcissist like the Patriarch. Hush, child, do not speak ill of the Patriarch. The Grand Elder lightly smacked Stella on the head, causing her to whimper. But you claim this tree has some level of intelligence? The man stroked his chin and looked at the leaves rustling in the summer breeze with a distant look. No matter what the Grand Elder said, Ashlock planned to play dumb. Cultivator worlds were ruthless, and backstabbing was common. Keeping your true strength and trump cards close to your chest was the first rule of surviving in such a dog-eat-dog world. The Grand Elder positioned his hand below a fruit. Drop. A few seconds passed by with nothing happening. Is this really how you discovered the tree spirit was sentient?"
Stella scratched her cheek. "That is correct, Elder. Perhaps ask the tree nicely?"
The Grand Elder grumbled. "Please, O mighty tree spirit, bestow upon me a divine fruit." A breeze went by, and the happy chirping of the birds accompanied the awkward silence. "Maybe it's asleep," the Grand Elder resolutely declared. He withdrew his hand and assumed a whimsical stance. Stella tactically decided to remain silent for the Grand Elder's dignity and to avoid drawing any more attention to the tree. She knew in her heart that the tree spirit was there. Not only did it drop her fruits, it had even gifted her earrings, and the most beautiful piece of wood Stella had ever seen, which she had turned into daggers, both of which were carefully hidden away. She was not strong enough yet to protect such rare treasures. "All right, child. I will be on my way to report back to the disciplinary committee." The man winked as he left. I saw nothing of interest.
"Thank you, Elder, for your infinite kindness."
Stella bowed, and the man waved her off. "No need to thank me. Oh, before I go, one last thing. As the mistress and sole heir of Red Vine Peak, you are hereby promoted to Grand Elder." Stella's mouth gaped open.
But, Elder, I am only 13 and in the second layer of the Soulfire realm. How can I possibly bear the responsibilities of a Grand Elder?"
The Grand Elder shrugged. "Order of the Patriarch. You have 5 years before you must pass the Grand Elder test. If you fail, Red Vine Peak will be handed over to House Ravenborn. That is the agreement the Elders reached this morning." Stella was stumped, and the Grand Elder cared little for her inner turmoil as he turned his back to her and started channeling Ki, causing the surrounding air to vibrate and groan as he began to tear reality apart with his 2 hands. Finally, the white flames that shrouded his body created a wormhole, a crack in existence. Without a hint of hesitation, the Grand Elder stepped through, and with a pop, he was gone. Stella collapsed to her knees and just stared at the spot the Grand Elder once stood with vacant eyes, her arms hanging by her sides and her shoulders slumped. Then, after a while, she picked herself up and, with a huff, collapsed onto the bench under Ashlock's shade.
"Tree, it's impossible. Red Vine Peak will be taken from me."
A tear threatened to spill from her eye, but she brushed it off with the sleeve of her black robe.
"I tried so darn hard, Tree. Everyone in my family was slaughtered in the last beast tide, and only me and my father remained. If my grandparents and sisters hadn't sacrificed themselves for the Patriarch, that bastard would be dead."
Stella held back a sniffle as her arms dangled off the side of the bench.
"And what does my family get for their sacrifice?
The right to fight for our position among the other families?" I could tell my father was suffering. He was never the most talented at cultivation, and his foundation was already weak. So I begged him not to push for the Star Core realm. Stella never finished the sentence, and instead opted to watch Ashlock's red leaves gently sway in the wind. The weather was perfect, and the chorus of summer helped lighten Stella's mood. Somewhat.
"Those bastards want to kill me.
What kind of 13-year-old is expected to strive for the Star Core realm? My father was over 100 when he attempted to ascend and form his inner Star Core, and he died trying." Her hands balled into fists at her sides.
"Tree, you may not know of the horrors out there in the wilderness, but the spirit beasts outnumber us cultivators 1,000 to 1.
So when there's a beast tide, if the sect doesn't have a monarch realm cultivator, the only option is abandoning the sect and migrating to new lands. If I can't become a Grand Elder by age 18, I'll be cast out of the sect and be left to die out there." Ashlock tactically sniped Stella's head by dropping fruit.
"Ow!"
Stella rubbed her head and scowled at the tree.
"What was that for?"
She picked up the golden apple and sensed the thick Ki, and her stomach rumbled from the delicious scent. As she took a bite, her eyes went wide, and she said with her mouth full,
so good. Thank you." She ignored the tears streaming down her face and relished the delicious fruit. That was the fruit Ashlock had poured a lot of ki into 6 months ago. Sigh. This is quite the conundrum. Ashlock had felt firsthand the difference between Stella's ki and the Grand Elder's. If he guessed correctly, the Grand Elder was in the elusive Starcore realm, one major realm above Stella. I can't imagine Stella could obtain that amount of power in just 5 short years. Hell, I went from the 1st to the 6th layer of the ki realm in that time. Stella would need to obtain 7 layers in a higher realm in the same time frame. Tree, thank you for the snack. I feel much better now. Stella patted his bark with red eyes and tear-stained cheeks. It may be impossible, but miracles can always come to those who try. Stella then marched directly toward the training courtyard and spent the next few hours smashing the ever-living shit out of the training dummies. Finally, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Stella collapsed in exhaustion. Seeing Stella work so hard inspired the slothful tree to finally do something useful. I can sleep during the winter, but while summer persists, I'd best use my time. No more pointless sleeping. Maybe. The horrors of the hibernate skill made him almost terrified of closing his eyes. What if he got trapped in that state of mind again? Ashlock decided to run away from sleep by distracting himself, and his first action was to utilize his new skill, Deep Roots. First, the ki that he had collected throughout the day surged toward his roots like a cascading waterfall, and he felt them wiggle with power. Next, his roots began to expand like little fingers, seeping into every nook or crack in the rock. Then, as the roots weaseled their way in, the ki caused the root to rapidly expand, causing the rock to fracture and crack more, allowing the roots to delve even deeper. It was a horrifically slow, ki-intensive, and mind-numbing process. Luckily, his roots helped hold the rock together, so there was little chance of the mountain collapsing. Soon the entire mountain will be one big tree. Chapter 9. Thunderstruck. Despite Ashlock's bold claims, his biology didn't agree with his newfound aversion to sleep. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a wave of fatigue assaulted his mind, and before he knew it, the sun had risen once again, and it was the start of a new day. I wish I had this power when I was a human, Ashlock grumbled as he reminisced about the many nights he'd spent gazing at the ceiling, with the clock reading 5 a.m. and his stomach grumbling. Being a tree isn't so bad after all. Ashlock didn't need to worry about work or his next meal. Heck, he didn't even need to pay taxes anymore. He was both free from Earth's rigorous constraints, yet strangely less free than ever before. He was trapped in a body of wood and sap, rooted in place for all eternity. Ashlock looked around and took in the view. Likely the only sight he would see for the rest of his ageless life. Perhaps it was the time-skipping, or just his natural biology, but even after living here for 5 years, Ashlock felt like this was his home, where he belonged more than anywhere else. Ashlock was secure. His roots were deep, and his leaves were exposed to the heavens above. A breeze blew by, and Ashlock watched as the lush purple grass danced in the wind. Nature was somehow even more breathtakingly beautiful when he had become nature. As a spiritual tree with command over ki, he could see in all directions and sense everything. Unlike a human mind that was limited to its eyes and ears, Ashlock could take everything in at once. The silky feathers of every bird perched on his branches, the vibrant colors of every blooming flower throughout the courtyard, even Stella's flowing hair and steady breathing as she cultivated were within Ashlock's senses. The world was teeming with life, and he was part of that cycle.
As his thoughts drifted from one mundane thing to another, the sun sailed across the sky, and as the horizon glowed a mellow orange, Ashlock fell asleep. The following day saw the rapid accumulation of cumulonimbus clouds that darkened the sky and cast a dreary mood on Red Vine Peak's courtyard.
"A big storm is coming, Tree," Stella commented as she munched on one of Ashlock's golden fruits with a smile and swung her legs off the side of the makeshift bench. Unfortunately, there weren't many fruits left, and Ashlock sadly didn't have the key to make more. Currently, he was devoting all of his ki to furthering his cultivation realm. Demonic Spirit Sapling, age 5. Key realm, 6th stage. Skills. Ashlock glared at his summary. When would he be considered a tree rather than a sapling? What even was the definition of a tree in the first place? All Ashlock knew was that anything involving trees was incredibly slow. 5 years felt like a few months to him, so it made sense. Suddenly, Ashlock felt a small jolt of ki. It was barely noticeable, like a fly landing on one's skin. Where did that come from? Unfortunately, Ashlock's system was rather bare bones, and unless he acquired some kind of AI or diagnostic skill, he would have to manually search for the cause himself. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary in the courtyard. It took a second for Ashlock to remember he had activities occurring in the mountain's depths. Ashlock liked to think he had made a lot of progress, but it had been 2 days, and he had dug around 10 meters. 5 meters per day is horrifically slow. If I had to guess, this mountain is easily over 8,000 meters tall. It will take me 5 years to reach the base at this rate. Nevertheless, Ashlock felt his root network, and soon located the small spike in ki. One of his deepest roots toward the mountain's northern side had come across a small deposit of a silver rock. It seemed to shimmer like mercury, but was as hard as iron. Ashlock wrapped his roots around the small deposit and felt some ambient ki from the rock. Some kind of mana stone? Ki stone? What would this even be called? Its name was ultimately not important, but the implications of its discovery were. This mountain contained a rock that provided ki. Can I absorb this ki somehow? Ashlock tightened the roots around the rock and tried to capture as much ambient ki as possible. To his surprise, the amount was quite considerable, around the same rate he gained from his meditation technique. But there was a significant problem. The ki can't travel far up my root. Ashlock tried to suck the ki up the root and to his main body, but the attempt reminded him of that one time he tried to drink through a stupidly long straw. The distance, despite only being 10 meters, was simply too far. The ki faded out, absorbed by his root as it traveled, eventually becoming so weak it wasn't worth the effort. But Ashlock didn't plan to give up. There had to be a use for this underground deposit he had discovered. If he could talk, he would have asked Stella if it was valuable and have her dig it up. But that was impossible. As Ashlock's deep roots skill continued its operations, a thought manifested in the tree's mind. I am currently providing the ki necessary for the skill to function, but what if I used this rock to power the skill instead? Like a battery. Ashlock decided it was worth testing. Ashlock forced the skill to keep operating, but cut off the ki supply to that root. He then waited. And waited. The root was still utilizing the ki that was stored within, but eventually it paused. The root was unable to keep tunneling through the rock. The mercury rock shimmered brighter as the roots surrounding it started forcefully sucking its ki away. It works! Ashlock was ecstatic as he watched the root he had cut off from his supply of ki continue tunneling down. And I still have a connection to it. How convenient. The root was still connected to Ashlock's main body, so he could supply it with ki if needed, but for now it was deriving all its power from the mineral deposit. When Ashlock returned his sights to the courtyard, Stella was gone.
A quick search, and Ashlock found her back on the runic formation, diligently cultivating. The sun was slowly setting, but it was hard to tell through the thick cloud cover. Ashlock awoke to a storm of horrific proportions. Thunder boomed like an awakened god throughout the land, and rain pummeled Ashlock's leaves and branches, making them violently sway in the relentless winds. Using his Eye of the Tree God skill, Ashlock located Stella. Despite the unfavorable outside conditions, she sat with her back straight, her eyes closed, and her hands wide open as if heralding the arrival of her savior. Her damp blonde hair was plastered against her face as purple flames roared to life across her skin, making her a beacon of light in the darkened world. Yet even from here, Ashlock could feel the chaotic ki rushing around with the storm, particularly around the runic formation that Stella so resolutely sat upon. So, cultivating during a storm can lead to great benefits. Ashlock tried to activate his meditation skill, but nothing happened. The dense clouds blocked out any sunlight, turning day to night, and the wind made his leaves unable to capture anything. But looking to the sky, Ashlock learned his sphere of vision had expanded to include the clouds above. Streaks of lightning illuminated the clouds in flashes of blue and white, followed by roaring thunder. Then, suddenly, one of the streaks of lightning arced toward him like a coiling dragon hungry to strike. Ashlock's world went white as the lightning obliterated one of his branches. Lightning ki wrapped around Ashlock's trunk and raced between his branches, causing them to burn. Smoke bellowed from his left side, near the impact site, as a fire bloomed to life inside his trunk. Ashlock was delirious as horrendous pain spread through his body. Ashlock had burned himself on a stove once or twice back on Earth, but this felt worse. Way worse. Like gasoline pouring down his throat and then being set on fire from within. Tree! Ashlock's brain was fuzzy as his body fought against the invading fire. Like resources in a human body suffering from blood loss, moisture and sap were rerouted from his roots and lower body to deal with the blaze, causing him to become sluggish. As more and more of his body became charred wood, his cognitive functions decreased further. Tree, don't die! Hey! Ashlock felt tender hands trying to climb up his 10-meter-tall trunk to the source of the blaze. Don't leave me all alone! Ashlock heard Stella cry over the howling wind. He then felt Stella's legs coiling around his branch as she hung upside down. Stella thrust her purple, flame-covered hands into the smoking hole and attempted to blast the lightning's flames away. Fight the fire, you stupid tree! You can do it! Stella cried out as residual lightning, still arcing between his branches, lashed out at the girl, forcing her to use her own ki to defend against the onslaught. Thunder and rain continued to roar, making Stella's shouting and insults harder and harder to decipher for the slowly dying tree. Despite Stella's best efforts, Ashlock was just a 5-year-old sapling with a pathetic amount of ki. Surviving a typical lightning strike would have been possible for Ashlock, but one empowered with ki? Unlikely. Was this the end? Death by a stray strike from the gods? But right as everything was going dark, he saw 2 notifications flicker to life in his mind. Skill, Fire Resistance. Grade D, Learned. Skill, Lightning Ki Resistance. Grade C, Learned. It seemed the gods hadn't abandoned him after all. With his last bit of consciousness, Ashlock told the system to redirect all the ambient ki raging around his body toward his roots and ki fruit production skill. Tree! Stella's tears joined the rain cascading down his trunk and dripping from his leaves. Stay with me, please. I have nothing left. Ashlock wanted to comfort the distraught girl, tell her he would be fine. Alas, he could not. The world faded, and his consciousness slipped into a deep slumber. Chapter 10. Fractured Mind. Stella felt helpless as the thunder roared in her ears and freezing rain cascaded from above, causing her to shiver and her breath to steam. Due to the relentless rain and her own efforts, the key-powered flames from the lightning strike within the tree trunk finally died out. Stella collapsed to her knees before the charred trunk, and mud splashed on her black cloak with the symbol of the Blood Lotus sect proudly embroidered on her chest.
"Tree, why do you face the wrath of the heavens?" Stella muttered to herself as she gazed up at the chaotic sky. Lightning flashed between the dark clouds as if ancient calamities were battling in the realms above. Stella knew that one day she would also face the wrath of the heavens. As a cultivator, it was a natural part of her progression. Stella felt lost, confused. Her eyes were focused as she set her sights on the smoldering tree. For her, the tree represented stability. It was always there, growing alongside her and offering fruits to relieve her hunger. It never spoke, but it didn't need to. She understood its desire for growth, yet she admired its selflessness and charity. But now it was in a state of instability, half destroyed and lifeless. Its spirit was weak and barely noticeable, like a flickering candlelight in the howling wind. If she didn't help the tree somehow, it might be extinguished forever. Demonic cultivators like Stella were at the peak of selfishness. They destroyed, devoured, consumed everything for power. They cultivated the principle of one standing above all rather than defeating the beast tides through cooperation. Yet the tree not only took the key of the dead, as every demonic tree did, but also recycled the dead into a new life through its fruits and its own growth. Stella felt the clouds above stir, and she made a decision that, while it may have been foolish, she deemed necessary for her future. Standing up, she brought purple flames roaring to life, and the water drenching her body evaporated in a rush of steam. The mud caked on her shins also slid off as she stepped forward. "Tree, I don't know why you're facing a heavenly tribulation so early, but let's face it together." When forming a star core, one would naturally attract the wrath of the heavens. Stella was still many layers away from such a threat, nor could she ascend to such a high realm in a mere 5 years, but right now that didn't matter. It was time to take a risk. Another roar of thunder rolled over the mountains as Stella used her movement technique. It was ill-advised to use key-based techniques now, as her soul core took a long time to replenish, but she had no other option. Although she had super strength and could jump high, the tree was over 10 meters tall and had many branches in the way. A trail of purple flames manifested on the tree's trunk as Stella sprinted up its side with her movement technique. Using her hand to shield her eyes from the relentless rain from above, Stella looked up at the sky from atop the tree with an unsettled mind. "It's coming again." Stella could feel the restless key as the world displayed displeasure for the tree's continued existence. Stella sat cross-legged on the highest branch and felt warm air rising from the open hole on the tree's left side, where the lightning had struck and dying flames still festered. Purple fire shrouded the young girl's form as she braced for the impact of lightning. Unfortunately, she didn't have to wait long. The heavens made their anger known with another vigorous blow. The world illuminated as a lightning bolt sprang from a nearby cloud like an archer's arrow, eager to annihilate its prey. Stella screamed. The bolt struck her location as if drawn by the open hole of the tree below. The tree took the brunt of the impact, the lightning key striking the wood but mysteriously doing far less damage than last time, only managing to destroy another branch and leave a burning indent in the tree's side, which was quickly dispelled as if the struggling fire kept the wood burning as fuel. Stella, however, didn't know of the tree's increased resistance to lightning and fire, so instead she gritted her teeth as she tried to take on as much lightning as possible. Like last time, the tree's branches acted as a conductor, and the lightning key, unable to penetrate the tree's 6th stage ambient key, had no choice but to seek out another conductor. Perhaps a fleshy human that had volunteered herself to become a lightning rod. Stella's hair frizzled as the bounding lightning between the tree branches lashed at her. She clamped her eyes shut to avoid being blinded and instead concentrated on breathing properly and keeping herself covered in purple flames. With the rain, the noise, the bright lights, and her overwhelming desire to protect, Stella had to concentrate harder than ever on maintaining her soul core and keeping it topped up with ki. As residual lightning struck her, she felt her ki deplete rapidly. But the chaotic ki and her concentration helped her rekindle her soul core's reserves. Despite the situation, a smile appeared on her face as she felt her progress quicken. It was hard to find adverse conditions to push her limits here, alone on Red Vine Peak. So long as the tree survived, today would be a good day. Ashlock awoke, and he felt drunk. An unfathomable headache racked his mind from within, and his vision, despite being spiritual, was fragmented, limited, and blurry. Tiny jolts of pain around his branches helped jumpstart his mind and focus, like getting slapped in the face. Idle Tree Daily Sign-In System, Day 2008. Daily credit, 33. Sacrifice credit, 0. Sign-in? Huh? Ashlock's mind spun into gear, and he focused on the numbers of the daily sign-in system. The fact there were 33 unspent daily credits suggested a month had passed by. What happened? He questioned himself in a sluggish voice. The fact that he was missing half his vision and his body felt wrecked helped jog his memory of suffering a rather hefty attack from the sky. Looking around, Ashlock's blurry vision picked up gray stones with glowing silvery lines like shimmering mercury. Concentrating on one thing was challenging. His mind was drowsy and drifting in and out of consciousness. But even in the haze, he could see a girl shrouded in purple flames sitting atop him with her eyes closed, breathing steady. If he looked a little closer, sparks of purple lightning ran through her hair and between her fingertips. Slowly, over the course of an hour, Ashlock was able to regain some focus without falling back asleep. Surrounding him in a circular formation were familiar stone blocks. If his memory served him correctly, they were the stones that made up the runic formation Stella used to cultivate. Did she move her runic formation to be around me? Ashlock wondered. He felt the subtle current of ki being pulled toward the formation. His leaves captured some of it, and the rest went in and out of Stella's lungs as she cycled her cultivation technique. When he used his Eye of the Tree God, his mind screamed in pain, but Ashlock ignored it. He needed to get a full rundown of his condition, and without an aerial view it would be impossible. Well, that doesn't look good at all. His left side, facing the pavilion's kitchen, was utterly charred black. It was hard to tell compared to his usual black bark, but the unburned side had a glossy and pleasant tint, whereas the burned side was jagged, raw, and untamed, like the side of a volcano. Would this be considered a manly scar for a tree? Ashlock sadly chuckled to himself. It was apparent why he could no longer see anything in that direction, as the wood was dead and no longer part of him. It would seem the charred bark stopped the rest of his body from functioning. Alongside his destroyed half, he counted 9 dents, likely given by multiple lightning strikes. Sigh. I knew I would get hit by lightning eventually. It was just a matter of time. As a tree atop an 8,000-meter-high mountain, I would be the quickest route to the ground for any lightning strikes for miles. Ashlock remembered seeing the charred, lifeless trees in the courtyard of the neighboring mountain. It was obvious what had happened to them. Canceling the skill, Ashlock returned to his fractured view of the courtyard and huffed in annoyance. This simply won't do. It's like someone is holding an eye patch over one of my eyes with weird holes through it. Ashlock tried to think of a solution,
but like always, it came down to his golden finger in this world. His system. Idletree Daily Sign-In System. Day 2008. Daily credit 33. Sacrifice credit 0. Sign in? Yes, Ashlock said with a slur, and a notification popped up. User is too damaged to receive a system manifestation. Damage calculated at 67%. Repair body with credits? Yes or no? Oh, a repair feature. How helpful. Ashlock felt things finally going his way, so he happily pressed yes. 33 credits consumed. The few clouds littering the sky seemed to part as a ray of sunshine beamed down on Ashlock, illuminating him in a warm, golden glow. Stella's eyes snapped open as she felt the heavenly light on her back. Looking down at the tree, she saw the smallest of the 9 holes seal up before her eyes. Tree? You're awake? How are you healing like that? A smile bloomed on her face. 3.3% of damage repaired, 63.7% remaining. Meanwhile, Ashlock was yelling at the system in rage. Stupid fucking system! A month's worth of credits for 3% of the damage to be repaired? Why didn't you tell me of this horrendous conversion rate? Oi! Give me back my points, you scamming bastard! Alas, the system cared not for his plight, and the notification drifted away without a care in the world. Letting out a deep sigh, Ashlock felt his willpower to stay awake vacating him. Well, although it will be a slow process, I should heal naturally. Best to save my points for a new skill or something. Due to this new runic formation surrounding me, I am getting far more ki than before, so I should heal and cultivate faster. Tree, hey, don't sleep again. I'll go get you food. Ashlock would have really liked to listen to the girl's ramblings, but sadly, it would have to wait for another day. Or maybe another year. Chapter 11. Passage of Time. Damage calculated at 0%. Sleep mode deactivated. Red Vine Peak had undergone some significant changes since Ashlock last saw it. The familiar purple grass courtyard was replaced with smooth gray stone of the highest quality, engraved with a shimmering silver metal that gleamed under the summer rays. A dense stream of chaotic ki danced around Ashlock as if he were the center of a grand whirlpool. The world's energy felt revitalizing, like a jacuzzi. Ashlock relished the pleasant feeling. Ashlock was oblivious to his world's common sense, but there was no way such a sizable runic formation was easy or cheap to build. Did Stella build all of this so I would heal faster? Ashlock inspected his body and confirmed the earlier system message was accurate. He was fully healed and looked better than ever. The charred bark was gone, and the evidence of such an incident was lost with time. Only he, and maybe Stella, if she became immortal, would remember what happened. Ashlock hummed to himself as he looked at his branches. They were practically dripping in various types of fruit. Some had clearly been plucked recently, as there were glaring gaps in a few fruit clusters. Perhaps Stella's been feasting on them. Ashlock glanced around and failed to spot the girl. Maybe she went out. A breeze blew by, rustling Ashlock's scarlet leaves, and it was only now in the stifling silence that Ashlock realized he was terribly lonely without Stella. Letting out a sigh, Ashlock decided to busy himself to pass the time. I should catch up on what's changed while I was sleeping. Status! Demonic Spirit Sapling. Age 7. Key Realm 7th Stage. Skills. 7 years old? When Ashlock had fallen asleep, he had barely been halfway through the 5th year of his life. A part of him winced at the thought that a year and a half had seemingly vanished. Those were days he could never get back. But there was another startling point. He had gone up a stage in the Key Realm and was now at the 7th stage. Cultivating in my sleep seems a bit
ridiculous. It made Ashlock think of all those people back on Earth that preached the importance of a side hustle that generated passive income. Isn't everything about being a tree passive? I have very little control over anything. Ashlock had successfully made himself sad again, so he looked at his skills to see if anything had changed. Eye of the Tree God, Grade A. Deep Roots, Grade A. Language of the World, Grade B. Key Fruit Production, Grade C. Devour, Grade C. Hibernate, Grade C. Lightning Key Resistance, Grade C. Lightning Key Protection, Grade B. Fire Resistance, Grade D. Fire Key Resistance, Grade C. Basic Poison Resistance, Grade F. Basic Meditation, Grade F. Ashlock paused for a while and read over his skills. They were mostly the same, except for a new piece of UI that he had never seen before. My skills can upgrade? Once again, Ashlock wanted to smack himself for not thinking it was possible. His previous shock had come from learning a skill outside of the sign-in rewards, so it was only natural that he could upgrade his skills as well. However, what caused an upgrade was now a question gnawing at Ashlock's mind. Let's think. The two skills that upgraded were resistance skills, if my memories serve me correctly. I was struck at least 9 times by lightning strikes during that storm almost 2 years ago. Those lightning strikes were key-enhanced, likely due to the chaotic weather, so Lightning Key Resistance, a C-grade skill, upgraded to Lightning Key Protection, a supposed B-grade skill, while I slept. Ashlock mulled over the difference in naming. His previous dismissiveness toward the power of his skills had been cast away, and now, if a skill was at the C-grade or higher, he took them seriously. What is the difference between resistance and protection? And that was the only clue left for him by the system. Ashlock thought long and hard. Resistance means not being as affected by something, whereas protection outright stops the threat from ever doing any harm. So in terms of lightning, resistance should mean I would still get damaged by lightning, just not as much. Meanwhile, protection would be like a shield? Ashlock scrutinized the clear blue sky and silently begged the heavens to test him again with their vicious lightning. I have been an evil tree. Strike me down if you dare. Ashlock hollered at the mighty heavens while waving a metaphorical fist like a grumpy old man. A bird landed happily on his branch where it had made a nest and fed a gray slug-like creature to its awaiting children. Ashlock sighed. It was hard to give off evil tree vibes when a stupid bird could use his branches as free real estate. At least pay to stay here with shiny coins or something, Ashlock grumbled to himself. Right, back to the skills. I keep getting sidetracked. Ashlock peeked back at the list, and there was one last skill upgrade. Fire Resistance, Grade D, and Fire Key Resistance, Grade C. Well, this one is a little easier to figure out. The D-grade skill clearly offers resistance to standard flames, whereas Fire Key Resistance will give me resistance to fire powered by ki rather than flames fueled by oxygen. It's interesting that the world considers them two separate things, and it would appear ki-based attacks are in a league of their own, above standard elemental attacks. Anything else to check up on? Ashlock did plan to check his sign-in system, but first he wanted to confirm everything else. How about down below? It had been about 1.5 years. Surely he had made some progress through the mountain. Ashlock struggled to hold back his shock as he felt down below. His roots spread for thousands of meters, and he was around halfway down the mountain at this point. Oh my God. Look at all these mineral deposits. Ashlock still did not know the true name for the silvery metal that seemed to power the runic formation, but the mountain was abundant with the stuff. Ashlock painstakingly counted over 100 such deposits spread throughout the mountain. To his relief, it seemed his roots had learned from the previous experience and were latched around each mineral deposit. Never underestimate the versatility and genius of an A-grade skill.
As deep roots was one of his 2 A-grade skills, it was naturally a source of pride for Ashlock. Sadly, the mineral deposits only helped me dig deeper rather than improve my own cultivation. Ashlock thought back to Deep Roots' abilities. It allowed him to dig deeper and make tunnels. However, he hadn't tried the tunnel-making feature due to having low key reserves and only discovering 1 mineral deposit. But now, with so much ambient key surrounding him due to the runic formation and the many mineral deposits scattered throughout the mountain, he should be able to use that feature. Well, here goes nothing. Metaphorically closing his eyes, Ashlock willed the Deep Root skill to work its magic. Ashlock felt the ground tremble as the roots bulged outward, causing the rock to crack in protest. This doesn't seem very stable. Ashlock's thoughts were rendered useless as he watched his now slightly hollowed roots open up and consume the loose rocks, and then, like a very slow conveyor belt, the pebbles were carried within the roots. But where can the stone go? Ashlock traced the direction the rock was heading in his mind. It wasn't upward or downward. Rather, it was sideways. Does the skill plan to expel the rock out the side of the mountain? With anything tree-related, Ashlock would likely know the answer in a few days, if not months. Unfortunately, the rock being carried by the viscous sap within the roots seemed about as motivated to move as he was to stay awake, which was to say, not very motivated at all. Reminds me of public transport, so bloody slow. Ashlock chuckled at his memories from Earth before regaining focus. Anything else to check up on? Ashlock used his Eye of the Tree God to scout out the pavilion for anything interesting. Oh, look! The koi fish in the pond have had children, and they seem rather large already. To Ashlock, no time had passed at all. One moment he closed his eyes with half his body scorched and ruined, and the next time he woke to a fully healed body. The rapid passage of time was jarring and hard to ground in reality, but little things like seeing baby fish in the pond helped Ashlock comprehend it. Other than the new fish, some plants were added to the exotic garden, and some had grown slightly more mature. Good to see my fellow plants are doing well. His roots were so expansive at this point that they ran below the entire pavilion, meaning some of his ambient ki seemed to be helping all the plants in the courtyards bloom. Despite the pavilion's immense size, as usual, it was desolate of people. It was like an abandoned site that would soon succumb to nature. But a few traces of footsteps amongst the dust suggested some recent activity. Ashlock checked around the entire mountain, including the steps, and even peeked into the misty fog of the neighboring peak, but alas, there was no sign of Stella. Since there was nothing else to do, Ashlock summoned his system. All right, time to sign in. Idle Tree Daily Sign-In System. Day 2774. Daily credit 766. Sacrifice credit 0. Sign in? Wow. Ashlock was aware that a lot of time had passed, but seeing it in numerical form really hammered in the fact that over 700 days had passed. Now the question is, should I save up or spend now? Ashlock sat there for a few hours, mulling over the decision. As a tree, he had patience and time on his side. There was no threat breathing down the back of his neck demanding he spend right away, so he should wait. Right? The door to the pavilion swung open. Its creaking door broke Ashlock from his thoughts as a familiar but somewhat different face entered. That is almost freaky. The girl in Ashlock's mind didn't match up with the young lady. When he had last seen Stella, she was a 13-year-old girl who reminded him of a scared kitten, but she was now almost 15 and walked with far more purpose and pride than before. Puberty was no joke, as she had changed considerably in such a short time. Stella was a little taller, had sharper features, and her scared child's demeanor was long gone. Her black cloak, which had seemed a little baggy and odd for a child to wear, now fit her form perfectly as she strolled into the courtyard. As she got closer, while subconsciously twirling the black wooden-handled daggers in her hands, her face was a cold mask, almost unrecognizable. Ashlock groaned. Has she become one of those ice-cold beauties I heard so much about? Sadly, it seemed to be the case, as the girl that had once been so bubbly and full of life coldly appraised the courtyard, meticulously checking every runic stone underfoot as she walked. It wasn't until she was a few steps from Ashlock that her head snapped upwards and her eyes went wide. The cold facade vanished, and Ashlock once again saw the vulnerable child with an odd obsession with a tree return. Tree! She practically threw herself forward and placed both palms on Ashlock's freshly healed trunk. You took far too long to heal, so I built this runic formation for you. She nervously stepped back and rubbed her cheek as she surveyed the courtyard. Hope you don't mind. I did have to destroy the rather scenic courtyard to make space for it, but it should be worth it. Ashlock found the sudden change in her demeanor around him rather amusing, maybe even a little endearing. Glad to see she's doing well. When Ashlock had seen the cold look on her face a moment ago, he was worried the lack of his presence had sent her down a dark path. So, Tree? How have you been? Feeling better? Stella leaned forward and patted his trunk. Her blonde hair fell forward, revealing the red leaf earrings he had gifted her all those years ago. Oh boy, do I have a story to tell you. The young woman collapsed onto the bench, which Ashlock noticed had been upgraded to lovely, handcrafted oak. Stella went to open her mouth. So noisy, Ashlock grumbled. He skillfully dropped a large fruit on her head, causing the girl to yelp. What was that for? Stella shook her fist at the tree in a playful manner, then giggled while biting into the fruit. Yummy. Oh, speaking of food, I went hunting this year and have some snacks for you. A ring on Stella's hand flashed with ki, and suddenly the entire courtyard was piled high with monster corpses of every type imaginable. Ashlock could barely hold back the sudden surge of hunger. It was time to feast. Chapter 12. A Pact with the Devil. Stella lay back on the oak bench like a slothful empress as she snacked on the plentiful fruit droppings from Ashlock's branches. She had an idle hand resting on Ashlock's trunk as she felt the chaotic ki rampaging throughout the tree's giant body. It was fascinating to witness. Some mystical force she couldn't understand was micromanaging the chaotic ki by condensing it into fruit or pushing it down into the tree's roots. To Stella's surprise, the tree did not push back on her invasive ki like last time. Instead, it welcomed her like a guest, making her feel warm. So, bringing you snacks is the way to win you over. What a glutton. With a light chuckle, Stella pushed her hair behind her ear and smiled as she surveyed the courtyard. Black vines covered in tiny thorns had sprung up through the gaps in the runic formation and mummified as many of the corpses as possible. The stench of blood wafted through the air, but Stella didn't mind. Instead, she lay back peacefully, closed her eyes, and quietly hummed to herself as she enjoyed the summer breeze. This is so much easier than last time, Ashlock hummed to himself as he let the system take care of the chaotic ki. With his vast root network, he could shove endless amounts of ki down into the mountain. Although it felt rather wasteful, he had no other way to store the ki anyway, due to his low cultivation, so he might as well speed up the process of his mountain-delving project. A week passed, and Stella lounged on the bench for most of it. These cultivators are a completely different breed of human from those from Earth. If Ashlock had been reborn in a park back on Earth, the humans would have stayed for an hour or two at most before having to attend to something. But in a cultivator world, the pursuit of strength required patience, discipline, and meditation,
all of which could be achieved under the canopy of a friendly tree. By now, the courtyard was nearly empty of corpses. Only a pile of bones and a blood-stained runic formation remained. Sensing his calming ki, Stella's eyes fluttered open, and as she stretched her back, she yawned. "Had your fill, Tree? How was it?" "Good question," Ashlock said to himself as he summoned his sign-in system to check. Idle Tree Daily Sign-in System. Day 2781. Daily credit 773. Sacrifice credit 1827. Sign in. Holy shit, that is 5 years' worth of credits. Ashlock's leaves rustled and swayed as he got excited. 1,000 credits got me A-grade skills, but I have 2,600 now. Ashlock quickly calmed down and got serious. Should he draw? What if the requirement for a skill higher than an A grade was 3,000 points, or 10,000? The words were at the tip of his non-existent tongue. He wanted to say them so badly. Fuck it. Sign in. Sign in successful. 2,600 credits consumed. Unlocked an S-grade summon. World Walker. Summon? World Walker? Ashlock's mind blanked. I can summon things? Since when? Summon World Walker, yes or no? Ashlock didn't hesitate and pressed yes. Stella stepped back from the demonic tree with a concerned look. The ki surrounding the tree had suddenly become chaotic, like a raging storm. Bolts of high-charged ki like lightning flashed out, and the tree glowed with power. Stella looked up. Above its scarlet leaves, a crack in reality appeared. It was a single black line without depth, shadow, or light, something simply impossible. Purple flames sprang to life across Stella's shoulders and arms. Lightning crackled between her fingers with uncontrollable fury. She activated her earrings, artifacts she had learned to control over the years. Her eyes became swirling abysses. Anything that gazed at them would feel uncontrollable terror. She wanted to be prepared for what was coming. The black line opened. An eye without a pupil, easily 3 trees tall, glimpsed through the gap in reality. It shifted, scrutinizing everything with alien curiosity. Ashlock was baffled. What on earth was going on? He could only watch in absolute horror at what was occurring. In moments like these, Ashlock realized the system was not to be trifled with. His branches suddenly began to grow rapidly upward, toward the rift in reality, like a hand of spindly fingers reaching for the stars. The branches elongated, but withered as they approached the alien eye that gazed on in amusement. Summon failed. Cultivation deemed too low. What? Ashlock roared in his mind as the branches cracked and flaked away in the presence of the rift. No, my credits! Ashlock watched in horror as the tower of cards came crashing down and years of effort crumbled before his eyes. The rift began to close, the eye lazily moving away, leaving only a hazy vision of the demonic land beyond. But a small figure, a mere dot of white compared to the gargantuan crack in reality, sprang through before the rift sealed and its immense pressure vanished. The creature landed gracefully on Ashlock's largest branch and curiously looked around. It was a squirrel. The most mythical one Ashlock had ever seen. Its snow-white fur was like silk against Ashlock's bark, and its golden honey eyes gleamed with intelligence as it examined the place and crossed its arm in a suspiciously human manner. Question mark, question mark, question mark? Wishes to form a pact. What? A pact? There was no way in hell Ashlock was signing a devil's contract with a mythical squirrel that had just emerged from another realm where a creature with an eye the size of a skyscraper lurked. The information flooded Ashlock's mind. A pact was a partnership where the mutual parties agreed to coexist peacefully. It differed significantly from a summon, as it didn't involve mind control.
Can I change the conditions?
Ashlock wanted to include Stella in the pact. Life without her company would be too painful at this point. The squirrel received the altered pact and looked down at Stella. The young woman had clearly not noticed the squirrel, as she had deactivated her purple flames and glared at where the rift had closed with a distraught expression. Ashlock then saw the squirrel materialize on Stella's shoulder, scaring the ever-living shit out of her. "What?" Ashlock looked back at his branch, and sure enough, the squirrel had vanished. How did it do that? He hadn't felt any ki fluctuations, and the coverage of his immediate surroundings was perfect. Stella glared at the creature and was frozen in shock as the squirrel poked her cheek with its small finger. Stella still had her earrings of absolute fear equipped and active, yet the squirrel's golden eyes looked straight into Stella's without flinching. Then the squirrel reached up and poked Stella again, this time on the nose, causing her to yelp. "Stop it! What are you?" Stella pushed the squirrel's finger away with her own. However, the squirrel didn't resist Stella's touch, and instead held the tip of her finger in its tiny hand. It then pulled Stella's finger closer and pressed its head forward into Stella's palm, allowing the startled girl to give it a head massage. Stella's expression went from shock to utter adoration in seconds. "Oh my, aren't you the most precious thing ever?" Stella exclaimed. The squirrel's desire for head rubs grew, so it forcefully gripped the side of Stella's hand and moved her hand up and down, its eyes closed in apparent bliss. Ashlock watched the scene and felt a little left out. He wanted to give the demonic realm-jumping squirrel a pat on the head, too. Stella giggled as she played with the squirrel's fluffy tail swooshing in the summer breeze. Then, as she stared into the squirrel's curious golden eyes, she said with a smile, "Little guy, I think I will call you Maple. How about it?" The squirrel gave Stella a thumbs up, much to her shock, before vanishing into thin air. Maple has accepted the pact. Without any warning, the squirrel had reappeared on Ashlock's branch. Ashlock tried to hide his utter surprise. "Maple, huh? Welcome aboard." The squirrel nodded his head as if agreeing with his welcome. "Wait, you can understand me?" Ashlock's mind spun with possibilities. Maple tilted his little head and gave a curious smile. Ashlock couldn't tell if the squirrel was doing random movements or really understood him. "Do a spin." Maple rolled his eyes, but complied, pretending to chase his tail. The scratching of his claws against Ashlock's bark seemed to draw Stella's attention as she started rushing toward the tree. "A squirrel might chase its tail for fun without me asking." Ashlock grumbled at his own stupidity. "Do a flip." There was no way a squirrel would do that randomly for fun. Maple paused, crossed his arms, and shook his little snow-white head with a look of disapproval. As if in retaliation for being demanded to do party tricks, the little bugger pulled free of fruit and munched on it. "Maple!" Stella called from below. "You up there?" The little bastard vanished with a pop and reappeared on Stella's shoulder, passing her a fruit it had stolen. "Oh, thank you." Stella took the fruit and gave the little guy a rub on the head. "You little shit." Ashlock seriously debated activating his hibernate skill. Even that torture would be better than being looked down on by a fucking squirrel. Sigh. The life of a tree wasn't easy. Chapter 13. A Tree's Evil Plan. Stella's heart beat loudly in her chest. Maple's silky fur helped calm her mind somewhat, but it was still racing. What was that portal? That eye? I've never heard of such a thing. Stella sat on the oak bench with her back leaning against the tree. Why did Tree grow rapidly upwards to try and get inside that fracture in space? Does Tree want to escape here? Stella hummed to herself as she gave Maple head rubs. The little squirrel was also a mystery, appearing only moments after the rift had closed. Stella had naturally checked the squirrel for ki, but he had none,
which made no sense. Everyone and everything should have had some ki, because without ki there was no life. Ki was the soul's will to enact change in the world. So without any ki, did Maple not have a soul? Was he even alive? Stella let out a sigh. At the end of the day, her useless thoughts meant nothing. Maple was friendly. And so was the tree. Whatever secrets they held were none of her business. Stella was glad the pavilion was vacant in moments like these. Silencing the maids about such an event would have been troublesome. Shaking her head, Stella decided it was time to go out and train. Her cultivation had soared since she assimilated her ki with the Tao of Lightning, but there was still a long way to go until she could pass the Grand Elder examination looming over her head. Maybe I should just give in and practice those demonic cultivation techniques like the others. A cold shudder went down Stella's spine. She rarely left the Red Vine Peak or interacted with other demonic sect elders. They hid it well, but their heart demons were festering and slowly devouring them. Any quick and easy path to power was bound to have some devastating drawbacks, ones Stella wished to avoid. Tree, I have 3 years until the Grand Elder examination. While you were sleeping, I reached the 5th stage of the Soulfire realm. I may need to leave here for a year or so to train. Will you be fine here? Stella naturally didn't expect an answer, so she stood up to leave. However, to her surprise, Maple began tapping her shoulder. What is it, little guy? Stella asked while stroking his head. Maple gave a thumbs up. Stella tilted her head at the odd gesture. Maple pointed to the tree and then did another thumbs up. Tree? Thumbs up? Stella stroked her chin. Are you telling me Tree is fine with me leaving? Maple seemed frustrated with her answer, but nodded his little head anyway. Stella shrugged at the squirrel's bizarre behavior, but he was a wild animal, so he would know more about a tree's mood than her. Wait a second. Can you understand the tree? It was well known that the most powerful spirit trees had spirit beasts or guardians that kept them safe, as they often couldn't defend themselves. Maple nodded vigorously. Stella furrowed her brows as she tried to process the strange situation. She had debated many times if she was crazy for talking to a tree all day, but now she was communicating with a mystical squirrel. Then, a possibly silly thought crossed her mind. Does the tree like my company? Tell her yes, you little bastard, Ashlock pleaded with the squirrel. Since the little thing wasn't an actual summon, but a creature he had made a mutual pact with, he couldn't demand the squirrel do anything. He could only politely suggest and hope he complied. Maple looked at Ashlock with a grin, raised his little hand, and, like a Roman emperor, had a thumb to the side. He then slowly tilted it downwards. What if I made you some acorn-looking fruit? How about it? Maple's little thumb changed direction and turned upwards. Then he gave Stella a nod. Ashlock breathed a sigh of relief as Stella's eyes lit up in excitement. The tree likes me? Relief seemed to wash over the young woman, and a bright smile appeared. I'm so glad. Does he want more food? I can get him some while I train outside. To Ashlock's surprise, Maple nodded without Ashlock begging him to. Had the squirrel just been messing with him this whole time? To be fair, Ashlock had only known the little guy for a few minutes. Not even an hour had passed since he had attempted to summon an S-grade existence from an alternate plane of reality. Well, that settles it then. Stella stood up and started to leave the courtyard. Want to come with me, little guy, or stay here? Stella asked the squirrel while patting his ear. The squirrel vanished from her shoulder, reappeared on Ashlock's trunk, grabbed a cluster of red fruit, and then rematerialized on Stella's shoulder. Maple then lay happily over Stella's shoulder while casually scarfing down the fruits, causing his cheeks to inflate like a hamster's.
Are those travel rations? Stella giggled. Guess you are coming with me then.
Keep Stella safe, and bring some corpses for me if you can, Ashlock said as the pair left the peak. Maple gave him a little thumbs up as they shut the door and descended the mountain. Despite Stella's surprising speed with purple flames erupting from her feet, Maple seemed very chill with the whole situation, not even needing to hold onto her cloak to stay attached. As expected from a squirrel who could survive in such a place, Ashlock sighed and hoped he would never have to feel fear like he did today ever again. The whole situation had tired Ashlock, so he decided to nap. Ashlock awoke to some light rain. With some excitement, he looked to the sky in search of angry clouds that would strike him down with their wrathful lightning. Sadly, the clouds seemed relatively tame, more gloomy than black. Oh well, a bit of rain is always nice. Although Ashlock used Ki to speed up his biology and supplement nutrients that he would have been lacking due to the scarcity of nutritious soil, receiving things like rain and sunlight helped a lot. Ashlock felt much better thanks to his 3-day nap, and his mind was now clear. Without the distractions of Stella or Maple, he could now process the events. Right. Where to even start? I guess the first thing to acknowledge is the ability to summon things, so I can gain new skills, acquire items that I can store in my inventory, and now I can even summon things. Ashlock wondered what other great mysteries he had yet to discover regarding his system. Well, one thing I can add to my list of system knowledge is that 2,600 credits gave me my first S-grade draw. A tingling feeling ran through Ashlock's sap as he remembered that alien eye gazing at him with curiosity. The summon failed, which brings a whole new question. Will I never be able to get anything S-grade until I have upgraded my cultivation? Since the S-grade sign-in reward failed, would he also be unable to use an S-grade skill if he unlocked one? Luckily, Maple came through the rift and formed a pact with me, so it wasn't a total waste of points. But what if I got an S-grade item that was impossible for Stella to use? Maybe I should stick to A-grade draws for now. Deciding that was a good idea, Ashlock chose to pull up his stats. Devouring that many monsters should have led to an increase in my cultivation stage. Demonic Spirit Sapling, age 7, Key Realm, 8th stage, skills. As expected, his cultivation stage had increased from the 7th to the 8th stage of the Key Realm. So I have one more stage to go until the Soulforge Realm. If Ashlock remembered correctly, a cultivator created their soul core at the Soulforge Realm. So once I reach the 9th stage of the Key Realm, I will attempt to form a soul core, and if I am successful, I will be considered a soul fire cultivator. Ashlock then thought of Stella mentioning her realm. Then after the soul core has been formed, a cultivator can climb the next 9 stages in the soul fire realm. Simply put, at the Key Realm, before forming a soul core, cultivators could only harness the Ki within themselves to empower their muscles and live longer lives. If Ashlock wanted to cast external spells with his Ki, he would need his own fire. Just like Stella's purple flames, or the Grand Elder's white flames. So to obtain a personalized fire, Ashlock needed to form a soul core. But the system lets me cast skills, though now that I think about it, these are closer to magic than those fire-based abilities I've seen Stella use. Ashlock hummed to himself as the rain drizzled on his leaves. All this cultivator talk is rather hard to wrap my head around, but the last thing to note is that Stella is at the 5th stage of the Soulfire realm, below the Starcore realm of the Grand Elders. Another bird landed on Ashlock's branch to shelter from the downpour. If I was in the Soulfire realm, could cook this bird in the flames of my soul. For fun, Ashlock tried to fry the bird with his Key Realm cultivation, but all that happened was that his Ki became chaotic and rushed around the bark just below the bird. this pest would land on the ground and lay still, I could cast Devour, but up here is out of the skill's range.
Ashlock then looked closely and saw the bird nibbling on one of its fruits. Out of pure spite, Ashlock summoned his key fruit production menu, selected the cluster of fruit the bird was happily eating, and planned to alter the taste to be as bitter as possible. But then, Ashlock paused. I have basic poison resistance?
Shouldn't I be able to make my fruit poisonous, since I consumed poison to gain residence?
Ashlock chuckled evilly as he found the option to add poisons.
Finally, I can fight back! Ha ha ha!
Ashlock calmed down. It was time to formulate a battle plan. The bird seemed to like the red fruit. There was a slider for the fruit's poison level on the menu. I assumed the highest level would be the same as the poison the servant tried to use to assassinate Stella. If it can kill a soulfire cultivator, surely it can kill a stupid bird. As he mashed the slider all the way to maximum, a prompt appeared. Time to completion, 3 days. Ashlock hit accept, and then patiently watched the bird. Enjoy your last few days, you parasite. Soon you will fall into my waiting clutches. Just stay for 3 days. All right? The bird had its fill and left a few hours later once the downpour ceased, leaving Ashlock to curse the bird's 9 generations for making him waste ki. But more victims would arrive eventually. All he had to do was be patient, something he was a self-certified expert in. Chapter 14. Assassin Tree. Fruit production complete. Ashlock metaphorically rubbed his hands together in glee as he watched the open skies, eagerly anticipating a victim. The juicy red fruit hanging from his highest branches should be too tantalizing for any bird to resist. Due to being in the 8th stage of the Ki realm, Ashlock had little trouble using his Eye of the Tree God skill for extended periods of time. So, while waiting for his prey, he decided to check on his surroundings. Ashlock surveyed the entire mountain, searching for something interesting. As he zoomed in on a particularly steep section of the mountain, he watched a pebble go into free fall. Tumbling down for 1,000 meters, it smashed into many pieces upon impact with the lower part of the peak. Following the path it had taken, Ashlock located a small hole in the side of the mountain. Did one of my roots finally reach the edge of the mountain? It was hard to explain to a human. As a tree, he could feel everything at once, but his mind could only process so much. His body covered thousands of meters when his roots were included, so keeping track of everything was difficult unless something, such as pain, alerted him to an issue. After checking with his roots, Ashlock confirmed that his suspicions were correct, and that the sap conveyor belt was indeed fully operational, with pebbles on the move. This was good news, as the widening of his roots to create a hollow tunnel inside required the removal of the surrounding rock. I would have hoped the rock could be teleported away, or stored in a spatial inventory and then dumped somewhere else. That would have been a far more efficient solution, but with Ashlock's current skill set, this was the best he could do. It was slow, but at least it would eventually get the job done. You never know when you will need an escape tunnel. I could also get Stella to go down there and mine the key minerals. Ashlock had long been accustomed to the way trees had to think. Human decision-making is often short-term, but Ashlock's slow biology forced him to plan for days, weeks, and sometimes even months in advance. For example, if he were to stumble upon a secret room with treasure within the mountain in a few months, without having started the tunneling process now, it would take another few months before he could get Stella or Maple to retrieve the treasure. For now, the tunnels are only wide enough for Maple, if I drain all the sap from them, so it will take a while until Stella can crawl through. Ashlock watched as another pebble was pushed out the opening on the mountainside and tumbled to its demise. Ashlock felt some weight on his branch, so he canceled out his God Eye skill and found himself back in the courtyard surrounded by many rings of stone covered in runic formations.
On his top branch was a curious bird. It was an ugly thing, similar to a vulture, with its gray feathers, crooked neck, and rounded beak with a sickly black tongue hanging out. Its beady eyes locked onto the red fruit, and it shuffled closer. Yes. Ashlock's leaves rustled slightly, causing the bird to look around as if watching out for predators. Ashlock immediately calmed down and quietly moved his key away from the bird to avoid any issues. The vulture completed its surveillance and then returned its attention to the fruit. It got closer. Then, much to Ashlock's dismay, the bird seemed to sniff the fruit and reel back in disgust. It can smell the poison. Darn it, didn't think of that. Ashlock thought back to when the servant tried to assassinate Stella. Now I see why the poison was dissolved in a tea with a strong aroma rather than a cup of water. The poison must have a distinct smell. The vulture dropped down a branch and cautiously sniffed a bundle of purple fruits with black splodges. They were incredibly sour, but were also packed full of ki. The bird seemed confident the fruit contained no poison, so it opened its beak and ate the entire bundle in a single bite. A big mistake. The vulture gagged at the extreme sourness. Its face tensed up, and it couldn't see where it was going. Ashlock's bark was smoother than most trees, so the vulture lost its grip and plummeted to the ground 10 meters below. On the way down, it smacked its head on the armrest of the oak bench Stella often sat on. Then everything went silent. Ashlock stared at the unconscious bird in pure wonder. That was rather unexpected. Ashlock chuckled to himself. He never denied a free meal, so he cast Devour, and black vines erupted from the small patch of grass around him that wasn't covered in stone. The vulture was mummified, and by the next day, any evidence of the unlucky bird was long gone. +2 SC. 2 credits. Not too shabby. The bird was rather large and could detect poison, so it was no easy prey for a tree like Ashlock. Luckily, his genius had prevailed, and the bird had been defeated fair and square. Feeling rather smug about his first ever successful kill with his fruit, Ashlock summoned the daily sign-in. Idletree Daily Sign-In System. Day 2781. Daily credit, 7. Sacrifice credit, 2. Sign-in? Now, Ashlock was no gambling man, but he was feeling lucky. I can power farm points over the winter, and hopefully Stella will return with many monster corpses to devour sometime next year. Ashlock only had a measly 9 credits to his name, but he rarely tested what rewards were available at the low end. So now was a great opportunity. Sign-in. Sign-in successful. 9 credits consumed. Unlocked an E-grade item. 10x Lightning Key Pills. Ashlock eagerly peered into his pocket dimension, where he had stored various items. Currently, only 10 cultivation pills remained, as the earrings and wooden stick had been taken by Stella. The pills come in a small bottle, Ashlock said, as he manipulated the items in his pocket dimension. He unscrewed the cap and took out a pill, feeling the lightning key emanating from it. Can I absorb this pill? He wondered aloud. Ashlock wasn't sure what type of key he had, but what could go wrong? It was just a single E-grade pill. Ashlock decided to crush the pill inside him, and as soon as he did, a storm of lightning ki rapidly expanded outward. However, Ashlock was not worried. His own ki came in like a tsunami, crushing the invading ki and snuffing out anything that remained. He suspected that this was due to his lightning ki protection ability. So it seems my body does not appreciate lightning ki. But this experiment does concern that I can use pills, at least. Ashlock was so lost in his thoughts that the day turned to night, and he didn't notice 2 men approaching the pavilion's door. A knock rang out, followed by a gruff voice. "Stella Crestfallen! Are you inside?" Obviously, there was no reply. Stella had left over a week ago to kill monsters outside the sect. Ashlock activated his Eye of the Tree God skill and observed the visitors. They were dressed from head to toe in black cloth, even their faces, and looked similar to ninjas. Dim blue flames coated their arms, as if ready to flare up at the slightest threat. Ashlock still struggled to measure Cultivator's strength, but these two had a similar level of presence as Stella, so they should be somewhere in the middle of the Soulfire realm. The two looked at each other. The taller one chuckled, stepped back from the door, and lowered his hand. Seems the Grand Elder was right. The little rascal did leave her peak unattended. The other nodded and replied in a feminine voice, Perfect. We want to leave as little evidence behind as possible while we search for the Grand Elder's brother's corpse. Yeah, the man sneered. You do your business and I'll do mine, all right? The woman shrugged, and with a burst of blue flames around her feet, she flew over the pavilion walls and gracefully landed in the central courtyard. The man joined her a second later, but landed a little awkwardly. The woman supported his arm, but he pulled himself away from her grip. I'm fine, he grumbled. Go search inside. I'll look out here. The woman sighed as she summoned a dagger to her hand. Keep your wits about you, she said, her voice tense with concern. Stella Crestfallen could be here somewhere, or the man who killed Darren. With that, she disappeared into the pavilion in a blaze of blue flame, leaving the man behind. Tisk, he muttered, stretching his back and looking around. Just because you're a daughter of the Raven-born patriarch, you think you can order me around? Despite the potential danger, the man didn't bother to hide his presence, instead choosing to crank up his soul fire and let the raging blue flames deter anyone who might be lurking nearby. He rubbed his chin as he walked over the extensive runic formations surrounding a large black tree with scarlet leaves. Now, if I wanted to hide a body or decapitated head, there's no way I would hide it inside a building. The man scoffed as he looked off in the direction the woman had gone. There's no way she'll find anything useful in there. I mean, it must have cost a fortune to build something like this. That Stella brat likely sold everything already. The man furrowed his brows, his eyes fixed on the tree. Why would Stella Crestfallen, last scion of Redvine Peak, sell everything she owns to build such an inefficient runic formation around a tree? He muttered, his eyes narrowed in thought. As the man spoke, Ashlock could feel the presence of his flames growing stronger, as if they were beginning to cover his entire body. I think you might be the key to all this, the man said, his voice filled with suspicion. Ashlock started to panic. He had to admit being a tree in the center of such a dazzling formation made him a rather suspicious target. I can't talk to him, nor do I have any abilities to kill him. Unfortunately, Ashlock was no protagonist. Otherwise, he would have crossed cultivation realms and beat the guy even with his meager strength. Alas, Ashlock was a tree at the mercy of those stronger than him. He felt a sense of helplessness wash over him. Is this the end? He wondered as the man approached, his eyes scanning Ashlock's branches and pausing briefly on each of the many fruit clusters. Despite his fear, Ashlock tried to remain calm. There had to be a way out of this situation. Right? Chapter 15. Give and Take. The man's attention lingered on each fruit as he stroked his chin and hummed to himself. After a while, the cultivator looked over his shoulder, scouring the pavilion's many windows, presumably for any sign of the female cultivator. As Ashlock nervously awaited his fate, he tried to devise a solution. But then a thought occurred to him. Did he even need a solution? After all, he was a tree. What problem could the cultivator possibly have with him? But Ashlock tensed as the cultivator returned his sights to the fruit and casually reached up to grab a cluster of indigo fruit that looked similar to apples. As the man felt the weight of the fruit in his hand and caught the scent of ki emanating from them, the cultivator's smile grew wider. Then, the fruit vanished from the man's hand in a seemingly magical spectacle. The golden ring on his hand briefly glowed before fading back to its original dim state. Clearly, the ring had played a role in the fruit's sudden disappearance. A spatial ring, Ashlock grumbled as he watched the cultivator use the artifact to loot the fruits that had taken months to grow and required a significant amount of his ki. Classic cultivator trope. Carrying things in bags is so last century. Despite his annoyance, Ashlock couldn't help but envy the cultivator's use of the spatial ring. Ashlock rolled his non-existent eyes in frustration as the cultivator continued his looting spree. Luckily, I can grow this fruit back, so if it gets him to leave... Being robbed blind and feeling helpless to stop it was beyond infuriating for Ashlock. If he were a human, the cultivator likely would have killed for these fruits and looted his dead corpse without hesitation. The Grand Elder's offhand comments about the value of his fruit played in his mind. This tree is a great find, but I fear if the Ravenborns learn of its existence, they will storm in here unannounced and make a scene. These fruits alone would save them thousands of spirit stones a year in cultivation pills for their juniors. Despite his anger, Ashlock knew there was nothing he could do to stop the cultivator from taking what they wanted. He was just a demonic sapling. Blue flames shrouded the cultivator as he moved with impressive speed, grabbing hundreds of fruits as he dashed between Ashlock's branches in a blur. The ring kept flashing as the fruits vanished from the cultivator's hands faster than Ashlock could see. At the edge of Ashlock's perception of the courtyard, he felt one of the doors open. The cultivator, who was busy stealing his fruit, also noticed this and practically teleported back down the tree with the last bundle of fruit in his hand, a cluster of red, berry-looking fruit. The cultivator's ring flashed, but the berries didn't vanish. "Shit, it's full," the man muttered, his eyes widening in panic. He closed his eyes, likely trying to clear some space in the ring, but it was too late. The female cultivator had already appeared behind him in a single step. The man didn't hesitate any longer, threw the small clusters of fruit into his mouth, and gulped them down. Two cold gray eyes peered through the mask of the female cultivator. "I told you not to leave any evidence or take anything." The man didn't turn around, so her eyes narrowed. "Popping pills on the job, are we?" she asked with an irritated tone. "I looked through the entire pavilion during this time. So what have you been doing? Found anything?" The man didn't answer. Instead, he was frothing at the mouth as the brutal, cyanide-like poison in the red fruit took full effect. His cultivation erupted as he tried to suppress the poison, causing the blue flames coating his shoulders to flare up. The female cultivator took a step back, and a sword materialized in her hand. Blue flames shrouded the blade, and she brought it up in a defensive position. "Showing your true colors now, are we?" She could see the man's agonized face. Ashlock watched the scene play out and considered his options. Ideally, they'll both leave, but I fear the man will die any second now. Will the woman think I killed the man and chopped me down in revenge? Or is that just paranoid thinking? Probably. Ashlock's mind raced as fast as his biology allowed. In a perfect world, the man would die, leaving his corpse here, and the woman would leave him alone. Was there a way to alter the course of this situation to his ideal outcome? Ashlock brought up his status screen to recheck his skills. Demonic Spirit Sapling, age 7, Key Realm, 8th stage, skills, Eye of the Tree God, grade A, Deep Roots, grade A, Language of the World, grade B, Lightning Key Protection, grade B, Key Fruit Production, grade C, Devour, grade C, Hibernate, grade C, Fire Key Resistance, grade C, Basic Poison Resistance, grade F, Basic Meditation, grade F. Yeah, as expected. Other than Devour, I still lack any offensive abilities. But wait, what about my inventory? Ashlock still had the bottle of lightning key pills. Ashlock suddenly came up with an idea. One so nefarious he almost felt evil. She already thinks he's popping pills on the job. Why not make it a reality? The bottle of pills I got was so cheap anyway. Similar to how he had summoned the wooden stick all those years ago, Ashlock concentrated on the pill bottle, and it suddenly vanished, rematerializing in the air in front of the male cultivator right as the man was turning around. The female cultivator behind the man watched as the open pill bottle fell and 9 pills spilled out onto the purple grass. "So, you plan to betray me," she cursed. Without hesitation, she brought up her burning blade and, in a dazzling display of swordwork, not only decapitated the man, but also chopped off all 4 of his limbs. Ashlock desperately resisted the hunger as a Soulfire Realm cultivator's blood painted his roots and bark. The purple grass went a darker shade as the various body parts fell to the ground with a thud. The woman expertly shook the blade once, successfully removing all the grime that had coated the sword. She then placed the clean weapon into her spatial ring while looking around the empty courtyard. Deeming the surroundings safe, the woman finally removed her mask and hood, revealing short, black, tomboyish hair. She took a deep breath, shook her head with regret, and walked toward the corpse with a sigh. It seemed killing the man had been a regretful affair. Despite her cute face, her cold gray eyes betrayed her true demeanor as she searched one of the man's chopped-off arms for something. A second later, her dull eyes lit up slightly. She bent down and pulled the golden spatial ring containing Ashlock's stolen fruit free from the man's finger. Whistling to herself, the woman pocketed the spatial ring. Then, to Ashlock's horror, she approached him. She observed his naked branches stripped clean of fruit with a hint of suspicion. She hummed to herself as she traced a finger down Ashlock's smooth bark, but then paused. Key? Her head tilted. Ashlock had tried to make himself appear as innocent as possible by directing all of his ambient ki away when she approached, but it seemed to have been unable to fool a Soulfire cultivator's intuition. The woman closed her eyes, and Ashlock felt a pulse of invasive ki. He practically scurried away inside his own body, fleeing from the woman's unbelievably powerful ki with all his might. Her eyes fluttered open. A spirit tree. Although a rather weak one. She shrugged and stepped away. The discovery of a spirit tree seemed not all that impressive to her. Now, what to do about this? The woman sighed as she looked at the many bits of human scattered across the purple grass. There were even pieces on the runic formation, dyeing the stone red. This should be a demonic tree, right? They're like bodies. Getting to work, the woman piled the many body parts up against Ashlock's trunk, which made his hunger unbearable. Then, happy with her work, she scooped up the pill bottle and lightning ki pills, which made Ashlock grumble, as he'd hoped she would leave them behind. Well, it's clear where Grand Elder's brother's corpse went with a demonic spirit tree here. The woman turned on her heel with a frown. This would be a lot of trouble. Blue flames erupted around her feet, and with a spectacular leap, she crossed over the pavilion's walls and shot down the mountain with breakneck speed. Those words were rather ominous, but Ashlock didn't care as hunger consumed him. Finally! Ashlock cast Devour. Black vines erupted from the ground and mummified all 5 pieces of the cultivator. A few hours passed, and the message he had been looking forward to appeared in his mind. Plus 100 SC. Along with the message came a rush of ki that Ashlock now knew was the sign of a stage advancement. As the sun crested the horizon to signify the start of a new day, Ashlock finally had his rampaging ki under control and had the state of mind to check his status. Demonic Spirit Sapling, age 7, Ki Realm, 9th stage. Only one more stage to complete until I form my soul core. Ashlock felt excited. The cultivator may have stolen all his fruit, but the body of a Soulfire cultivator had provided him 100 days' worth of credits and advanced him an entire stage. It's fine. Those pills were worth only a few credits, and my fruit will grow back quickly with the ki from this Soulfire cultivator. Thinking of Soulfire cultivators, Ashlock wondered how he was supposed to form a soul core. Was it something he would know how to do instinctively? Or perhaps he would need Stella to guide him. Ashlock looked out at the morning-lit courtyard and saw the runic formation dyed with blood and the scraps of clothing scattered about. Well, This will be hard to explain to Stella when she returns. Chapter 16. Interlude. House Ravenborn. An hour later, on the neighboring peak, shrouded in a perpetual fog, a woman ignored the hawking ravens observing her from charred trees and made her way through the low-visibility courtyard with expert movements, as if she knew the placement of every shrub and rock. Her black clothes and mask had been left with the maids at the entrance, so the tomboyish girl walked through the hallways of her family's pavilion in skinny trousers that showed off her modest curves and a partially opened shirt. "Diana, welcome home. Did the mission go well?" A woman with a thin smile appeared from behind a doorway, causing Diana to pause and glance at her with cold gray eyes. Diana sighed and ran a hand through her short black hair. "No, Mother. Unfortunately, there were some complications." "Of course there were," Diana's mother snapped, her smile turning into a vile smirk. "If your brother was still alive, we would have sent him. At least he knew how to get shit done." Diana shoved past her mother, causing her to shriek even louder. "If not for that Stella crestfallen bitch killing my son, I wouldn't have to deal with the likes of you." Diana clenched her fist as she stormed down the corridor. It wasn't her fault her brother died to Stella at the tournament 3 years ago. Yet ever since, as the heir to House Ravenborn, she had been forced into a position she'd never wanted. Diana had found comfort living in her brother's shadow, with him outperforming her in every aspect possible. How did Stella kill her brother all those years ago? What had he seen that had instilled such fear he couldn't even move as he was struck down? It was a question that plagued everyone's minds. Was it an artifact? A rare martial technique? Nobody knew, and that was what she had been sent to investigate, among other things. It took Diana over 10 minutes to reach her room. She mostly ignored everyone as she passed through the corridors. Some returned the favor, while others stopped her to chat or pay respects. Being the scion of a powerful house was a tiresome affair that only put a large target on her back. She practically flopped onto her bed and relished its softness for a while in the safety of her room. She knew her father would want a report on the mission soon, so in the meantime, she fished into her pocket and retrieved the golden ring. Unfortunately, it still had the lingering scent of her cousin on it, which made her frown as the events of an hour ago played in her mind. Now that she thought about it, her cousin had acted very oddly. She despised him, like everyone else in the family, but him killing her would make no sense. He wasn't in direct line for succession, nor was anyone on his side of the family. Wait, what type of pills did he drop? Diana opened her spatial ring within her mind and retrieved the pills. It was hard to tell without feeling the ambient key. These are lightning key pills. Cousin practiced water cultivation techniques. These would kill him. What possible reason could he have had to consume one? A flash of horror appeared on Diana's face. Had she made a mistake killing him? Of course, killing her cousin would earn her some enforced self-reflection, or a beating, but it wouldn't be a massive deal so long as she could give a good explanation. Why was he acting so strange, though? Diana's eyes narrowed, and she sat up on her bed. Her cousin's golden ring was still warm and had some bloodstains on it, which made Diana's stomach churn. Murder might be an accepted part of demonic sect culture, but it didn't make murder any easier. Closing her eyes, she got to work. One couldn't simply enter another person's spatial ring, as it was sealed with that person's power. A Monarch Realm Cultivator spatial ring could only be opened by another Monarch Realm. It was the same situation here. Luckily, her cousin was weaker than her by a few stages in the Soulfire realm, so she easily cracked its defenses within half an hour. Her shirt was damp with sweat as she wiped her brow with her sleeve and sighed. Finally done. Taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes again and felt inside the ring. Within was a pocket space around the size of her wardrobe, and it was stuffed full of... fruit? Diana's brows furrowed in confusion.
She didn't even recognize half the fruit in there. Had her cousin stumbled upon a remote area in the mountains? Or perhaps a secret realm? While her mind raced with possibilities, she summoned a random fruit and it appeared in her hands. Instantly, she caught a whiff of dense ki within the fruit, which was rare. Just to compare, Diana summoned a moon orange from her personal spatial ring. They were a great snack that many cultivators enjoyed due to their great taste and the minuscule amount of ki that helped them recover after laborious cultivation sessions. Weighing the two different fruits in her hands, it was obvious that the one from her cousin's ring contained many times more ki than the moon orange. Diana frowned and tried to remember the strict gardener's teachings from when she was young. Trees often produce fruit with tiny hints of ki to encourage the monsters that roam the wilderness to consume their fruit and deposit their seeds elsewhere. Of course, the same result can be achieved by making the fruit taste good. Diana then remembered the man's face turning dark, as if remembering a horrifying memory. But monsters are infamous for their lackluster taste buds and almost insanity-inducing obsession with getting stronger. They devour us humans, bones and all, without batting an eye. Diana smiled at the memory. She had been so young, but that man had never sugarcoated his words, always answering her most burning questions with the vocabulary of a vulgar drunkard. Diana shook her head to remove these useless thoughts. In her hand was something of great value. Sure, the ki contained was too weak to affect her, but it showed there was a plant out there that could produce fruit with this much ki. I would guess it's around the 8th stage of the ki realm. Diana paused as she came to a realization. Assuming a tree produced this fruit, it would need to be a spirit tree. One that could cultivate. The normal wild trees can barely reach the threshold for the 1st stage of the ki realm. Diana rubbed her chin as the scene of her cousin's death played in her mind. She had found him standing in front of a demonic tree, one of the more common types of spirit tree throughout the wilderness. Even she had seen a few during her excursions out of the sect. They weren't known for producing fruit other than some poisonous berries. Weaker monsters ate these tiny berries, died a gruesome death, and then were digested by the tree's roots due to the slightly acidic mud surrounding them. My cousin wouldn't have been stupid enough to eat the berries of a demonic tree, right? Diana couldn't find another plausible explanation for his behavior. But there were still unsolved mysteries. Why had her cousin had lightning cultivation pills? Why was one missing? And where the hell had all this fruit come from? A knock at her bedroom door made her jump in her skin. Yeah? Diana half replied as she put the fruit back in her cousin's ring and scrambled for a place to hide it. Diana Ravenborn, your father wishes to meet with you in the hall. A tired man's voice came through the door. Oh, okay. I am just changing into appropriate clothes. I will be out in a second. Diana lifted a floorboard. Beneath, tucked between cobwebs and dust, was a small lockbox that blocked spiritual sense so others couldn't detect its contents. The Grand Elder does not accept tardiness, young lady. You should have gone to greet him first, the man grumbled, and Diana heard the door handle click open. Diana gritted her teeth. Bastard doesn't respect me one bit. Then, before the man could get around the door and see what she was doing, she stuffed the ring into the box, shut it closed, and pushed the floorboard back into place with a thud. She covered the sound with a loud yawn, making the man who had entered frown. Ahem. Diana pushed past the man. Let's go. Best not keep father waiting. I killed him. Diana sat lazily in a wooden chair with her head propped up by her arm. Across from her was her father, the Grand Elder of House Ravenborn. Despite her bold statement, her father barely flinched or showed any emotion, as expected of a Star-Core cultivator. Even without him exerting his presence, everything in the room felt heavy. In fact, even sitting in his presence strained Diana's muscles, hence her slouched posture. The Grand Elder's grey eyes bore into his daughter's soul. Diana Ravenborn,
You better have an exemplary reason. Your cousin may have been a blabbering fool, but our family's position hasn't been great since your brother's early death at the hands of the crestfallen heiress." The man spat out the name of the girl that had consumed his mind over the past 3 years. "The younger generation has been lagging behind the other houses. Only your brother was a true genius." Diana resisted, rolling her eyes. Her family would take any opportunity possible to compare her to her brother, despite him being long dead by now. "No, father. My cousin was already dead, although I didn't know that at the time." Diana continued before her father could open his mouth again. "He ate the berries from a demonic spirit tree in the courtyard. Why he ate the berries, I have no clue." There was a long pause until the Grand Elder rose to his feet and walked across the room. Everything trembled as he walked, as if a tremendous force was pressing down from the heavens above. "Diana, the demonic sect's way of life, where the strongest rule, mirrors the wilderness that surrounds the Blood Lotus sect for thousands of miles." As the man walked, the floor creaked, and his black robes swayed with his movements. "This is why the celestial sects under the control of the Celestial Empire treat us rural demonic sects like savages. So why must you play into the stereotype of our people by slaughtering your cousin in cold blood?" "Father?" The man shot her a glare so fierce her words got caught in her throat. "I mean, Grand Elder." Diana quickly corrected herself. "I already told you he killed himself by consuming a demonic tree's poisonous berries." The Grand Elder pinched the bridge of his nose in frustration. "Daughter, I will not believe for 1 second that a man carrying some of my bloodline would be foolish enough to consume such obviously poisonous berries while on a strategic mission." Then, letting out a profound sigh, he turned around and went to stand before a window that gazed out upon the vast Blood Lotus sect. "I am surrounded by idiots." There was a pause. "What of the mission?" The man's voice was as cold as ice. Diana gulped. "The pavilion was empty. Most of the rooms were covered in dust and decay, but I believe I may know where your brother's corpse went." The Grand Elder didn't turn to meet her gaze, as he already knew the answer. "That crestfallen brat fed your uncle's cold corpse to the tree, didn't she?" "Maybe." Diana shifted nervously on her wooden seat. Her eyes darted to the floor. She desperately wanted to leave before her father gave her a fitting punishment for her actions. "But that is just my theory. There were no bones or any leftover possessions like those normally found under the roots of demonic trees." "Useless!" The Grand Elder's voice thundered through the room. "The Patriarch has ordered me not to lay a single finger on that crestfallen brat because she is an up-and-coming prodigy of the sect." Diana felt a shiver go down her spine as her father smiled. He never smiled. "Your punishment for this failure?" The man's smile was sickening as he tapped his chin. "Kill Stella Crestfallen." Diana blinked at the words, utterly gobsmacked. If even her father couldn't get away with killing the girl, he is using me as a sacrificial pawn. "I don't care how you do it, but you must do it cleanly." The Grand Elder walked over and loomed over Diana. "You hear me, brat? If you do not perform this task within the next 5 years, then it's time you faced a beast tide. Alone." In other words, a death sentence. Either she killed Stella Crestfallen and died at the hands of the Patriarch, or she went against her father's wishes and he'd send her on a suicide mission himself. Diana thought of the fruit in her cousin's spatial ring and how much she despised her family. Should she run away? Maybe Stella would know a way out of this predicament. It might be worth asking. Chapter 17. Eye in the Sky. With the beginning of a new day, Ashlock's mind had somewhat calmed, and he could rethink his situation. He had been under the false pretense that he was safe in this courtyard. Nobody worked here, and apart from the Grand Elder visiting, there was only Stella here, and he had no issue with her taking his fruit whenever she wanted. He had been naive, the equivalent of someone walking around a bad neighborhood flaunting excessive jewelry and then getting mad over being robbed as if it was a surprising turn of events. Truly foolish. The Grand Elder had mentioned ages ago how valuable his fruit was, and he had simply grown so much fruit that his branches had practically been drooping from the weight. Yet he got angry when a demonic cultivator passed by and robbed him blind? Ashlock should be grateful he wasn't chopped down for firewood. At least the fruit could be regrown. But should it be? I have enough ki in my body from devouring that soulfire cultivator to regrow at least half those fruit within a month. But for what? Stella? Stella had been using the fruit as food and a cultivation aid, since she didn't have a chef and couldn't afford to buy many cultivation pills, which reminded Ashlock of the pills he had obtained for a few credits that he had lost to that woman. The pills were a minor setback compared to the fruit, which had been on display and could be regrown. At the time, Ashlock had no idea the demonic cultivators were so ruthless to each other. Although the deployment of the pills at the male cultivator's feet had led to the woman chopping him down without further question, it was still regrettable to lose those pills that might have aided Stella. Okay, from now on, I will keep a low profile until I can protect myself. No more flaunting fruit or giving away freebies to invaders. Ashlock shouted his declaration to an empty courtyard. Only the chirps of birds and the summer breeze accompanied him. Ashlock debated sleeping until Stella came back, but the intense sun on his scarlet leaves filled him with energy, so, feeling productive, he activated his God-Eye skill and looked around. Reaching a new stage of his cultivation realm had naturally led to a significant increase in his view range. I can now see the entirety of the neighboring peak. Ashlock remembered the experience of the Grand Elder staring straight at him, so he kept some distance. Luckily, he didn't have to investigate too hard to figure out who this peak belonged to, because a very helpful engraved brass plaque over the pavilion's grand entrance read, House Ravenborn. As Ashlock watched the entrance, the door slammed open, and a woman he recognized all too well strolled out. However, this time, she wasn't wearing her ninja outfit or a mask. Instead, her short black hair slightly obscured her gray eyes, almost brimming with tears. He hadn't noticed earlier, but her freckles suited her. "Diana Ravenborn, what did your father tell you?" A woman with similar but more mature features, likely the woman's mother, appeared behind the woman named Diana and grabbed her wrist. "Do you think you can ignore me, you unfilial child?" Diana frowned at her gripped wrist. "I'm leaving, Mother. The Grand Elder gave me a task." Diana looked away, refusing to meet her mother's intense glare. "It will likely be my last." "Leaving? Where? Last task?" The mother's voice was shrill and hard to listen to. "Come back inside and let's discuss this." Her voice then dropped to a whisper. "If something happens to you, the other concubines will gain ground on me, understand? Your father has refused my advances recently, and I fear I am on my way out of his chambers. After your brother's death, you became the next heir by default, but your talents don't match up to your brothers or cousins. So I fear the Grand Elder may try to dispose of you." Blue flames exploded around Diana's wrist, making the mother reel back in pain. "I am leaving, Mother. I have no wish to be your political pawn anymore. Goodbye." Diana forcefully pulled her wrist to her side, adjusted the wrinkles in her white shirt, and pushed her hair behind her ear to keep it from falling in her face as she descended from her family's peak. Despite her mother's cries for her to return, Diana remained undeterred and even smirked as she watched her mother being dragged back inside by a group of maids, kicking and screaming. Ashlock marveled at the sight of Ravenborn Peak, which, although not as tall as Red Vine Peak, still stood several thousands of meters tall, with clouds drifting lazily by. Yet despite its impressive height, like a human comet of blue flames, Diana shot down its side with unfathomable speed, taking 100 steps at a time, never breaking her stride. "I want legs," Ashlock grumbled. "What's the point of being reborn in a world with superpowers if I'm stuck in place like this?" Finally, in a surge of dirt, Diana arrived at the mountain's base with a grunt. She patted herself down and confirmed the few items connected to the loops in her jeans were secure. Then, with one last look over her shoulder at her home, Diana sighed and strode down the paved road. Due to his increased view range, Ashlock could continue following Diana. After half an hour of walking, which wasn't far considering how leisurely she was strolling with her hands clasped behind her head and whistling the whole time, Diana crested a ridge and the edge of a town came into view. Wait, a town? Ashlock was almost on the edge of his non-existent seat in excitement. Deciding to allow Diana to take him on an unknowing tour, Ashlock's view remained far up in the sky, looking on from above. If only my skill let me see through walls. Ashlock didn't know why, but his skill had two restrictions. First, he always had a semi-bird's-eye view. He couldn't go too close to the ground. The other was the inability to go inside buildings. Maybe if I get an X-ray skill, I can see through the walls. Or do I need to upgrade Eye of the Tree God into an S-grade skill through a lucky sign-in draw? Ashlock removed the useless thoughts as he focused on the town. The snake-like roads paved with gray stone were flanked by multi-story wooden buildings with slanted slate roofs. These buildings followed a similar architecture to the pavilion Ashlock's body was stuck in with their classical Chinese style. Diana strode with the confidence of an empress down the crowded street. People of all ages who were relishing the warm summer weather moved to the side to let her pass. Most of them were dressed in subdued shades of brown or black, a reflection of the traditional style of the buildings that lined the street. In contrast, Diana's clothing stood out, with its modern design that now caught Ashlock's attention. He had mistakenly assumed that her outfit was normal because it was a popular style back on Earth, and hadn't noticed its distinctiveness in this unfamiliar setting. Even Stella wore a more traditional cloak. So why does Diana dress like that? Whatever its purpose, it was evident by how people scurried to the side to avoid her path that she had a reputation. Likely a bad or tyrannical one. Or is it her family's reputation? Ashlock looked a little closer and noticed that Diana was the only one giving off a fair amount of ki. Is she the only cultivator here? Ashlock thought back to the stories he'd read back on Earth and realized cultivators were usually rare. Most people had mortal bodies not fit for cultivation, or simply never had the resources or guidance to pursue the path of immortality. Diana stopped in front of a store. A round man with a comical mustache approached Diana and gave a respectful bow, which seemed to win him.
Esteemed cultivator, welcome to my humble store. We do not take payment in spirit stones.
Dragon crown's fine. Diana crossed her arms and glared at the man.
You must be joking. My monthly earnings aren't even a single dragon crown. How could I possibly?
The man bowed again as he saw Diana raising a brow.
I forgot that we recently started accepting spirit stones.
Diana smirked and walked past the man, who was almost twice her size in both height and width, but looked like a scared cat as she passed. Ashlock couldn't follow Diana inside, so he surveyed the rest of the town while he waited for her to leave. Unfortunately, his view range only allowed him to see a section of the town closest to his peak.
When I reach the next realm, I should be able to see many more times further.
Right? While Ashlock was soaring above the town with his skill, he spotted a marketplace. It was a large square with a river flowing through the middle. Brick arch bridges crossed a fast-flowing river every 20 meters. Ox-driven carts crossed the bridges to transport items from the market vendors to stores down the road. It seemed this was the hub for trade in the town. Listening to some conversations, Ashlock learned more about the people's simple lives here. One elderly farmer complained to a younger woman selling seeds about how bad the harvests had been this year, and asked if he could have a discount.
Please, Florence, you always cut me a good deal, right? Look at my old bones. This will likely be my last season tending to the rice paddies.
The man leaned on the cart, and the young woman standing behind it frowned.
Mr. Richards, please keep your hands off my merchandise. There will be no discounts. I have a sick brother at home and can barely afford medicine.
The woman then crossed her arms in annoyance.
It's beast tide season. The merchants from the Celestial Empire haven't come around these parts in months.
Beast tides. The old man spat to the side. Those good-for-nothing cultivators can deal with them while we flee. In my long life, this is the third time I've had to move to survive those darn beasts.
Mr. Richards, don't disrespect the cultivators.
The woman never finished her sentence, as a figure came hurtling from the sky and obliterated her, as if squashing an insect. A man shrouded in green flames frowned at where he landed.
Oops, I misjudged my landing.
The man nervously chuckled as he shook his foot, trying to rid it of the sticky blood and bits of flesh that had once been the young woman. He then noticed the half-destroyed seed cart and asked,
"Is this cart yours?"
The old man absent-mindedly nodded, too shocked to form words. The green flame cultivator walked over to the old man and patted him on the shoulder, placing a few spirit stones in his open hand.
"I'm sorry for your loss,"
the cultivator said before turning and heading down the street. Ashlock noticed that the street led to the store where Diana was currently located. The old man blinked at the spirit stones in his hand, and then at the half-destroyed cart overflowing with seeds.
Thank you, Sir Cultivator, for your generosity.
The man bowed, and the cultivator waved him off without looking back. The old man then pocketed the spirit stones with a sly smile, walked over to the cart, grabbed a bag, filled it with as many seeds as he could carry, and then he set off toward his field, leaving the woman's smashed corpse for the birds. Chapter 18. Winter Wrath. Despite his numerous murders and consumption of human flesh, Ashlock couldn't help but feel outraged when he witnessed someone so indifferent killing an innocent stall owner. The sudden change in the attitude of the elderly man, who had previously disrespected cultivators, only served to highlight the backstabbing nature among the individuals of this world. Would Stella backstab me like that at the first opportunity? Ashlock wondered as he curiously followed the green flame cultivator with his skill. The man's flames had died down, and he wore a permanent scowl as he sauntered down the street. As if he were parting the Red Sea, people scrambled to get out of his way, and he snorted as a mortal tripped and fell, spilling everything they were carrying on the sidewalk. The man was about to pass by the store Diana was currently shopping in, but he paused mid-step. His neck practically snapped in the direction of the store, and his eyes lit up as if he were trying to look through the building's walls.
"There you are," the cultivator muttered, striding toward the door.
Before the cultivator could open the door, the shop owner ran out.
"Esteemed cultivator, welcome to my humble store. Please, wait out here for a moment."
The round man with the comical mustache was practically bowing to his feet, and sweat dripped from his forehead.
"There is another patron already inside."
The man ignored the store owner, as if he were a barking dog, and despite the round man's pleas, he tried to step past him.
"Esteemed cultivator, it is the store policy that only one cultivator can be present in the store at any given time. We do this to avoid fights and damage to the store."
The cultivator scowled and looked down at the store owner. Despite being a rather large man himself, the store owner shrank under the cultivator's intense glare.
"Mortal, you dare order me around?"
Green flames flickered to life across the cultivator's broad shoulders. He was easily over 2 meters tall, and his arms, thick as tree trunks, were on display, since the white cloak he wore was sleeveless.
"No, I wouldn't dare."
The store owner balled his fists at his sides and clenched his teeth, but refused to move. The cultivator furrowed his brows.
Then step aside. I have business with your patron.
The shop owner stumbled as the cultivator pulled him backward, and from his aerial view, Ashlock saw Diana emerge from the shop and stand in the doorway. Her arms were crossed under her chest, and her cold gray eyes glared at the cultivator.
Diana Ravenborn.
The cultivator spread his arms wide and wore an overly fake smile.
Just the person I have been looking for.
Diana tilted her head. Wayne Evergreen, this is Ravenborn territory. You better have a great explanation for being here and threatening one of our taxpayers. Wayne's mysterious smile made Diana frown.
Diana, your family has flaunted the wealth of its spirit stone mines for far too long.
Wayne clicked his fingers and crossed his arms as two green flame cultivators leapt from the roof and landed beside him, leaving cracks in the pavement. Blue flames shrouded Diana, and she took a step back. Wayne, have you thought this through? Attacking the scion of a family on their own territory is a declaration of war. Wayne grinned.
You must not have heard the great news.
He spread his arms wide as his grin widened.
My sister has married the scion of Winterwrath.
Diana's face darkened. So, Evergreen and Winterwrath have allied.
That's right, Wayne nodded. And with our combined strength, the elders believe it's time to...
A loud bell chimed across the city, followed by screams. Wayne looked over his shoulder and pursed his lips at the smoke-filled sky.
Appears they started without me.
Wayne looked down at Diana with a crooked smile.
Now, come with me.
Diana summoned a silver blade and coated it in blue flames, quickly rolling to the side to avoid Wayne's green flame-empowered fist. The shockwave from the punch obliterated the shopfront behind her. Diana's short stature allowed her to easily avoid the homing fists of the other evergreen cultivators. She stayed low to the ground, taking advantage of her agility and quick reflexes to evade their relentless attacks. As she moved, Diana searched for an opening to strike back. Ashlock watched the chaos from the sky. He could see cultivators with green and white flames destroying everything in the city. In the distance, he could see 5 balls of blue fire rocketing down Ravenborn Peak toward the town, but they would arrive too late. Diana was surrounded on all sides. Diana and Wayne were evenly matched, both seemingly in the advanced stages of the Soulfire realm. Wayne slammed his fists into the ground, causing the cultivator's key to surge into the dirt beneath the paved street. Diana was agile, using her techniques to evade and counterattack. She moved like water, slipping past the evergreen cultivator's brutal attacks and attempting to strike back. Despite her efforts, the enemy's techniques seemed to shrug off all her attacks, their focus on hand-to-hand combat and defense making them formidable opponents. The two sides fought fiercely, neither able to gain the upper hand despite the difference in number. As the battle raged on, Ashlock couldn't help but notice the evergreen cultivator's disorganized and chaotic fighting style. They were more of a hindrance to each other than a cohesive unit. Diana was making her way through the fray, her glowing blade a blur of silver as she aimed for the neck of an evergreen cultivator. Suddenly, a thick vine shot up from the ground, entangling Diana's leg and pulling her to the ground. Diana tried to swing her sword at the vine in a desperate attempt to break free, but a well-timed punch from an evergreen sent her blade off course, and it uselessly struck the ground. A second punch hit Diana square in the jaw. Her head rebounded off the pavement, causing her to groan. But considering that the impact left a dent in the stone, and Diana wasn't even bleeding, the blow was a testament to how strong a cultivator's body was. More vines sprang from the ground and wrapped around all 4 of Diana's limbs. Wayne Evergreen had a ruthless grin with his hand still in the hole. Ashlock almost didn't want to watch anymore. The situation seemed hopeless. Diana's blue flames flared up and began to burn the vines, but her concentration wavered as two more punches from the two other evergreen cultivators hit her head. There didn't appear to be much force behind the cultivators' attacks, as if they weren't trying to kill her. Do they want to take Diana as a hostage? Ashlock wondered as he watched. Was this how gods felt, watching the mortals fight over petty matters? The skill did have god in the name, so maybe he was a god. A tree god. That was a funny thought, which certainly didn't match the situation. Ashlock was silently rooting for Diana. The evergreen guy seemed like an asshole, and a small part of Ashlock hoped Diana might be better than these other cultivators. Maybe it was just a pipe dream. Perhaps all cultivators were the same, but until Ashlock saw proof, he held on to his belief that there were some good seeds among the bad apples. Punches kept raining down on Diana, and she screamed as she thrashed around, trying to sever the roots or one of the cultivator's limbs. Blood leaked from her broken nose, and black bruises appeared all over her body. Ashlock wished he could help, and at least make it a fair fight. This was too painful to watch. Ashlock debated leaving the scene to examine another area of the city, where he could see smoke rising and people rushing away from burning buildings.
"You bastard!"
A voice Ashlock recognized as the store owner cried out, and Ashlock watched in amazement as the chubby man charged at Wayne Evergreen with a frying pan. He held it high over his head in a two-handed grip and, with a holler, brought it down with all his might upon Wayne's head. There was a resounding thud, but Wayne seemed entirely unaffected. Instead, he turned to look at the chubby man with an angry expression.
"You insect,"
Wayne snarled, and he spat at the chubby man. The man exploded. Ashlock blinked. What just happened? Was that ball of spit empowered with ki? Was the difference between a soulfire cultivator and a mortal so great that mortals could die from being spat on? However, in that brief moment when Wayne had been distracted by the shopkeeper, Diana had managed to summon a dagger from her storage ring. Her grip was awkward, but she managed to throw it at Wayne's face with surprising speed and accuracy. Wayne's eyes widened when he saw the dagger coming for his face, and he instinctively canceled out his technique that seemed to require his hands to remain in the ground and raise them to block. Luckily, he was too slow, and the blade sank into his cheek, causing him to stumble back while howling in pain. The vines lost their strength and burned instantly on Diana's flames without Wayne's ki powering them. Diana leapt to her feet and charged at one of the evergreens. He had similar features to Wayne, so they were clearly related, but he was a bit shorter and had a squarer face. He raised his two hands and stood like a boxer, with green flames flaring to life on his fists. The two exchanged a flurry of attacks. Diana spun around with her silver blade empowered with blue flames, but every slash she made was reflected by a well-timed punch. Diana breathed heavily and used her sword to keep herself upright as she clutched her broken nose. The two evergreen cultivators closed in on the exhausted and bruised Diana. They both paused. Ashlock felt it too. The ground trembled. Something big was coming. Ashlock cast his attention to the far distance. It was just at the edge of his perception range, but once it appeared, he felt a chill down his non-existent spine, despite being so far away. An ice golem, 1,000 meters tall, emerged from the darkness of his vision range like a final boss taking center stage. Perched upon its shoulder was an albino man with scarlet eyes. He stood perfectly still like a statue, with a face unmoving. However, that wasn't all. A violent snowstorm of cataclysmic proportions flanked the ice golem and blocked out the sunlight for many miles. With every step the golem took, the ground trembled and houses collapsed. Ashlock had no clue who the guy was, but he could make an educated guess. A higher-up of the Winterwrath family had arrived. Chapter 19. Peak of Power. Everyone seemed to pause and stare at the incoming calamity, even though supposedly on the same side as the new arrival. The Winterwrath Elder, standing upon the titanic ice golem, shouted, "Grand Elder Ravenborn!" His words boomed for 1,000 miles. Ashlock knew the man's voice traveled that far, since Ashlock's leaves rustled from the words, and he was 2 mountain peaks away. The 5 balls of blue fire charging down the Ravenborn mountain peak paused at the base, leaving the earth below them scorched. The fire dissipated and revealed 5 men with irate expressions. They all had cold gray eyes, midnight black hair, and narrow faces, except for one. The man who stood at the front of the 5 seemed a bit older, with salt and pepper hair and some wrinkles, which was jarring compared to the other cultivator's perfect skin. Either this man is very old for a cultivator, or maybe he started cultivating later in life, Ashlock mused. Is that even possible? All the men wore black robes that went all the way to the floor and had their hands clasped behind their backs. The golden ring of the elderly one at the front flashed with power, and a majestic sword materialized under his feet. It was a blade of obsidian, darker than night, with a golden trim around the handle. Ashlock had never seen such a beautiful personification of death before. Blue flames shrouded the blade in a density so great that it appeared like liquid fire. Finally, the sword rose and took the man into the sky. "A Winterwrath dog dares to bark up this old man's tree." The Ravenborn Grand Elder's voice was like a silent whisper, yet reached all who dared listen. He crossed his arms with a sneer. "You may have been a relevant family back at the old sect that bordered the frozen lands, but since the beast tide forced us to move, you have been nothing compared to me." The Ravenborn Grand Elder raised his wrinkled hands above his head. Wisps of blue flames left in droves and formed ravens of blue fire that flanked the Grand Elder and ignited the sky. "Those who dare stand against the Raven will fall." The Grand Elder then pointed a wavering finger toward the ice golem that loomed over the town under the Ravenborn's protection. The blue fire ravens, 10 times the size of the Grand Elder, shot forth at speeds bullets couldn't even dream of reaching. Sonic booms echoed out and caused windows to shatter and people to stumble below as the ravens slammed into the titan of ice, causing more explosions. The Winterwrath Grand Elder raised a brow as the ice golem trembled and stumbled back a mighty step. The attack had turned the golem into Swiss cheese, and one of its arms had become detached, crashing to the ground below and smashing an entire street of houses. Steam rose from the ice golem as blue fire melted the ice. The Winterwrath Grand Elder decided to abandon ship, summoned a sword of pure white that resembled a sharpened icicle, and, like the Ravenborn Grand Elder, used it to fly high into the sky. Despite the situation and apparent overwhelming defeat, Ashlock found it strange how unperturbed the Winterwrath man appeared. His scarlet eyes casually looked at the Ravenborn Grand Elder as if he were a misbehaving child. The white flames that had shrouded the Winterwrath Grand Elder dissipated. Like a puppet cut from its strings, the ice golem groaned as it began to crumble under its own weight. Then, the golem exploded into many pieces that surged into the town below like an avalanche. Diana happened to be in the path of destruction. The evergreen cultivators were distracted for a moment as they watched a wave of ice 3 stories high hurtling toward them at breakneck speeds. Everything in the avalanche's path was obliterated, and the rubble of houses and corpses of mortals were ground up to join the surge. The ground trembled, and everyone struggled to stay standing. Diana noticed an opportunity to pull a fast one on her opponents. With Wayne Evergreen still distracted by pulling out the dagger lodged into his cheek and downing healing pills, Diana charged at the remaining 2 evergreen cultivators, who were too busy looking at their impending doom. Diana was fast and graceful, whereas the evergreen cultivators were territorial and unmoving. In the face of an unstoppable force, the evergreen cultivators had no choice but to hunker down and brave the storm.
Green flames solidified around their forms as they braced for the incoming avalanche. Diana dashed behind them, slashing at their tendons with a swift blade. Without a pause to witness the damage, she charged right at the avalanche, ignoring the howls of pain from behind. Ashlock watched in amazement as Diana brought her sword before her and blue flames miraculously carved a path. It was narrow and ever-changing with the flow of the rubble, but she navigated the treacherous path with laser-like precision. Ashlock almost thought the woman had escaped her enemies, but alas, Wayne seemed to have healed himself. Like a raging bull, the evergreen cultivator barreled down the newly created path after Diana and forcefully widened it when needed with his own might. As the game of cat and mouse began between two soulfire cultivators, the Star Core Grand Elders stood on their swords thousands of meters above and calmly stared at each other. Either the Ravenborn Grand Elder placed little value on the town full of mortals, or he had a fantastic poker face. Ashlock honestly couldn't read either of them, but the battle wouldn't end until one died. That much was certain. The Ravenborn Grand Elder made a hand gesture, and the blue flame ravens that were still in existence even after decimating the ice golem were redirected. Some went to deal with a storm 100 miles long that was slowly encroaching on the land, while the others shot straight at the Winterwrath Grand Elder. The albino man with scarlet eyes seemed uninterested in the incoming attack. White flames lazily appeared on his arm, and he slapped the pitiful ravens away as if they were hapless birds. The ravens tumbled to the ground like broken toys. White flames ate away at the blue firebirds, corrupting them, and likely causing their connection to be cut.
Grand Elder, you call me a barking dog yet guard the door of your home?
The Winterwrath Grand Elder taunted, and he summoned a second light blue sword that flashed with power to his hand.
If your pathetic excuse of a son was anything to go by, the renowned Ravenborn Grand Elder's skills with the sword may have dulled with old age.
The man's scarlet eyes curved up in mock amusement.
Come, face my blade. It's time the new generation strike down the old.
To his credit, the Ravenborn Grand Elder didn't flinch or frown at the Winterwrath's provocation. Instead, his eyes grew colder and narrowed, as if he were scouring the skyline for something.
Your cheap tricks won't work on an old man like me.
The Ravenborn Grand Elder began to retreat toward his mountain's peak, but the Winterwrath Grand Elder barreled forward with his knees bent slightly, the blue sword lowered to his side as if preparing to do an upwards cut. Ashlock almost thought the man teleported with how quickly he closed the gap. The Ravenborn Grand Elder cursed and summoned a second sword to defend himself. As the blades clashed, a wave of ki flattened all the buildings below for miles, sending the Ravenborn Grand Elder rocketing down as a ball of blue flames into the ground below. The dust settled as the Ravenborn Grand Elder emerged from the crater and rolled his shoulders. He seemed distracted by something, his gray eyes glancing backward at his mountain peak that towered behind him. Then he seemed to notice something, and Ashlock followed the gaze. Vines covered in green flames were slowly crawling up the peak like snakes. The man's eyes went wide.
You sly bastard. You teamed up with the Evergreens, didn't you?
The Ravenborn Grand Elder roared and jumped to the sky, only for the Winterwrath Grand Elder to smash him on the head with a brutal overhead slash, sending him hurtling back down into the hole for the second time.
Stay down, the albino man sneered as he sheathed his blade. Watch as your mediocre descendants meet their end.
The other 4 men that had come down with the Ravenborn Grand Elder were busy trying to keep green and white flame cultivators of similar strength from ascending the mountain. They were outmatched 2-1, and the green vines restricted their movement. Their defeat was inevitable. The Ravenborn Grand Elder took to the skies once more. His poker face was long gone, replaced with a wrathful fury. His blade shone with power as he stepped and appeared in front of the Winterwrath man.
The two exchanged a flurry of attacks, decimating the land below and sending echoes throughout the valley. They moved with such speed and violence, Ashlock struggled to keep up with the combat. So this is the peak of power in this world. If just one of these people managed to invade Earth, they would become the world's undisputed king. Yet Stella said there were higher realms. How has this entire planet not been destroyed yet? How can the mortal people even survive? Ashlock suddenly felt very weak and small. What great power would he reach once he achieved the Star Core realm and was on the same level as the Grand Elders with his cheat-like skills? Then a horrifying realization dawned on Ashlock. These people can summon storms, fly at the speed of light, and obliterate towns with just the sound waves from their swords clashing, yet an entire sect of these people had to move due to a beast tide? Just how strong are the monsters in this world? Ashlock hoped he would never have to find out, but with rumors of one on the way, he might find out sooner than later. Chapter 20. Supernova. Throughout the intense flurry of attacks that decimated the surroundings, Ashlock had believed the Winter Wrath Grand Elder had the upper hand over the Ravenborn Grand Elder, which made the current situation more confusing. Within seconds, the albino man lay on his back in a molten crater of blue fire with the tip of a black sword pressed against his neck. The Ravenborn Grand Elder gritted his teeth as he attempted to push the blade down to decapitate the man, but the Winterwrath Grand Elder held it millimeters from his neck, with liquid white flames around his trembling hand, clasping the black blade.
You come to my territory, destroy my land, threaten me, and try to steal my spirit stone mines?
The Ravenborn Grand Elder snarled, and he spat in his opponent's face.
You are 100 years too early to face me, child.
His salt and pepper hair seemed to flutter in an intense gale, as if it defied gravity, as he stood over his foolish opponent without a hint of weakness. The Ravenborn Grand Elder may have had his opponent downed, but at what cost? From his vantage point, Ashlock could see the widespread destruction of the town at the base of Ravenborn Peak. Some blanketed the sky as if trying to smother out the screams of the mortals running from ablaze buildings and ruthless cultivators hell-bent on eliminating them just because they were under the rule of an opposing family. On the horizon, at the edge of Ashlock's vision range, a snowstorm descended on the land. Football-sized chunks of hail pummeled the town below, smashing buildings and pulverizing people. In the area the storm covered, Ashlock could see dots of blue flames surrounded by white and green flames. The Ravenborn cultivators were putting up a good fight, but they were heavily outnumbered by the Winterwrath and Evergreen cultivators that had swarmed the town. It was only now that Ashlock understood the true scale of these families. He could count hundreds, if not thousands, of cultivators battling throughout the town. In fact, was it even a town? From the tiny bit Ashlock could see, he would call it a town, but for all he knew, it would extend for thousands of miles into the distance. Nevertheless, it was total chaos. During their godlike duel, the two Grand Elders had likely killed thousands of innocent bystanders, devastated family homes, and ruined livelihoods. On the bit of the town Ashlock could see, almost half of it had been reduced to rubble. For example, Ashlock could see a woman on her knees with tears streaming down her face as she cradled a dead child in front of a half-destroyed bakery with a collapsed roof from a block of ice, likely from the ice golem that had been destroyed moments ago. A few feet away was a male corpse with a sword wound through his chest, lying face down in a pool of blood, perhaps the woman's partner. And she wasn't the only one. Similar scenes could be seen all around. It was shocking and gruesome, but Ashlock felt nearly nothing. He may have been human once, but that was many years ago. His brain operated on human logic and reasoning, but had the dulled emotions of a man-eating tree. It would have been ridiculous for Ashlock to take the moral high ground over the cultivators and condemn their actions, especially after he had consumed so many people to fuel his strength. It was a hard truth to swallow, but this was a dog-eat-dog world with a different way of life than the one he had once called home. He could choose, obviously, if he would want no one to die. But that was a useless thought. He was a bystander, a mere observer, until he had the power to change things. Watching the situation from afar reminded Ashlock of the past. He had seen widespread destruction and misery on television after a devastating earthquake in some faraway country, but he had been numb to it, not even giving it a passing thought. But for some reason, the fact the destruction wasn't caused by tectonic shifts outside humans' control, but rather by two angry men fighting over a spirit stone mine, angered Ashlock in ways that were hard to describe. It just felt so selfish. As an immortal tree, Ashlock had little care for human life. It was so fickle and would fade away eventually, and a new generation would take the place of the old. Yet ceaseless death over petty reasons didn't sit right with him. But what could he do? He was a small sapling at the peak of the Key Realm. He paled compared to these demigods that walked the same planet as him. It was frustrating to be weak. Ashlock suddenly didn't blame that elderly man that had stolen the seeds for his rude remarks about the cultivators. Evidently, they placed little worth on the mortals of this world and treated them as cattle to be farmed for taxes, so it was no wonder the mortals hoped they would die to the beast tides and leave them to live their mortal lives in peace. The tree's wandering thoughts were interrupted by the mountain trembling. Not his mountain, but Ravenborn Peak. The pavilion that felt so close was being consumed by vines of green fire that crushed walls, grabbed people, and snapped them like twigs. The mortal servants were the first to perish, left to fend for themselves by their overlords. However, the weaker cultivators soon joined the servants in death, as few could contend the attack or escape now that the entire mountain had been overwhelmed and consumed by vines. Only a few cultivators could stay alive, Diana's mother included. She stood defiantly in the courtyard of black trees, slashing at the relentless vines of green flames with her silver sword. She was enraged and screamed at a burly man with a scraggly brown beard and fierce eyes that floated overhead. If his wild and buff appearance weren't a dead giveaway, the sickly green flames that poured out of him and into the vines below, alongside the crushing pressure he exerted on the surroundings, gave a clue that he was an evergreen cultivator, and a powerful one, likely a Grand Elder. The evergreen Grand Elder didn't even give the angered woman a glance. Instead, his eyes were on the battle between the Winterwrath and Ravenborn Grand Elders. Then, noticing the Winterwrath Grand Elder had lost, he clicked his tongue.
Useless bastard.
Shooting down the peak, he arrived beside the Ravenborn Grand Elder, and before the old man could react, his fist, growing with liquid green flames, smashed into his face, sending the Ravenborn Grand Elder tumbling back.
I thought you said you could handle the old man,
the evergreen Grand Elder sneered at the albino man.
Has the Winterwrath family really fallen so far? Perhaps marrying my daughter to your son was a mistake.
Ignoring the taunts and standing up, the Winterwrath Grand Elder brushed the dust off his white cloak. His scarlet eyes coldly looked in the direction the Ravenborn Grand Elder had gone flying.
Whoever said that old man has lost his edge is a fool.
The evergreen Grand Elder snorted and drew his sword.
Guess we fight him to the death together, then.
A clang rang out, and the dust dissipated in a wave as two eyes of blue fire wrathfully glared at the evergreen Grand Elder. For the first time, the albino man showed fear.
He's going supernova!
While the evergreen Grand Elder was still locked in a clash of swords, the Winterwrath Grand Elder didn't even attempt to assist his ally and instead dashed away, leaving afterimages and sonic booms as he went. Ashlock had never heard the term supernova before, but considering they were star-core cultivators and blue flames were flowing out of the Ravenborn Grand Elder's eyes, ears, mouth, and arse, he could guess where this was going. The evergreen Grand Elder managed to smack the Ravenborn's sword away, but the man didn't care. Despite being stabbed and slashed, the Ravenborn Grand Elder leapt onto the burly man and clung to him. The Ravenborn Grand Elder was now hard to look at. He was blindingly bright, like a human light bulb. His skin had started melting off, and it was clearly a suicide attack. The evergreen Grand Elder screamed as the intense blue flames charred his skin and set his clothes alight. Then, as the Ravenborn Grand Elder turned to fiery sludge, the burly man broke free from the Ravenborn's grasp. "Entomb!" the burly man shouted, and the ground trembled as the center rapidly filled in with earth and hardened into stone. Summoning his sword from his spatial ring, the evergreen Grand Elder took to the skies while chugging a bottle of pills. He seemed to be heading straight up, as high as he could. At this point, the Winterwrath Grand Elder was long gone, very likely out of range of the attack. Ashlock wondered how cultivators like Diana would survive the incoming attack. He saw that the tomb of stone had turned from a dull gray to a molten red, and a second later, it happened. The world went white, and Ashlock's Eye of the Tree God skill was abruptly cancelled. His vision returned to the pleasant courtyard, but the sky was gone. Instead of a pleasant blue with white fluffy clouds floating by, there was a blinding white. In the distance, a column of blue flames transcended into space. That's weird. The pavilion walls exploded as a superheated wave of air smashed into the mountain. It continued, decimating the courtyard and slamming into Ashlock, causing him to lose consciousness. Chapter 21. Transpiration of Heaven and Earth. Ashlock's consciousness snapped back to reality nearly instantly, as if he had suffered from a flashbang or a blow to the head. The air around him felt suffocatingly hot, like a sauna turned up way too high. Opening his non-existent eyes, Ashlock saw the air shimmer from the heat alongside an insane abundance of ki. Ugh. What happened? Ashlock looked around and was amazed to see that most of the pavilion was still standing. Even the runic formation surrounding him had survived the fallout of the Grand Elder going supernova. The intricate silvery patterns etched into the gray stone slabs remained mostly undamaged. Ashlock could feel the residual ki rushing around him in a powerful torrent, as if he were at the center of a whirlpool. The energy pulsed and flowed through the formation Stella had set up, filling the air with a crackling energy that was almost tangible. Was this the ki left over from the explosion? Ashlock tried to activate his Eye of the Tree God skill to check out the surroundings, but he found himself unable to. Is this how it feels to get winded as a tree? Luckily, there was ki all around, and not being one to turn down such an opportunity, Ashlock activated his basic meditation and felt his scarlet leaves, which surprisingly survived the heat wave, greedily absorb the ambient energies. He had one more stage to go until he would forge a soul core and join the ranks of the Soulfire cultivators, a step below those godlike beings that had fought only moments ago. Ashlock took a moment to revel in the warmth of ki rushing through his trunk. He directed any excess ki that he couldn't absorb toward his cultivation down into his roots as his endless tunneling into the mountain's depths in search of treasures continued. While on the topic of utilizing his excess ki, Ashlock thought of his ki fruit production skill as he looked at his branches, all picked clean. I wonder if I should make more poisonous fruits. While the fruit had proven effective once consumed, Ashlock was uncomfortable with his lack of control over who ate them. He remembered the incident with the bird that had been able to detect the poison. It had been pure chance that the bird had accidentally died after eating a sour fruit and falling to its death. The only direct fatality due to the fruit had been a cultivator who had been careless enough to swallow the fruit without checking for poison. While Ashlock could argue that anyone foolish enough to eat his poisonous fruit deserved what they got, He knew that it was best to avoid using the fruit without a way to communicate their dangers clearly to the others. The last thing he needed was for Stella to get distracted and accidentally eat one. Ashlock returned his attention underground as his roots encountered another deposit of that silvery rock, which raised another question. Are these spirit stones? The Grand Elders had clearly placed a lot of value on spirit stones, even willing to wage an all-out war over them that resulted in the destruction of a town and the death of the Raven-born Grand Elder. It wasn't hard to understand why. The ambient key in the air was negligible compared to the amount Ashlock could extract from those silvery rocks, assuming they were spirit stone ore and not something else entirely. Speaking of the Grand Elders, Ashlock managed to activate his Eye of the Tree God skill and looked at his mountain from above. As previously confirmed, the pavilion he resided in was mostly still standing. However, the side facing the valley had been reduced to rubble. The heat wave had also passed through the training courtyard, leaving the wooden dummies that Stella used to train her sword skills charred and piled up in a corner. Overall, the damage to the mountain and the pavilion wasn't too catastrophic due to their immense height. Unfortunately, the same couldn't be said for anything else he could see. The other mountain peak within Ashlock's vision range was the one controlled by the Ravenborn family. So naturally, as it had been the closest to the blast, almost nothing remained apart from a ruin. Scorched corpses, barely recognizable as humans, were amongst the rubble that was still glowing red with heat. Even the mountain had changed shape, with a large chunk taken out as if a landslide had occurred. As for the bit of town he could see, well, there was nothing there. A volcano might as well have erupted where the Grand Elder had gone supernova, only without the ash in the air or molten lava everywhere. Speaking of, Ashlock noticed the sky had returned to its usual blue, but the clouds were still gone. Seeing the absolute destruction raised a few issues. What if that old bastard had blown himself up on my mountain while fighting someone? Hell, in the future maybe Stella would do the same. What then? Would I survive? Ultimately, Ashlock didn't have the answer, but his mind couldn't help but wonder and simulate solutions. So long as my roots stay alive, I should be able to regrow over time, right? If that assumption turned out to be accurate, then Ashlock had all the more reason to bury deep and wide with his deep roots skill. While inspecting the bubbling pit of fire that had once been a bustling human town only minutes ago, Ashlock decided to summon his sign-in system. All this talk about skills made him feel like trying his luck. Idle Tree Daily Sign-in System. Day 2782. Daily Credit 1. Sacrifice Credit 100. Sign in? So much had happened today that it was almost weird to think that not even a day had passed since Ashlock consumed that Raven-born cultivator that stripped him clean of his fruit. Of course, 100 credits weren't enough to guarantee an A-grade skill or item, but Stella only left recently, and everything in many miles seems to have died. So I might as well roll. There was a constant balance between hoarding his points to guarantee high draws and spending them whenever he got credits to increase the variety of skills, items, and maybe even summons he had for any given situation. Having a few high-grade skills and items was great, but Ashlock had found a use for even the cheapest credit items he had rolled for, such as the pill bottle, and the more mid-range skills like key fruit production, which was C-grade, yet had so many uses and had led to many interesting situations. Taking a deep, non-existent breath and containing his excitement, Ashlock told the system to sign in. Sign-in successful. 101 credits consumed. Upgraded. Basic meditation. Grade F. Transpiration of heaven and earth. Grade C. New meditation technique. And it's an upgrade. Of course, Ashlock had seen some of his skills upgrade before, such as his fire and lightning resistant skills, but that had been due to outside influence rather than the system's direct input. So it seems the system can upgrade my current skills rather than constantly giving me new ones. Ashlock removed the useless thoughts and focused on his brand new skill. He was eager to discover what it could do, especially since it apparently upgraded his meditation technique, which had been so unbelievably garbage before at the F grade. It took Ashlock over an hour to comprehend the information of his new skill, mostly because he was no biologist, and tree terminology, combined with an ancient Chinese-style breathing technique, clearly wasn't supposed to be understood by his puny mind. But it basically boiled down to this. Summoning the skill on his menu, Ashlock decided to collect his thoughts and summarize his findings. Transpiration of Heaven and Earth. Grade C. The first part of the technique's name, transpiration, refers to the process by which moisture, water, is carried through the tree from the roots to small pores on the underside of leaves. There it changes into vapor and is released into the atmosphere. Basically, the way a tree breathes. The Ashlock had been doing naturally from the moment he was born into this world as a sapling, just like how a human baby knows instinctually how to breathe. From watching Stella, Ashlock had confirmed that cultivators of this world invented breathing techniques that allowed them to absorb the ambient ki by enhancing their breathing. Ashlock wasn't sure how his previous meditation technique functioned, but considering how garbage it was debatable whether it had even done anything. However, his new skill was an actual breathing technique specialized for trees. And then comes the exciting part. The heaven and earth in the skill's name. In mythology, there are many trees. Some are even referred to as world trees because they become so tall, they literally connect the heaven and earth through their branches and extensive roots. This skill, transpiration of heaven and earth, may only be a C-grade skill, but with a few more upgrades, I will be on my way to becoming the world's new world tree. Ashlock could only laugh at himself. He had been thinking of cultivating like Stella and chasing pointless things like immortality when he was already immortal. Instead, Ashlock should have set his sights on the goal of all trees, to become so tall he could literally reach for the stars. Ashlock focused within himself and activated his new meditation technique. The relentless, raging storm of ki brewing within his trunk that Ashlock had always struggled to control became a calm lake. One so still, even the slightest disturbance would send ripples through it. It was relaxing. A headache he didn't even know he had was washed away, and now he was utterly tranquil. There was a moment of calm, but then Ashlock activated the next stage of the technique. If the first stage had been the equivalent of sitting down in a cross-legged pose and readying his mind, the second stage was when he breathed in. Ki was greedily brought up his roots, something that hadn't been possible before. Ashlock tried to suppress his overly excited and turbulent mind, thinking about the possibilities that this new breathing technique brought him. Those silver rock deposits now had great value as Ashlock felt their ki flood his calm lake. However, before the lake could overflow, the excess ki that he couldn't absorb was brought up toward his branches and eventually expelled through his leaves. No more would Ashlock have to frantically direct excess ki into his roots or fruit. He now had a reliable way to expel the excess ki. But that was not all. The technique encompassed both heaven and earth, so if his roots brought ki from the earth, then Ashlock's leaves naturally obtained ki from the heavens. The violent ambient ki captured by the runic formation rushing around Ashlock in a torrent was suddenly drawn toward his leaves. The ki trickled in, slow and steady, but with all his leaves combined, there were soon streams of ki flowing through his branches and pooling into the lake. Ashlock panicked for a second as the lake overflowed, but it seemed intentional as the ki trickled down to his roots, helping them grow. So it was an endless cycle of ki being brought up from the earth, expelled into the surroundings, and then drawn back in and trickling down to the roots. Ashlock had become a link between heaven and earth. Time passed. Day turned into night, and before Ashlock knew it, he was bathing in the sun's morning light. He felt relaxed as he exercised his technique. He could now understand why cultivators remained motionless and cultivated for months. It was better than going to a spa. All he wanted to do was cultivate and sleep for the next 100 years. But before he could close his eyes, the door to the pavilion slammed open, and an all-too-familiar girl with raven-black hair and blue flames stumbled in, clutching her arm. Diana Ravenborn had somehow survived the Grand Elder's explosion. Chapter 22. Interlude. Nascent Soul. Diana knew a secret. One nobody else in the Ravenborn family was privy to, including the other family elders. Even her deceased elder brother never learned of this secret, as the man, her father, had gone to extensive lengths to keep the truth of his cultivation a secret. Her old man, the Grand Elder of House Ravenborn, was not a mere Star Core realm cultivator. Instead, he had secretly ascended to the realm above, and was now a nascent soul. But he had only ascended this year, and was, therefore, still consolidating his new realm's foundations, so right now he was weaker than he had been before ascension. But even with his weakness, it was an accomplishment that would be hailed in the Celestial Empire and Righteous Empires as an outstanding achievement. Diana's father would be promoted to a defender of the great empire against the beast tides, and could then enjoy a near-immortal life of endless prestige and luxury. But out here, in the depths of the wilderness, where savages and castaway families fought over limited resources, as they said, the tallest trees attracted the greatest tribulations. Would all the other families, especially the patriarch, allow a nascent soul cultivator to parade around their sect, flaunting their divine power for all to see? No. They would want it for themselves. Jealousy leads to spite, but fear leads to a sword through the back and an early grave. In the Key Realm, a mortal slowly gathered the world's energy to prepare their body to transcend their mortal shell. At this stage, one could use internalized Ki to empower their bodies to break boulders with their bare hands. Next was the Soulforge realm, where the world weeded out the weak from the strong. Cultivators attempted to solidify their souls into cores with their enhanced bodies. As Diana carved through the relentless ice of the avalanche with the evergreen cultivator hot on her tail, she felt her soul core burn as blue flames poured from her hands and down her sword, letting her cut through the ice as if it were butter. She could hear her father battling in the distant skies, yet even this far away she could feel the immense gravity surrounding all Star Core cultivators. Their soul cores had become so dense after decades of cultivation that they had evolved into miniature stars, giving the cultivators a near unlimited source of Ki. In fact, their soul cores were so dense they had their own gravitational fields. The cultivators could naturally tone down the effect, but no matter what, anything in their presence, man or furniture, would have to resist some pressure. And when those godlike Star Core cultivators unleashed their powers to the max and turned off the suppression of their own souls, they could levitate into the air with the assistance of spiritual artifacts such as flying swords, something Diana hoped to do one day, assuming she survived. Clangs of swords thundered through the valley, causing the ground to tremble and Diana to briefly stumble before catching herself. Honestly, it was looking bleak. The Ravenborn family was larger than the Evergreen and Winterwrath families combined, but decades of mediocre talents had caused the Ravenborns to be very top-heavy with their influence. Eventually, the old would die out. It might take decades or even centuries, but with nobody to replace them, the Ravenborn family was doomed to fall. So Diana ran, as far as she could. Her family was doomed, and she refused to stay aboard a sinking vessel. Diana could see the border of Darklight City, only a couple meters away. Her insides felt on fire as her soul core began to leak and break. So close. Diana felt a hand clasp her shoulder with such force it crushed her bones to dust. Before she could even scream in pain, Wayne Evergreen's full weight slammed into her back like a falling boulder, pinning her to the ground. Frozen mud dug into her face like shards of glass, and she groaned. Diana gasped for breath. Winded by the blow, her vision blurred from her head smacking some ice on the way down. Her body went into total shock, and her overused soul core refused to comply with her pleas, instead choosing to go dormant. She was royally fucked.
"Fucking bitch, just stay down,"
Wayne Evergreen snarled as he locked his limbs around Diana and activated a martial technique. The ground rumbled as stone and rock surfaced, while a depression in the earth formed around Diana, causing her to slowly sink into the ground, as if she were being buried alive in a stone coffin. Once the stone coffin was sealed and Wayne was sure there was no way for the weakened Diana to escape, he collapsed on the coffin's cold stone with heavy breaths. Wiping the sweat from his brow, a grin formed on the young man's face. His father had promised a hefty reward to anyone who captured Diana Ravenborn, and if Wayne wanted to get the spotlight back from his newlywed sister, this was precisely what he needed. Deciding to make sure nothing could go wrong, the young man used his last bit of energy to cover the coffin in vines, and then, with a satisfied smile, he slumped to the ground. The sounds of fighting between the elders became a calming melody that Wayne relaxed to as he daydreamed about his future surrounded by spirit stones and compliments from his family. Looking up at the blue sky, Wayne felt beyond relieved, until his heart practically jumped out of his chest. He was currently a few meters below the Earth's surface, surrounded by the two ice walls on either side, forming the tunnel that Diana had carved out. But there was a face peeking over the edge, one he didn't wish to see. "Cousin!" The square-faced man with venomous eyes smiled, casting a shadow on the ice tunnel below. "How kind of you to keep the prize warm for me."
"Back off, Tristan,"
Wayne shouted as he shakily stood up, pushing on the stone coffin behind him for help. Wayne's body felt awful since he chugged those cheap healing pills, and his soul core was on the verge of shattering. His golden ring flashed with power, and a sword appeared in his hand, but it felt heavy and cold in his limp grip. Tristan casually dropped into the tunnel, landing perfectly on his feet, and eyed his cousin with a curious smile. "Why do you look so distraught to see me, Wayne? There's no need to fight over petty things like this, right?" Wayne gritted his teeth and shuffled his feet into a wide stance as green flames flickered to life around his hands, which earned him a chuckle from Tristan. "Wayne, drop it. You can't beat me at your best, and certainly not at your worst." Green flames roared to life, turning Tristan into a column of green fire and illuminating the ice tunnel with its sickly neon light. Wayne saw the reflections of his cousin's flames dance around him across the magical ice. No matter where he turned, he couldn't escape its shadows. Despite his cousin's calm smile, Wayne knew this was the end. There were no witnesses, and nobody would question his death when demigods fought overhead. A stray attack from them was enough to end his puny existence. It had been a trap all along. Not only would Tristan get the reward from his father, but Tristan would also increase his position in the family with his death. But perhaps most tragic of all, the bastard would steal all the cultivation resources he had been saving up in his ring for years. Tristan summoned a short sword to his hand and looked at it casually while rubbing his finger on its ornate handle.
"You know, Wayne,
I never really liked you." Wayne scoffed.
"No shit."
Tristan shook his head. No, cousin, you don't understand." Tristan took steady steps forward. His eyes were dull as the short sword lazily hung in his grasp, dripping in green flames. His smile had turned to a frown as his boots crunched on the icy mud. "I really dislike you. In fact, I often dreamed of cutting you up into little pieces and feasting on your flesh." You sick bastard,
Wayne spat. Tristan's frown turned into a sickly smile. Then I would hunt your sister and her pathetic husband. Tristan imitated a cutting motion across his neck. And once she is on the floor, squealing like a pig with a slit throat, I can go after the rest of your filthy little family that dares to rule over the side branches. The two evergreens locked eyes. Not another word was spoken, but both knew there was no going back now. A duel to the death had been silently agreed upon. Tristan moved first, shooting across the clearing. Wayne raised his sword a second too late and deflected awkwardly with the hilt rather than the blade. Usually, Wayne would have been strong enough to keep his hold, but his hand was limp with fatigue, so the blow sent his sword flying out of his hand and embedding in the opposite wall of ice. Wayne closed his eyes as his cousin sneered and, with a swift strike, decapitated Wayne with ease. The dense green flames shrouding Tristan's form died down as he casually walked up to his cousin's lifeless head and kicked it away. It cracked like an egg on his boot as he forgot to control his strength. Disgusting. Tristan shook his foot in a vain attempt to remove the red stains. With a sigh, his eyes wandered to the stone coffin. He smiled, and his short sword vanished from his hand as he walked over. But his happiness was short-lived. He had been drowning out the clashes of swords from overhead, but now they had ceased. Did someone win? Tristan tilted his head as he spread out his spiritual sense in an attempt to discern the victor. All he got back was a blinding light, a ball of such dense ki like a miniature sun preparing to explode. Tristan almost rubbed his eyes in disbelief. There was no way a Star Core cultivator would willingly go supernova unless they stood absolutely no chance. Tristan paled as realization dawned on him. The Ravenborn Grand Elder was no Star Core cultivator. He had definitely become a nascent soul, meaning the Ravenborn Grand Elder about to go supernova was merely his clone. If he could locate the Ravenborn Grand Elder's true soul, which would be without a vessel, he could absorb the soul of a nascent soul cultivator, which would propel him to the Star Core realm overnight. Greed flashed through the young man's eyes, but his casual composure crumbled. Either he stayed and guarded the trapped Diana Ravenborn to retrieve a prize from his father, or he left here and went hunting for a defenseless, nascent soul. Gritting his teeth, Tristan left the coffin and dashed down the tunnel with all his defensive artifacts activating simultaneously and his dense green flames to protect him. There was no way he would let such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip by. Diana lost consciousness due to the pain, but when she came to, she was greeted with darkness and a musty scent. The air was dry and hot. Her lips felt dry, and her mouth was parched. "Where?" she groggily croaked out as she reached up with her hand. "Ow!" Her hand reeled back in pain from touching the red-hot rock, and her brain snapped awake. Finding her soul core was half full, she deduced that a few hours had passed. "Gotta get out of here." She punched up, covering her fist in wrathful flames, and the rock practically crumbled to dust. Not due to her strength or ki, but rather because the stone was just that brittle. Diana gasped for fresh air, but instantly regretted it. Boiling steam blasted into her face, and she could only see ki-dense stream in all directions. Empowering her legs, Diana jumped up, and her jaw hung open in shock. A large chunk of Darklight City, the city that had been her playground throughout her childhood, was gone. Instead, as far as the eye could see, a desolate wasteland of molten rock stretched out, flat like the great deserts in the north. Diana's heart beat loudly in her chest as she turned midair and saw Ravenborn Peak. Her home was destroyed, obliterated, gone. Did Father go supernova? Diana wondered.
It was a common tactic for nascent soul cultivators to blow up their clones when they got outmatched. However, even if they didn't truly die, they would have to find a vessel and start cultivation again from a much lower realm. It was basically a death sentence. He had never felt so free. With her father likely dead, endless possibilities stretched out before her. Landing on the burning ground, Diana had to decide what to do now. Her body was in great pain. Her left arm hung limply at her side, which limited her options. Searching the molten landscape, Diana muttered, "Father's soul will be discovered soon. Unfortunately, I am already too late to claim it for myself. So where can I go?" Darklight City was too risky, and her family's pavilion was gone. None of the other families would house her, and surrounding the sect was a wilderness overflowing with monsters she was unprepared to face in her current condition. While her mind spun to find a solution, Diana's wandering eyes paused on a distant mountain peak. The steam from the melting ice partially obscured it, but it gave Diana a great idea. Stella Crestfallen was out of the sect, so her peak was currently unoccupied. There was no way anyone would go looking for her there. Right? Deciding there was no better option, Diana coated her legs in blue flames and dashed forward. The journey ended up taking far longer than expected. Due to the flattened land from the explosion, Diana had to regularly lay low as Evergreen and Winter Wrath cultivators that had survived the supernova moved around in groups, searching for Ravenborn survivors like a flock of vultures. By the time she had climbed Redvine Peak, she was out of breath, and it was the start of a new day. The doors were surprisingly unlocked, and Diana stumbled in. Wiping sweat from her brow, she looked straight forward and through a door leading to the central courtyard. She caught sight of a tree. Her brows furrowed in confusion. Did it always look that ominous? Chapter 23. Suspicion. Diana trudged into the central courtyard and seemed to be eyeing Ashlock warily. Her brows were furrowed, as if the sight of him baffled the badly beaten and bruised cultivator. She circled him a single time, eyes narrowed and feet dragging with every step. Eventually, she flopped down to the grass beside the tree, crossed her legs, and began cultivating after swallowing a few pills. A while passed with nothing happening, and Ashlock let out a non-existent breath he didn't know he was holding. It had been a stressful few days. Ashlock had no clue how Diana Ravenborn survived the Grand Elder's explosion, but that didn't matter. What he needed to do first and foremost, while Diana was still distracted, was decide his stance on the situation. How should he treat the intruder? His opinion of the girl was neutral. When they first met, she'd snooped around his courtyard for clues about something likely relating to Stella. That made Ashlock naturally wary of her. But then she killed her cousin, noticed his existence as a spirit tree, and was nice enough to leave the body for him to eat without chopping him down for spiritual firewood. She had then taken the pill bottle and the storage ring containing his fruit, but she had no idea the ring carried fruit when she stole it from her dead cousin's finger. And Diana also didn't know the pills had belonged to him. What tree owned pills anyway? So was Diana sly and untrustworthy? Yes, without question. Before she left her mountain peak, Ashlock had overheard Diana's mother asking about a special mission Diana had been given by the now-dead Grand Elder. That was very suspicious, and likely involved Stella again, somehow, but he had no proof. For all he knew, the special mission could be entirely unrelated to her previous snooping around the pavilion. Also, she was ruthless, and maybe a little psychopathic. Executing her cousin without asking questions first, and then leaving the dead body for a demonic tree to eat, was far from normal behavior, even with his knowledge of how the demonic cultivators acted. But despite her flaws, she had taken him on an unknowing tour of the town that was now nothing but a puddle of molten slag, and showed an acceptable demeanor and good fighting sense compared to the evergreen cultivators. So other than some wariness around her motives and character, she seemed like an all-right person. And there was also the simple fact that Ashlock's opinions on the girl ultimately didn't matter. Even in her injured state, his devour skill would likely only anger her, and there was no way she would consume a poisonous fruit, unless she was somehow as dumb as her cousin. So Ashlock was simply out of options, and would have to put up with her presence until either she left or Stella returned. Ashlock watched Diana cultivate for a bit, and a thought crossed his mind. Could she help train Stella for her upcoming Grand Elder examination? Ashlock was still distraught for Stella. After seeing the godlike fight between the Grand Elders, I worry that Stella will struggle to pass the exam, even with a few more years out in the wilderness. She simply lacks a teacher. Ashlock wasn't oblivious to the fact that Stella had practically raised herself. Apart from venturing down the mountain on a rare occasion for supplies, Stella kept to herself and silently cultivated and practiced up here on the mountain peak. She lacked a teacher, something he could never provide, as she often taught him things. Not like I can speak, anyway. Ashlock hadn't seen Stella fight in many years, and had no idea how she compared to Diana. So maybe she would be a secret prodigy, and Diana wouldn't be able to teach her anything. Ashlock paused at the distant memory of the first time he'd seen Stella fight. The two men who had freaked out when they saw the head pulled from the bag had utilized blue flames while fighting her. Were they Ravenborn servants? Why had they freaked out like that over the head anyway? Who was the guy? Many questions and a disturbing lack of answers. Actually, now that Ashlock thought about it some more, each family seemed to have a color of flames associated with them. Was that due to a family martial art technique? Or was the color of one's soul flames determined from birth? Could a cultivator change the color of their flames? Ashlock wished he could venture down to a library or ask to train under someone to get a better understanding of cultivators in this world. I'm getting off topic, aren't I? Right, back to the blue flame cultivators. Ashlock gazed at Diana, who was cultivating beside him. She had blue flames flickering across her body as she healed her wounds, and so had other Ravenborn family members, which led Ashlock to a disturbing thought. Had her family tried to assassinate Stella? It was too early to draw conclusions. When Stella had nearly been poisoned by that servant, the two cultivators she fought off later that night had red and black flames. It may have been a coincidence that those cultivators that attacked Stella all those years ago had blue flames. In fact, Ashlock couldn't even remember the exact shade of the flames. Were they light blue, or a darker tone like Diana's? Ashlock cursed. If only his stupid system had unlocked faster, he might have gotten his Eye of the Tree God and Language of the World skills before the incident, and then he would have understood what was happening through their conversations. Even his vision would have been improved. Everything was blurry back then, as if seen through a plane of frosted glass. So, in conclusion, I have almost zero information about this girl, and I think her family wants to kill Stella. Ashlock picked at his memories for a few hours, and a conversation came to mind. Stella told me she killed the scion of House Ravenborn in a duel with the help of her new earrings I gifted her. Well, now Ashlock had discovered a potential motive for why both House Ravenborn and maybe Diana in particular might despise Stella's existence. Ashlock's mind yearned to pull the trigger on the Devour skill for the rest of the day. Idletree Daily Sign-In System, Day 2784. Daily Credit, 2. Sacrifice Credit, 0. Sign-In. Ashlock awoke the next day to his usual sign-in notification. Briefly dismissing it to the corner of his mind, the young demonic tree examined his surroundings. Although half destroyed by the Grand Elder's blast, the courtyard was in good form. It was the 6th month of the year, so summer was in full swing, with all the pleasantries that came with it. The sky was blue, the clouds fluffy, and the warm sun shone on his scarlet leaves. There was just one thing to dampen his mood: an uninvited guest. Diana stood up and stretched. She wore odd clothing that didn't match the era, a pair of black jeans and a white shirt with an undone top button. Her raven hair was short and hung casually over her gray eyes. Honestly, she reminded Ashlock of a modern teenager from Earth going through a tomboyish emo phase. But considering she could shoot flames out her sword and cut avalanches in two, she could act and dress however she darn well pleased. She rolled up her shirt sleeves and inspected her arms, likely for any lingering bruises or cuts she had failed to heal overnight. Then, rolling her shoulders, she walked around the courtyard, studying the runic formations as she went. She seemed baffled, not by its runes, but rather by its purpose. "Is that girl crazy?" Diana huffed, crossing her arms. Mumbling to herself, Diana stroked her chin while looking straight at a certain ominous tree. "Such an expensive formation, yet almost all the captured key is lost because it was built outdoors. Is that girl just stupid, or—" Her eyes followed the flow of the ambient key like those of a curious girl watching a fish swim by. Then her body followed it, walking toward the center of the formation and stopping just a step away from Ashlock. She seemed to pause as she frowned at the ground. "My cousin's body is already gone. There is no way a demonic tree could eat him and his clothes that fast. Did a vulture get to it?" Looking up, she furrowed her brows. "No, the canopy would have hidden the corpse from the sky." Drumming her fingers on her chin, the girl seemed deep in thought. Sadly, Ashlock was no mind reader, so he just sat. Stood? Swayed? Ashlock had no clue about the proper term. Being a human mind in a tree was sometimes confusing, but only sometimes. He rather liked his new body. Diana seemed to come to a conclusion as she looked at his naked branches devoid of any fruit. "You should be a demonic tree sapling, yet there are no poisonous berries on your branches, nor is there any fruit. So where did my cousin get that?" Her thoughts seemed to wander again. Ashlock found it odd to be learning about his fellow demonic trees. Spirit trees weren't that rare in this world, as most people that had interacted with him seemed mostly uninterested. Am I like a Venus flytrap to them? I used to like feeding dead flies to mine back at home. Now Ashlock felt silly. Here he was, a man-eating tree, but in this dog-eat-dog world, a murderous magical tree was about as interesting as some dumb plant that took days to digest a single insect. Diana reached her hand out, and Ashlock felt the familiar feeling of invasive ki flooding his trunk. He couldn't hide his ki in the corner of his body, hoping she wouldn't find him because, well, there was a massive spiritual lake of ki floating in the middle of his trunk. It was rather hard to miss. To Ashlock's surprise, Diana was rather respectful. Her ki never went too close to his spiritual lake, and her prying only lasted a minute before she pulled her hand back. Her eyes narrowed. How did it change so much in just 2 days? That should be impossible. I have never seen a spirit tree progress so fast. As flattering as her statements were, Ashlock feared he had been found out. Chapter 24. New Neighbors. Diana was confused, but the pieces were coming together. Slowly but surely, the odd setup of Red Vine Peak was beginning to make sense. Of course the demonic tree was the center of all this nonsense. How had it grown so fast over 2 days? The runic formation clearly played a role. The ambient key surrounding the tree was absolutely ridiculous. It rivaled some of the secret realms she had visited in the past. There was also a horrifying thought. What if the tree had eaten her cousin in only a single day? Diana had ventured out of the sect and into the wilderness numerous times. Out there, dead beast corpses sometimes caused the birth of a spirit tree. Spirit trees were nothing special, considered barely sentient plants at best. However, some alchemists did grow them to use their fruit in concoctions far beyond Diana's understanding. Is Stella an alchemist? Is that why she is taking such care of a demonic tree? Diana tapped her chin. It made some sense. But demonic trees could only help produce poisons, as their berries were quite potent, strong enough for ki-empowered beasts to die within minutes. Deciding that, in the end, it didn't matter, Diana shrugged and sat down on the bench below the demonic tree. The ki here was very dense. Not only would it aid in her cultivation, but the ambient ki would also obscure her from the wandering spiritual senses of people looking for her. With her father dead, and her family mostly wiped out and scattered throughout the valley, she was free to do as she liked. But having a plan was always important. Either I stay here in the Blood Lotus sect, or I hitch a ride with the merchants and go somewhere else. That idea terrified her. Naturally, as the scion of House Ravenborn, she had never wandered too far from the sect, and the idea of traversing the wilderness with those crazy strong merchants just to join another demonic sect where she knew nobody seemed daunting. But how can I stay here in the Blood Lotus sect after my family's downfall? There were a few options, but none were that great. Should I take the promotion exam to become a Grand Elder in a few years? A thin smile appeared on the girl's face. She had nothing left except the clothes on her back and the stuff in her 2 spatial rings. She was basically homeless. One of the spatial rings wasn't even hers and was just filled with ki-dense fruit from God knows where. It wasn't looking too good. Diana needed a place to quietly cultivate, heal from her injuries, and prepare to become a Grand Elder of the Blood Lotus sect. With a sigh, Diana summoned a beast core from her spatial ring. The palm-sized item looked like a rotating heart, but was actually odorless and felt like a pebble in her hand. Grimacing, Diana chucked the beast core into her mouth and began to cycle her cultivation technique. There was an explosion of energy throughout her body as ki equivalent to a week's worth of breathing technique filled her entire body, replenishing her weary soul core and revitalizing her flesh. However, she had to be careful. Consuming too many beast cores led to rapid progression, but had diminishing returns and caused heart demons to fester. The line between man and beast was more blurry than many felt comfortable admitting. Moreover, her cultivation method of absorbing beast cores for rapid advancement would lead her to being called a monster and savage in the Celestial Empire, so trying to live there was also a no-go. Closing her eyes, Diana entered a deep state of meditation. As Diana stopped investigating him and focused back on her cultivation, Ashlock felt relieved. It seemed even with his ridiculous advancement and all the other peculiarities around him, Diana simply didn't care. Ashlock was a little annoyed that the girl was cultivating in his personal space, but the amount of ki she absorbed from the surroundings was negligible compared to the total collected by the runic formation. That supernova had contained the accumulated and refined ki of a star core cultivator. Even with the explosion happening so far away, Ashlock had never felt the air so heavy with the stuff. It was like smog, forever lingering around. With nothing else to do, Ashlock decided to continue cultivating himself, as he didn't know how long this ki would last. Was it a temporary thing, or would the area be saturated in the stuff for hundreds of years to come? Activating the transpiration of heaven and earth, ki flowed through the leaves and down into the lake, while simultaneously, ki was drawn up from the earth, up his roots and trunk, and finally breathed out through his leaves. It gave Ashlock a magical feeling as his body began to grow, and he could feel his cultivation advancing. A few days passed. Ashlock could not sleep with someone cultivating so close beside him, but he could enter a meditative trance. In this state, time flowed exceptionally fast, but not instantly. In a way, he preferred this, as he was somewhat aware of his surroundings. And exciting things were occurring. Not within the courtyard of Red Vine Peak, as Diana remained motionless, but rather in the wasteland that was once the town. On this particular day, Ashlock decided to do some spying around, as he had noticed more activity there than in the last few days. Eye of the Tree God brought Ashlock high into the sky, away from his home, and allowed him to venture forth as nothing but an observer. If not for this skill, Ashlock feared he may have gone mad, and started thinking of the courtyard and the pavilion as his prison. Or would he have? His mindset had certainly changed on many things along with his biology. Due to his skills, view range, and speed, he soared past his mountain peak faster than any bird or plane, yet it still took him a few minutes. It was hard to describe how enormous Red Vine Peak and the old Ravenborn Mountain truly were. Ashlock had never seen Mount Everest in person, but he wouldn't be surprised if they were similar sizes. It made sense that the cultivators rarely left their mountain peaks to interact with the mortals in the towns down below. And on the flip side, it made sense why the mortals never ventured up to the mountain peaks. Ashlock doubted an average human could even get to the top without the help of a cultivator. On the neighboring mountain peak, Ashlock could see that the top had been shaved flat. It was certainly not natural, almost as if a cultivator had taken their sword and sliced the tip clean off, which was likely what had actually happened. The flat space was huge, easily enough to fit a few football stadiums or an entire airport with room to spare. However, Ashlock had found it hard to picture how this flat bit of rock had once been the Ravenborn family pavilion, which was big enough to house thousands of people. And now, it was all gone. Even the rubble and corpses had been cleared. Instead, the mountain peak was alive with different activity. Green and white flame cultivators mingled in groups and seemed to be constructing a new palace in the skies. Ashlock could practically see the key in the air. It was that dense. The cultivators appeared to be bickering over the best way to build the new pavilion, but up here wasn't the true hub of activity. No, for that, Ashlock had to go to the site of the old town. It had only been around a week since the Grand Elder went supernova and turned the town into a molten wasteland, yet it was already unrecognizable. Nature was in full overdrive, likely due to the dense key in the air, and the charred, miserable land of a few days ago was gone and replaced with a beautiful meadow, teeming with life. Now I see why this entire world isn't a wasteland. After witnessing the might of the cultivators, Ashlock had wondered why the entire world wasn't a land of split mountains, burned down forests, and rivers of corpses. But if nature recovers this quickly, and the cultivators and mortals with a little key live for so long, then it's no wonder life hasn't gone extinct yet. On the old town's lands, which had now become an overgrown meadow, Ashlock could see thousands of mortals excitedly hauling logs and stones from God knows where and building a brand new town. None of them seemed distraught about the fact they were building upon the vaporized remains of hundreds, if not thousands, of people that had called this land home. A few cultivators stood to the side and told people where they could build while pocketing some coin from the people. Honestly, it was so hilariously corrupt that Ashlock couldn't take it seriously. The cultivators simply didn't give a single fuck about anything except for themselves. Ashlock spent a few more hours watching the people before deciding to call it for the day. He still got tired when the sun dipped down, but luckily he could keep cultivating at nighttime now. As he sat there in a groggy state with the cool summer night breeze rustling his leaves, Ashlock looked forward to the future. If he had to guess, based on absolutely no information other than his gut feeling, it would be forming his soul core within a few weeks. And Stella would return in less than a year. So, assuming nothing went wrong with the Winter Wrath and Evergreen folk moving in next door, life looked rather pleasant for the foreseeable future. Now, if only Diana could stop being a useless squatter and get him some snacks. Chapter 25. Dark Truth. Idletree Daily Sign-In System, Day 2846. Daily Credit, 64. Sacrifice Credit, 60. Sign-in. Progress was slower than expected on the cultivation front. Based on no information other than his gut feeling, Ashlock had estimated it would take another few weeks to form his soul core. There was just a slight issue. Ashlock had no idea what a soul core even looked like, let alone how to develop one. Did he need to unlock another technique? Something like soul core creation? Days had turned into weeks, which had then turned into months. 2 months, to be exact. Cultivation was going fine. The dense ambient qi had yet to dissipate much, and surprisingly, Diana was generous in the snack department. She had opted to shoot down passing birds for food, since he was refusing to grow any more fruit. She stripped the corpses of edible meat and gave him the rest of the carcass and any leftover organs. Due to the meat being removed, the sacrificial credits gained from each bird were negligible, but she hunted around 2 a day, so they added up over time. "Here's another one, you glutton." Diana dumped a bird's skeleton that had been stripped clean beside the bench, which she practically collapsed on in exhaustion. Her shirt was stained with sweat, and she breathed heavily while a training sword lay against her leg. Ashlock didn't know if Diana was a training freak or a workaholic, but he swore she cultivated in her sleep and then practiced techniques from sunup until sundown. Not a single moment was wasted. Something he could respect, as it motivated him to do something. It was hard to be a slothful tree when someone right next to you was working until they almost passed out every day. Never one to say no to a free meal, Ashlock cast Devour, and black vines shot out from the ground and crushed the corpse into smithereens before absorbing the nutrients, if there were any left, and some lingering qi. Due to the lack of meat and his new cultivation technique being so powerful, Ashlock barely even noticed the bird's qi drip into his inner lake. +1 SC. But the extra credits were always welcomed. Unlike Stella, Diana seemed to show only the slightest interest in him, only speaking every once in a while, never opening up about anything particularly interesting. It was a shame. They had spent 2 months together, and Ashlock was just starting to tolerate her existence. She did odd things, like eating these awful-looking rocks that reeked of slightly wrong qi. It was hard to describe what was exactly wrong with it, but it just felt contaminated. Maybe it was some kind of cultivator drug. In novels, the protagonists often referred to cultivators as junkies with how many drugs they took to empower their bodies. The ironic thing was that drugs made you live longer here, rather than serving as a quick path to financial and physical death. With his meal consumed and his thoughts wandering, Ashlock decided to observe Diana again. She often used the central courtyard to train, likely because it was the collection point for all the ambient qi. Day 50 of trying to figure out how the hell to form a soul core, Ashlock muttered to nobody but himself as he intently watched Diana. With no teacher, Ashlock just hoped to gain even the slightest sliver of insight from his observations. He had overfilled his lake and expanded it many times. It was now around twice as large as it had been when Ashlock formed it 2 months ago, but that was still not enough. He had tried to compress it into a ball shape, but that had been a futile effort, as the qi simply dissipated rather than condensed. Diana raised her sword, summoning her dark blue flame that flickered across the blade. She then slashed at the air, keeping her eyes set on the horizon. The arc her sword drew was beautiful, and her footwork was fluid like a dancer's as she performed a flurry of attacks. That was one thing Ashlock had noticed. Stella and Diana applied cultivation in different ways. If he had to describe Diana in a single word, it would be fluid, like water, whereas Stella was instantaneous, like lightning. How the two compared, or who would win in a fight, was undecided. But Ashlock feared he might soon find out. Diana had shown no signs of leaving, and Ashlock doubted Stella would be thrilled to find a squatter in her pavilion when she returned. The afternoon went lazily by. Ashlock gave up watching Diana after a while and scratched his head over the soul core issue until a shout startled him. "Stella Crestfallen! We are representatives of the Winterroth family, and we have come to make a deal." A deep, masculine voice thundered from the entrance to the pavilion. Ashlock cursed as he quickly activated his Eye of the Tree God skill. How did I not feel him coming? I should find a solution to that. In the past, Ashlock had awoken naturally when a powerful cultivator appeared. Why had that changed? Was it because he was already awake? Or was the dense ambient key messing with his senses? For now, that didn't matter. Two men dressed in sleeveless white robes stood at the closed and bolted doors. If Ashlock had to describe their look, he would call them albino Vikings. Their short hair and eyebrows were chalky white, and their eyes were a deep red. If not for their muscular appearance, like bodybuilders, and the fact that they stood under the sun, Ashlock would have believed they were vampires. Were there vampires and other mystical races in this world? So far, he had only seen humans and heard rumors of a beast tide, which didn't sound like it included elves and dwarves. "Stella Crestfallen, you are under protection from the Patriarch. We won't lay a hand on you," the man closest to the door shouted, hands cupped around his mouth. "Hey, you didn't tell me Stella Crestfallen lived here," the one who stood further back hissed, just loud enough for his accomplice to hear. "They said she had some weird artifact that let her kill everyone she faced in a tournament a while ago." The man turned from shouting at the door and placed a hand on his friend's tense shoulder. "Relax, Eric. The artifact only allows her to incapacitate one person at a time, so you just need to hold her stare for a second while I deal with her." Eric practically rolled his eyes. "Are you stupid? Please tell me you're joking." Then, seeing his friend's unfaltering smile, Eric threw his hands up. "And who told you this secret fact I have never heard of, Is someone trying to set your muscle brain up?" "Eleanor would never do such a thing." The man looked very offended, and even Ashlock was rolling his non-existent eyes. "She has a heart of gold that could melt even my—" "Shush." Eric held his lips shut. "Not another word out of you, lover boy. We're leaving." The man smacked Eric's hand away and huffed. "If I get this Stella bitch to come with me, Eleanor said she would dual cultivate with me." There was a long silence, which was broken by Eric laughing his lungs out. "That is the dumbest thing I have ever heard. You and the Ice Queen Eleanor dual cultivating? Not even a pig would want to fuck your dumb ass." Eric was practically wiping tears from his eyes. "What does the cold-hearted beauty need with Stella, though?" "Pill furnace," the man said flatly. Eric stopped mid-laugh and instantly scowled. "Now, that is something I can't agree with, and you know that. Turning a person into a pill furnace is vile, Mike. Even for a demonic cultivator, that is a new low." "Eleanor hit a bottleneck." Mike shrugged. "And you know how hard it is to find human pill furnaces these days. The Grand Elders took them all a long time ago." Mike's face then darkened. "Do you even know why Stella Crestfallen is so favored by the Patriarch? It's because he needs a pill." Ashlock's jaw would have dropped, if he still had one, and his hatred for cultivators increased tenfold. The Patriarch had seemed like a reasonable fellow who was honoring Stella's dead relatives, people that had sacrificed themselves for his survival. But really, he just saw Stella's value as a pill furnace. Eric covered his ears and shouted nonsense to himself. "Can't hear you. I know, nothing. Oh, would you look at the setting sun? Crazy how time flies. Gotta go." Eric practically shot down the mountain as a ball of white flames. Mike scoffed, watched his friend leave, and turned back to the still-shut pavilion doors with clenched fists. He seemed hesitant to enter, but considering how Eric had reacted to the information, the guy likely had little choice but to complete the mission if he wanted to stay alive, as he knew the secrets of someone powerful enough to rule over this many savage cultivators. Ashlock pivoted his view and saw Diana hiding behind his trunk. Was she scared of this guy? Why is she hiding like that? "Oi, woman, don't use me as a shield. Go fight this dude!" Mike cracked his neck to the side and rolled his shoulders as white flames materialized around his fists. Punching the air was enough to send the doors flying off their hinges. Strolling in like he owned the place, Mike glanced around the desolate courtyard. With Stella leaving and Diana having little interest in keeping the place tidy, nature had run its course. The turbulent winds one would experience at the peak of a high mountain had battered the walls. The red vines that gave the Red Vine Peak its name had become overgrown to the point that some of the white pavilions were being buried under a blanket of red. Dust caked everything, and the place almost looked haunted. Mike stepped forward with noticeable reluctance, looking left and right down the corridor. On the far side of the welcome hall was an opening to the central courtyard. Mike could only see the base of a tree surrounded by a massive runic formation, which seemed to confuse him. He summoned a short sword to his left hand and a shield covered in engraved runes like an art piece to his right. His breathing slowed as he entered the central courtyard. From high above, Ashlock could see Diana start to move from behind his trunk, but to Ashlock's godlike eyesight, she seemed to shimmer in the light, as if her skin had turned to liquid. Mike noticed Diana emerge from behind the tree.
"You aren't Stella."
The words were caught in his throat as a second Diana appeared from one of the training courtyard doors a few meters away, causing Mike to stumble back. And then, a third from behind a supporting pillar, and a fourth from the herbal garden entrance. Chapter 26. Ascension. A dense mist blanketed the courtyard as over 10 water clones of Diana emerged with sinister smiles. Mike reacted instantly, creating an aura around him that froze the mist, transforming it into snow that swirled around him, eventually forming a blizzard. White flames drifted from his hands and joined the torrent, creating a seemingly impenetrable wall around him of snow and flames. His eyes darted around, and he held his sword in a ready position across his chest. Haunted laughter echoed through the mist as shadows encircled Mike. They waited patiently, just outside his strike range as they laughed, mocking the man as if he were a goldfish trapped in a bowl. "Crazy bitch." Mike clearly felt the insult and decided to go on the offensive as the laughing shadows grated on his nerves. A javelin of ice that looked sharp enough to impale steel formed overhead, hovering ominously like a waiting warhead with the blizzard still raging. "Take this!" Bringing down the hand that held the runic shield as if he were throwing something, the javelin of ice shot forth, slicing through the flames and ice and toward one of the shadows with a horrifying speed. From his viewpoint above, Ashlock could see everything. The mist was child's play before his A-grade skill. What Mike had attacked was just a shadow in the fog. The clones had dissolved into puddles and traveled along the floor in streams toward Mike. Ashlock didn't plan to take a back seat to this. Even if Diana was strong, it was still a bad matchup. She relied on water-based techniques, whereas the Winterwrath family employed ice-based ones, a natural counter. Ashlock waited for the perfect time to strike as his roots remained patient under the thin soil cover. Conveniently, Mike didn't seem to want to move, and was standing on a patch of grass rather than the runic formation, so Ashlock could cast Devour without issue. Seeing the shadow die from his attack, Mike grinned and shot out 10 more miniature icicles, each the length of an arm. They carved through the mist, and the shadows fell one by one. What a waste of ki. Ashlock couldn't hold back his critique, as from his perspective, Mike looked irrational, wasting ki on attacking shadows in the mist that would never harm him. "I don't know who you are," Mike began, but he seemed to catch something in the corner of his eye that silenced him. A stream of water like a snake was meandering across the floor, coated in a thin layer of dark blue flames to resist the freezing temperatures of blizzard encircling Mike. He slashed down at the threat with his sword, the blade coated in some kind of frost key that instantly froze the water stream, and a second slash made it shatter like glass. "Sneaky bitch. From House Ravenborn, hey?" He saw another stream approaching his left foot and obliterated it in short order. "Must be lonely, knowing all your family is dead. Are you a lost little lamb? Ah!" A jet of water slashed at his tendon, causing him to stumble forward. More and more streams crawled toward him like vipers. There were too many for Mike's one sword and shield, so after reflecting another water bottle, he consumed a healing pill and roared, "Land of eternal ice!" The ground trembled as he lit up like a light bulb with white flames that poured out of him like mercury in all directions, and the second the liquid flames touched the ground, they morphed into solid ice, coating the soil in a deep freeze that stopped Diana's attack in its tracks. Mike sneered at the flash-frozen ground surrounding him for a few meters. The injury on the back of his leg had also healed. Not even a scar remained. Some might think Mike had the upper hand, but it was evident from above that Diana was whittling him down. The blizzard surrounding Mike dissipated as the mist retreated and the laughing shadows reappeared. Mike brought his sword and shield up and hit them together. "Come on! Stop hiding and come fight!" Diana was actually standing on the wall, directly behind Mike. A dagger lay lazily in her hand as she looked down at him with dull gray eyes. Diana didn't say a word to counter his taunting, only a thin smile emerged. Then, like an orchestra conductor, she channeled ki into the surroundings, and the mist began to morph and move. Mike spun around, detecting the source of the ki. "Found you!" He threw his sword at Diana, but it passed through. The illusion rippled with a frost-covered blade lodged firmly inside it. Within a second, the water illusion froze into a statue of ice and tumbled forward, shattering on the grass below. Ashlock was as surprised as Mike. Even he had thought the illusion was real. A figure flickered through the fog, and Mike barely raised his shield in time to block a savage slash of blue flames from behind. The real Diana had gone for a killing blow, but Mike had survived by the skin of his teeth. Mike grinned as Diana found her blade frozen to his shield. "Gotcha now!" There was a brief flash of panic on Diana's calm face, and Ashlock decided it was time to make his explosive entrance. Casting Devour with all his stored-up ki, he watched as the ground cracked. His inner lake rippled as stored ki was funneled into the skill. Black vines as thick as one's forearm erupted from the ground with such force it was like a dormant kraken had awakened and decided to swallow its foolish prey. Mike's eyes bulged in shock as black vines came all around him in a shower of cracked ice. He cast aside the shield with Diana's dagger frozen to it, summoned 2 blades from his spatial ring, and with a twirl, he cut all the vines in one go. They were severed easily and fell to the ground. But little did Mike know, the skill didn't end until the target was dead or Ashlock ran out of ki. More came. He cut them with increased vigor while deflecting Diana's second attack from his blind spot. The angle was awkward, so he stumbled, and a luckily placed root coiled around his foot, causing him to face-plant into the frozen grass with a groan. He tried to push himself up, but it was futile. Vines sprang from below and coiled around his waist and limbs, dragging him down. He screamed, white flames burning the vines, but with his ice gone, Diana could move freely. "No, stop! Wait! I come for Stella, not you!" Diana bent down before him, and with a broad smile, she cleanly decapitated Mike in one swift strike. As Ashlock's vines tightened around the corpse, the bones snapping made Diana lose her composure for a second. "Oi, you gluttonous tree! Can't you wait a darn second? I need to loot the corpse!" She tried to pull Ashlock's vines away, but they kept coming and practically mummified Mike. Ashlock could only chuckle to himself as he watched the squatters struggle. If he could cancel the skill, he might have thought about it, but it was non-cancelable once it started. "At least let me grab the spatial ring." Diana fished through the coiling vines, and her eyes lit up when she saw a hint of gold. Using all her strength, she pulled 2 vines apart and yanked the golden ring from Mike's still warm finger. She fell back on her butt with a grunt. She then lay on her back and looked at the evening sky while holding the ring up. "Got it!" Only the sounds of shifting vines and Diana's heavy breathing filled the empty courtyard. Plus 10 SC. Ashlock metaphorically frowned at the notification. Why was it only 10 credits? He gained at least 100 when he killed cultivators of a lower level than this guy. Did the system break? Requirements for the Soulforge realm have been met. 9th stage key realm, 100%. Huh? Suitable white soul core, elemental ice, absorbed. Placed into storage as cultivation stage is at 100%. Hold on. White soul core? Was that from the body I just consumed? Is that why I only gained 10 SC? Because I didn't absorb the cultivator's soul core? Commencing upgrade to Soulforge realm, 0%. Use free white soul core or random draw with 134 credits. Was that even a question? What kind of tree used ice abilities? Frost and fire were the natural enemies of all trees. Just the thought of the winter was enough to make Ashlock feel sleepy and want to hibernate. "Random draw!" Ashlock shouted to his system, and the screen flickered away. White soul core consumed, plus 200 SC, 324 credits used. Forming new soul core. Ashlock waited with immense anxiety. Truthfully, he could think of some worse options than Frost, but his vines, which moved with sap, combined with Frost Key, would be a hard combo to pull off. Amethyst Spatial Soul Core created. What? Entering sleep mode. Chapter 27. Heaven's Wrath. Upgrade complete. Deactivating sleep mode. Ashlock awoke to a raging storm. Freezing rain pelted his scarlet leaves and drummed on the pavilion's black wood roofs, while turbulent winds made his branches sway. Lightning flickered through the clouds above, followed by thunder so deafening it made the entire mountain tremble. Relishing the storm for a second, Ashlock looked at the clouds above in a daze. His body felt all kinds of wrong. It was like he had been stretched in his sleep, and his blood replaced with a gas. How long had he been asleep? What was happening? Before he could summon the system to find his answer, a blue bolt of lightning descended from the heavens with wrathful fury and blasted into one of his thicker branches. A flash of light blinded Ashlock's spiritual sight, followed by a burning sensation. Warning: Wrath of the Heavens invoked. Ashlock felt ungodly pain, as if someone were pressing his finger onto a burning stove. For fuck's sake, not again. Is this a tribulation for reaching the next realm? What happened to my B-grade lightning key protection? Checking his body, the distraught tree came to a terrible realization. It's already active. And it still hurt this much? Why is this lightning so much stronger than last time? In a panic, Ashlock felt for his inner key lake. But it was gone. In its place, deep inside his trunk, was a light purple crystal that looked just like an amethyst. It was around the size of a human head, but the amount of ki stored within it was terrifying. So this is what the Grand Elder detonated to produce that terrifying supernova. It does feel like I have a bomb inside me ready to blow at any time. Feeling the ki in the air getting fierce, Ashlock decided to coat his trunk and branches with as much ki as possible for preemptive protection. Bring it on, you cosmic bastards! Nothing will stop me from eating all these cultivator fuckers! Much to Ashlock's dismay, his taunting appeared rather effective, as another lightning bolt came from an odd angle and struck his trunk directly, just below his branches. But this time, Ashlock was prepared. Lilac-colored flames flickered to life across Ashlock's trunk and absorbed most of the lightning's power, and his lightning key protection handled the rest. Ha 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 ha! I have my own flames! Ashlock couldn't contain his excitement at seeing nothing but a burn mark on his black bark instead of a gaping hole filled with fire like last time. This was evidence of his new power. Sadly, it seemed he had lost a branch to the first attack, but with his new soul core, perhaps he could make it through this ordeal. And then, the hopeful tree saw the entire sky light up as golden bolts of lightning descended upon him all at once. His soul core trembled as lilac flames roared to life across his body, and he became a column of flame that reached for the skies. Then, as another lightning bolt came near, the fire flickered out, as if slapping the god's wrath away. At first it was easy, but as this continued for hours and hours, it became harder and harder to resist after each strike. Ashlock was just about ready to give up. He felt lethargic, and his flames had died down to just a whisper of their previous vigor. But then, the thunder ceased, the clouds parted, and the sun god's golden rays gave the young tree a new lease on life. Heavenly tribulation survived. Damage calculated at 7%. Only 7%. What a piece of cake. Ashlock shrugged off the memories of him screaming in fear after the 10th round of lightning strikes came and decided he would never think of them again. Repair body with credits? Yes or no? Hell no. Ashlock mentally smashed the no option. You scammed me enough last time. I will sleep the damage off. And with that, Ashlock drifted off to sleep. Diana leaned on her sword implanted into the ground and frowned at the mysterious tree. She had just witnessed the tree fight off the most rounds of heavenly lightning she had ever seen, and it somehow survived the tribulation, mostly unharmed. A few charred branches lay at its base, but compared to the hundreds it had now, it was a small sacrifice. Diana dislodged her sword from the wet mud and felt its weight in her hand. Could she have survived such an event? Diana's grip around the sword tightened as she bit her lip. No matter how Diana imagined it, her chance of survival was nil. Hell, the tree couldn't even dodge the strikes like she could, or pop lightning-resistance pills. It had just taken them on the chin, defending with nothing but its newly awakened first-stage soul fire, which Diana noted was lilac, the flame of space, a rare and highly sought-after soul fire type. With a sigh, Diana decided to inspect the tree. As she walked, circling the perimeter, the wet grass squelched underfoot. Remnants of golden lightning arced between the tree branches. She reached out a curious hand, and like a provoked scorpion, the streak of heavenly lightning lashed out at her. Diana easily thwacked it away, but it still made her palm numb. Looking at her tingling hand and then back at the tree that lorded over the courtyard, Diana couldn't help but think of the first week she arrived here. After they had double-teamed that winter wrath vermin almost a year ago, the tree had entered some type of hypergrowth, which was simply impossible. The tree had grown taller daily, with its branches spreading in all directions. By now, the entire central courtyard was under its canopy. But trees grow all the time, and the ambient key had been rather dense, so that might have been explainable. What didn't have any explanation was how the tree formed a soul core and invoked the wrath of heavens, an event that was usually reserved for star core cultivators. What could the tree possibly be doing that could cause heaven to defy its existence? Was it tapping into a forbidden power left over from before the gods? Shaking her head, Diana turned on her heel and headed back to the training courtyard with determination. She refused to be outdone by a tree, of all things. A week later, on a quiet afternoon, a slothful tree awoke feeling much better. Ashlock looked up and was grateful for the clear blue skies that didn't want to kill him. Well, this is new, Ashlock remarked as he looked around the empty courtyard. The runic formations were still there, but the ambient key that had been so dense when he fell asleep was all but gone. More importantly, Ashlock hadn't noticed it last time due to the immediate situation, but he had grown while he slept. A lot. If he had been around 10 meters tall before, he was now triple that, and his point of view had followed. Now, without using his Eye of the Tree God skill, he could see into the pavilion's smaller courtyards, as the walls no longer inhibited his sight. As he surveyed the vast pavilion, Ashlock spotted a familiar girl who was hard at work practicing in the training courtyard. Her sword danced between the training dummies with unrestrained fury. Her short black hair was drenched with sweat and clung to her face, but she seemed unperturbed as her dark blue flames coated her blade. Ashlock noticed the wall of the training courtyard was still destroyed from the Grand Elder's explosion, but the red vines had grown across. Now, they might grow fast, but that was disturbing evidence that a lot of time had passed since he had fallen asleep to create his soul core. Usually, Ashlock would open his sign-in system first, but this time he decided to check on his personal information. The system had said the upgrade was complete, so he wanted to see if that was true. Demonic Spirit Tree, Age 8. Soul Fire. First Stage. Soul Type. Amethyst. Spatial. Skills. Finally! Ashlock wanted to cry tears of joy. The system no longer awarded him as a mere sapling, but as a full-fledged tree. Also, he was 8 years old. That was a terrifying thought. Time sure did blink by as a tree compared to when he was human. However, there was something even more impressive. Ashlock gleefully looked at his upgraded realm. He was now in the same realm as Stella and Diana, the Soul Fire realm. But my soul core element is a bit unusual. Ashlock frowned. He had been hoping for something a little easier to use, like nature or earth. But if there was one thing he had on his side, it was time to learn. Spatial definitely had a lot of applications, and for someone who couldn't move, the prospect of teleportation or crossing great distances through portals was thrilling. I have never heard of a teleporting tree before. Ashlock calmed down. He knew he was getting ahead of himself. Baby steps. Figure out how to use your new soul core first. Then, teleporting tree. Maybe. Discarding the thoughts of his future world domination, Ashlock focused on his new powers. Can I use ki outside of my body now? He had manifested the lilac flames to fend off the tribulation, but that had been on his own trunk. So the question was, what could he do with his new flames? All the cultivators I've seen so far have used their soul flames to empower swords. Unfortunately, I don't have a sword. Ashlock looked around his enormous body and naturally found himself at his leaves. They were blood red and about the size of a human hand. If someone looked closer under the sunlight, they would see the thin black veins that went through the leaves. Now, to the unimaginative, they were just simple leaves. But to a tree with a dream of slaughtering pesky birds that overstayed their welcome on his branches, they became potential ninja shurikens. Ashlock concentrated and singled out a leaf. Ki rushed through his vast network of branches, and a second later, the leaf became ablaze. Okay, so far so good. But now was the troublesome part. How could he detach the leaf? Leaves were like fingers to him, connected firmly by a stalk. Just because others could pluck them didn't mean he had a way to instantly sever the connection himself. In autumn, most trees' leaves would turn brown and fall off, but mine have never fallen off. Am I cursed as an evergreen tree? Ashlock pondered for a while, but couldn't find another way. It felt like he was trying to make his fingernail fall off with nothing but his mind. Deciding there was no other choice, and not willing to let his dreams of leaf projectiles die, Ashlock summoned his sign-in system. Idle Tree Daily Sign-in System, Day 3148. Daily Credit, 302. Sacrifice Credit, 0. Sign in. 302 credits should be enough to get me a B-grade draw. Ashlock couldn't see how being able to throw his leaves at people could be higher than a B grade, so while praying to the gotcha gods for their blessing, Ashlock signed in. Sign-in successful. 302 credits consumed. Unlocked a B-grade skill. Root Puppet. Root Puppet? Ashlock could tell it was far from what he had initially wanted, just from the simple name, but, as the information entered his mind for its users, Ashlock felt a whole new world of potential open up to him. The skill allowed him to control corpses temporarily. Could I use this for communication? Chapter 28. Heart Demons. Root Puppet, Grade B, was a rather odd skill. From the initial snippet of information provided by the system, Ashlock summarized it as basically necromancy, but worse in every way. But if there was one thing he had learned through his life with the system, it was not to underestimate its skills. It should allow me to control a corpse like a puppet. Ashlock could already think of many applications, such as a possible way to communicate. Right. Step 1 is to get a corpse for the skill to use. Ashlock looked around, but quickly realized a problem. How can I get a corpse? Early the following day, there was a shriek, followed by a thud, as an unlucky bird took a flying dagger to the face. Diana approached the bird, pulled her blade free with dull eyes, and got to work stripping the corpse of its white feathers and meat. Her stomach was grumbling, which meant she hadn't eaten in at least a week. She could eat the fruit in her spatial ring, but it was in limited supply, so she preferred to hunt birds. Absorbing ki offset the body's natural need for nutrients for a long while, but eventually, that nutrient debt would have to be paid back in full. A rather fat one today. Did it escape from the rebuilt Darklight City? Diana mused as she skillfully removed the organs, ignoring the rancid stench from the blood that sprayed on her shirt and jeans as she dug deeper with her blade. Wiping the sweat from her brow that had accumulated from a week of training, Diana pushed the blob of removed organs and stripped feathers to the side. Then, picking up the bird, she felt her soul core hum to life, and dark blue flames surged from her palm. Unfortunately, the fire she produced was not inherently hot, but the ki in her flames reacted violently with the ki left inside the bird's meat, causing it to sizzle. As Diana watched the cooking bird hanging by the neck from her hand, she couldn't help but tighten her grip and bite her lip in frustration. She hated to come to terms with it, but her talent was holding her back. Even though she trained every day for every possible second of the last year while in this courtyard, she hadn't progressed a single stage. The lack of progress was both disheartening and alarming. How could she reach the Star Core realm before the Grand Elder exam if she hadn't grown after an entire year? She still had 3 stages to go and a heavenly tribulation to defy. Was she truly this untalented, fated to remain forever stuck at the 6th stage of the Soulfire realm? She had trained night and day in the family's best facilities throughout her childhood and was showered with enough resources to create a small sect. Yet she was still average compared to the other scions of houses, at least. Of course, compared to her cousins, she was leagues ahead. But that wasn't good enough. The smell of succulent cooked meat tickled Diana's nose, breaking her from the depressing thoughts plaguing her mind. She just felt so angry that she wanted to scream. Diana paused with a steaming bird still in hand as a terrible realization dawned on her. I have heart demons holding me back. Why? Closing her eyes and checking her body thoroughly, she confirmed her suspicions. Her ki had become slightly corrupted at some point, causing a bottleneck. Diana narrowed it down to 2 potential causes. The most common reason for heart demons was the overconsumption of beast cores. Too many led to a quick rise in power, but an impossible bottleneck would form that eventually drove the cultivator insane. Diana thought back and confirmed that wasn't the case. She had been meticulous about her consumption, even with her lust for power. So she must have been suffering from the other cause. Some regret, trauma, or mortal greed had been ignored for far too long and left to fester in her heart. Diana absent-mindedly tore the bird's leg from its socket and bit into the flesh while thinking. Analyzing oneself analytically, or from another person's perspective, was hard. Her flaw could have been any number of things. Her own inferiority, being called a failure and compared to her brother all the time, condemned to death by her father with a suicide mission. Now that Diana thought about it, there were so many reasons for her heart demons. Her life had been rough considering her privileged position. Some time passed, and Diana had her fill of food and didn't feel like she was starving to death anymore. Half the bird still had meat on it, but she felt too lazy and miserable to try and store it, so gathering up the clump of organs and feathers, Diana dragged the carcass to the central courtyard. Diana wasn't sure why she felt compelled to feed the tree. A part of it was simply for entertainment. Watching it devour corpses was at least something to pass the time. But if she had to be honest, the main reason was so she didn't feel guilty about squatting here. Watering, or in this case feeding, the plant was the least she could do for Stella. "Maybe she won't hate me then?" Diana grumbled as she entered the central courtyard through a spiderweb and dust-coated doorway. She almost sneezed due to the dense dust cloud that was visible in the morning sun. The red vine peak had fallen into complete disrepair, which was to be expected when a building that needed hundreds of maids to be functional was abandoned for so long. Diana debated cleaning up a little. Her water-based techniques could alleviate some of the dust, but she was too exhausted and drenched in blood to care for such a thing. Instead, she focused on the demonic tree that dominated the central courtyard and cast a great scarlet shade over most of the pavilion. Watching the ki condensing around the tree, due to the runic formation, was fascinating. Ki was sucked into the tree's thousands of leaves every few seconds and dispelled back into the surroundings as if the tree were breathing. "Still no poisonous berries growing on your branches. What an unusual demonic tree," Diana said as she crossed the runic formation surrounding the now massive tree and stood before a patch of grass encircling the tree's base for a few meters. Through some trial and error, she had discovered this to be the best place to leave offerings. "Here, you glutton." Diana dumped the bird carcass with a lump of organs inside and decided to enjoy the mild afternoon weather while lazing on the bench. A while passed, but Diana didn't hear the usual noises of the tree consuming its meal. "Is it sleeping?" Opening one eye, Diana looked to the side and saw an unusual sight. A single thin black tree root Diana had almost mistaken for a snake slowly broke from the dirt and approached the carcass. Curious, Diana got up from the bench. She didn't dare get too close and instead stood at a distance to let the tree do its thing. It had taken an entire day, but luckily, to end the misery of a kid on Christmas denied his presents, Diana had been considerate enough to bring Ashlock a body to experiment on. His lack of agency was somewhat infuriating, but he had to remind himself it was only temporary. Every day that passed, he became stronger and stronger, and with the nearly limitless potential of his spatial soul core, he was excited. But that utopian future was still a ways off. Luckily, while it might not be perfect, his new skill gave him some hope. Now that he had a corpse to practice on, Ashlock eagerly activated Root Puppet. Ki surged from his soul core into the depths of his trunk, down one of his larger roots, and then paused right below the corpse. Then a thin root grew off his main root like a branch and snaked through the soil toward its target a few centimeters above. "So far, so good," Ashlock hummed to himself as he controlled the thin root like an extra limb. "Now, According to the skill, I need to get as close to the creature's center as possible. Finding the best point of attack, the black root approached the bird's ribcage. It snuck through a gap of missing flesh that Diana had eaten and was now inside. Okay, now to take control. Ashlock made the root's tip slit open, and thousands of hair-thin threads emerged. They slowly crawled through the bird's carcass, connecting everything like an intricate spiderweb. The threads intertwined with various muscle tissues. The organs were held together in a clump in the center, and feathers stuck out in random directions. It was an absolute abomination. The bird was the size of a large dog, with its head hanging to the side, connected by threads. Ashlock could see into its ribcage, where a ball of organs dangled. Diana seemed weirdly unfazed by the whole thing, silently watching a few meters away. Ashlock paid the squatter no heed and continued his experiment. With the threads in place, I should be able to control the corpse. Ashlock channeled some key into the threads, and the corpse quivered. Like a very jittery robot or a zombie, the bird stood on its two clawed feet with as much grace as a drunken tightrope walker. It swayed from side to side and looked ready to fall over from a gust of wind. In its current state, the bird was near useless. Ashlock tried to make it squawk, but its mouth just gaped open and closed like a fish with nothing coming out, which was fair enough considering its severed windpipe. He also tried to make it draw something in the grass, but it just fell flat on its face. Walking was also unimpressive, as its balance was downright horrendous. But considering the corpse's state, Ashlock was impressed that the grotesque thing could even stand. It was missing so much of its meat that it was more bone than flesh, and the bundle of organs dangling within its ribcage kept swinging around inside it like a counterweight. Yup, just as I feared. The skill is necromancy, but without the magical touch to make dead things work when they aren't supposed to. Ashlock made the bird stumble around for a bit and noticed another issue. Wherever the bird went, the thin black root followed like a tether, and when the bird got too far, it tugged on the root like a dog chained to a kennel. Can't go far, then. What a shame. Ashlock could think of many uses for the skill, but it would require more testing, especially with a human corpse. Ashlock made his puppet flap its wings in a vain attempt to fly, which was sadly not successful, as it lost its balance almost immediately and face-planted into the ground. With its limited range and the terrible condition of the corpse, Ashlock deemed the experiment complete. Until a thought crossed his mind. If I channel enough ki into it, will it explode? Chapter 29. Stella's Return. Stella had a skip in her step as she walked up a winding dirt path that led to the base of Red Vine Peak. Her hands lazily swung as she looked up at her home that was so close. The titanic mountain dominated the skyline, with fluffy white clouds obscuring the pavilion built thousands of meters up on its peak. A part of her wished to rush back, but after spending a year slaughtering beasts out in the wilderness, the last thing she wanted to do was ruin this brief moment of calm. Stella took a deep breath of the fresh mountain air that was extremely pleasant this time of year to calm her nerves. She'd never spent so long away from her pavilion before, and she was no fool. With nobody to protect it, she half expected it to have been burned to the ground or taken over by a rival family. Of course, such a thing was illegal under sect law, but what demonic cultivator ever cared for such a thing? She hated them all with a burning passion. Their nomadic ways of life spent escaping the beast tides and backstabbing each other had taken everything from her. The last thing Stella wanted in this life was to be associated with these vermin who called themselves demonic cultivators. Stella sighed. She had gotten herself worked up again. A small weight shifted on her shoulder, and it yawned while stretching out its little limbs. "Morning, Maple." Stella raised her hand and rubbed the fluffy white squirrel under the chin. His little claws clasped her finger and showed her the perfect spot. Stella watched as Maple's golden eyes were shut in bliss, and the squirrel sprawled out happily on her shoulder. However, she still had many questions regarding him. Even though she had fainted, almost died, and slept in the deep wilderness with nobody to protect her, somehow she'd survived every time completely unscathed. The mysterious squirrel never lifted a finger to help in any fight, always letting her almost die and pass out. But when she woke up, the monster she had been fighting was gone, and Maple would demand head pats. If it had happened once, she could have ignored it, but it had happened over 100 times. Stella removed the useless thoughts and just accepted that she was alive. Going out into the wilderness alone was an absolute mistake, but it had worked out, and she had become much stronger. Reaching the end of the dirt path and looking up at the thousands of steps leading all the way to the pavilion, Stella couldn't help but feel nostalgic. When she first arrived here as a child, her father punished her once and made her walk up these steps with only her third key realm cultivation. It had taken 8 grueling hours of climbing and made her appreciate the powers she now possessed. Flexing her now 7th stage soulfire cultivation, she couldn't help but grin at having gained 2 whole stages in a single year. At this rate, the chance of passing the Grand Elder exam in 2 years was an actual possibility. Purple flames roared to life, and streaks of lightning arced between her fingers, down her hair, and around her feet. "Hold on tight, Maple." She looked to her shoulder, but the fluffy squirrel was gone. Why does he always do that? The first few times, the squirrel vanishing had scared the life out of her, but by now she was used to him disappearing for hours, sometimes days at a time, only to return with snacks from God knows where. That little bugger is a bigger glutton than Tree. Stella was bubbling with excitement to see if Tree was doing well. Her spatial roots, though inferior, showed their worth as Stella shot up the mountain steps in a flash. The steps blurred beneath her as she took 100 at a time, leaving a blurry trail of purple flames in her wake. When she stopped instantly right in front of the pavilion's grand wooden doors, a sonic boom went off around her as the air rapidly filled the vacuum. With a giddy feeling, she quickly pushed the doors open and rushed into the courtyard, only for an explosion of lilac ki to send her stumbling backward. Her blonde hair, which was far too long, fluttered in the wind as she held up 2 arms to resist the incoming shockwave. A moment later, she squinted, but couldn't see much through the cloud of dust except a glowing, dark blue figure. Then, as the high-speed mountain winds swept the dust away, Stella became enraged. "What is a raven-born bitch doing in my pavilion?" Standing before Tree, shrouded in dark blue flames, was a dark-haired girl with a sword drawn. The girl looked over her shoulder and appraised Stella with her dull eyes, which only made Stella's blood boil. She felt her year of life-and-death training was being looked down on by some raven-born girl about to attack Tree. Stella channeled some ki into her golden spatial ring, located the perfect sword from her small collection, and brought it out. It had a simple design, but was made of the best materials she could afford, as she still hadn't gone to Darklight City and sold the spoils she had acquired over the past year. Her 7th stage soul core hummed to life, and she felt the sweet power course through her inferior spatial spirit roots, empowering every muscle in her body to inhuman levels. With a single step, lightning crackled around Stella's feet, and she appeared an inch away from the intruder's face. The girl's dull eyes widened a little as Stella's lightning ki discharged at point-blank range, causing the girl to stumble back and groan in pain. "Wait!" Stella ignored her opponent's plea and reappeared behind the stumbling girl, her sword crackling with energy, raised high above her head in an executioner-style pose. With a shout, Stella brought the blade down with all her might, but was surprised to find herself forced back as the girl smacked her sword away with her own, causing a clang to resound through the courtyard. The girl stepped back and raised her sword in a defensive position, with dense, dark blue flames flickering across its shiny surface. Compared to Stella's rather ordinary-looking sword, the girl's was clearly an artifact befitting a cultivation princess. "I'm not here to fight with you. the girl said in a flat tone, her expression never changing. "This is simply a misunderstanding on your part." Stella tilted her head and debated activating her earrings as she glared at the Ravenborn girl. "What is there to misunderstand? Your despicable family slowly replaced my entire pavilion staff with your servants, and even your Grand Elder's brother was here pretending to be a gardener." Stella sneered. "So when did you plan to murder me and take this mountain peak for yourselves? You're here to finish the job, aren't you?" "No." The girl shook her head. "I only learned of that plan from my father recently, and it's all meaningless now anyway." "You call my suffering and isolation meaningless?" Stella dashed forward, and the other girl didn't falter, quickly meeting her blade. Stella gritted her teeth. Was this the difference between a demonic cultivator pumped with resources and herself, a resourceless, self-taught cultivator? As the two exchanged a flurry of attacks, they sent cracks through the runic formation below. Ki swirled around the two cultivators as they battled with purple and dark blue flames. A dense mist began to fill the courtyard, and before Stella knew it, she had lost sight of the intruder. "Stupid techniques," Stella cursed. She knew a few techniques, but they were all relatively weak, as she'd learned them when her father was still alive to teach her. One was her favorite movement technique that she had already utilized a few times this fight. Unfortunately, her inferior spirit roots meant she couldn't learn real teleportation, but she could get close to the real thing, as long as the distance was short enough. As the mist swirled around, her spiritual sight became hazy. Deciding to rely on her mortal sight, Stella's eyes darted left and right in search of the intruder from House Ravenborn. Just the thought of that family and how slimy they were made Stella's skin crawl. They had tried to pose as allies to her father, but their motives became clear when her father became a cripple and eventually died. They wanted to take over Red Vine Peak and didn't wish to care for her at all. If not for the patriarch's kindness in paying back the debt he owed to her parents by declaring her protection, Stella doubted she would be alive today. She still hated the old man, but she had to admit his help had protected her thus far. "Stella Crestfallen, I come in peace," as ridiculous as that sounds. Shadows lingered through the dense fog and spoke all at once like a haunted choir. "Do we really have to continue this meaningless fight?" Stella crouched low with her sword at the ready, and her eyes turned into swirling abysses as she looked around. "Let me slice your face up first, then we can talk," Stella sneered. If she hadn't enlisted help from one of her father's old acquaintances, the Ravenborn Grand Elder's brother would have slit her throat in her sleep. That scheming bastard had even fed the demonic tree rabbits in the hopes it would grow enough to dispose of her corpse, which was ironic considering his decapitated head ended up in that exact situation. Stella kept her wits about her as the mist dulled her senses, and the shadows moved closer and further away as if taunting her. As they started getting on her nerves, she felt something coming from behind with the senses she had honed in the wilderness. Desperately ducking forward with inhuman speed, Stella felt a sword whistle overhead. Turning to kick, she felt like her foot had hit a wall of wet mud. Confused, she looked past her waist and saw the girl collapse into a puddle of water. An illusion? How? Ah! Stella felt a sword hilt smash the back of her head and made her collapse face first onto the cracked runic formation below. Despite the hit's brutality, Stella was a cultivator and naturally didn't suffer much with her superhuman body. She raised her head and arm surrounded in flames, ready to defend against the incoming sword slash aimed at her neck. But rather than a sword aiming for her life, there was an open palm, inviting her to take it. "Your cultivation is much higher than mine, yet you lack so much experience, it's almost laughable." Stella stared at the awaiting palm for a long time. "Stella, what my family did to you was horrendous, but they're all dead now. House Ravenborn is no more, and I am just a rogue cultivator without anywhere to go. Can't we talk this out?" Diana moved her palm a little closer. "I mean no threat to you, I promise."
Fine, Stella grumbled. She took the palm, allowing Diana to haul her to her feet. But you better not have hurt Tree in any way. Diana shook her head. Quite the opposite, actually. Look how big it's grown. Stella looked up at the beautiful scarlet canopy that shrouded the entire central courtyard and was baffled. Tree? Is that really you? Chapter 30. Talking Tree. Ashlock had wanted to intervene in the fight, but Maple had been firmly against it, shaking his little head and smacking his branch whenever he felt Ashlock's keys flow toward his roots. Ultimately, this was a wise decision, as Ashlock saw Diana help Stella stand on her feet, and neither girl seemed terribly hurt. As the two discussed, Ashlock thought about how disastrous it could have been if he had unleashed his skill on one of them. I must remember that my Devour skill only stops once the target is dead, so it's certainly not an ideal skill for breaking up fights. Ashlock needed more skills. Every skill he gained had amazing uses, but he always found himself in a situation where another could have been helpful. He watched as the two girls approached his trunk, Diana opting to wait off to the side while chugging pills, likely to heal from Stella's earlier attacks. Tree. Hello. I've returned. Stella waved her arms while running toward him. Ashlock rolled his non-existent eyes, and even Diana blinked in confusion from Stella's complete change in demeanor and tone. The resurfacing of her childlike nature made Ashlock reminisce about the old days, before all the drama of grand elders blowing themselves up and house politics. Stella plopped herself onto the bench with a satisfied sigh and sprawled out as if she had just returned from working 2 shifts in a row and was drained. She then yelped as Maple suddenly appeared on her stomach, demanding head pats. Seeing her furry friend, the girl smiled and gave the little guy some attention. Maple, you were such a big help. Thank you for joining me. As Maple enjoyed the attention, Stella gazed at the scarlet canopy overhead. Tree? How did you grow so big? Stella raised her arms as if trying to reach for his branches. When I left, you were a small tree, but now you're this big. Are you really the same tree? She tilted her head and looked accusingly at Diana with a cold glare. Did you feed it something?
Hey, I was not small. Calling a tree small hurts its pride, okay? Ashlock grumbled, realizing a tactical lapse in judgment as he hadn't grown any fruit to drop on Stella. Actually, didn't I need to grow some acorns or something for Maple? Oops, maybe he won't notice. Diana shook her head at Stella's question as she rested lazily against the far wall with her sword hanging from her hand. I did no such thing. I just fed it a bird every now and then. Just a bird every now and then. Wait. Stella's eyes narrowed. How long have you been here? I thought you had just arrived. And what was the explosion of purple key? Are you a dual soul core? Diana huffed to get the hair out of her eyes before responding with her usual dull, monotone voice. I've been here ever since my family got wiped out by the Winter Wrath and Evergreen families. So, nearly a year? Looking to the ground to avoid Stella's cold gaze, Diana let her hair fall across her face as she absent-mindedly shifted on her feet. And no, I'm not one of those chosen ones, blessed with a dual soul core, she sighed. Just an ordinary 6th stage soulfire cultivator. Blue flames flickered to life in Diana's palm, and she looked at it with a frown. With a plain blue soul core and inferior spirit roots. Nothing special. She closed her hand into a fist, and the flames vanished. What about you? Stella sat up and leaned against Ashlock's trunk. Why should I tell you anything? She scowled and crossed her arms. Do you think I forgave you just because you spared my life? Diana shrugged. You don't have to tell me anything. I was just wondering,
since that attack you landed on me was so strong for such a young girl." 15 is hardly young, Stella snorted. "Isn't it rather pathetic for a carefully raised princess of House Ravenborn to be at the 6th stage? Were you too busy being pampered and adored by your family to cultivate properly?" Diana froze up a little and muttered under her breath, "You wouldn't understand." "No, I wouldn't," Stella snapped. "You demonic cultivators took everything and tried to kill me too." Stella paused and let out a huff. "Sorry. I'm just venting. Could you give me a minute? I need to clear my head." Diana tensed her hand around her sword hilt and walked to the training courtyard without saying a word. Stella watched her go, and once Diana was out of sight, she lay back on the bench, and after a minute of rest, she began to talk again. "Tree, I must tell you about the many adventures I had while you sat here alone. I hope it wasn't too boring without me. Did you have some good sleep? I know you like to sleep a lot." Ashlock wanted to correct the girl and tell her he hadn't been left alone for a single darn second to sleep, with so many people visiting and hanging around. "Oh, speaking of things you like, do you want some food?" "Hell yes." Ashlock looked at Maple and yelled, "Give her a thumbs up!" The sleeping squirrel's ear twitched, but he remained fast asleep. You little bastard. Ashlock could tell Maple was deliberately ignoring him. Stella seemed to be expecting an answer as she had her head tilted, so Ashlock racked his brain for a way to communicate. My latest skill requires a corpse, which Stella is yet to give me. Could I use my key to signal yes or no? Deciding it was worth a try, Ashlock's soul core hummed, and his lilac flames flickered to life on a leaf in Stella's line of sight. To say her jaw dropped open was an understatement. "Tree? You have a soul core?" Stella leapt up, and Maple went flying. "Perfect," she asked me a yes or no question. Ashlock made the leaf flicker once. Hopefully she understands. Stella tilted her head, eyes staring at the leaf intently. "One flicker. Does that mean yes? Flicker the leaf again if that means yes." Ashlock silently praised the girl's parents for passing down their IQ to her. She was not only independent and good at cultivating, but she wasn't an airhead either. Naturally, Ashlock flickered the leaf once again. Stella clapped her hands in delight. "Communication! Now we're getting somewhere." She was practically jumping up and down like an excited bunny. "Okay, flicker the leaf twice, and that will mean no." Ashlock complied and flickered the leaf with his lilac flames twice. "I always knew you were a smart tree." Stella ran up and hugged his trunk with a smile. "Ah, I wasn't crazy. You really could understand me this whole time." Ashlock flickered the leaf to say yes. Of course, this would get tiresome, but it was far better than dropping fruit on her head being his only form of communication. But if she gives me a corpse to work with, maybe I can write something in the dirt. Stella ran up to Maple, who had been tossed onto the ground, and threw him up into the air. "Maple! Tree can talk!" Maple rolled his golden eyes, vanished midair, and appeared on Ashlock's branch a moment later. He then happily fell asleep. Much to Stella's bewilderment, she reached up and caught nothing but air. Should I toast him in my flames? Ashlock was seriously debating it. Just a light roasting. Stella collapsed back onto the bench with a pleasant expression and let out the most satisfied sigh Ashlock had ever heard. "Ah, this is the best day ever. I am staying here forever, just you and me." Stella paused and looked in the direction Diana had gone. "Tree, did Diana treat you well while she stayed here?" That was a good question. Ashlock's opinion of Diana had drastically improved over the year, regardless of the snacks. Compared to many of the other demonic cultivators he had seen, she was tolerable. But only time would tell her real motives for being here. Did he trust Diana 100% as he did with Stella? Absolutely not. But Diana had treated him acceptably over the year. And Stella needs a human friend and teacher. That fight showed me that Stella lacks good techniques and fighting practice against other humans. Ashlock signaled yes with a flicker of his flames. Stella frowned. Do you like her more than me? Sigh. So jealous. Ashlock chuckled to himself as he flickered twice for no. He could almost see the wave of relief hit Stella as she saw his answer. It was only natural. Ashlock had practically watched Stella grow up from a terrified and lonely young girl of barely 10 years old to the confident and powerful teenager she was now. Was he like a proud uncle? Stella huffed as she stared into the distance. I was being a bitch, wasn't I? Diana said her whole family died, and she didn't know of her family's plot against me. Ashlock decided not to comment. Although Diana was a bit older than Stella, maybe in her early 20s, Ashlock felt it was best to let them work it out between themselves. If Stella demanded Diana leave, which was perfectly reasonable considering Diana had broken into her home and lived in it for a year, then he would try and assist Stella in removing Diana. But he secretly hoped they could be friends. Stella had been alone for far too long, and her only friend being a tree was not healthy. He just wanted the best for her. I wonder if she will have kids one day, Ashlock chuckled. It would be funny to have a little Stella running around trying to steal my fruits. For some reason, that thought made Ashlock sad. What if Stella didn't reach the highest realm and ascend from mortality? Would he take care of her children and grandchildren? Ugh, just the thought of it gives me a headache. Ashlock now hoped Stella didn't have kids and just focused on becoming immortal first. I should make some very key dense fruit for her. That might help. Clueless of Ashlock's thoughts, Stella got up from the bench with a huff and started walking toward the training courtyard. Tree, I'm going to speak with her. Stella looked over her shoulder with a cheeky smile, her blonde hair falling to the side, revealing those red leaf earrings he had gifted her so long ago. But I can't leave you hungry now, can I? Ashlock had never heard sweeter words. Stella's golden ring flashed with power, and corpses practically rained from the sky. Chapter 31. A New Friendship. As Stella crossed the central courtyard and approached the doorway that led into the neighboring training courtyard, the spring in her step slowly died, and the bubbling feeling in her chest transitioned into dread. Why did her happy reunion with Tree have to be tainted by the presence of a Ravenborn? Stella let out a long breath to calm her nerves. Diana Ravenborn was far stronger than her, that much was clear. The gap in their upbringing was too vast to overcome with pure cultivation. Why was life so unfair? Why did Diana get all the love and attention in the world while she was left alone in a desolate courtyard for so many years? Stella clenched her fists as the distant memory of her father patiently teaching her the only techniques she knew to this day slowly replayed in her mind. He would still be alive, if not for the pressure upon her old man's shoulders to rush his cultivation due to families like the Ravenborns that set their eyes on his family's peak. His kind smile and energetic blonde hair that had waved and glowed in the sunshine were all she remembered of him. Stella closed her eyes for a brief moment to hold back the tears. She was a big girl now, and she had Tree to look out for her. Now wasn't the time to show weakness. Her father had always chuckled warmly and told her to be stronger than he ever was as he patted her small head and told her stories of his younger days. A breeze blew as Stella stood rooted before the ajar wooden door separating the courtyards. How was she supposed to face the daughter of the man that orchestrated her father's death with anything but wrathful fury and a venomous sneer? "You are better than that, Stella," she whispered to herself as she played with the earrings that Tree had gifted her as a child to calm herself. "Don't be like them. Have an open but guarded heart." just like Father always told you." Taking a final deep breath, Stella pushed past the door, crossed the corridor, and entered the training courtyard. It was as she remembered it, apart from the destroyed far wall overgrown with red vines and the deep gashes left everywhere, likely from Diana's training. In the center, standing before a badly beaten-up training dummy, was Diana. Noticing Stella's presence, Diana looked over her shoulder. "Finished talking to the tree?" Her voice was dull, but not cold. Nevertheless, it lacked the sharpness Stella had expected. She knew how she interacted with Tree was abnormal, but she cared little for it. "I have." Stella stayed where she was standing with her arms crossed. "I see you have made a wreck of my training courtyard." Diana turned to face her. A sword lazily hung in her hand, with a tip just above the ground. "I admit the gashes in the floor were me, and I apologize for that. But the rest of the damage was from my father, not me." Stella raised a brow. "Your father was here? Grand Elder Ravenborn? Was he looking for me?" Shaking her head, Diana smiled. "Nah. The old bastard went supernova. The Winter Wrath and Evergreen families have taken over my peak and slaughtered everyone." Diana gestured to the hole in the wall. "Want to take a look?" Stella found her words unbelievable. It was hard to imagine such a titanic family falling to lower-tier ones like the Winter Wrath and Evergreen families. Although she had heard the Ravenborn family had been in decline for a long time, it was still weird to hear that the family that had plagued her mind for so long was just gone. "Sure." Stella walked over, and Diana led the girl across the training courtyard, the two kicking up sand as they went. Stella looked to the side and noticed Diana was a bit shorter than her and had a rather odd dressing style. The blood that stained the shirt wasn't helping the look, but it suited her. "Maybe I should look into some new clothes," Stella thought as she glanced down at the ordinary black cloak she had worn for years that was tattered and needed a good wash. Diana flickered her finger as the two approached the hole overgrown with red vines, and a burst of blue flames shot out, incinerating the red vines in seconds. Once the smoke cleared, Stella was confused. Ravenborn Peak was still there, but the pavilion had been replaced with a grand palace of white stone. Even from so far away, Stella could feel hundreds of cultivators mingling around the palace. "That is the new palace built by Winter Wrath and Evergreen families," Diana frowned. "Right where my home used to be." Stella's eyes wandered to the staircase connecting the palace to Darklight City below. A constant stream of mortals and cultivators went up and down like worker ants. Diana pointed to the mountain's base, and Stella followed her finger. "That's where my father went supernova. After that, the south side of Darklight City was destroyed and naturally rebuilt. Those humans are always eager to move to key-dense areas for improved lifespan and health." Stella absent-mindedly nodded as she took it all in. Being told the family that had put her through so much was dead, and actually seeing the evidence of their destruction with her own two eyes were two different things. This provided some closure, but also made Stella feel a little lost. Not because she had a lifelong vendetta against House Ravenborn to fulfill, but rather because she wondered what to do with the girl standing beside her. Stella can understand the surface level of her situation. Her family was dead, therefore her home and economic backing had vanished. Diana was just like her, sort of. Of course, there were noticeable differences, but Stella could also see some possible bridges between them. Her almost instant defeat to Diana played in her mind, taunting her. She likely wouldn't have survived the wilderness without Maple's obvious help, which she didn't wish to question. She needed techniques like Diana. Stella cast a side glance at her, and the girl was just staring at her old home with a distant expression. "Do you miss them?" Sarah thought she saw longing in Diana's eyes.
Diana snorted. Absolutely not. My life has been complete hell since you killed my brother. I was shoved into a position I didn't want and forced to compete with other scions, despite my meager talent. There was a moment of silence, and Stella hummed to herself. Mm-hmm. And you didn't know of the murder plot against me? Diana rolled her eyes. I was like 10 at the time. Even if I did somehow know about it, so what? What could I have done? My brother was the one with power at the time, not me. Diana paused before adding, however, right before my father died, he sent me on a suicide mission to kill you. Diana gritted her teeth in silent rage. My father made an ultimatum. Either I kill you and suffer the consequences, or defy him and die by his hands. From that moment, I knew my life as a Ravenborn was over. Looking up at the sky, Diana let out a small sigh of relief. But with father dead, that burden has been lifted from my exhausted shoulders. I am now free of all that nonsense the family tried to shove onto me. Stella now had a much better picture of Diana's life and circumstances. It appeared that her assumptions about Diana's lavish life were wrong, but there was no way she would admit fault. Deciding to change the subject, Stella asked, So why are you here, exactly? Well, long story short, I came here before my father died on a mission to investigate what happened to Darren, my father's brother, and naturally found it empty since you were off in the wilderness. Diana gestured through the hole in the wall with a nod. So, when everything went kaboom, and I barely survived a kidnapping from some arsehole called Wayne Evergreen, I needed a place to lie low in case he came looking for me. Stella frowned. So you picked my home, of all places? Yes, Diana said flatly as she looked at a beast core in the palm of her hand. With my money cut off, I had to live frugally in regard to cultivation resources. In just a year, I'm already down to my last beast core. Stella reached over and grabbed the beast core, crushing it to dust in her hand. We don't need these vile things that affect our state of mind and only lead to madness. Without these tainted cores, we would cooperate, like those in the Celestial Empire. But Diana's eyes seemed to glaze over as she looked at her now empty hand. I'm stuck at a bottleneck and on a time crunch for the Grand Elder exam. Without beast cores, I don't see how it can be possible. Stella saw an opportunity to try and convert a demonic cultivator away from their vile ways, something her father had tried to do when he was still alive, to little success. She reached over and put a hand on Diana's shoulder, which made the girl almost yelp. Diana, we are all on our own warpaths through life, with different hurdles to overcome. Don't compare yourself to other scions and let negativity fester in your mind. Noticing her faltering beliefs, Stella tightened her grip, and meeting Diana's eyes, she muttered, If you don't believe in yourself, then who will? Diana nodded, her dull eyes lighting up a little. You're right. I shouldn't need beast cores to progress. If those in the Celestial Empire can rise without them, so can I. Stella smiled and nodded. Exactly. I'm also aiming for the Grand Elder exam, so why don't we aim for it together? Diana seemed surprised for a moment, but soon she smiled. Sure, but does that mean I can stay here? Diana asked while scratching the back of her neck. I've got nowhere else to go. Stella saw an opportunity to sneak in a condition. Of course, if you teach me a few techniques. Seeing the girl nod, Stella tightened her grip again. But no going near or feeding Tree anything ever again. You hear me? Stay in this courtyard. Diana rolled her eyes. Stella chuckled and walked off toward the central courtyard. Let's speak again later. I got an old friend to catch up with. Diana smiled at Stella's departing back, but couldn't help but mutter under her breath,
Whatever you say, you crazy tree hugger.
Chapter 32. A New Summon. Ashlock glared at the person-high pile of corpses of abominations. He had been expecting a bit more, considering Stella had been away for a year, but it was still a substantial amount. Most surprising to Ashlock was that he could maintain his rationality in the face of so much food. The hunger was gnawing away at his brain, like a terrible itch inside his mind. But it was resistible. For how long, Ashlock didn't know. But he had an opportunity here. If I can resist consuming all the corpses at once, I can avoid an S-grade draw. The horror of the World Walker's alien gaze still sent shivers down Ashlock's bark. All I need to do is separate the corpses into smaller piles somehow. Ashlock could try to devour each corpse one at a time, but he didn't trust in his ability to maintain his rationality for much longer. His instincts as a demonic tree to consume were overtaking his logical human mind. With the option of eating one corpse at a time off the table, Ashlock looked at his skill list, and his newest skill, Root Puppet, stood out. Identifying the most suitable corpse from the pile of bodies for his plan, Ashlock cast Root Puppet on a mutated gorilla. Only its top half was poking out of the heap, so he silently prayed that the corpse still had its legs intact. Using Root Puppet on the bird corpse a while ago confirmed a few things to Ashlock, such as that he needed an intact corpse with its flesh and bones, otherwise it was far too unstable and struggles to balance while walking. A thin black root broke up from the soil and snaked toward the gorilla monster's slightly ajar mouth. Now that Ashlock got a closer look, all the beasts in the pile mirrored something from Earth, but were also different enough from anything he had ever seen before for him to doubt this was another planet. For example, the gorilla monster had 10 clawed fingers per hand, for a total of 20. A third eye was also located in the back of its skull, but it was snake-like, with a split pupil. It took a few minutes to turn the large monster into a root puppet, but to Ashlock it felt like days. Resisting the overwhelming hunger consuming his mind was more challenging than staying awake during the dark and cold winter. The pile of corpses shifted as Ashlock took control of the gorilla. It felt like millions of hair-thin roots had infiltrated every inch of the monster, and with the skill doing most of the work, Ashlock could make the beast rise. And that was where some new problems arose. In usual necromancy, the corpse would be powered by mana, but in this world, there was no mana, only ki. The beast naturally needed a type of fuel to stand and move around. The dormant beast core inside the gorilla hummed to life, but thin cracks started forming on its surface as ki flooded the body. Finally, it stood on its hind legs, shrugging off all the other corpses. Ashlock could control it, although it still had that terrifying jitteriness that the bird had suffered from, which made complex movements a pipe dream. Ashlock directed the gorilla to shove the corpses into 3 distinct piles. If he had to guess, there were over 1,000 sacrifice credits up for grabs here, but he didn't wish to draw an S-grade or even an A-grade skill. Ashlock believed he needed a wider diversity of options, and by splitting it into 3 draws, he would hopefully achieve just that. It took a while, but the gorilla was incredibly strong, easily able to haul a few corpses at a time by skewering them with its many claws and dragging them into piles. It was at this moment that the door to the courtyard opened, and Stella strode in with a beaming smile. But she almost missed a step in surprise as she noticed one of the corpses moving around. A sword instantly appeared in her hand, shrouded in her purple flames. Ashlock couldn't even react in time as she teleported and thrust the sword straight through the gorilla's chest. Ashlock tried to signal Stella that the gorilla was friendly by flashing his leaves with lilac flames twice, but she wasn't looking at him. Instead, her focus was entirely on the moving corpse. She twisted the sword before pulling it out and dragging out a good chunk of the gorilla's chest. Old blood poured from the wound, which clearly smelled foul as Stella's nose wrinkled up. She took a few steps back, bloodied sword at the ready. Then, keeping one eye on the beast, her other wandered to Ashlock. and her brows furrowed, seeing him flashing no with his leaves.
No?
She tilted her head in confusion, scrutinizing the beast once more. It just stood there, its eyes unmoving like a corpse. A black root snaked up its leg, across its chest, and into the side of its mouth.
Are you controlling this thing?
Make it raise its arms if you are. Ashlock complied, and the gorilla raised its clawed arms above its head, seemingly unbothered by the hole in its chest. In fact, Ashlock was wondering how Stella had even killed the gorilla out in the wilderness, since it lacked any surface wounds, and the only weapons she used were a sword and daggers. A question for another time. Right now, he needed to calm Stella down. The gorilla slowly lowered its hands, then pointed at itself, and then at Ashlock a few times with jittery movements. Stella lowered her sword, flicking it once to get rid of the sickly blood, and looked around at the 3 neat piles of corpses. She shook her head with a smile.
Tree, you've done something crazy again. What kind of demonic tree can control its food?
She couldn't hold back her giggling as she walked toward the gorilla.
And you made it organize your food. What a glutton!
She was practically wiping tears from her eyes at how ridiculous the situation was. Ashlock ignored her amusement at his expense, since he felt his time with the gorilla was running out. The beast core inside was moments away from cracking. A mini explosion went off inside the gorilla as the beast's core shattered. Ki rushed out of the freshly made sword hole and made the girl take a step back as the gorilla briefly faltered. Then, Ashlock felt it. When he had used Root Puppet on the bird, it had demanded Ki from him to move, but due to the bird's tiny size, it had hardly been noticeable. Whereas the gorilla was the size of 3 adult men. Ashlock felt an ungodly pull like a vacuum as Ki was pulled from his humming soul core and transferred to the gorilla. It's going to explode again, isn't it? Last time when he had pushed so much Ki into the bird, it had exploded as his Ki reacted with the ambient Ki left in the bird's meat, causing rapid decay, and finally, when the heat and pressure got to be too much, an explosion occurred. Stella watched as the gorilla lit up like a torch with lilac flames. Then it stumbled to the side as its meat began to sizzle and fall off the bone. Stella quickly took a few more steps back and seemed to realize something.
Oh, Tree! You're the one who caused that explosion. I should have realized it sooner.
Ashlock naturally cut the connection to the gorilla as soon as possible to avoid it exploding. However, he knew something like this might occur, so he'd left a corpse on the far side of the courtyard to be used later, as he still wanted to try and communicate with Stella by drawing in the dirt or on a slab or stone. The gorilla tumbled to the ground like a puppet cut from its strings, and the lilac flames died out shortly after. The smell of burnt meat filled the courtyard as the corpse kept sizzling for a bit longer. Unable to hold back his hunger anymore, Ashlock targeted the gorilla and the pile of corpses closest to it. Black vines erupted through the cracks in the broken runic formation and mummified the heap. The sound of bones snapping like fireworks echoed out as the black vines slowly wrapped around the pile like a snake, crushing the corpses and secreting a dissolving fluid. Stella walked past the mess and slothfully lay down on the oak bench.
I hope you like the food, although most of it was caught by Maple, since the monsters out there in the wilderness are far too strong for me.
She let out a long sigh.
But hopefully Diana will teach me some techniques, and then I'll be far stronger than I am now.
Ashlock only half listened to the girl's ramblings as he relished the rush of Ki traveling down the vines and into his trunk. Maybe after all this, I'll even go up a stage in the Soulfire realm. Stella talked for a few more hours, but after a while she got up to train with Diana, giving Ashlock some much-needed peace. Plus 500 SC. The notification came right as the black vines retreated into the ground. Ashlock still felt hungry with all the corpses waiting to be eaten, so he quickly summoned his sign-in system. Idletree Daily Sign-In System. Day 3149. Daily credit 1. Sacrifice credit 500. Sign in? Without hesitation, Ashlock decided to sign in.
Sign-in successful. 501 credits consumed. Unlocked a C-grade summon. Ash Spider. A C-grade summon? Ashlock was left scratching his non-existent head in confusion. Why had 500 credits given him such a low-grade thing? From his previous experiments, a C-grade draw was usually in the 100-credit range, whereas an A-grade draw was usually in the 500-credit range. Thinking back, the only other summon Ashlock had gotten was the World Walker, a supposed S-grade, for 2,600 points. Actually, what if the different reward types cost different numbers of credits? Would summons cost the most, while items cost the least? Now Ashlock was once again left stumped. The system seemed so straightforward, but a few mysteries remained unsolved. Ashlock pushed those thoughts away and focused on his new summon, as he had never gotten the chance to use one before. How did summoning something differ from a skill, for example? He had no idea. Summon Ash Spider? Yes or no? Like the last time he unlocked a summon, a system notification floated in his mind. Naturally, Ashlock mentally pressed yes. A rift in space, this time much smaller, about the size of a human, opened above Ashlock's branches, and many gray-haired limbs crawled through. Chapter 33. World Tree. Ashlock had never been a big fan of spiders, so he could only question his decision to summon one. Ashlock looked up in total terror as a spider the size of a large car slowly crawled out of a crack in space. 8 blood-red eyes peeked through the gap, followed by many gray-haired legs. The worst part? The summoning was happening right above him, so the only place for the spider to go was down onto his branches. The thought of such a creature crawling around on him made him feel skittish and want to run. But he couldn't. He was a fucking tree. The courtyard door slammed open as Stella and Diana scrambled into the central courtyard with purple and blue flames lighting up the dark evening. They both had swords drawn, and their heads snapped upward toward the spider crawling from the rift. "Not again," Stella murmured as she shuddered. "What do you mean, not again?" Diana gritted her teeth, and mist began to gather around her. "Tell me." "This has happened before." Stella stood rooted in place, sword shaking in her hand as the memory of the World Walker played in her mind. "But last time, the godlike creature on the other side just looked at me with its terrifying gaze before leaving." "Is the tree doing this?" Diana's flames flared up as she prepared to fight. Before Stella could answer, Ashlock flashed his leaf a single time to signal yes. Tree said yes. She lowered her sword so the tip pointed to the ground, and her flames died down a bit. "It should be fine then." "You can speak to the tree?" Diana grumbled as she raised her sword. "You trust it way too much. Do you have any idea what this implies?" "No." Stella tilted her head. "Tree does many strange things, but I see nothing wrong with it." "Like what?" Diana glanced at Stella and saw her apprehensiveness to answer. "I promised to tell no one, but this is way more serious than you realize. I need to know the full truth before I devise a plan to save Tree." "Save Tree?" Stella seemed bewildered. "Is it sick?" Ashlock was only half listening to the conversation between the two girls and hoped that Diana didn't cut him down or kill his new summon. "I wasted 500 points on this, so even if the thing is creepy as hell, I will still find a use for it." But the news that there was something wrong with him was worrying. Had she figured out he had a system? Diana shook her head as half of the spiders had crawled out of the rift. "Not sick, but a possible threat to the world." Diana pointed to her jeans. "You see this clothing? It's sold by the merchants. Ever heard of them?" Stella hesitantly nodded. "Kinda. I think my father mentioned them once or twice. Are they those tiny groups of super-powerful cultivators that roam the wilderness in search of secret realms? Or was that the Celestial Guard?" No, not the Celestial Guard." Diana cut Stella off, speaking quickly. "You had it right the first time." Diana gestured to her weirdly modern clothing. These clothes were part of a set made with artifacts found from secret realms monopolized by the merchants. They will do anything to enter a secret realm and take its contents. Diana then gestured to the rift in space above Ashlock. And that, right there, is an opening to a secret realm. Ashlock felt like he had been hit with a bombshell. Was he opening rifts to other realms? Attracting the attention of these merchants seemed like a terrible idea. Diana continued without pause, since Stella still seemed apprehensive about revealing secrets. "Have you heard about the secret realms and how they formed?" Stella nervously shook her head and clenched her fists. She didn't like the idea of these merchants coming to take Tree away from her. "No. I never really cared for the secret realms. Only Starcore cultivators can enter them and survive." "Well, long story short," Diana said, the spider almost through the rift. "The secret realms are formed by worlds getting too close to each other for a short period, creating an overlap between them. However, this wasn't always the case." Ashlock tried to distract himself from the incoming spider by listening to Diana's exciting information. The knowledge that there was an overlap between worlds suggested the potential to interact with other worlds. Maybe he could return to Earth one day. But did he even want to? His life on Earth had been cut short, but it had been a rather dull life, with few friends or family to care for him. Would I even be able to cultivate back on Earth? Does it have ki? Back before the current monarch realms walked this land, all the worlds were held together by a world tree, Diana said with a huff, since Stella stared blankly at her. "Stella, this is knowledge you should know. The world tree used to connect all the worlds with its roots, but it sucked up all the ki for its growth, so everyone banded together to cut its root and unleash the ki back into this world, which led to the rise of the cultivators and also the beasts." "What is your point?" Stella was clearly baffled. Diana pointed at Ashlock and shouted, "That's no demonic tree! It's a fucking world tree!" Stella blinked her eyes, and Ashlock's brain froze. Was he a world tree? Nowhere in his system did it suggest that. On the contrary, it clearly stated that he was a demonic tree. But his system had to have come from somewhere, and so did the items and powers he gained. Did I obtain Stella's earrings from a secret realm? Did I pull it through a rift in space and into my inventory? Ashlock had no idea what to believe anymore. Stella rubbed her temples. So Tree is a baby world tree, and merchants may wish to take him away to gain access to the secret realms? Diana nodded, but not just that. Even the Celestial Empire will want to chop him down. The birth of a new world tree signifies the end of the cultivator era. Now this was just getting out of hand. Ashlock highly doubted he would cause the end of an entire era and ruin the world. But this gave Ashlock some ideas about his system's origin and why he might be a man stuck in a tree. Let's think. I consume the ki from beasts and people, and in return, I get points I can use to summon things, which I now know are likely from secret realms or gaps between worlds. These new skills, items, and summons help me grow, so I can acquire more points to grow even bigger. Maybe he was a world-ending tree. Ashlock looked up again and saw that the spider had finished coming through the rift, but if he looked really closely, he could see a tether of ki, as if the spider were being dragged through the gap with a leash. With a pop, the rift in space closed, and the spider fell and landed heavily on one of Ashlock's many branches, causing the branch to bend slightly and groan. Holy shit, it's heavy. The spider was the size and weight of a car, yet surprisingly it didn't feel as weird as Ashlock had thought, perhaps due to his bark's lack of sensitivity to things as delicate as hairs. Instead, all he felt were 8 points of weight spread out over a few branches. Name summon? ? Name? Ashlock stared at the prompt for a moment.
What was an appropriate name to give to a car-sized spider that had been pulled from another dimension? I'll give it something normal to remove how monstrous it is. A few generic names flashed through his mind, but a particular name seemed fitting. Larry. Ash Spider Larry has been summoned. The knowledge of how summons worked flooded Ashlock's mind. He had hoped the creature was something he could summon over and over by spending key or daily credits, but after the knowledge from Diana, the fact that he was an actual living creature that once dead was dead forever made sense. He had literally made the system open a rift, drag some poor creature from its home, and place him under mind control. Larry, I will take good care of you, my very creepy-looking but fluffy new friend. Ashlock cast his sight away from the spider and tried to pretend he was a cute dog. The spider stood there, motionless, as if he were a reanimated corpse. Ashlock tried to talk to him in his mind, but nothing happened. Do I need to do something special? Ashlock's non-existent eyes wandered to the thin tether of key he could see connecting him and the spider. Focusing on it, he sent a command. Take care of yourself and roam the mountain. Catch food outside if you need it, but stay close by. Ashlock could likely cut the tether and free Larry from the mind control, but he wasn't sure Stella and Diana could survive fighting against a rogue ash spider from some demon realm, since he looked rather powerful, even though he was only a C-grade summon. The spider seemed to come back to life after receiving the order as he looked around. His many red eyes landed on Maple, who was still sleeping, and it backed away while hissing. Maple opened an eye and glared at him, causing Larry to scurry off across Ashlock's branches with as much elegance as a dump truck. Stella and Diana both screamed as the massive spider threw himself over their heads with a looming shadow, landed in the training courtyard, and then made his way over to the broken wall to leave. Then a fantastic idea occurred to Ashlock, and he shouted down the mental link he had with Larry, "And bring me some snacks, too!" Happy to get rid of the creepy spider for a while, Ashlock turned his attention to the 2 remaining piles of corpses and cast Devourer on the nearest one. I wonder what my next reward will be. Chapter 34. A Seed of Hope. Diana looked through the courtyard door at the departing ash-haired spider that had crawled from a secret realm. Just by watching it, she knew her chances of winning were slim. The sword in her hand felt like a toothpick compared to that monstrosity. It scurried across the training courtyard, fleeing through the hole in the wall with a quietness that didn't match its ridiculous size. She had seen wild boars that were smaller, yet could be heard from a mile away as they rampaged through the forests. With the spider gone and the eerie silence of the empty pavilion returning, the sound of the tree's vines munching on the next pile of corpses caressed her ears. The cracking of bones, squeezing of flesh, and rustling of the vines coiling around made her stomach churn. Diana had often ventured into the wilderness and witnessed demonic trees in action. They were one of the more common spirit trees populating the wild. The only difference between spirit trees and any other typical tree was the ability to cultivate, very slowly. However, most spirit trees never made it into the soul fire realm, as their wood could be harvested and turned into long-lasting tools for mortals and even cultivators, if the spirit tree cultivated high enough. So Diana had never seen a strong spirit tree before, and she had never ventured too far from sect grounds. But even with her limited knowledge, she was certain demonic trees grew poisonous berries and slowly absorbed corpses around their roots by making the soil very acidic. Controlling vines that came out of the ground? Creating rifts to a demonic realm? Talking with its key? These were powers reserved for sapient, thinking creatures. Or a world tree. Diana had heard tales of how before monarch realms ruled the world, with their continent-spanning empires, there was no key and no cultivators. It wasn't until the world tree, that spanned the cosmos with its roots infiltrating every world, was destroyed by the gods that key could finally flourish and give a rise to a vibrant and living world. Now, it might be small compared to the world tree described in the legends, but too many worrying signs were pointing to its future. Prowess. Its growth was ridiculous, and its soul core element was worrying. Spatial. Of the highest grade. The lilac flames were so bright and pure that they were almost impossible. Everyone's soul was slightly tainted, unable to fully grasp an element's Tao, but the tree? It had somehow fully comprehended one of the rarest and most powerful elements. Diana glanced at her own dark blue flames, the color showing her meager talent in the element of water. To her side stood Stella. Her purple flames had died down. She also had a spatial element, but Diana could also detect lightning Tao. So how had Stella come into contact with a heavenly lightning when she was still in the Soulfire realm? Diana had too many questions, and Stella's lips were firmly shut in a slight frown, her eyes filled with worry. With a long sigh, Diana relaxed her soul core and deposited her sword in her spatial ring. "We need to get stronger, Stella, if we want to protect Tree." Diana saw the girl's eyes widen as she turned to her. Diana was a little annoyed, looking up to meet the younger girl's eyes, but she had never liked high heels, so this was the fate she had to suffer. "Don't give me that look. I'm a demonic cultivator without a family name. If I can't become a Grand Elder, my future is bleak, to say the least, and I have nowhere else to go." "Sorry, Diana, Stella diverted her eyes, looking back at the tree. "Don't trust me yet?" Diana smiled sadly. "That is perfectly understandable, and I have no right to pressure you for answers. But could you please tell your tree friend to avoid summoning stuff from rifts? If a merchant group is nearby, it will be the end for all of us." Stella nodded. "Absolutely. Thank you, Diana. Just give me some time and we can work this out." Diana could only shrug at the girl's words. In a way, Diana respected how tight-lipped Stella could be. That was a good trait to have. Diana turned on her heel and walked with measured steps back to the dark training courtyard. A dagger materialized in her hand, and she spun it between her fingers as her mind wandered. What would become of this? Ashlock watched Diana leave, and once she was out of sight, he summoned his system to ensure he wasn't listed as a World Tree Seed. Demonic Spirit Tree, age 8. Soulfire, first stage. Soul type, Amethyst, spatial. Summons, Ash Spider, Larry, grade C. Skills, Eye of the Tree God, grade A. Deep Roots, grade A. Language of the World, grade B. Lightning Key Protection, grade B. Root Puppet, grade B. Transpiration of Heaven and Earth, grade C. Key Fruit Production, grade C. Devour, grade C. Hibernate, grade C. Fire Key Resistance, grade C. Basic Poison Resistance, grade F. Besides the new summons section that listed Larry, everything else was the same as usual. His race said Demonic Spirit Tree, and there was no evidence of him becoming a World Tree. Hang on. His race had upgraded from sapling to tree when he ascended to the Soulfire realm from the Key realm. What could be higher than a Spirit Tree? World Tree? Would it upgrade once he reached the next realm? And now that he looked at his soul core and skills, a spatial element for a tree didn't make a lot of sense, and he had skills like Eye of the Tree God and Language of the World. Aren't these abilities a world tree could have? They allowed him to see and understand everything within his realm of influence. Could he even understand beasts if they communicated near him? Even his cultivation technique was suspicious. Its description depicted him as the connection between heaven and earth, which wasn't far from a world tree's true purpose. Diana mentioned these secret realms formed because worlds drifted too close to one another and created an overlap. If I could get my roots through an overlap and anchor the worlds together, couldn't I become the bridge between worlds? Ashlock calmed down. He was getting way ahead of himself. Conquer Red Vine Peak first. then this sect filled with arseholes, then the continent, the world, and only then can I become a world tree and span the cosmos. Until this point, Ashlock had been growing stronger for nothing but survival, but now he had an end goal. Mortals strove for immortality, but that had been pointless to him as an immortal tree. Becoming a world tree is a great end goal. Ashlock was almost daydreaming of how many credits he could harvest daily if his roots spread worldwide.
Tree?
An almost mouse-like voice brought him from his thoughts. Stella had approached him. Her eyes were different as she looked up at his expansive canopy that loomed overhead. The affection was held back by a mask of seriousness, and her hands clenched at her sides. Ashlock flashed his lilac key through a leaf to signal he was listening. He had thought of trying to spell words with his leaves, but they were too sparse to achieve such a thing. Stella just stood rooted in place as she watched the leaf flicker. Her mouth opened and closed as if she struggled to get the words out. Words that Ashlock was fear of. Why was Stella acting in such a way? Had Diana's words shaken her? Did the knowledge that he might be a world tree break the illusion of a friendly tree she had in her mind? Ashlock's mind raced as Stella stood there. A while passed before Stella gathered the courage. Finally, she looked up and held her arms against her chest.
Tree, I'm sorry. I'm so weak.
Tears brimmed at the edges of the girl's eyes.
As I am now, I can never hope to protect you against the whole world. I need to work harder, train faster.
Ashlock was speechless. Was this girl crazy? She wanted to fight the whole world? The thought of Stella fighting everyone for him had never even occurred to him. How could he put such pressure on a girl who wasn't even an adult yet? She should just grow up happy under his canopy and let him handle the rest. Stella reached up to her earrings with one hand and clenched a black-handled dagger that Ashlock recognized with the other.
You gave me so much, but I have nothing in return to offer.
I'll go train, so I won't be a hindrance. She didn't even watch his leaves frantically flashing twice to indicate no. Instead, biting her lip, she turned and left to follow Diana. A fire that Ashlock had never seen before flared in her eyes. The fire of passion. Ashlock stopped trying to signal Stella and let her go. Although her motives for strength were twisted, the end result she aimed for was ideal. He needed her to be stronger, but not for himself. In a world where a man riding a mountain-sized ice golem could turn up unannounced, and a beast tide that could wipe out an entire sect could come by, there was no way he could guarantee her safety. At least for now. Don't worry, Stella, for I am also weak. Ashlock returned his attention to the pile of corpses and decided to cast Devour on the third pile. He was going all in for his next draw. The training courtyard was filled with shouts and clangs of swords as ambient ki radiated off the girls' fierce fighting. Diana and Stella training hard from dusk till dawn without rest. Ashlock wished he could watch, but he had to focus on his meditation technique. There was a large amount of ki in the corpses, and he could feel himself touching the next stage of his realm. The path to becoming a world tree was long, but every bit of growth mattered. As the sun crested the horizon, signifying the start of a new day, Ashlock felt a rush of ki spread throughout his body. One he was becoming familiar with. Plus 902 SC. Ashlock glanced briefly at the points. Those had been expected, but the rush meant something else. He quickly opened his screen status. Demonic Spirit Tree, age 8. Soulfire, 2nd stage. Soul type, Amethyst, spatial. Sure enough, he was now at the 2nd stage of the Soulfire realm. He could already feel the changes. His perception range increased. His trunk buzzed with power, and his mind felt clearer than ever. But the feeling faded soon enough, becoming the new norm. Once Ashlock had finished relishing his new cultivation stage, he turned to the sign-in system. I wonder if it could give me some more techniques for cultivation and key usage. Until now, Ashlock could only cultivate with his transpiration of heaven and earth technique. Actually throwing his key around was beyond him. Knowledge about runic formations or arrays would also be useful. Ashlock could only pray that the gacha gods would listen to his plea. His system was beyond powerful. Given enough time, he would accumulate all the items, skills, and summons he could ever need. The only downside? It was randomized. Idletree Daily Sign-In System. Day 3150. Daily credit, 1. Sacrifice credit, 902. Sign in? Yes, sign in. Sign in successful. 903 credits consumed. Upgraded key fruit production. Grade C. Key fruit production, grade B. What? Ashlock glared at the notification. What was the difference? Why had it cost 903 credits to just raise the key fruit production up a grade? But then the knowledge the upgrade brought flooded his mind. He could now put seeds in the fruit, an option that had been missing from the menu before. Ashlock opened the menu with excitement, and sure enough, he could add a demonic tree seed into the fruit. It was time to build a forest of his own. Chapter 35. City Exploration. Ashlock hummed to himself, as he could finally enjoy the pleasant autumn morning now that the constant sound of fighting had ceased. Diana and Stella had taken a training break, and both had passed out on the sandy training courtyard floor while gasping for breath in puddles of their own sweat. Stella's blonde hair was practically glued to her face, and Diana smiled as she rested. While the girls had fun training, Ashlock had spent the morning busy with his key fruit production menu. When Stella returned home, he planned to begin production of his fruit again, as she would need food. Now, with its increased grade providing him with a demonic tree seed option, he was excited. Ashlock hadn't been a tree expert back on Earth, but even he knew trees had two ways to reproduce. One was through seeds, which had evolved over millions of years on Earth to be dispersed in every way possible, and the other was asexual reproduction, where the trees cloned themselves through their roots. Can I clone myself? Ashlock knew that for a tree to clone itself, it needed roots far away from its main body, and they needed to be in fertile soil. Otherwise, the cloned tree would steal resources from the original tree. But all my roots are stuck inside a mountain right now. Ashlock had been keeping an eye on his roots' progress through Red Vine Peak. Ever since he gained a soul core, the progress had increased by over 10 times, and it wouldn't be long until he reached the mountain's base. Perhaps I can try to create a clone of myself once I reach the base. Or will I need a skill for that? Ashlock grumbled to himself as he thought of skills. They felt like features locked behind a paywall to him, which was frustrating to say the least. Anyway, back to the seeds. Ashlock scrutinized the menu that floated in his mind. He clicked on the option to create a new fruit, and the user interface flickered as it brought up a blank space. Selecting the demonic tree seed, a dark red seed with black dots appeared floating in the menu. Now, how do I want this seed to be distributed? Wind, water, and even animals can bring seeds away from the original tree. Ashlock could try and create a way for his seeds to be dispersed by the wind, but just from a simple look around, he realized that wouldn't be possible. There simply wasn't any space for another tree to grow up here, as he dominated the sky, and the pavilion took up most of the land. The walls would also trap the seeds, so they couldn't escape to the ground thousands of meters below. Deciding an animal eating the seed was the best choice, Ashlock created a perfect-sized fruit for a bird and grew many of them on his uppermost branches. They were bright yellow, tasted sweet, and even had a little key. But the majority of each fruit was the demonic tree seed. Then Ashlock added just a tad of poison that would be hard to detect over the fruit's sickly sweet smell and succulent soulfire realm key. It would be bad if the bird went and deposited the seed too far from me, so poison is the way to go. Happy with his new fruit, Ashlock created a few more that didn't contain poison and others too big for a bird to take, so the girls had fruit to eat. His grand plan was for birds to eat the poisonous ones, die an hour later, and then allow the demonic seeds to use the birds' corpses as fuel to grow. I could also ask Stella and Diana to take some seeds with them when they go out to the wilderness again. Ashlock mulled, but then he shot down the idea. He couldn't even talk, so conveying such a complex idea would be impossible. The corpse he had left to the side for trying to communicate still lay there. However, looking at Stella and Diana's condition, Ashlock doubted they wished to wake up to a monster trying to communicate with them. Maybe Maple could take some seeds for me. Ashlock found the sleeping squirrel and decided against waking up the furball that had made Larry scramble away in fear. Oh yeah, Larry. Why don't I ask my new mind-controlled spider friend? Ashlock mentally focused on the black key tether. It went in the direction of the town. Oh no. Ashlock was worried Larry had gone and feasted on some people, so he cast Eye of the Tree God and took to the skies. Instantly he could feel the difference the single-stage increase had on his view range. The very edge of a new mountain peak became clearer in the far distance on the other side of the town. Yeah, that is definitely not a town. The town devastated by the supernova was merely a slice of a sprawling city that filled up the valley. Even with its increased view range, Ashlock couldn't see the end of it. However, although it had been a year since the attack, Ashlock could still see large areas wrecked from the blast. But the progress in reconstruction after only a year is impressive. Ashlock could see hundreds of men in brown robes lifting and hauling beams of wood, many times their size, over their shoulders, and he couldn't detect any key from them. Mortals are that strong in this world? In a way, it made some sense. If a cultivator at the 9th stage of the Key Realm could break a boulder in half with their bare fist, it only made sense that mortals, who were eternally stuck at the 1st stage of the Key Realm, could still perform impressive feats. The ambient key in the air seemed to affect all life on the planet. Ashlock had already noticed that plants grew faster than expected, so wouldn't that include crops? And if crops were filled with key, wouldn't the mortals eating it absorb even a little key every time? Ashlock had found it rather ridiculous how a civilization could sustain itself with superhumans running around, but if ambient key made sickness rare and famine a near impossibility, wouldn't the world suffer from overpopulation instead? The vast city followed a similar theme to the parts he had seen before. Chinese-style pavilions flanked cobbled streets, with people going about their daily business. However, Ashlock could feel a sense of tension in all the people as they went about their lives, something he had noticed when watching interviews of people living in war-torn countries back on Earth. Cultivators in snow-white and dark green robes wandered the streets as if they owned the place, pushing their way into stores and restaurants with their heads held high and hands clasped behind their backs. Ashlock noticed the main offenders were younger-looking cultivators who had apparently let their family's victory get to their heads. The occasional more senior cultivator would holler at them to act respectful to the mortals, but they would just run off like misbehaving kids. If there was one thing Ashlock hated, it was teenagers that thought they knew it all, so the whole thing left a sour taste in his mouth. After a few minutes, Ashlock found a particularly interesting pair heading toward the city's outskirts. Both were evergreen cultivators by their clothing, and they looked somewhat similar. Are all cultivators in a family related? In his brief overlook of the city, Ashlock found that hard to believe. He had counted hundreds, if not thousands, of cultivators roaming the streets of the vast city, and they were all part of just 2 families? As Ashlock was watching the cultivators walk, he saw a thin line of black key. Larry? Ashlock raced along the line. It led him outside the bustling city and around the far side of the ex-Ravenborn mountain. The sounds of shouting and clanging of tools on stone filled the air. Is this a mine? Ashlock watched a stream of mortals coming out of an enormous hole built into the side of the mountain. Pickaxes and bags filled to the brim with silvery rock were in their hands as they marched in single file. A winter wrath cultivator with many spatial rings on his fingers stood to the side on a raised platform. A clipboard was in his hands, and he gave the man waiting before him a once-over, with about as much enthusiasm as a store clerk from Ashlock's previous life.
"Name,"
the cultivator said with a sigh.
"Barry Yale,"
a large man at the front of the queue answered respectfully. The winter wrath cultivator held out his hand, and Barry handed him the sack filled with the silvery rock with a grunt due to its weight. The cultivator weighed the bag up and down effortlessly, and some white key shrouded his hand.
"About 50 silver crowns worth of spirit stones. Next."
The bag of spirit stones vanished from the cultivator's hand, and one of the many golden rings flashed with power before dimming. They're called spirit stones. Ashlock finally knew the name of that silvery rock found in his mountain. But how do they have so much? Each person here carries as many spirit stones as I find every 1,000 meters. Are there more spirit stones deeper down? Or is my mountain just deprived of resources? Ashlock felt he may have just stumbled upon the reason nobody cared for Red Vine Peak. Was it useless to the cultivators? Barry didn't move.
"Sir, under the Ravenborn family, that same bag fetched me 80 silver crowns at least."
The winter wrath cultivator tilted his head and sneered. His scarlet eyes flashed with amusement.
"Mortal, don't make this harder than it has to be, all right? You and I both know how this world works."
Barry gritted his teeth and opened his hand. The cultivator's ring flashed, and 50 small silver coins appeared, which Barry quickly pocketed with a scowl before stomping off.
"Next."
Ashlock watched as Barry made his way to a pathway and chose to go right, which was the opposite way from the city. As Barry walked down the well-trodden path flanked by trees with golden-brown autumn leaves, Ashlock looked ahead and saw a vast wall in the distance. It was constructed of gray stone, and Ashlock could see cultivators wandering along its top as they looked out into the vast wilderness, likely for incoming beasts. Between the back of the mountain and the stone wall was an expansive land overflowing with fields, dense patches of forest, and the occasional village nestled in between, each consisting of only a dozen houses. A river flowed down one of the mountain peaks, making it a scenic view. There was just one problem. Barry was walking into a patch of dense forest, and Ashlock could see the black key tether that led him to Larry. Using his skill to move on ahead, Ashlock saw, up in the trees, a few meters into the forest, was Larry. The car-sized ash spider was happily building a network of webs throughout the patch of forest and munching on an animal's leg. "Larry, what are you doing here so close to the humans? I told you to go hunt in the wilderness." "Come back right now." Ashlock tried to speak with Larry through the tether, but the distance affected the message. Larry looked toward Red Vine Peak, but tilted his head in confusion. I never told Larry what counted as a snack, did I? Ashlock watched in dread as Barry entered the forest, unaware of the monster lurking within. Ashlock was ready to declare Barry a dead man. But then he saw the 2 evergreen cultivators he had noticed earlier trailing not far behind and entering the forest only a moment after Barry. Now Ashlock was worried for Larry. Chapter 36. Evolution. Barry could hear 2 men talking behind him, so he quickened his pace. He could tell they were cultivators from their conversation and way of speaking, and after being scammed by that Winterwrath bastard back at the mines, the last thing Barry wanted right now was to be robbed in the middle of a forest for his few silver crowns. Barry rounded a corner in the path, but he could still hear them loudly talking. "Hey, John, did I tell you an elder informed me that Evergreen Peak had fallen to the Voidmind family earlier this morning?" Barry then heard the other man chuckle.
"Well, that was only to be expected with our Grand Elder away from home. Not like it matters anyway. Any news on Winterwrath's old peak?"
I guess it doesn't matter since it's all mined out, but it still stings, you know? The Void Mine family is so small that losing to them feels like an insult. The cultivator loudly sighed. As for news on Winterwrath's Peak, only some rumors, but I think Redclaw have their eyes set on it. As Barry hastened his pace, he was only half listening to the cultivator's talk. Just like all mortals, he hated everything about cultivator politics. Barry had been born in the Blood Lotus sect, 5,000 miles from here, near the Frostlands, and the same exact thing had happened back then when he was a child. A sudden change in leadership, rampant wars, and a reduction in earnings. They were all signs of an incoming beast tide. Barry remembered his parents arguing at the dinner table about how they couldn't afford the ticket aboard the airship to the new sect, as the beast tide was coming. Barry thought about how his father had stayed behind because he hadn't saved up enough, and the ticket's price doubled last second. He still vividly remembered clutching the railings of the airship's deck with his tiny hands and looking down at a sea of people left behind, including his father. The old man had been waving to him with tears in his eyes, while Barry's mother silently wept at his side. His 5 older brothers and sisters had consoled his mother, while he had just stared in shock. At the time, Barry hadn't understood all the fuss about this beast tide, but as he'd cast his gaze to the horizon, it was pitch black. Then, as it got closer, Barry saw that it wasn't just a wave of nothingness, but a dense collection of beasts. The old Blood Lotus sect was swarming with beasts within the hour, but they were far away by then. Barry gritted his teeth as he kept marching on. He wouldn't let his family face the same fate. Barry silently swore he would mine for 20 hours a day if he had to. There was no way he would let his large family become fragmented due to the cultivator's greed. Why couldn't they just build more airships, or take more people? Bastards, the lot of them. Silence. Barry's steps slowed. The cultivators had stopped talking as he had been lost in his thoughts. He cast a glance over his shoulder, but there was nothing. Weren't they right behind me? A breeze went by, rustling the golden leaves of the forest. An eerie silence sent a shiver down his spine. Barry stopped for an entire minute, but the cultivators never caught up to him. Is there another path through the forest? I assumed they were heading to the wall for guard duty. Barry loathed cultivators just like everyone else, but he hated cultivators that slacked off from their jobs even more, especially with the sudden change in leadership. Barry had recently noticed a disturbing lack of guards on the walls and didn't feel his family was safe. In response to this, the elders of Winterwrath and Evergreen had offered a monetary reward if a villager reported any incidents of younger cultivators slacking on their duty. Barry paid taxes, after all, and deserved some level of protection. If a monster snuck up on the wall and jumped over, the villagers would be helpless to resist it. Only a cultivator has the strength to fight off a beast from the wilderness. Useless bastards, Barry muttered as he strode back down the path. He planned to catch a glimpse of their faces, so he had some details to describe to an elder and collect the reward money. The golden leaves that covered the path crunched underfoot as he walked. He looked left and right, scrutinizing the surroundings for a sign of the cultivators. Nothing. Barry scratched his head in confusion as he saw the entrance to the forest he had entered just minutes ago. Had they really just turned around and left? Barry was about to go back, but something caught the corner of his eye. A blood-stained leaf. Barry approached it and picked it up, twirling it in his hand. He found it odd that there was just one leaf with blood on it, and then something dripped onto it. Water droplet? Has it even rained? Barry inspected the droplet and noticed it was scarlet. Blood. Barry froze as another drop of blood hit the leaf. He slowly looked up as he heard a branch creak. A large shadow moved, and 8 red eyes the size of dinner plates glared at him from above. It was quietly chewing, and Barry could see 4 legs sticking out from the monster's mouth. As his eyes wandered from the beast's face, he could see the vague outline of legs that were longer than he was tall. The memories of that beast-tide flashed through his mind. Was this what his father had seen before his death? Hundreds of thousands of monsters like this, surging over the frozen plains at a speed no mere mortal could hope to match? Barry slowly walked backward, one step at a time, never breaking eye contact. He winced as the crisp leaves crunched underfoot. As he backed up and got more of the picture, he could tell the monster was definitely some kind of ash-colored spider, but it was bigger than any boar he had ever seen. The spider kept happily munching on the cultivators without showing any sign of moving. Barry could feel the sun's warmth on his back. The exit was near. Was it letting him go? Ashlock watched everything from the sky. Listening to the cultivator's conversation taught him more about the beast tides and their destructive power. Currently, the incoming beast tide was Ashlock's greatest concern, as being a tree limited his options for running away. I need to work harder on my deep roots and creating tunnels throughout the mountain. Ashlock had focused some of his resources on his roots, but he had been more focused on furthering his cultivation recently and trying to communicate. I wish someone would mention how long a timescale I'm working with here. Is the beast tide coming this year? Next year? I have no idea. Ashlock focused back on the situation occurring 2 mountain peaks away. The car-sized spider had seemed uninterested in Barry and let him pass below peacefully. Ashlock wondered why. Was it because he was a mortal without ki? Did Larry not even see the man as a worthy snack? Ashlock knew he had very gray morals when it came to death. His human mind had lacked empathy in the first place, and now after becoming a tree, they were dulled even further. However, Ashlock would feel bad if Larry ate the dude. Good job, Larry. Ashlock knew the spider couldn't hear him, but maybe the emotion would get across. Now, eat those cultivators. Some may have called Ashlock a hypocrite, but he disliked cultivators for a simple reason. They were all a threat to him. No matter how hard they tried, mortals wouldn't be able to chop him down, whereas a cultivator could annihilate him with a single ability if they were powerful enough, like the Grand Elders. If the beast tide came and wiped all the cultivators out while leaving him alone, that would be ideal. Ashlock had long accepted that this was a dog-eat-dog world where the ones with power killed each other for more. He just felt the mortals going about their daily lives should be left out of the conflict, and therefore he would feel bad if Larry went around slaughtering random villagers. Ashlock watched as the 2 talking cultivators entered the forest. Larry seemed interested as he slowly crept along the branches toward them like a stalking cat. Luckily, both were too busy talking to each other to notice the monstrosity above them. Do they not have a spiritual sense? Ashlock was used to cultivators having an extraordinary sense of their surroundings. How could they not notice Larry right above them? Both of them stopped talking at the same time and looked up. Now Ashlock had wondered what the possible evolutionary advantage of being such a massive spider could be. But now he had his answer. Since Larry was the size of a car, his mouth easily engulfed the 2 men's bodies and crunched down. The 2 evergreen cultivators didn't even have a chance to fight back before they were chomped in half and dragged back up into the canopy of the trees. Apart from a short gasp and a crunch, the entire thing was done in complete silence. Ashlock then saw Barry come back and, after picking up a blood-soaked leaf, come face-to-face with Larry. As Ashlock expected, the giant spider didn't even care about Barry, not seeing him as a threat or a potential meal. Larry, you know humans are social creatures, right? So if you let that dude go, he'll return with many cultivators. Alas, Larry couldn't hear him, and seemed to lack the intelligence to recognize that letting such insignificant prey escape was a terrible idea. A day passed, and Ashlock decided to eat his words. Larry wasn't foolish. In fact, the spider was a tactical genius. After munching on a few more cultivators that came to investigate the patch of forest,
Larry had bundled a few bodies up in silk and happily moved on to the next patch of forest, never staying in one area for too long. He always let villagers see him and then let them escape, alerting the cultivators, who then came to the forest to die. However, Larry was far from weak. Even when caught by larger groups, he could summon a storm of ash that blanketed the entire area and disrupted formations, just like Diana's mist ability, which he then used to assassinate the cultivators one by one. After a week, Larry finally decided to head home to Red Vine Peak, likely before he got too ahead of himself and the actual powerful cultivators came. The spider hauled a sack of silk on his back containing around 10 bodies, and he scared the shit out of Diana when he peeked his head through the hole in the training wall. "Holy shit, the thing is back!" Diana shouted as she raised the blade she had been practicing with. Ashlock swore he saw Larry roll his many eyes as he just walked past Diana, climbed over the wall, and sat happily on Ashlock's branches. "Larry, are those bodies for me?" Ashlock asked the spider through the tether of black key, and the spider responded by lowering the sack of bodies to the ground right next to the bench that Stella was sleeping on. Ashlock was over the moon to finally have some human corpses to experiment with. But Larry did something he wasn't expecting. The spider climbed over his branches and perched himself up against his trunk, and then a prompt appeared in Ashlock's mind. Ash Spider, Larry, wishes to evolve. Chapter 37. A Tree's First Words. Ash Spider, Larry, wishes to evolve. Proceed? Yes or no? The answer was obviously yes, but Ashlock also found his level of control over the ash spider a bit unsettling. In a way, he preferred his relationship with Maple. Although the little bastard wouldn't listen to his every whim, he felt he could depend on Maple to save him if he were in danger. In contrast, Larry reminded Ashlock of a sentient AI. If Ashlock were dying and unable to order Larry to save him, Ashlock was positive the spider would watch as he died without lifting a leg. The spider might eat and breathe, but Larry didn't feel alive to Ashlock. But what could Ashlock do? Setting the spider free from his control was a terrible idea. At only the C grade, the monster had slaughtered cultivators with the ruthless efficiency of an apex predator. The cultivators weren't dumb. They had attempted a variety of tactics to deal with the spider, but limited information and his constant moving made it hard to pin Larry down and determine his threat level. Stronger cultivators were naturally dispatched after around 30 kills, but Larry was long gone by then, with a bunch of corpses on his back for his master. After Ashlock pressed yes, Larry began to weave a lair out of webs between Ashlock's branches, much to Stella's protests. "Tree, tell that creepy thing to go away." Stella crossed her arms under her chest and glared at the massive shadow blocking out the sun so she couldn't continue sunbathing. Her eyes then wandered to the sack of silk next to her. "What's in here? It reeks. Ugh." Stella summoned a knife from her spatial ring, crouched down, and sliced the sack open. A man's half-eaten face stared back at her with wide-open eyes, as if the man had died while in total shock. "Ah!" Stella stumbled back while holding her nose. "That's disgusting." Ashlock had to agree. Even with his dulled emotions and detachment from gruesome scenes, it looked like something out of a crime scene. Luckily, as a tree, he had no sense of smell. But if Stella's face of absolute disgust was anything to go by, the sack of decomposing human corpses was far from pleasant. Unfortunately for Stella, Ashlock had a plan for these bodies. Using Devour on them would net him some credits, but he felt it would be easier to try communication with a human body. Since Diana and Stella had been so busy training, Ashlock had been unable to resist and had eaten the last monster corpse for 20 credits, so now the only bodies he had access to were these human corpses. While Larry was fussing about with his new lair of webs, Ashlock activated Root Puppet on the exposed corpse. Stella winced as a black root snuck up from the ground and inserted itself through the corpse's ajar mouth.
Ashlock felt Stella's reaction to the whole thing rather amusing, considering she had slaughtered so many people from a young age. Ashlock had thought she would be used to seeing corpses. Actually, now that Ashlock thought about it, since Stella had always fed the corpses to him, she had never seen a decomposed corpse before. Diana strolled into the courtyard and gave a lukewarm reaction to the gruesome scene. Human corpses. Her eyes narrowed on the black root. And that puppet ability again. It took a few minutes, but the silk bag of corpses eventually began to shudder as Ashlock tried to move the root puppet. This corpse has a soul core, but it's weaker than mine. This guy was a freshly promoted soulfire cultivator at the first stage. What a sad fate. Ashlock could already feel the corpse's soul core starting to crack. If he could get a hold of a high-stage cultivator, it could last longer than a few minutes. But alas, his skill wasn't kind to corpses. Why can't the system give me necromancy? That would be so much better. However, Ashlock had to admit that being able to project his own cultivation through the puppet, turning it into a suicide bomber, did give him a very effective method of attacking, so long as a spare corpse was nearby. If I got a hold of a star core cultivator like the Grand Elder, could I use Root Puppet to make it go supernova? Or would I also need to be in the star core realm to do that? Ashlock wasn't sure, but if he could cause an explosion like that inside a beast tide, wouldn't he get an ungodly amount of credits? Ashlock diverted his attention back to the corpse, pushing a little of his cultivation into the body. His lilac flames coated his hands, and the male corpse climbed out of its cocoon with jittery movements that made it look like a zombie from a crappy movie. Right. Time to communicate. Ashlock made the corpse stand there and open its mouth, but all that came from it was a wheeze, foul-smelling air, and some fluid dripping from its chin. Ashlock tried again, but he discovered the issue. The corpse had its vocal cords and lungs, but he didn't know how to make it talk. Controlling limbs was easy enough, although the jittery movements betrayed his level of control as being rather poor, but to manually adjust the corpse's tongue, vocal cords, and lungs all to simulate speech? Impossible, without a lot of practice. But Ashlock wanted to communicate today, not years later when he had perfected the art of corpse speech. I could play charades with the corpse, but what do I even want to say? Ashlock didn't want his first impression to be him making a corpse dance and randomly pointing at things. There were naturally many things Ashlock wanted to tell Stella. They had been side by side for years, and he had been nothing but a spectator and listener, never able to console or offer solutions to the distraught girl. Ashlock finally had a chance to change that, if only he could communicate. The corpse clawed at its face in frustration. There had to be a way to convey thoughts. Ashlock looked at the pristine white wall of the pavilion, and an idea crossed his mind. The puppet shuffled across the courtyard with trembling feet, and Stella gave it a wide berth as if it were cursed or diseased. Ashlock made it slash its fingertip on a sharp bit of the runic formation that was jutting out of the ground, drawing blood. The corpse stood motionlessly before the canvas like a deer caught in headlights, clotted blood dripping from its finger. There was an uncomfortable silence as Ashlock's mind blanked. What should be his first words? Stella and Diana looked on curiously from a distance, neither willing to get too close. Having come to a decision, Ashlock made the corpse raise its trembling finger, and with as much precision as possible, he spelled out a simple message. I am Ashlock. The corpse burst into lilac flames as its weak soul core shattered. Ashlock released his control and let the flaming corpse tumble to the side before its blood-stained message. Not willing to waste the corpse, Ashlock cast Devour, and vines erupted from the floor, encasing the burning body. Stella seemed grateful that Ashlock was disposing of the body as she nodded to him and walked past the slithering vines, and with Diana by her side, she inspected the words. Ashlock waited nervously. He had never seen what text looked like in this world. Could they even read? Did he write in their language? What if they thought his name was stupid? Could he have said something more mysterious?
Can you read this, Diana? Stella tilted her head, and Ashlock felt his non-existent heart stop. Had he just written rubbish on the wall? Did they think he was stupid?
I should have drawn a picture. Darn it, Ashlock grumbled. Now that he looked at the words the corpse had written, it wasn't any language he was familiar with back on Earth, just a bunch of scribbles. How had he known how to write this weird script that looked so similar to...
Runes, Diana said. I think these are runes, but ancient ones. We could go find a specialist to decipher them. No, we need a teacher, Stella retorted. Why? Diana scrunched her brows in confusion. Stella tilted her head like it was a stupid question. Obviously, so I can write tree letters when I leave the sect to train. She then pointed to the blood-stained wall. And so I can understand whatever tree writes any time. Diana rolled her eyes and muttered, Oh yeah, obviously. How did I not think of that? Stella practically ran past Diana toward the pavilion entrance. Come on, Diana. We have no time to waste. Diana caught up to the excited girl while putting on a black cloak with a hood and a white mask to hide her appearance, as most Raven-born cultivators had the same distinct black hair and gray eyes. Ashlock watched them go, and couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Plus 20 SC. Oh, the corpse was absorbed. Ashlock looked at the silk sack on the ground and debated casting Devour on the bodies inside, but decided against it. Instead, he would save them from when the rune translator arrived. Then he could speak to them some more. I got one sentence out of that corpse, and I have 9 corpses left. So, 1 line per corpse? Ashlock wondered what to say in those 9 lines when a pop-up almost startled him. Ash Spider, Larry, has begun to evolve. Please select Larry Evolution Path. Colossal Ash Spider. Colossal ash spiders are known to inhabit the molten plains. Their size is comparable to an adolescent fire drake, and armor plates coat their head, abdomen, and legs, making them walking tanks that can fight toe-to-toe with the demonic realm's most fearsome brutes. Hell no, Ashlock said as he glanced at the silk sack hanging from his branch. It was so heavy Ashlock's wood was creaking, and the sack looked like it could contain a grand piano. Larry's size had proven useful, but it would eventually become a detriment. With the addition of armored plates, the spider would naturally be slower and struggle to sneak silently across the canopies of the forests. In addition, this option would limit Larry to being a frontline tank, which Ashlock didn't need right now. Ashen Prince. An ash spider queen will give birth to thousands of offspring throughout her life, but only one can be deemed the prince of the spiderlings. The Ashen Prince has no outstanding qualities over his siblings other than inheriting their mother's deep understanding of the Tao of Ash. Ashlock liked the sound of this one, not only due to the royal title, but in a world of cultivation, nothing was more important than understanding the Tao. With a deep understanding of one's Tao, a cultivator had unlimited potential. Larry had also used his limited ash techniques a few times to survive traps by the cultivators, and the one thing Ashlock wanted was for Larry to survive. Chaos Spider. Chaos spiders thrive on slaughter and become stronger with every kill by devouring the souls of their opponents. Although this path leads to immense power very quickly, Chaos spiders quickly embrace the mad hunger of the hunt. Ashlock rolled his non-existent eyes. He might be a demonic tree, but he was no stranger to the upsides and downsides of demonic cultivation techniques. Anything that promised quick results and unlimited power would have an equal downside, such as losing sanity. He already had iffy control over Larry at long distances. The last thing Ashlock needed was the spider going on a warpath and killing everyone just for an enraged Grand Elder to squash Larry like a bug. The spider had only lived so long because of his cunning nature, not brute strength. I think the option to pick is obvious. Ashlock naturally picked Ashen Prince,
But the other options would have been better if he were under different circumstances. The Chaos Spider would be perfect in the Beast Tide, but for the long term, Ashen Prince was the way to go. Evolution Path, Ashen Prince chosen. Evolution initiating. Chapter 38. Interlude. Head Librarian. Stella's soul core buzzed with glee. Purple flames coated her legs, and lightning danced across her skin as she saw the mountain blur beneath her feet. She breathed deeply to calm herself as the wind rushed through her hair. I can't believe Tree can write. We'll be able to talk about all the things I always wanted to ask. Stella, wait up. The blonde girl had a silly grin and really wanted to ignore the voice coming from behind, but that would be rude. So she came to a halt at the mountain's base and looked back up the endless steps with her hands on her hips. Diana, why are you so slow? A ball of blue flames arrived next to her and dissipated, revealing a girl wearing a black cloak and white mask. Stella raised a brow. What's with the getup? Diana turned to Stella and looked at her with a faceless mask, a white piece of curved wood with 2 eye holes. Something you should be wearing too. The remnants of my family are being hunted, so naturally I need to hide my identity. Right, Stella frowned, but why would I need to hide mine? I have the Patriarch's protection, otherwise my peak would have been taken from me long ago. Her gaze wandered the mountain and settled warmly on the pavilion nestled in the clouds. To her, it was not just a paradise, but also her home. Diana's irritated huff broke Stella from her dreamland. Stella, listen to me, Diana insisted, her tone turning solemn. They have lied to you your entire life. The Patriarch is a 1,000-year-old monster in human form. He doesn't give a shit about repaying any kind of debt for saving him. Diana sighed and pointed at Stella. He just wants your body. Stella just stood there, blinking. My what? Body? She covered herself and felt a shiver run down her spine. Why? Is he a creep? Diana shook her head. Nope. He just needs a pill furnace to create a pill that extends his life. Stella looked confused, so Diana helpfully added, being a human pill furnace means he'll conduct alchemy within your stomach and use your spirit root, soul core, and ki as part of the pill-forming process. Stella paled and stood there for a while, processing everything. Diana gave her some space and idly stood to the side. Eventually, Stella mumbled, I see. So my time is limited, then. Stella clenched her fists and looked down the beaten path that led to the sprawling, dark-light city in the far distance. Diana, give me a mask. Let's hurry. Diana's spatial ring flashed with power, and a faceless black mask appeared in her waiting hand. Here. Stella nodded with thanks and put the mask on. To her surprise, it had no straps and easily stayed glued to her face. It also didn't impede her vision, as if it weren't even there. She reached up and felt her face, confirming a wooden texture had replaced her smooth skin. Now that is freaky. Diana had already started racing down the path, her black cloak coated in blue flames fluttering in the wind behind her. Stella grinned as purple lightning arced between her feet, and she caught up in an instant as her soul core hummed. Why are the streets so empty? Stella whispered to Diana as the 2 girls walked side by side down an empty street. Windows were shuttered closed, and the only living things Stella could see were black cats prowling across the slanted roofs, glaring at the pair with yellow eyes. Diana tapped her chin as she glanced around. She made sure to scrutinize every empty alley they passed. Was there an attack? I haven't been down here since the Ravenborn family was eliminated, but life should have returned to normal by now. But I have another question. Stella tilted her head. Which is, why is there a squirrel on your head? Pausing mid-stride, Stella reached up, and sure enough, a little hand grabbed her finger and demanded head rubs. Oh, when did you get here, Maple? Did you get bored waiting with Tree? That doesn't answer my question. Diana pouted to the side. Shh. Stella put a finger to where her mouth was behind the faceless black mask. Fewer questions, more walking. And with that, Stella continued to stride forward. Diana rolled her eyes. Fine, no more questions. Then, running to catch up, Diana put her hands in her cloak pockets and continued. We should head to the Academy's library. I can't think where else we could get an ancient rune teacher. Mm-hmm. Stella hummed in agreement as she finished giving Maple attention, and the fluffy white squirrel sprawled out on Stella's head and happily bathed in the sun. Turning a corner and crossing a bridge over a fast-flowing river through the city's center, Stella and Diana arrived at one of the many market squares. Stella's eyes practically lit up at the sight of humans milling about and purchasing goods. Strolling up to a stall and ignoring the questioning glare the stall owner gave the top of her head, Stella asked, Excuse me, could you tell me why the city is so empty? Wearing masks and letting a rodent sleep on your head? The stall owner, an absolute beefcake of a woman, shooed Stella off. Don't come here and bring trouble. You'll scare off my customers. The woman let out a long sigh. Or at least the ones still brave enough to walk the streets after the massacre out in the villages just a few minutes' walk from here. Massacre? Diana quipped in from the side. Of villagers or cultivators? Cultivators, which makes it all the more concerning. The woman crossed her sizable arms and continued to gossip. A monster suddenly appeared a week ago and has been eating cultivators ever since. They named it the Ashen Devourer, and apparently it's a spider the size of a house that can summon ash storms. The woman then scowled at them. So be careful when walking around here, and if you aren't going to buy something, then move along. Stella and Diana exchanged a glance. Both had a rough idea of who this Ashen Devourer could be. Tree has caused quite a fuss with his pet, it seems. Diana whistled to herself as they turned onto the street that ended with Darklight's most famous academy. Spires of white stone reached for the clouds that lazily went by, and despite the desolate streets, many students were walking around up ahead in energetic groups. A few students walked by and gave Stella and Diana odd looks as they passed. Stella heard someone laugh behind them as they were about to walk through the academy's gates. Hey, look, there's something on that weird girl's head, a random lady within a large group of students pointed out. Are they lost students from an orphanage? Look at their clothes! How filthy! Stella paused and glanced over her shoulder, and unfortunately, she had to admit the lady's clothes were in far better condition than hers. Stella hadn't bought a new cloak in years, and she hadn't even bothered cleaning hers after returning from the wilderness. It was torn in places and practically dyed red from blood. Diana's were in a slightly better, but still terrible condition, likely due to them being artifacts and having ki naturally imbued in their materials. Stella cursed under her breath and continued forward. Little did she know Maple was watching the lady student leave with one eye lazily open, and as the student rounded the corner, she collapsed, as there was a shudder in the void, and her soul core suddenly shattered. Maple closed his eye and enjoyed the distant screams. Diana, once we figure this all out, we are going clothes shopping, okay? Stella grumbled as they approached the Academy's library. Like everything else in the Academy, the building was constructed from a white stone that starkly contrasted with the dull tones of Darklight City. Engraved into the white stone was a majestic tapestry of silver. As with all important buildings, the Academy had installed a defensive formation using runic lines woven into the stone to protect the structure from any stray attacks from cultivators. Diana hummed in agreement with Stella's proposition and tilted her head upwards, making a count of the various cultivators patrolling the roof. They eyed Stella and Diana warily, but it was far better to be a little suspicious-looking rather than outright recognized as a Ravenborn. Many of the family's scions walked around campus in disguises to avoid trouble, so everyone was apprehensive about questioning their motives, unless they made trouble. Diana had frequented the academy and only graduated a few years ago, so she knew the grounds. She practically led Stella by the hand into the library. While Stella had visited a few times in the past, she hadn't been a regular visitor for years. The library was a large oval building, like an opera theater, with 5 stories of books lining the walls. Grand marble staircases led between the floors, and the fresh scent of paper accompanied the quiet chatter between disciples studying around desks stacked with books. As Diana and Stella awkwardly made their way to the top floor, not a single speck of dust coated anything. The library was spotless, just the way the head librarian liked it. Stella caught sight of a gray-robed individual using an artifact called a sponge to wipe down surfaces alongside a bucket of warm water, likely as punishment for damaging a book. Diana let out a sigh of relief as they crested the top of the final staircase and caught sight of a man with a scraggly white beard and wispy hair. The man sat hunched before a mountain of books piled high on an illuminated desk. Indecipherable mutterings left the man's mouth as he licked his spindly finger and turned a page. The sound of the crisp page turn was interrupted by Diana lightly coughing. The elderly man looked up from his book and glared at the person who interrupted him with eyes of total darkness. A twisted scowl formed on his wrinkled face as he slammed both palms down and stood up.
"Who dares interrupt me? 2 measly assassins?"
Dense black flames as dark as the void materialized on his fingers like claws. Diana and Stella exchanged glances and quickly realized the source of the confusion. Stella hastily removed her mask before she got decapitated, as hiding her identity wasn't as crucial as concealing Diana's. "Wait!" Stella held her hands up. "It's me, Stella Crestfallen of Red Vine Peak." The man seemed lost in thought for a moment, but then the name seemed to ring a bell. The flames vanished from the man's hand, and he slumped back down into his rickety chair, pulling it closer under himself with a grunt.
"Ah, the crestfallen brat."
He shook his head from side to side as if he had heard something terribly sad.
"Come to bother this old man in your final years."
"Head librarian, does everyone know about that except me?" Stella realized she should have left the peak a bit more and mingled with the people. Now that she thought about it, the last time she had left Red Vine Peak to talk to other people was years ago. The man waved his hand and shook his head.
"No, but it has been making the rounds recently. Now,"
he leaned on the desk and scowled at Stella,
"tell me what you want so I can get back to my research and be snappy with it."
As excitement returned, Stella took a step forward. "I want to learn ancient runes. I stumbled upon some recently and wish to translate them."
"Ancient runes?"
The man leaned back and stroked his miserable excuse for a beard.
"Brat, how ancient are we talking here? Everyone thinks everything is ancient nowadays. These foolish children come bringing me their family's ancient techniques from 1,000 years ago, and I find out I'm the one who wrote it. Does that make me ancient?"
"Yes," was on the tip of Stella's tongue, but she held back. Instead, she offered, "I could draw the runes I saw for you."
"You memorized them? Clever girl."
The head librarian's golden ring flashed, and a piece of paper appeared alongside an inkwell. "Write it down." Stella complied. She had practically burned the squiggles into her mind. There was no chance she could forget even a single curve of her tree's first words. As Stella recreated the script written in blood on the pavilion walls, the quill moved with elegance and speed. Tree's first words. Passing the paper dripping in fresh ink to the head librarian, Stella felt her heart beat loudly in her chest. Anticipation and dread ate away at her like a plague, and time seemed to slow as the old man scrutinized her work. After what felt like an eternity to Stella, the elderly man scratched his head before turning to look at her inquisitively with his black eyes.
"This is an ancient script indeed. One before my time. Luckily, it doesn't have missing parts, making this very easy to read."
"So?" Stella leaned forward. "What does it say?"
"I am Ashlock."
The head librarian frowned.
But who the hell is Ashlock?
Chapter 39. Baby Tree. Idle Tree Daily Sign-In System. Day 3165. Daily credit, 15. Sacrifice credit, 20. Sign-in. It's been a week since Stella and Diana left, Ashlock said to nobody in particular as he ignored the system message. Even Maple had gone with the girls and left him all alone. Ashlock looked around the courtyard, which was deathly silent, except for the buzzing of flies around the open silk sack of human corpses lying next to his trunk. Once again, Ashlock felt blessed for his lack of smell, because having rotting corpses so close by would otherwise have been a nightmare. However, although he couldn't smell the bodies, resisting the hunger and desire to consume was hard. He was in a constant battle with himself. On the one hand, the corpses were decomposing, so they would have made for crappy root puppets anyway, and with every passing second the little flesh left on them was losing the key that he could consume for sacrifice credits. A few hours passed with nothing happening. Ashlock distracted his mind by focusing on cultivation, but with the ambient key from the Grand Elder's supernova gone and the runic formation surrounding him damaged, it felt like a lukewarm jacuzzi rather than a lovely hot one. It was simply unsatisfying and slower than usual. Letting out a long sigh, he stopped cultivating. It almost felt pointless to focus so much of his mental energy on it, as eating corpses was far more efficient for Ashlock. Darn demonic cultivation technique. No wonder those cultivators go insane. If I had to choose between sitting cross-legged in a cold cave for months to cultivate or eating a beast core, how are those two options comparable? Ashlock had yet to see a truly powerful demonic cultivator lose their sanity, but he could see how it could happen. Ashlock cast his spiritual sight to the heavy blob of silk suspended from his branches. Over the last few days, the silk had transitioned from white to a dull gray, like ash. He was excited to see how his first summon's evolution would turn out. Had he made the correct choice? Would a chaos spider have been better? His thoughts wandered as he looked around the courtyard some more. The place was honestly a dump. The once pristine white stone walls of the Red Vine Pavilion were now coated in a thick layer of dust and grime. Some of the slanted roof's black wooden tiles had blown away in the wind or scorched by the Grand Elder's attack. The central courtyard was in a terrible state. Blood smeared the wrecked runic formation surrounding Ashlock alongside bits of cloth and monster parts left over from his meals. The training courtyard looked like a war zone, and the other courtyards weren't much better. The herb garden was overgrown with weeds that overshadowed the more delicate plants and caused them to wither and die due to lack of sunlight, and the smallest courtyard with a large pond had a few dead koi fish floating around. Out of all the courtyards, only the one with a mini runic formation that Stella used to meditate was in a somewhat okay condition. Now, Ashlock was no clean freak. Even if he had been, becoming a tree would have changed his opinion on some things. But honestly, something needed to change around here. The girls required servants, as they were hopeless at cleaning up after themselves. Ashlock's irritated thoughts were interrupted by a loud thump and a sudden relief of the pressure of his branch. Evolution of Ashen Prince, Larry, complete. Larry looked as majestic as ever, but the system hadn't lied. He looked almost the same, but his presence in the surroundings was far more significant. The increased understanding of the Tao seemed reflected in the spider's soul core stage. The enormous spider that stood a few meters tall stayed motionless, likely awaiting a command from Ashlock. As the spider was now B-grade, Ashlock feared what level of destruction he could cause the Winterwrath and Evergreen families. But do I poke the hornet's nest? Ashlock wanted bodies for communication and more sacrifice credits to further his cultivation. And if he let Larry wreak havoc and eat as many bodies as he wanted, he could reach A-grade. The two families were likely on high alert right now, scouring the forest for the spider. Larry, go out into the wilderness beyond the sect and hunt monsters for a month, then come back here with some monster corpses for me. Larry complied, and the car-sized spider scuttled off in the direction of the wilderness. Ashlock decided this was the best course of action. If he sent Larry to kill Cultivator so soon, a Grand Elder might come along and eliminate Larry for good. On the other hand, by waiting a month, their alertness for Larry would die down, and Larry might even reach the A grade in a month, and could then contend with the stronger cultivators. With Larry gone, silence once again returned to the courtyard. Moments like this reminded Ashlock why he kept the girls around. He was glad that Stella had recently become somewhat friendly with Diana, as their conversations livened the place up. Ugh. Whoever thought putting a human mind in a tree was a good idea was a sick bastard. Everything about a tree was slow and lonely, but luckily he knew that would change over time. One day, this peak would become home to new people, and he would have lots of people to interact with by using corpses to draw on the walls or flashing his leaves with his key. Maybe I could teach them Morse code somehow, or something similar. I could create tree code. Another week passed by. Ashlock was starting to wonder what Stella and Diana were up to. He had used his Eye of the Tree God skill and never caught sight of them anywhere in the city, or at least not in the part he could see. Unfortunately, the bundle of corpses had become maggot-infested, and not much of the original humans remained. Deciding to cut his losses, Ashlock cast Devour. +1 SC. Wow, only 1 credit? Even with the corpse's condition, Ashlock felt only 1 credit was low. Had all of the corpse's key-filled meat been eaten? Were their bones worth nothing? Now he regretted holding on to the bodies for so long. I should have eaten them and asked Larry to get me more, darn it. Luckily, his fresh yellow fruit containing demonic tree seeds had grown enough to interest some birds. A blue and black feathered bird landed on his branch and looked curiously at the fruit. Unfortunately, the bird seemed to detect the subtle poison in the fruit, as it refused to bite. Before the bird could fly away, Ashlock surged some ki through his branch, which lit up with purple flames, and before the birds could even react, the fire of Ashlock's soul core burned the bird alive. Its scorched corpse tumbled to the side and hit the ground with a dull thump. Holy shit! Ashlock just looked at the corpse for a while. The only other time he'd managed to kill birds was once accidentally with the lightning still arcing between his branches after he resisted lightning strikes, and the other was when a bird found his fruit so sour it knocked itself out. Both had been accidents, but this time he had actually succeeded in killing something with ki on purpose. After 8 years of cultivating, Ashlock finally felt like an accomplished cultivator. Casting Devour on the bird's corpse gave him a familiar notification. +1 SC. Ashlock mentally frowned as he watched the black vines retreat into the ground. Only 1 point again. Sure, the bird was small, but I remember getting more than that before. Now that he thought about it, the points had been lower for weaker things since ascending to the Soulfire realm. The mountain of monster corpses had given him around about what he expected, but they were powerful monsters from the wilderness. In contrast, the cultivators and birds he had eaten, that were on par with or weaker than him, had given far fewer sacrifice credits than expected. A terrible thought dawned on Ashlock. When he devoured a corpse, he would absorb some of their ki, and the system would reward him with credits he could spend. But as his cultivation advanced, the amount of ki he needed to absorb to continue growing would increase exponentially. Now, if this was the case, and the number of sacrifice credits he got from weaker corpses than him continued to decrease, he had 2 options. Either he got Larry, Stella, and Diana to keep bringing him stronger and stronger corpses, or he lucked out and upgraded his Devour skill. Sigh. My dreams of creating a continent-sized chicken farm and endlessly devouring corpses has been ruined. Ashlock calmed down. This was just a theory at this point, but his sample size was too small. He could conduct more experiments when Larry returned with corpses in a month. A day passed. Ashlock awoke to another bird landing on his branch. This one was far bigger than the previous one, almost like a winged lizard with an ugly head and razor-sharp teeth. Unfortunately for this bird, lizard thing, it hadn't developed the most fantastic sense of smell, and it happily chewed on a poisonous yellow fruit. Once it got to the seed, it swallowed that too. After eating a few fruits, it flapped its feathered wings and glided off the side of the mountain toward the many human villages. Ashlock followed it with Eye of the Tree God, wondering if the poison would take effect. Later that day, as the afternoon sun warmed the land, the creature was in obvious agony. It clawed at its stomach and gasped for breath as its face rested between panic and despair. Finally, it fell out of a tree and began to roll around the forest floor. And then, after a few minutes of twitching, it eventually ceased all movement. Dead. Then Ashlock saw an odd thing occur. The creature's corpse began to rapidly decay. Ashlock felt like he was watching a time-lapse as it happened so fast. Not even an hour passed before the creature's skin split open and a black shoot with a single red leaf emerged. Was that a baby demonic tree? Chapter 40. Magic Truffles. The cold, early winter breeze rustled Ashlock's leaves as a familiar face returned to the desolate courtyard. The lazy tree stopped cultivating to focus on Larry, crawling through the hole in the pavilion wall while dragging a sack of silk 5 times his size. A deep trail was left in the training courtyard sand as Larry approached the wall separating the central courtyard from the training grounds. Larry then decided to hurl the sack of corpses over the wall. It sailed through the air before landing with a sickening crunch and squelch, as if the sack contained a soup of bones and organs. "Thank you, Larry." Ashlock said his first words in over a month. With nothing to do except watch birds eating his seed and dying, he was starved for any kind of interaction. Larry just stood there, clearly unresponsive to Ashlock's praise, which was unfortunate. Ashlock was sure Larry could be a fine gentleman if the mind control was lifted, but for now, that was impossible. Larry had become too strong to let off his leash. Ashlock could feel that the power in Larry's presence had grown since his evolution, but it clearly hadn't entirely broken the A-grade barrier as Larry wasn't asking to evolve yet. Should I send him out in the wilderness again, or... Ashlock knew Stella and Diana would return eventually. He needed human corpses for communication, and the cold weather would keep them preserved for longer. Larry, go out and hunt. Keep casualties in one area to a minimum before moving, and keep the cultivators on their toes. Then, return when I call you through the link. Ashlock knew their link was weak at long range, but he could still transmit something, since Larry had reacted to his message last time with some confusion. So the spider should respond this time, now that he had clear instructions to return when called. Larry didn't dawdle and left immediately to fulfill his summoner's orders. After watching the massive spider leave, Ashlock felt sleepy due to the cold weather. Luckily, he had a bundle of corpses to keep him busy. With no sign of Stella or Diana returning anytime soon, Ashlock decided to indulge a little and confirm his fear that the system would limit his growth somewhat. As the sack had been left lying against one of his exposed roots, Ashlock used his key to burn away the silk. Unfortunately, some of the corpses also got charred by his lilac soul flames. But Ashlock was fine with that, as he lacked control without any techniques to guide his key usage. The heap of corpses spilled out onto the damaged runic formation in a surge of blood and guts, and Ashlock didn't recognize a single monster as a creature from Earth. There were the occasional similarities, such as a few monsters with black exoskeletons that made them look like overgrown termites. However, they were also covered in red warts and a mysterious blue slime substance that seemed poisonous. Overall, creatures Ashlock would expect to be present in a sci-fi world rather than a cultivator-themed one. Ashlock noticed that the insect-looking monsters were far more enormous than they should be, likely due to the dense ambient qi out in the wilderness. Kinda like back on Earth in the dinosaur era when the higher oxygen content allowed dinosaurs to grow far larger. Now that Ashlock thought about it some more, wasn't this world basically a prehistoric age world imbued with a magical essence that made everything able to compete with one another through cultivation? The strongest cultivators could triumph over the most infamous monsters through the power of ki. Hell, even a tree could become a spirit tree and develop a semi-conscious mind. Another example of this world's bizarre speed of growth was his demonic tree seeds. The first one that sprouted from the corpse of that reptile bird was now 2 meters tall after only a month. Of course, some of that early growth spurt was likely due to the tree growing from the ki left in the bird's corpse, but its growth was still ridiculous. Every day birds came by and consumed his fruit like clockwork. Ashlock had begun to grow many different types of fruit that weren't poisonous in hopes the birds would bring their flocks to feast on his fruit, where around 10% contained poison and a seed. So far, this had resulted in around 1 in every 10 birds dying somewhere in the forest at the base of his mountain peak, causing a baby demonic tree to sprout from its corpse. Ashlock stopped thinking about his children and focused on his courtyard. With the corpses now sprawled out and hungry tugging at the back of his mind, Ashlock got to work on his experiment. Using Root Puppet, he targeted the monster with the highest cultivation and most intact body within the heap. A basilisk with 3 heads, each with a purple horn of varying length sprouting from its forehead. It took almost an hour due to its size, but eventually Ashlock managed to take control of the basilisk. He could estimate that its soul core was at least a few stages higher than his own, perhaps around the 7th stage of the soul fire realm. Does that mean Larry is at least at the 7th stage? Maybe even stronger? Ashlock couldn't imagine how Larry had defeated such a giant basilisk, with its armor plate scales and high cultivation, but luckily that wasn't important right now. Using the basilisk to move the corpses, Ashlock separated them into 3 distinct piles. Due to Ashlock's higher cultivation and the corpses releasing their ki slowly into the atmosphere, Ashlock could guess their cultivation level within a few stages of accuracy. For example, the first pile contained a lot of insect-like creatures. According to Ashlock's estimation, these were all lower level than him, likely in the late stages of the ki realm. Deciding to test this pile first, Ashlock cast Devour. When he had been a small demonic sapling in the 6th stage of the ki realm, a stack of mortal corpses with a few early-stage soulfire realm cultivators sprinkled in had been worth over 700 sacrifice credits. A few hours passed, and the dreaded notification came in. Plus 98 SC. Less than 100 credits for a similar-sized heap of monster corpses. Ashlock mentally frowned. There was always the chance that this was because the corpses were monsters rather than humans. But he couldn't think of a plausible explanation for why that would matter. The second pile of corpses had more mammal-looking ones with a few strong insect types. The pile was smaller than the first by about half, but Ashlock could feel the amount of ki radiating off to be much denser. Casting Devour, it took him until the following morning to absorb everything. Plus 327 SC. About what I expected. The pile had contained half the amount of corpses, yet had netted him over 3 times as much. So devouring corpses of equal strength to me is 6 times more efficient than devouring monsters at the peak of the ki realm. Now Ashlock was really curious about the third pile. It contained only 2 corpses, a half-eaten polar bear-looking monster, and the basilisk, which he had released from his control before its soul core shattered. Despite being only 2 corpses, due to their ki-dense meat, muscular bodies, and size, Ashlock took until evening to finish his meal. Plus 603. The point gain was surprisingly high for only 2 bodies. Due to their cultivation being higher than his, it was hard for Ashlock to gauge their exact strength, especially the bear. But it had been in such bad condition, Ashlock hadn't wished to control it with Root Puppet. Deciding it was time to cash in his points, Ashlock summoned his sign-in system. Idletree Daily Sign-in System, Day 3204. Daily Credit, 54. Sacrifice Credit, 1050. Sign-in. Yes. Sign-in successful. 1,104 credits consumed. Unlocked an A-grade skill. Magic mushroom production. Ashlock didn't know what to say. Magic mushrooms? He waited for the system to bless him with his new skills capabilities, and once he learned them, he knew he was beyond fucked just from their vague description. I'm going to become the most sought-after tree on this continent. Opening up his new mushroom production menu, Ashlock selected a truffle, as it was the most expensive type of mushroom in terms of key to produce, and then he looked at all the options he could add. Key fruit production allowed Ashlock to add skills as temporary buffs like poison resistance, or just add poison to his fruit. He could also add seeds and change the flavor, color, size, and more. Whereas the magic mushroom production let him alter the psychedelic effects the mushroom induced and what impact those would have on the cultivator. I can add hallucinations so a cultivator can face their inner demons, or divine inspiration about their chosen Tao. Ashlock scoffed at the estimated year-long production time that also took up a small percentage of his total key intake. Key he should be using to dig deeper with his roots, grow taller, or increase his cultivation stage. Ashlock scrolled through the options. If he was going to sacrifice some of his growth to raise a darn magic truffle, then it better be the greatest cultivation drug of all time. And then he found the perfect option for Stella. To his knowledge, she didn't have any heart demons, and the divine inspiration was listed as having only a slight chance of working, but there was one option that was both perfect and guaranteed. Improve spirit root. Ashlock selected the option and set the truffle to grow deep underground, next to one of his thickest roots in the mountain. There was also a deposit of spirit stone ore nearby, which might help lighten the load on Ashlock to provide all of the key for the truffle's growth. With the truffle set to be completed in a year, Ashlock went back to sleep. Stella stretched her back and rubbed the sleepiness from her eyes. She felt like she had become part of the library's chair as she relished the warm afternoon sun cascading through a library skylight and huffed to get her bed hair out of her face. Diana lay on the opposite side of the table, catching a nap with opened books that looked older than the world itself encircling her head. Stella cheekily moved her head to the side, allowing the sun's beam to land directly on Diana's sleeping face. The black-haired girl groaned and tried to subconsciously hide behind the pile of books to escape the sun. "Say, Diana?" Stella poked the top of Diana's head with a pencil. Diana pushed herself off the desk with another groan and squinted at Stella. "What you want? Morning already?" "Afternoon." Stella corrected the girl with a smile. "Do you think we should head back?" "Head back?" Diana blinked, and then relief washed over her. "Oh, please, yes, I hate books, and we've been here for months. But wait." Her eyes wandered over the mountain of old books and hundreds of pages covered in squiggly lines that were apparently ancient runes. "You learned it all?" Stella shook her head sadly. "Not even close, but I should be able to piece together the general gist of a message tree leaves. But more importantly," Stella pointed to the stack of paper, "I copied all the books so I can continue to practice once we leave here." Diana huffed as she stood up. Some crazy dedication there to learn such an old and useless language. Stella laughed lightly as she walked around the desk and the stack of paper vanished into her spatial ring. "Old? Definitely. Useless? Absolutely not. I'm on the cusp of figuring out how to make some runic arrays with this old language. Maybe Ash can help me fill in the gaps." Diana's voice dropped to a whisper as the pair walked side by side through the labyrinth of bookcases. "Are you sure shortening a future world tree's name to Ash is a good idea? Will it tolerate that?" Stella rolled her eyes. "Ashlock is such a long name. Ash is so much cuter." Diana let out a long sigh as the two walked down the marble steps and made their way out of the library into the summer afternoon sun. She almost wept tears of joy at finally smelling fresh air. It had been many months since Diana had last been outside. Talking of cute. Stella grinned from the side as she pushed her hair behind her ear. Want to go shopping before we head back? Diana had never heard such sweet words. She grabbed Stella's hand, causing the girl to yelp, and dragged her toward the most expensive shopping district. She still had a lot of crowns saved up in her spatial ring to spend. Chapter 41. Interlude. Slymere. It was a beautiful Sunday morning in Darklight City, so the academy was naturally peaceful without hundreds of students walking around looking to cause trouble, which Stella greatly appreciated after the incident she faced with the students last time. Stella looked at Diana, and she had mixed emotions. They had spent the last few months just a meter apart in a private booth, which the head librarian had been so gracious to provide them because they were reading ancient texts that had to be safeguarded in a rune-engraved room that prevented decay. Diana had mostly read old fantasy books, relaxed her mind, and meditated, while Stella furiously studied the ancient runic language. On occasion, they exchanged words about life, and Stella found it hard to stay mad at Diana for what her family had done, especially with them now gone. But there was another odd emotion. Nervousness. Stella hated to admit it, but she hadn't interacted with anyone on this level in years. What if she said something weird? Maybe Diana already found her strange with how much she interacted with Ash. Stella shook her head to remove the useless thoughts and focused on their shopping trip. The two naturally had their wooden masks back on, so people gave them odd looks as they left the academy grounds and strolled down the cobbled street, flanked by pavilions. "Hey, Stella, what books did you check out from the library? I thought you had written everything down," Diana quipped from the side as she released her hand from Stella's, the two walking at a relaxed pace. "Books?" Stella tilted her head. "Oh, those weren't books. I took out some technique manuals." "Ah, technique manuals. I've never touched one before, since I always had a tutor instead." Diana sidestepped a couple arguing in the street and continued. "I heard they're challenging to understand. We could try and find you a tutor if you want." "Nah," Stella chuckled. "These manuals aren't for me." Stella paused as she felt embarrassed. I wanted to see if Ash could understand them. Although Stella couldn't see through the mask to see her reaction, Diana rolled her eyes and didn't comment anymore. The two walked through the streets a while longer, and the further they ventured into the city's heart, the wider the streets and the grander the pavilions became. This area of the city was primarily residential buildings, with the occasional shop or restaurant here and there, but for high-end fashion, they would need to travel to the center. Stella suddenly felt a weight on her head and, reaching up, confirmed Maple had made an appearance. "Hey, little guy. How's Ash doing?" The mythical squirrel chose not to comment and sprawled on her head, quickly falling asleep in the sun's rays. The blonde girl huffed and tried to ignore the stares of all the passing people, although to be fair, she did look rather odd, with her tattered clothes, her black mask, and a white squirrel sleeping on her head. All the more reason for her to buy new clothes as soon as possible. "I always forget how annoyingly big this city is sometimes," Diana commented as her soul cord died down and the blue flames vanished. "Been ages since I visited the central area." Stella appeared beside her, purple lightning arcing along her legs, and the squirrel still happily sleeping on her head. "You could say that again. Even with movement techniques, it took us 2 hours to get here. Wait, why are we at the airship station? Are we going to another city?" Bells rang out as the sky darkened. An airship passed overhead and blocked out the sun. Suspended from its red balloon was a platform with hundreds of people wearing robes of various colors. They mingled around and looked over the railings at the city below. Stella watched as the balloon skillfully lowered into the courtyard of a massive building. "Yes, we're going to Slymere. It's only one stop away. Their fashion industry is way better than here," Diana said as she walked toward the airship station entrance. "Come on, The airship that just landed should take us there." Stella followed closely behind, nerves festering in her stomach. She had never traveled via airship to another city before. The feeling only worsened as they went through the grand entrance with hundreds of people, mostly mortals, walking around. Many people lined up at booths, with workers in uniform handing out tickets, but Diana ignored all that and walked straight past. "We don't have to buy a ticket?" Stella wondered as they received annoyed stares from the people waiting in line. Diana scoffed. "Of course not. Cultivators travel free and without the need for a ticket. Just flash a cultivation to a ticket inspector if they ask." "Is that a rule?" Stella felt that was a little unfair. "Yes, it is, and always has been," Diana replied. "All the cultivator families manage the city's airship station. The whole operation is run by cultivators, so we naturally travel for free." Stella just shrugged. It was likely another way for cultivators to flaunt their power and avoid arguments. The money gained from charging the few cultivators compared to the millions of mortals wasn't worth the risk of a cultivator getting angry and destroying the station. Her eyes wandered along the vaulted ceiling and almost gawked at how dense the runic enchantments were. From buying just a courtyard worth of runic engraved stone, Stella knew the cost of the stuff. So to have such a massive building constructed out of runic-enhanced stone just showed the true wealth flowing through this place. Stella couldn't help but side-eye Diana. She would have been the heir of this entire city if not for the Winterwrath and Evergreen families taking over. The two masked girls stood off to the side as a stream of mortals disembarked the airship that had just landed. Metal chains held the airship in place, and the metal platform hovered just a little off the cobbled ground of the courtyard. "Don't you feel angry?" Stella asked, her voice barely a whisper. Diana's white mask looked her way. "About what?" "All of this?" Stella gestured around. "This should have been yours. How did the takeover of Darklight City even happen? I wasn't here." Diana sighed. "Angry? No, I didn't want the position, and my family was a bunch of savages drunk on their own declining power, but I have to admit it's sad to be denied control over such a massive city. But it doesn't matter anyway." "What do you mean?" "Well, it's the same reason those families weren't allowed to invade without repercussions in the first place. It simply doesn't matter anymore." Diana crossed her arms under her chest as she leaned against the wall. "A beast tide is coming within the next few years, and according to the merchants, it's the largest one yet. Therefore, none of this will exist soon." Diana paused before adding, "The Blood Lotus sect has remained in the same spot for around 40 years, so there's not much more to mine or gain, so the families unanimously agreed to flee at the last summit, and the Patriarch went into a final seclusion in preparation for the move." "But do the other families not care? Don't they want House Ravenborn to survive?" "Survive?" Diana tilted her head in confusion. "Why would they want that? I bet the other families were cheering from the sidelines as we were slaughtered. You see, once we move to a new location, there will be a fight over who gets what resources and land. So the fewer families to contend with, the better it is for the smaller families. But you should know all this already, since you are aiming for the Grand Elder position to claim some land in the new location, right?" Stella shook her head. "No, I didn't know any of this. I was ordered by a Grand Elder from the Disciplinary Committee to become a Grand Elder of the sect and pass the test, since I was the sole heir to Redvine Peak, which I now know is bullshit. The Patriarch just wanted me to cultivate hard so he could use me as a pill furnace." Stella was interrupted by a man shouting, "Airship A3 to Slimere, leaving in 5 minutes." "Forget that useless stuff that will only cloud your heart. Come on, let's go." Diana patted Stella on the shoulder before leading the way. The ticket inspector gave them an odd look when they didn't present their tickets, but when Stella flashed her purple key, he waved them onto the airship's platform without another word. All the mortals piled on, but they gave Stella and Diana a corner of the platform to themselves. After a while, the metal chains keeping the airship tied to the building were unclipped, and a woman wearing a light gray robe stood on a podium in the center of the platform, right below the airship's balloon. Stella could tell the woman was in the first stage of the Soulfire realm. Light gray flames shot from her hands, and a gust of wind lifted the airship. "Wind element," Diana whispered over the roaring wind, and she shook her head in pity as she leaned over the railing, watching the courtyard get smaller as they rose. "This is the best job they can get with such a useless element." "Mm-hmm," Stella agreed, and she also looked over the railing. They were sailing high in the sky over Dark Light City within a few minutes. White clouds partially obscured the city, which spread out for hundreds of miles in all directions within the shadow of the mountain range. As they got higher, the wind rustled Stella's hair, which she put behind her ear as she searched the skyline for something. Her eyes lit up as she could see Red Vine Peak in the distance, but she was too far away to make out the pavilion or Ash. To her, Red Vine Peak was her entire world. But from so far away, it seemed so insignificant. Simply one of the many mountain peaks that made up the colossal mountain range that had been heavily mined over the last few decades. Just another pointy lump of rock, like any other in this vast world, except that for Stella it was special, as the mountain peak had a dear friend that couldn't move living there. Diana leaned on the railing, her fringe flapping in the wind as the airship moved south of the mountain range. "Say, Stella, what do you plan to do when the beast tide comes?" "Stay," Stella said hesitantly. "There's no life for me anywhere else. I'm sure Ash will have a way to keep me safe." Diana hummed, didn't say anything more, and simply watched the world go by, which Stella also indulged in. However, something about this airship ride helped put her life's insignificance into perspective. How many cities like this are there under the Blood Lotus sect? Stella couldn't help but ask as Dark Light City became a black dot in the distance and they passed over another mountain range. 9, but they're various sizes. Darklight is one of the largest, but its entire economy is based on spiritstone mining. Slimere, where we're going, is much smaller and depends on the Voidmind family's genius in creative industries and education. Stella just couldn't wrap her head around it all. Her father had mentioned the extent of the Blood Lotus sect in passing, but to hear there were 8 other cities under their control was hard to conceptualize. And how do all these people move to the new area when the beast tide comes? Diana took her mask off, as they had left Darklight City, and smirked. That's the worst part. They don't. These mortals breed like rabbits and live for too long, so the undesirables are left behind while those who can pay the exorbitant fee are allowed to escape. Stella tensed her grip on the railing. Leaving loved ones behind didn't sit right with her. The pain of losing her family still ate away at her heart, but the more she thought about it, the more it made sense. Traveling across the wilderness was dangerous and resource-heavy. Each airship needed a soulfire cultivator of the wind element to control it, and each one could only carry so many people. Even if they had thousands of soulfire cultivators, all able to control an airship that could take hundreds of people, Stella couldn't see how 9 cities' worth of mortals could all be moved. This world is brutal, and only the strong survive. A phrase Stella's father had said before leaving to cultivate, a decision he never returned from. Evidence that this world was not only brutal toward helpless mortals, but also toward the cultivators. Both her family and the Ravenborns had been wiped out in power struggles. "Now arriving in Slimere!" Stella was torn from her depressing thoughts as the light gray-robed women shouted about their arrival. Then, looking over the railings, Stella saw the clouds part as the airship began to descend, and she caught her first glimpse of Slimere. It was a city of black stone with spires that reached for the skies, shrouded by swirling clouds of smoke. But its most impressive feature was how the multi-leveled city was built into the side of a mountain. As Stella's eyes wandered up from what appeared to be the industry sector at the mountain's base, she noticed the architecture got less crowded and more exquisite closer to the mountain's peak. with a grand building right at the top.
"Beautiful, isn't it?" Diana commented from the side. "This city is the embodiment of the creative industry. The starving artists waste away at the mountain's base, doing back-breaking work for little recognition, while those that make a name for themselves live high in the clouds." Diana then pointed to the palace of black stone that lorded over it all at the mountain's peak. "And we'll be heading there, to the peak. That's where the artifacts are sold, and we can buy you the perfect clothes to impress your tree friend." "What?" "It's not like that." Chapter 42. Interlude. Tainted Cloud Sect. A plain-looking woman wearing far too much lavish jewelry that weighed down her ears peeked around the door and said flatly, "Ladies, the merchants are available to see you now." Her eyes shifted from a plain brown to the darkest of blacks as she dipped back behind the door. Stella sighed with relief. If she had to patiently drink another cup of tea while keeping a straight back and an uptight attitude, she feared she would go insane. Luckily, Maple had left to explore the city. Otherwise, she would have died from shame with a fluffy white squirrel sleeping on her head. What made the whole experience even worse was how easily Diana handled the aristocratic terminology and mannerisms. She looked within her element as she skillfully dealt with the servants and managed to set up a meeting with the merchant group, staying over in Slimere for the day. Putting the cup of lukewarm tea on the ornate table, Stella stood up and joined Diana in following the woman to an adjacent room. Her eyes lingered briefly on the floor-to-ceiling, crystal-clear windows that flooded the room with light. Clouds lazily went by, and Stella could even see the distant black dot within a vast valley that was Darklight City. Taking a deep breath in a vain attempt to calm her nerves, Stella followed and tried to relax her mind as their shoes clinked on the smooth stone floor and they passed many paintings depicting alien worlds. Some had glass buildings reaching for the skies, while others were barren wastelands with nothing but red mud and weird creatures prowling the land. Like everything else sold on this floor of the Slimere Consortium, they had come from the rifts that appeared randomly in the wilderness. Stella had heard many legends about the merchants that dared to traverse the wilderness. They were said to be both strong but somewhat insane. Only the genuinely foolish with twisted minds would opt for a life spent running through the wilderness in hopes of stumbling across rifts. Stella's wandering mind returned to reality as the Void Mind woman opened the grand door with a resounding click and gestured them inside with a slightly off smile. Diana took the lead and Stella followed. The moment Stella stepped through the doorway, an immense pressure pressed down on her shoulders, making each step a chore, as if she were walking underwater. The utterly white room was bare of any furnishings and was only occupied by 3 people wearing black cloaks and white skull masks standing in the center. It was impossible to tell their genders or ages until the one in the middle of the 3 spoke. "My name is Nox, and we are merchants hailing from the Tainted Cloud sect west of here." Her voice was feminine, but had a gruffness that put Stella even further on edge. "Lady Voidmind informed us you wish to conduct a trade." Nox's hand emerged from the folds of her black cloak. It was covered in vicious scars and calluses, likely from intensive training. However, the most shocking part was the many silver rings decorating her fingers. If Stella remembered correctly, they were superior spatial rings that could hold 10 times more than the standard golden spatial ring. "Not a trade," Diana shook her head. "A purchase. Although I can throw the clothes I currently wear into the deal, they are heavily used and tattered, so I would feel prudish about offering them to your esteemed selves." Stella swore the pressure in the room increased a little, showing that at least one of them was a Starcore cultivator. Nox nodded. "I see you wear artifact gear, so that is acceptable. What price range and items are you looking for? Weapon artifacts are naturally the most expensive." "Just clothes," Diana replied, and Nox clicked her tongue. "You brought us here just to purchase clothes?" One of Nox's silver rings flashed, and the white room became filled with artifacts that floated around as if suspended by an invisible force. None of these tickle your fancy? We obtain many items from the rifts we risk our lives to explore. Out of all of them, clothes are the most common. It will not have been worth our time to meet you here today if you only purchase clothes." Diana crossed her arms. "Stop trying to force me into purchasing unnecessary things." Her grey eyes didn't wander as a captivating dagger floated past her nose. Instead, she was entirely focused on Nox's masked face. Nox stepped closer and loomed over Diana. She leaned down, her skull-masked face a mere inch from Diana's nose. "Quite the silver tongue you have." Nox's face then tilted to the left, ignoring Diana. Instead, she looked directly at Stella, causing the blonde girl to gulp. Nox's hand emerged further from the folds of her cloak, and Stella could smell the woman's perfume. She was that close. Nox's hand slowly reached toward Stella's red maple earrings dangling from black chains that Ash had gifted her all those years ago. "I can forgive your insolence if you add these beauties to the trade," Nox whispered in that gentle voice with only a hint of gruffness. "I can feel their otherworldly power." Stella reached up and grabbed the woman's arm, which made Nox pause. It was impossible to tell her expression due to the mask, but Stella could assume she was shocked. "Don't touch them," Stella said flatly, an indescribable rage festering as she tightened her grip. She came here to get new clothes. If she ended up leaving without her earrings, she wouldn't be able to live with herself. They had been gifted at her darkest moment and allowed her to prevail into the woman she was today. Stella felt Nox push easily against her arm, and the merchant's fingers closed around the earring, tugging on it slightly. Stella instantly activated the earring's power as she glared at Nox's masked face. To everyone else's surprise, Stella effortlessly slapped Nox's hand away, and the towering woman took a quivering step back. Stella deactivated the earrings as quickly as possible to avoid using the power on anyone else. It wasn't ideal to display their power at all, especially to someone interested in them, but if Nox had taken them, what could she have done to get them back? With the aura of despair gone, Nox naturally calmed down and retracted her hand. "Interesting." Stella felt ready to run, hoping that was even possible, but a light cough from the side of the room made her look over her shoulder at the lady from the Voidmind family. "Merchants of Tainted Cloud, attempting to rob a junior while conducting business will be noted against your record. I hope you can complete today's transaction without any more incidents." She smiled, but her abyssal eyes didn't, making Nox take a few more steps back. "Excuse me, Lady Voidmind." Nox bowed slightly. "I let my curiosity about high-grade artifacts get the better of me." Then, breaking eye contact with Stella and returning her masked sights to Diana, Nox snapped her fingers. Everything vanished, and the room became vacant. "You want clothes? Let's get this deal done quickly and not waste any more of my team's precious time." A flash of silver shone through a gap in Nox's black cloak, and the empty white room was overfilled with display cases containing clothes. "You have 10 minutes to pick out the artifacts you want. It will be 5 high-grade spirit stones or 10 dragon crowns per item. You will also be leaving your current artifacts here with me whether you choose anything or not." Diana didn't wait to hear Nox out, and was already dashing between the display cases, never spending more than 3 seconds looking at each item. Then, deciding it was the only way to escape Nox, and that she also wanted to take a look, Stella joined Diana in searching through the display cases. However, the more she looked, the less thrilled Stella became. The clothes were all similar to the ones Diana had worn before, and she didn't feel the style would suit her. That is, until she ran into a section with clothes that appeared similar to the ones she was used to, just a bit more revealing. But to be fair, she had always worn black clothes or dresses that covered her entire body, whereas these clothes were the opposite. Other than a black headband with a golden crescent moon that she could use to manage her hair better, the rest of this outfit was a white kunoichi with black trimmings. A short skirt with flaps would expose her thighs, but fishnets helped obscure the gaps,
and almost waist-high white stockings would keep her legs warm. It was perfect. Stella felt it would suit her perfectly.
"Hey, Diana?"
The room was rather large, so Diana peeked her head over a stack of cases and shouted back,
"What? Can you buy something for me?"
Stella felt awkward admitting she was completely broke, but she had fed all the corpses she obtained to Ash, so she'd never had the opportunity to sell them.
"I can pay you back."
"No need." Diana ducked back down, and Stella lost sight of her. "Pick whatever you want, and I'll buy it. I may be out of spirit stones, but I still have plenty of dragon crowns to spend." Stella had to remember that Diana had been the scion of one of the most wealthy families in the Blood Lotus sect. She may have been cut off from the family and lacked spirit stones to buy cultivation resources, but she still had plenty of mortal currency. Deciding not to waste Diana's generosity and her own time, Stella grabbed the clothes and dashed back to Nox. The woman still terrified her, and she feared she might go after her earrings. But what was she supposed to do? Stella decided the only way out of the situation was to act arrogant and put on a confident facade.
"Lady Nox, do you have any spatial affinity scrolls for sale?"
Stella had taken some from the library, but they were basic ones that were freely available and not guarded. Basically trash. The clothes were a great find, but she felt this trip would be a waste if she couldn't find a way to further her cultivation with techniques. Nox seemed to shiver, hearing her name called by Stella, but she answered in her usual gruff tone.
"Hammond here might have some. He is a spatial affinity user as well."
One of Nox's teammates stepped forward, and a hand larger than Stella's face emerged from the black cloak with only a stack of silver rings on his pinky finger. The lowest one flashed, and a scroll appeared in the man's waiting hand.
"This one lets you create short-range portals."
His voice was higher-pitched than Stella expected considering his hand size, but she paid it no mind. The man then added,
"It's perfect for assassinating people. Just open a portal next to their head, shove a dagger through, and bam, dead. Killed plenty of old acquaintances that way."
Stella thought of Ash's main way to attack. Since they had the same spatial affinity, she wanted a technique they could both use. Could his black roots go through a portal and drag someone back to be eaten? Stella wasn't confident of her favorite tree's full capabilities, but she felt the ability to open portals would also be helpful for her.
"I'll take it,"
Stella replied, and the man dropped the scroll through a swirling purple portal. A second one opened above Stella's waiting palm.
"That will be 1,000 dragon crowns."
The man chuckled and stepped back. Stella nervously laughed with the man. She really hoped Diana had enough money. Chapter 43. A Quiet Life. Ashlock liked to pretend he'd fully embraced his life as a cultivating tree in a crazy world of immortal humans that could fly around on swords. But that was a lie. It was impossible to ignore the signs that had begun to fester, no matter how well his new body's biology attempted to mask the impending crisis in his consciousness. A human mind simply wasn't designed to be sealed inside an immovable form. The desire for discovery, freedom, and connection are intrinsic parts of human nature, something the body of a tree, even with the potential of becoming a world tree, cannot provide. The system attempted to bridge the gap, providing Ashlock with potential tools to overcome the shortcomings of his new body, but they were makeshift solutions designed to obscure the fundamental problem. He was a fucking tree. But he had soldiered on, shrugging off the issue of his body through sleeping and, while awake, being mentally stimulated by activity occurring around him. It was only in the stifling silence of the empty courtyard that Ashlock's mind had no choice but to wander and let the intrusive thoughts prevail. What if Stella and Diana never returned, and nobody visited the courtyard ever again? Would he spend the next 1,000 years alone with the birds, surrounded by a decaying courtyard in disrepair, watching the seasons endlessly go by with nothing but his thoughts to accompany him? Sure, he could summon things from alternate realms, but they were nothing but leashed monsters forced to carry out his every whim. They weren't companions or friendly neighbors. They were nothing but slaves. It felt silly. He was a demonic tree, a consumer of the living to fuel his own rise to power. But for what? With nothing but his own thoughts, the question of why did he truly want power ping-ponged around his vacant and numb mind. The obvious answer was safety and security, to be able to protect himself from the threats of this world. That was a good goal, but also a selfish one. Ashlock hated it. Hated to admit he wanted power for more than just himself. Was it so wrong to shelter those weaker under one's canopy? Or did he want to provide protection in the hopes they wouldn't feel a need to leave him again? Was the innate desire to protect from his human mind or tree body? Sometimes Ashlock couldn't see the blurring line between the two. What did other people with high cultivation in this world do? Ashlock wasn't sure, but there was an obvious draw to starting a family, house, sect, or kingdom. Was it a genuine want to share knowledge and continue a bloodline? Or was it an ego thing? The desire to rule over others and have people wait on your every word? Ashlock watched the clouds go lazily by. His soul core hummed and his ki harmoniously rose and fell between heaven and earth through his trunk. Unfortunately, he had only managed to upgrade a single stage in the Soulfire realm over the last few months, likely due to his lack of consuming corpses lately. With Larry out, busy, causing havoc for the Blood Lotus sect, and Stella and Diana off somewhere, Ashlock was very much alone and unable to acquire any corpses to feast on. Birds came by, and most died and contributed their lives to his growing forest of demonic trees surrounding the mountain. He killed the occasional one with his lilac key so he could still gain some points, but the going was slow. Everything was slow. Being a tree was slow, growing a forest was slow, and acquiring food was slow. Slow, quiet, alone. That summarized the last few months of his life as a tree, and it wasn't pleasant. He felt his human mind fading away, a part of him slowly dying. He needed a distraction, a purpose, a goal to work toward. With or without Stella and Diana, I need to survive and profit from the incoming beast tide. Ashlock still didn't know when it would arrive, how severe it would be, or if he could survive. But while Stella and Diana worked toward their Grand Elder exam and journey to immortality, he needed to prepare for the incoming threat. And work had already begun. While progress on his cultivation had mostly stalled, with no way to rapidly increase it or access to techniques to utilize it, significant progress in other areas had been made, mainly those using his system-granted abilities. Ashlock did wish to become more independent from the system, although he didn't believe the rewards were genuinely random. Having his strength directly tied to a gacha mechanic was less than ideal. He wanted power by himself, but he hadn't figured out how. Cultivation was a solution, but so was growing his sphere of influence. Feeling trapped in his own head, Ashlock summoned his sign-in system. Idle Tree Daily Sign-in System, Day 3465, Daily Credit 261, Sacrifice Credit 40. Sign in? Barely enough to secure a B-grade draw. Ashlock had been holding off from signing in for almost 9 months. The temptation to feel the buzz of new knowledge or acquire another summon was tempting. He hated to admit it, but few things in this world provided him as much of a rush as utilizing his golden finger in this world, the Idle Tree sign-in system. He knew it was a sham, a cleverly disguised way to motivate him to consume and forget his humanity. He didn't like killing, but he sure did enjoy the rewards that came after, which helped numb the guilt. His whole situation was like a cruel joke from a twisted god. Ashlock didn't even want to know who he'd offended in his previous life or what supposed atrocities he may have committed in a past cycle to be granted this fate. Calm down, Ashlock spoke aloud to nobody except himself. Sometimes hearing his own voice helped drown out the intrusive thoughts. Focusing on meditation and sleeping were also solutions. Ultimately, it was the peak of summer, and the intense sunlight kept his mind abuzz, making shrugging off his problems difficult. Since he had been rather slothful lately, Ashlock decided to busy himself by doing a round of checks. As his body now covered such a vast area, keeping tabs on everything required a conscious effort. It's like my entire body is numb, and until I feel explicit pain or am alerted to something, I have no idea what is going on. Luckily, with how slow everything happened, Ashlock had little need to do checkups that often. His branches had grown alongside a few added meters in height. He now fully towered over the central courtyard, its branches drooping with various fruit, spreading out and shadowing the other courtyards. 3 birds were feasting on his fruit, and to Ashlock's annoyance, 2 of them had sussed out the poisonous yellow ones. At least one will give birth to another demonic tree in an hour or so. There was something truly nefarious about knowing a life form had unknowingly sealed its fate. But overall, nothing of note was occurring on the surface. It was just another quiet day. The only things of mild interest were his new glow-in-the-dark mushrooms that sprouted between the cracks in the runic formation. The magic truffle that would help upgrade Stella's spirit root was also halfway grown. However, Ashlock hadn't played around with his new magic mushroom production all that much. It was costly to make mushrooms even with such minor effects, and he wanted to focus on progressing his cultivation. Casting Eye of the Tree God, Ashlock's vision left his prison of a body and floated high in the sky. Darklight City loomed in the far distance like a black splodge on an otherwise scenic view. With his 3rd stage in the Soulfire realm, he could now see more of the city than ever. It had served for some decent entertainment, but a person could only listen in on mundane conversations and witness bar fights so many times before it got old. Ashlock had noticed that people in this world acted with humble attitudes. Conversations never diverged far from talking about the weather, how the rice fields were doing, and what neighborhood had recently given birth. That last point had seemed odd. But the more he listened, the more Ashlock realized the true extent of the difference between this new world and Earth. Here, giving birth to 2 kids at once was considered normal, and triplets were ideal. As he'd investigated, Ashlock soon discovered, through idle conversation between excited mothers, that giving birth was a lottery ticket. Each child had a low chance of being born with the spirit root, allowing them to cultivate or achieve the peak of the key realm before they died. So, because food rich in ki was so plentiful, childbirth was safe for mothers, as they had resilient bodies, and children were strong enough to help around the house from a young age due to ki. The mothers had no problems birthing an obscene number of children in the hopes that one might be born with a talent to cultivate immortality and enroll in an academy within the Blood Lotus sect. Another point he had nitpicked from a particular conversation was that the families of children attending an academy could buy evacuation tickets at a heavily reduced price, meaning nobody had to be left behind. Ashlock wasn't sure what being left behind entailed, but he could take a wild guess. Moving this many people would have been impossible without some cultivator bullshittery, but if the exchange at the Ravenborn Spiritstone mine was anything to go by, a sharp reduction in earnings was a telltale sign of the beast tide incoming. His eyes wandered away from Darklight City into the opposite peak. Nothing had changed except the Palace of White Stone growing in size and the discourse between the Evergreen and Winterwrath families escalating. They weren't perfectly balanced in strength, with the Evergreen family being the agreed-upon stronger of the two, much to Winterwrath's annoyance. Ashlock wouldn't be surprised if a civil war broke out any day now. Larry, being an absolute menace to society, had also done an excellent job of furthering the divide between the two families by only targeting one family at a time and then switching. So all things considered, Ashlock wasn't really surprised nobody from either family had visited Red Vine Peak in the last few months. Which was good because they might find the sudden increase in demonic trees questionable. He hadn't cultivated a dense forest yet, But dotting the area around Red Vine Peak were the scarlet canopies of his children. Baby demonic trees. The tallest stood at a proud 8 meters, while the newer ones were nothing but saplings in full bloom. Summer helped speed up the growth process, so Ashlock hoped to get the entire area surrounded by them before winter rolled back around. Ashlock let out a sigh. Nothing had changed since he last checked a week ago. And he was bored.
What about my roots? I haven't checked on them in a while.
He sent a pulse of feeling through his roots. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary until he felt pain. Pain? From my roots? That had never happened before. There was nothing to hurt Ashlock down in the mountain depths. It had been nothing but dull gray rock and the occasional small deposit of spirit stone ore for thousands of meters. So what could be nibbling at his roots? Chapter 44. Tree Combat. As a spirit tree, Ashlock had always been able to see a few meters around his body, including his roots. However, his view range was significantly increased with the Eye of the Tree God skill and his escalating cultivation. The one thing had always been a constant: his inability to see through things, which unfortunately included rock, making the vision from his roots rather pointless and boring. Apart from the occasional deposit of silvery spirit stone ore, there was nothing but darkness and bland gray stone. But that had changed. Ashlock could feel a dull pain, a breeze, and the faintest sensation of warmth. His very deepest root was being gnawed on, thousands of meters down into the mountain, below ground level. He had encountered a monster of some kind. Now that he focused on it, the pain was quite intense. It felt like knives were being stabbed into his toe, which wasn't far from the truth. Holy shit, this is fucking painful. Ashlock internally grimaced as he came root to face with a monster. All he could see was the inside of its gullet and yellowing teeth chomping on his root, as if it were a dog to a bone. Ignoring the pain and moving his view up a bit to where the root first broke into the tunnel, Ashlock could now see the creature. It was a gray-furred rat with beady eyes perched on its hind legs next to a minecart, and unless the rusted minecart was fun-sized, this rat was larger than a person. First Larry, and now this rat. Can't anything be normal-sized? With his root already partway inside the monster and the unbearable pain, Ashlock decided to kill it. He tried to cast Devour, but the skill wouldn't activate, so he tried again, but still nothing. Does my Devour skill not work far away from my trunk? The pain was getting more intense the more he focused on it, so Ashlock decided to try burning it alive with his lilac key. His soul core hummed thousands of meters above, and key rocketed down the roots. The silvery spirit stone ore glowed as the key passed, giving it a boost, but with his soulfire cultivation, sending ki throughout his body had become far more efficient. Take that, you fucker! Ashlock felt like a god passing judgment upon a foolish bug. The rat seemed to sense something was coming a second too late. Lilac flames burst from the root, and the rat exploded in a fiery blaze of superheated guts. Ashlock wasn't sure why, but his spatial ki seemed very effective at causing things to explode. The blast echoed through the cramped mineshaft and made the walls tremble. Blood and guts painted the walls, and the rusted minecart was blown off its wheels and lay tipped on its side off the makeshift rails. There were random bits of wood to make the rails somewhat even, and clear sections weren't connected properly. With the pain gone, Ashlock could finally think and take time to observe the new area. So this is what the inside of a spirit stone mine looks like. Ashlock assumed that was its original purpose. He hadn't seen any evidence thus far of cultivators mining for coal or iron, and Ashlock hadn't come across anything other than spirit stones during his descent through the mountain. Seeing a minecart in this world felt odd. But perhaps inventing a railway system was inevitable for any humanoid race wishing to transport many things over a predefined distance. Did other cities in this world have a metro system? Maybe trams? It was a funny thought, but the mortals of this world did need a way to get around, even with their increased strength and endurance due to ki. If a railway could exist down here, Ashlock found it hard to believe it never crossed the mind of anyone to put them in cities. So why wasn't a railway constructed on the staircase up to Ravenborn Peak to carry building materials? Ashlock had watched ordinary mortals lug stones up the mountain to construct the palace. Is iron expensive in this world? Or do the cultivators just like to see the mortals struggle? Do the mortals have spatial rings? Ashlock hummed. Or is it because of the beast tides? It would be rather silly to waste so much iron on infrastructure that will be left behind after a few decades. A weird scraping sound like nails on a chalkboard broke Ashlock from his wandering thoughts. Searching for the source of the sound, Ashlock saw a snout emerge from the tunnel's darkness, and then another, and another. Finally, an entire horde of man-sized rats crept out of the dark and looked around with their beady eyes. They sniffed the stale air as if trying to locate the predator that had obliterated one of their brethren. Ashlock was naturally detached from the situation, unlike human cultivators with their silly flesh prisons that could be torn apart limb from limb by a pack of famished man-sized rats. He was not in danger, nor did he have any real stakes in the events. He was a mountain-spanning tree with his main body a Mount Everest-sized amount of rock away. But he finally had direct access to a potential hunting ground with monsters that would hopefully provide more credits than birds. So the question that bothered him was how he could profit from this discovery. Blowing up rats with his ki in an abandoned mine was great and all, but if it didn't net him any sacrificial credits, as his devour skill had a limited range, it was all for naught and a pointless waste of ki. My roots are wide enough now for someone to crawl through, so I could transport pieces of the rats up to my trunk and then cast Devour for credits. The ability to transport things through his roots via a slow-moving sap was already part of his deep roots skill. His spiritual gaze lingered on the blood-stained walls of the mine. But I'll need to limit the amount of ki I use, as the corpse needs to be more than a paste on the wall. The rats approached the scene, and once they mutually confirmed there was no threat, they scampered over each other to lick the walls and slurp up any bits of organs they could find. Unfortunately, none of them paid much attention to the dangling root, a slight issue, as his home-brew ki attack, which involved setting himself on fire with a spatial ki, had a limited range of 0 meters. Ashlock made his root sway around slightly, the most movement he had ever exhibited since he was born. None of the rats cared. Maybe once they finish their meal they'll be interested. Time passed, and the rats left after cleaning every drop of blood from the walls. Not one of them even gave a passing glance at the root. All right, back to the drawing board. My roots grow fast, but far too slow to explore the cavern or chase down the rats. My Devour has a limited range. But what about Root Puppet? Assuming it doesn't have a limited range like Devour, I could take over a rat corpse, draw the others into a fight, and then blow it up to kill them all. The only issue is, I need a corpse. If the pain hadn't been so excruciating, like being stabbed in the foot with a knife, Ashlock might have considered this plan earlier, instead of vaporizing the rat instantly. It's okay, I just need to get a corpse somehow. Should I call Larry down here? Ashlock looked at how narrow the tunnels were and concluded Larry, with his wide body and titanic size, would fit down here even if he shrank by half. So I need to come up with a solution myself. Ashlock skimmed his list of skills. Demonic Spirit Tree, age 9. Soulfire, 3rd stage. Soul type, Amethyst, Spatial. Summons, Ashen Prince, Larry, Grade B. Skills, Eye of the Tree God, Grade A. Deep Roots, Grade A. Magic Mushroom Production, Grade A. Language of the world, Grade B. Lightning key protection, Grade B. Root puppet, Grade B. Key fruit production, Grade B. Transpiration of heaven and earth, Grade C. Devour, Grade C. Hibernate, Grade C. Fire key resistance, Grade C. Basic poison resistance, Grade F. Ashlock groaned as he realized the only skill that could help him here. It just had to be fucking mushrooms, didn't it? So, in a world of mountain-splitting sword attacks and Dao manipulation, I will defeat this newfound foe with the power of magic mushrooms. How heroic. It was silly, but perfect for the situation. Ashlock's mushrooms could grow anywhere his roots were, and the dangling root from the ceiling of a mine shaft was no different. Summoning the menu, he scrolled through the hundreds of options. I don't want to give the rats divine inspiration, or poison them. If anything, I want to make the tastiest and most fragrant mushroom of all time. Making a mushroom that released poisonous spores would be a waste of ki, when he could make a cheap and tasty one and bait the rats to try and eat the mushroom from the harmless root. Ashlock hit the create button, after also adding a slight glowing effect for maximum exposure. In real time, he watched the white dots, like warts, appear all over the black root, and he also commanded his root to slowly continue into the tunnel and grow along the walls. These rats will be like moths to a flame.
Diana? Was this always here?
Stella paused in her tracks. Red Vine Peak loomed ahead, dominating the skyline with its majesty. A poorly maintained dirt path, overgrown with weeds, winded through a lush forest of evergreen trees surrounding its base. The overwhelming amount of green made the scarlet-leaved tree at the forest entrance stand out like a sore thumb. Oh, by the immortal lords, it's multiplying. Diana deadpanned at the tree, which seemed almost identical to Ashlock. She then rubbed her temple and sighed. Didn't we leave for half a year? What nonsense has that tree got up to now? Stella ignored Diana and rushed toward the tree with childlike curiosity.
Ash, is that you?
She called as she approached its trunk. The soil around the small tree had an acidic smell. Red berries the size of one's thumb dangled from its branches in clusters, and a half-dissolved, maggot-infested corpse of a small rodent lying near its trunk. Scrunching up her nose, Stella placed a hand on the tree's bark and tried to feel for the presence of ki. Her eyes lit up when she felt the slightest tingle, but it was far below Ash's cultivation level. Diana came up beside Stella and also placed a hand on the trunk. Then a moment later she stepped back and shrugged. Seems like an average demonic sapling to me. Not cultivated much yet. Likely only consumed a few corpses. Stella also stepped away with a frown, the tingling sensation of ki leaving her fingertips.
Mm-hmm. Just a random demonic tree, then?
Perhaps. I honestly have no clue. Never seen a demonic tree grow around here, as they're usually chopped down. Diana tapped her chin as she looked around. We can just ask Ashlock about it when we get back. Stella nodded, and the two continued down the path, oblivious to the monster lurking overhead and watching their every move. Chapter 45. Ashlock's Betrayal? Swarms of flies angrily buzzed around in the warm summer air, and the nauseating smell of decay and damp acidic soil tickled Stella's nose. She had walked this same path a few times throughout her life, and it had almost always been the same. Fresh air, a beautiful forest of vibrant green, and the chirp of birds. Somehow in just half a year, it had devolved into this, a graveyard masked by nature. Stella furrowed her brows as she walked past yet another demonic tree, this one taller and surrounded by more corpses than the last. And it was not alone, as there were 5 more up ahead. They were dotted around, nestled between clusters of evergreen trees. Stella could see signs of rot plaguing the evergreen trees, surrounding the demonic ones, Their lush leaves were drooping and losing their color, some even withering away completely. A slow death. Approaching one evergreen tree, stuck between two demonic tree saplings, Stella noticed the soil became a viscous mud that clung to her shoe. She feared getting her new white clothes dirty, so she stepped back. I hope Ash is benefiting from this somehow. Stella frowned and scrunched her nose in disgust from the putrid smell as she looked at the mud. I don't like how the gorgeous scenery around here has been ruined. It almost reminds me of the wilderness with all the death. Diana nodded. I agree. I've seen groves of demonic trees like this before. Eventually, the wildlife moves away or dies out, and the demonic tree decays from a lack of food. Stella kept walking through the dying forest with a sense of dread. Had Ash changed? Or was this always part of his nature? With their barrier in communication, Stella could only derive so much meaning from his actions. But hopefully, that was set to change. With the ancient runic language crammed into her head, some of her questions might finally get answered. Shaking her head, lightning and purple key flared to life. Come on, let's get moving. I have some burning questions that need answering. Diana nodded, and the two ran side by side, leaving a blazing trail of purple and blue key in their wake. With some distance still to go, Stella decided to busy her mind with a conversation, anything to distract her from the dying forest and terrible stench. How are your heart demons? Diana's legs were a blur as she kept pace with Stella. Her dull eyes and flat stare always made Stella a little uncomfortable, but she had gotten used to it. My heart demons? Diana returned to looking ahead as she continued. Cultivation has become nigh impossible, as you know, but I feel the bottleneck loosening with every day that I resist the temptation of those accursed stones. Even from the side, Stella saw a slight pain in the young woman's gaze, one she had seen often back at the library. But, I will admit, I never thought abruptly stopping beast cores would be so difficult. My sleep is plagued with nightmares, and my mind wanders and visits memories buried deep, forcing me to relive times I would rather forget. Diana gave Stella a thin and weak smile. I think this was the right step forward. I couldn't ignore my festering heart demons anymore. Stella gave a reassuring smile back. Well, that's good. Do you still plan to try and become a Grand Elder? The whistling wind and blurring scenery helped drown out the stifling silence as Diana mulled over the question. Grand Elder, huh? You know, the more I think about it, the more I despise the idea. A moment of silence passed before Diana continued in her monotone voice. But I think we should both still do it. Huh? Stella was so flabbergasted, she tripped and stopped running. Why in the 9 realms of hell would she want to become a Grand Elder and serve the Patriarch, the man who wished to create a pill in her stomach and use her life force and cultivation as fuel before discarding her dead corpse to the dogs? Well, if Ashlock has a way to keep us safe from the beast tide, Diana said, are you fine with me staying behind with you in that gluttonous tree? Diana was looking at Stella, but the blonde girl kept looking ahead, refusing to answer. Thoughts rushed through Stella's mind. The idea was not bad, but did she trust Diana enough? Maybe, she eventually answered, and she offered an awkward smile. Diana looked away, her face emotionless and impossible to read. If you're so unwilling to become a Grand Elder, what's your plan for when the beast tide passes? Her tone was serious. Although this land is less valuable now, smaller demonic sects looking to relocate after the beast tide will come to seize this land. Stella hadn't known that was a possibility, but the more she thought about it, the more it made sense. If the massive demonic sects like Blood Lotus were to relocate, they first needed to identify a place to move, one far enough out of the path of the incoming beast tide. Those smaller demonic sects didn't have a chance of competing with the large sects for the limited places that were both close enough to move to and far enough away to steer clear of the beast tide.
What's your point? You'll need people.
Diana saw Stella's doubt written all over her face.
If it's just you and Ashlock, alone on a mountain peak, how will you fight off hundreds of small-time demonic cultivators? Once you're in the Star Core realm, you'll be stronger than almost all of them, but they can just wear you out slowly and strike at a moment when you're at your weakest.
Stella nodded as the wind whipped her hair around. Everything Diana said made sense.
What does this have to do with becoming a Grand Elder, though?
Truth be told, Stella knew little about the sect and her surroundings. With nobody sticking around to teach her from a young age, she had been left alone to figure things out.
The Grand Elders get to select disciples from the mortals found to have a spiritual root and talent for cultivation.
You could round some up and kickstart your own demonic sect. Diana was cut off as the trees rustled and something massive shot past overhead in a blur, even faster than them. The exit to the forest was just up ahead, but it darkened as something titanic blocked the way. Stella and Diana halted a few meters away from the looming threat in a cloud of dust. Flashes of gold accompanied daggers materializing in both of their hands. Swords would have been a poor choice in a dense forest with low-hanging branches in the way. As the dust cleared and sunlight trickled through the canopy, the enemy became illuminated. It was an all-too-familiar spider. Its legs looked like spindly trees, and dinner-plate-sized scarlet eyes stared them down. There was a sickening crunch as the behemoth bit down on the animal corpse dangling in its maw, and blood dripped from its fangs. Diana gulped, her eyes appraising the monster.
Isn't this Ashlock's pet? Has it come to kill us?
Every muscle in Stella's body tensed, including her heart. She felt fear. But worst of all, betrayal. With them gone, had Ash decided it was time to dispose of those who knew his darkest secret, the fact that he wasn't a simple demonic tree, but rather the next world tree. Her knuckles turned white as the grip on her dagger tightened, the very same wooden handle she had been gifted as a child by Ash. The spider, a creature that had crawled through a rift from another realm to serve its master, stayed motionless, blocking the path while munching on its food. A silk sack, likely full of bodies, was secured on its back. Moments passed, and nothing happened.
It's not attacking?
Diana's stance didn't change, but her posture relaxed slightly.
Does the tree not want to kill us?
Instantly, the spider moved. It lowered to the ground, as if ready to pounce. Oh no. Blue flames shrouded Diana, and she dived to the side. Stella just stood rooted in place, glaring at the abomination. The spider flew up into the tree canopy in a whoosh of air and vanished from their sight. Branches and leaves tumbled to the ground in a cloud of splinters, and flies swarmed after the corpse's distant scent. Diana stumbled slightly, but kept her eyes glued to the dense canopy overhead. Apart from the buzzing of flies and distant chirps of birds, there was the sound of wood creaking. But the noise was moving further and further away. The spider was leaving. Stella wiped her sweat-soaked hair from her face with a shaking hand. Her breath was chaotic and her knees felt weak. Not only had the monster been terrifying, but so were the implications. Had the spider attacked and slaughtered them in cold blood, would it have been Ash's fault? Or would the spider, acting autonomously, have simply deemed them a threat or a tasty snack? The demonic trees, surrounded by skeletons and half-eaten corpses, and the appearance of Ash's pet executioner, all pointed to worrying signs. Had Ash finally decided, or become able, to take an active role in this world? Would he even need her now? Stella's finger twitched. Another horrible thought crossing her mind. Could she even win if she needed to fight to take back Red Vine Peak from Ash? Ash was a tree, one that had displayed some capabilities in combat with the black vines, but his true strength lay in his spirit beasts. Like most powerful spirit trees out in the wilderness, Ash utilized the strength of contracted beasts to do his bidding and protect him. There was an urge to leave, turn tail and run, just on the off chance her wild theories turned out to be true. Stella didn't want to confront Ash and discover the tree had turned against her. Surely their bond was deeper than that, right? She let out a deep, long breath while closing her eyes. Her nerves washed away, and a grim determination rose up.
"You okay?"
Stella felt a hand on her shoulder, and looking back, she saw Diana's dull eyes showing a hint of concern.
"I'm fine."
Stella hated how shaky her voice was.
"Just give me a second to collect my thoughts."
A while passed, and the spider didn't return. Nothing was obscuring their path to the mountain's peak, which had transitioned from a warm home to daunting and hostile in Stella's mind. Ashlock was having a fantastic week. Ever since discovering the abandoned Spiritstone mine, his mind had been racing with ideas that distracted him from the stifling loneliness. The mind had given him a focus, like a mini-game. For the birds, he had already ironed out a system that had been working so far and required little input. He produced a set group of fruits of various colors and randomly assigned them the poison and demonic tree seeds. Unlike an ordinary tree, which wouldn't have the intelligence or capabilities to randomly switch which fruit contained the poison, he did. It worked like a charm, but was so damn dull. Watching birds die was only fun the first 100 times, whereas the mineshaft was an active war zone, rat versus tree. The mushrooms had worked like a charm, and the stupid rats fell for it every time. Sure, there wasn't action all the time, just like now, but by paying half attention, whenever he felt something step on the roots coating the mineshaft floor, he would send a surge of ki down his route and turn the tunnel into a furnace of lilac flames. The lovely cooked bits of rat would then be brought up his roots via the sap conveyor belt. However, something had been bothering him. Where's the darn entrance to this place? He inspected every nook and cranny of the mountain with his Eye of the Tree God skill. After searching the entire mountain 5 times, Ashlock was ready to conclude it had been cleverly sealed up, likely to prevent the rats from escaping and terrorizing the villagers nearby. But as Ashlock looked past the forest surrounding the mountain, he saw 2 figures crest the ridge. Their clothes had changed since he last saw them, but he could recognize that blonde hair and cheery smile anywhere. Once again, the passing of time felt surreal. Ashlock didn't want to admit it, but the relief at their return made him want to cry. Luckily, he was a tree and lacked the facilities to create such a scene. With excitement, he pulled on his mental tether with his pet spider. "Oi, Larry! Get back here! The girls are back! I need those bodies to communicate!" Ashlock then listened in on the conversation between the two. The idea of them becoming Grand Elder and starting a sect around him made his mind wander with endless possibilities. If a sect was built around him after the beast tide, he wouldn't ever have to be alone again. Also, he would have a group of minions to order around to gather corpses for him to feast on. It was almost too perfect of a plan. Chapter 46. A Tricky Conversation. Ashlock had never thought about it, but in a twisted way, cultivators were more degenerate than video game addicts back on Earth, no matter how he looked at it. If you remove the context and danger of the world, cultivators were junkies that refused to eat or sleep in favor of chasing the high of immortality. The trashed, overgrown pavilion in disrepair was a perfect example. Without hundreds of housekeepers tending to a cultivator's needs, Stella and Diana allowed their surroundings to mirror their non-existent attentiveness to self-care. It was easy to look at Stella or Diana and see a human. They walked and talked like one. But that was where the similarities ended and the mysteries of their biology began. It was so alien due to the presence of ki that they would have baffled scientists worldwide back on Earth. They could survive weeks without food or water. Their delicate skin wouldn't blemish even if a bowling ball smacked them in the face, and they could effortlessly travel at speeds that would cause a regular human to pass out from the sheer G-forces. Stella and Diana shot up the mountain as balls of fire with enough speed to cause sonic booms that echoed throughout the peaks, causing birds to flee by the dozen. Literal fire, twisted by physical manifestations of their souls, gushed out their skin and empowered them beyond what should have been possible. They were the peak of human evolution, superhumans, on the edge of demigod status. The pair entered the courtyard hesitantly for an unknown reason. They took every step carefully while scrutinizing their surroundings. Stella's eyes in particular scanned between his branches, and she tensed up when Larry's scarlet eyes peered through the dense canopy. "Larry, back off," Ashlock ordered his pet spider. "They're scared of you. But leave the corpses carefully on the ground. I need them in top condition." Ashlock didn't know why, but the girls had also freaked out when they saw Larry back in the forest. Stella had made her displeasure for Larry clear from the beginning, but to be terrified of him seemed unusual for cultivators of their caliber. The behemoth spider slowly crawled back, hiding from view, and the sack of corpses was carefully lowered to the ground by a silk thread. Ashlock had a lot of things to say, but he was unsure how to go about it. However, before Ashlock could even cast Root Puppet on the corpses, Stella stood defiantly before him. It took a moment, but she eventually gathered the courage to ask him a question. "Ash, are we friends?" "They know my name!" Ashlock was thrilled. Somehow they had translated his previous message. But why is she calling me Ash? Was there a mistranslation? Ashlock naturally flashed his lilac key a single time to indicate yes. All the unusual tension in the air dissipated, and Stella relaxed, a smile blooming on her face. "Phew! I was worried over nothing. With all the demonic trees sprouting up and the spider coming to meet us, I thought you had gone against us." Ashlock was baffled. What kind of leap of logic had occurred inside Stella's mind to come to that conclusion? All he was doing was spreading out his demonic trees to hopefully link up with them soon through his roots, now that those had reached the mountain's base. In fact, he would have done that already if the mineshaft and rats hadn't distracted him. "Anyway, I assume that's a sack of corpses just like last time. Let's find a nice wall for you to write on." She looked around at the half-destroyed courtyard. All of the white walls were obscured with vegetation and mold. Mushrooms sprouted through the cracks, and despite the midday sun, Stella squinted her eyes as she approached them. "Are these glowing mushrooms?" "Seems so," Diana shrugged. "Never seen mushrooms grow this high up before." "Okay, whatever. This all needs to go. Diana, can you clean this wall? Unfortunately, my spatial key and lightning Dao don't assist much here." Diana rolled her eyes. "Sure, but this is a perfect example of why we need more people." Blue flames erupted from Diana's open palms and bathed the wall in its wrath. But to Ashlock's surprise, the fire morphed into something else entirely, a superheated mist. Meanwhile, Stella walked up to the bundle of silk and slashed it with her dagger. She reeled back in anticipation of the rancid smell of rotten corpses, but to her surprise, "These are fresh?" Ashlock hadn't been keeping tabs on his pet spider all that much, but he had to agree the corpses weren't even slightly decayed, and therefore likely fresh. Had he nabbed them from a village on the way or something? Stella grabbed the one on the top, a woman with plain features. It was obvious how the woman had died. Her mouth was filled to the brim with ash, and there was a sizable hole through her stomach, as if one of Larry's legs had impaled her. "Hey, Ash, is this corpse good?" Ashlock didn't know how he felt about Stella calling him Ash. If anything, he preferred the name Tree. It felt more endearing to him due to its history. "They grow up so fast. It felt like only yesterday that Stella hugged me happily, saying Tree over and over again until I dropped fruit on her head to shut her up." "Ash, are you listening to me?" "Oh, shit." Ashlock flashed his key once more to indicate yes. Why is communication so tiresome? Ashlock sighed as he watched Stella drag the corpse to the newly cleaned wall. Diana stepped back and admired her handiwork as the steam dissipated in the violent mountain winds. The mushrooms Ashlock had cultivated to lighten up the place were gone, and so were the overgrown weeds that had sprouted from the cracks. A shame, but he preferred the now clean wall. It would be his canvas for communication. As Stella stared blankly at the wall with her jaw moving, as if on the edge of forming words but not quite there, Ashlock cast Root Puppet on the female corpse. The process still creeped him out, especially since he could feel every millimeter of the woman's flesh from the inside out. The body shuddered as it shakily stood up with the support of the wall. Ashlock noted the puppet's lack of a soul core. Tisk, late stage of the key realm. The corpse won't last long. He made the corpse frantically gesture to the wall. Okay, a simple question first, Stella said as she crossed her arms and eyed the corpse. Ashlock waited, and Stella took a deep breath. What are you? The corpse stood utterly motionless. How is that a simple question? Ashlock wanted to shout. To be fair, for most things in the universe, that was a simple question. But he was a tree with a unique backstory that made answering such a question tricky. What was he supposed to say? They seemed to think he would become the future world tree, but nothing in his status explicitly said he was anything but a demonic spirit tree with a magic system from God knows where. But even calling himself a demonic tree was a stretch. Ashlock had observed the ones he had fathered, and they all naturally turned the soil acidic and bore poisonous berries. 2 things he had never done in his 9 years as a tree. So if he wasn't a world tree, nor a typical demonic tree, what was he? Human? The thought of still identifying as a human felt wrong. He no longer had human desires such as accumulating wealth or chasing after jade beauties. And it was not only a mindset shift, but a biological one, too. Ashlock didn't feel even an ounce of lust for anything, only a love for nature and a desire to protect those he cared about, while an immense hunger to devour corpses festered in the back of his mind. He also enjoyed poisoning birds to spread his seed. He might operate on human logic, but his emotions? All dulled. People could be gutted before him and he wouldn't feel a thing. Only a few emotions still had much effect, such as crippling loneliness. Ashlock made his decision, and the corpse approached the wall. Biting off the end of her finger, the corpse got to work, writing out a message in squiggly lines before bursting into lilac flames. Stella kicked the flaming corpse to the side and scrutinized the words with her hands on her hips. The language Ashlock wrote in wasn't English. He thought in English and had intended to write in English, but the result was apparently some ancient runic language that looked very different from the letters he remembered from Earth. Must be my language of the world skill interfering. If it upgrades to A grade, would it give me access to more written languages? Stella sat on the floor. Her golden ring flashed, and papers covered in scribbles encircled her. What does it say? Diana asked over her shoulder, standing behind her while looking at the paper in her hand. I don't know. What was the point of you spending so many months learning if you can't understand? No, Diana. Stella cut her off and pointed at the wall. It literally translates to, I don't know. Diana tilted her head in confusion. Ashlock doesn't know what he is? Stella nodded. Diana turned around and appraised the tree. Would a world tree know it's a world tree? I don't know, and clearly neither does Ash. Stella huffed to herself and massaged her temples. A while passed before she apparently decided on the next question. Ash, what is your goal? Ashlock was starting to wish he'd never attempted communication. Conversations with mouths was easy. The words just rolled right off the tongue. But this reminded Ashlock of when he tried texting his crush in university. He had to carefully think about every word. He felt as if he were staring at a blank text box with a flashing cursor taunting him for his hesitation. What was his goal? Another tricky question, but at least he had some viable answers to pick from. He had Many plans. Devour the strong, obtain more sacrificial credits, upgrade and unlock more skills, acquire new summons, and have Larry evolve to A and then S grade. Transcend this world, become the next world tree, and lord over all creation. And never be alone again. Was there a single sentence? A compact phrase to describe his insatiable greed for power and desire to grow while consuming all possible resources, all while being surrounded by people to help him along the way? Ashlock looked at the two women. The desolate pavilion fit to house thousands, the empty training courtyard, and the beautiful surroundings. This would be his home for a long time to come. The last thing he wanted was for some demonic cultivators to come by, trash his little pocket of paradise, and enslave him or chop him down. The answer had never been so simple. A corpse rose. A burly man with likely a bright future torn away to serve a cruel fate as nothing more than a simple messenger. With a soul core he'd likely cultivated carefully over his short life cracking, the corpse stood before a blank section of wall, and it wrote a decree with the still warm blood dripping from its torn finger. Stella and Diana watched in anticipation as the corpse spelled out a single sentence that would change the course of Red Vine Peak's history. With a final swish of its finger, the corpse stood back and marveled at its handiwork, before the wrathful flames of its ungrateful master reduced it to ash. A fitting end, considering the message. To found a sect named Ash Fallen. Chapter 47. Ash Fallen. Ashlock didn't pride himself on being the most imaginative tree out there when it came to naming things, but he felt Ash Fallen was fitting. A few potential sect names had drifted through his mind, such as Haunted Willow or Black Root. But the name Ashfallen had actual meaning behind it, besides being tree-themed. Firstly, it was a fusion of Ashlock and Stella's surname, Crestfallen. Secondly, Larry utilized the Tao of Ash, also Yggdrasil, a world tree from Norse mythology back on Earth, had been an ash tree. Ashlock waited in anticipation as Stella spent a good while translating his text. Unfortunately, it appeared the name was giving her some problems, likely because it didn't have a direct translation. In the future, he would make sure to use simple words to avoid confusion. To his relief, Stella translated his message exactly after around an hour. "I did it! I finally translated it!" Stella jumped up, sending her notes flying. To found a sect named Ashfallen. That's what it says. Diana whistled, and Stella instantly calmed down. She looked happy but also worried. Had he made a big mistake? Was founding a sect really such a big deal? To Ashlock, the Blood Lotus sect was nothing more than a few families surrounding Dark Light City on mountain peaks. Sure, the city was huge, and he had seen the power exhibited by the grand elders of the various families, but it wasn't like he needed Stella and Diana to publicly renounce their allegiance to the Blood Lotus sect to join his. Also, from his understanding, all of this would be abandoned when the beast tide came. So what was the problem with him getting ahead of the game and forming his sect early? Ashlock reflected on the novels he had read based on similar worlds. Oh, is this a world where they take swearing allegiance super seriously, like a master-disciple relationship? It was a possibility. Cultivators loved to be arrogant, but they also valued their pride and traditions. Often, to join a sect, a fledgling disciple would have to undergo trials, and once those were passed, they would be sworn in, either as an outer court disciple or, if they were lucky, picked by an elder to train directly under them. Once again, Ashlock was reminded of how clueless he truly was about this world, despite spending almost a decade in it. But now he had the opportunity to ask and learn. Knowledge is power, and he needed all the strength he could get. Ash, do you want Diana to be part of your sect? Ashlock saw Stella standing below his trunk, and Diana standing back near the wall. Was there some discourse between the two he was unaware of, other than the whole family drama from before? The honest answer to Stella's question was yes. It was hard to come by good people, and having a sect of only 2 sounded counterproductive. Also, the more the merrier. And if Diana acts up, I can get Larry to deal with her. Ashlock was confident that Larry was stronger than Diana by now. If only he would hurry up and upgrade. With that in mind, Ashlock flashed his key to signal yes. Stella clapped her hands. If Ash trusts you, then so do I. Do you want to join? Diana had a thin smile. I was the one who suggested the idea of a sect in the first place, so of course I'll join. She then turned to Ashlock. However, joining a sect run by a tree comes with a big risk. We can't run. When the beast tides come, we have no choice but to stay behind. So, Ashlock, do you have a way to keep future sect members and us safe? A thin black root took control of another corpse. It walked to the wall and wrote an answer, which was quick and easy for Stella to decipher after kicking the flaming corpse to the side. Ashlock says he needs more information about the beast tides. Ashlock was actually surprised Stella managed to translate his words. Were beast tides present when the ancient runic language was still in use? Diana decided to take on the burden of answering. She awkwardly walked up to Ashlock as if he would struggle to hear her and didn't know exactly where to look. To be fair, it was like talking to a wall. Ashlock had no eyes or mouth for the other person to focus on, just a black trunk that was a few meters wide. Awkwardly clearing her throat, Diana began her explanation. The beast tide is simply a byproduct of the world's ley lines. Diana pointed to the ground. Running under this sect is a pathway for the world's key. It's why the spirit stones form here deep underground. Ashlock had heard of ley lines before in fiction. They were basically the veins of the planet where the key was concentrated. Cultivators often fought to build their sects along or on top of these ley lines, where the most key was released for cultivation. Could I get my roots to go down and latch onto the ley line directly? Ashlock's non-existent eyes practically lit up. The small deposits of spirit stones had given him a good boost in his cultivation, so what would plugging himself directly into the world's key supply do? Could he even handle it? Anyway, the ley lines sometimes converge and pass over one another. These areas are highly sought after by the beasts that wish to endlessly cultivate and evolve. In fact, the key is said to be so strong in these areas that it forms spiritual springs of key. So these beasts liked to converge as groups around these spiritual springs, which appeared where the ley lines crossed, but that didn't explain why there were beast tides. However, if too many beasts go to one spiritual spring, it depletes and then takes between 40 and 100 years to replenish. Diana pointed into the distance. Let's say there's a spiritual spring in the far north. Millions of beasts go there, fight each other, and become stronger. The weaker beasts then have no choice but to leave, so they all race to the next spiritual spring as it replenishes, which might be south of here. Still didn't explain why they all came as a massive horde in a wave. Wouldn't the monsters leave in smaller groups? The distance between the spiritual springs is usually massive, and the spirit beasts cultivate and survive off-key, so they prefer to run along ley lines. Diana gestured to Darklight City. The only problem with that is, us cultivators decided to build along these ley lines, so the beasts with some level of intelligence choose to travel all at once instead of being picked off one by one. Okay, now it was starting to make sense. To recap, the beast tide was a collection of intelligent beasts waiting to move from one good cultivating location to another, and they had the intelligence to realize there was strength in numbers when crossing the cultivator-infested wilderness. The beasts had to fight not only each other, but also random groups of cultivators, so traveling the wilderness would be even more dangerous for a beast than for a merchant group. The good news is these beast tides are easy to see years in advance, and almost always follow predefined paths. They can be fought off, which is something the Celestial Empire does, but for smaller demonic sects like the Blood Lotus sect, moving out of the way makes more financial sense. Ashlock now saw the problem. Unlike every other demonic sect out here in the wilderness, he couldn't move. Nor did he have the strength to resist a beast tide that only a superpower like the Celestial Empire could face. As he saw it, this information gave them 3 options. First, the Ash-Fallen sect could get strong enough to face off any beast tide. This was the ideal endgame, but with their meager Soulfire realm strength, he doubted they could face the wave of monsters. Second, everyone could run away and return once the beast tide had passed. From how Diana described it, he didn't think the beasts would stop to spend time destroying Red Vine Peak and eliminating his trunk and roots just to kill a random tree. I must ensure I have no fruit growing to attract their attention when they pass by. The final option lay in the tunnels under the mountain. Ashlock wasn't sure why everyone didn't just hide underground. Luckily, he could now have his question answered. He took control of a corpse once more and wrote his question on the wall. "Why don't people hide underground?" Stella helpfully translated, and Diana rubbed her chin. "That is a tricky question to answer. The simple answer is they do, and a lot survive the beast tide passing. It's what comes after that usually kills them. All the fields will be ruined, and no cultivators will stay behind to protect the survivors from the stray beasts not heading to the spiritual spring." Diana looked up at Ashlock's scarlet leaves. "With nobody to protect them, the helpless mortals die to starvation or beasts. If they're lucky, they might be enslaved by the other demonic cultivators who choose this land as their new sect location." So hiding underground was an option. It came with logistical issues, such as creating a space ample enough for people, keeping it safe from the beasts, and providing food, but possible. He could produce edible fruit and mushrooms with his skills, although obtaining water was still an issue, but those rats had to be getting water from somewhere. If there's a large cave with a stream running through it, we could use that for water after eliminating all the rats. Wait, are the rats edible? Ashlock used one of the last corpses in the bag to write his plan, and then had the corpse frantically go over to one of his exposed roots and start shoveling at the soil with its hands. Stella quickly translated the message. "Ashlock says for us to go underground." "Underground?" Diana raised a brow. "How? We're thousands of meters above ground." Her gaze landed on the corpse frantically digging while its skin melted from lilac flames. "Does Ashlock expect us to dig through the mountain?" Diana kicked the corpse away, and it exploded in midair, sending a wave of ki that both girls blocked with their own soul flames. With the corpse out of the way, Ashlock watched as Diana looked down into his hollowed-out root, which he drained of sap. It led all the way down through the mountain to the mine shaft below. Obviously, he still had a few roots filled with sap bringing up bits of rat that he had then been consuming with Devour over the last week, but in anticipation of wanting to get Stella's help, he had widened and drained this particular route. It was like an 8,000-meter-long slide through the mountain. "Are we supposed to go down there?" Stella asked with a hint of nerves. Ashlock had to admit it didn't exactly look inviting. It was a sticky tunnel, barely a person wide, that was pitch black, leading somewhere unknown. But there was no other choice. He hadn't found the entrance to the mine. Diana could carve through an avalanche with ease, so I'm sure she could blast a tunnel through the side of the mountain. But then how do we plug the hole back up? Ashlock felt a bit bad for asking them to get to the mine shaft this way. Maybe now might be the best time to sign in on the off chance it might give him something useful. He had been holding off for ages. Idletree Daily Sign-In System, Day 3472. Daily credit, 268. Sacrifice credit, 103. Sign-in? Yes. Sign-in successful. 371 credits consumed. Unlocked a B-grade mutation. Demonic Eye. Mutation? Ashlock couldn't believe there was a new option. So he could mutate as well? Could typical spirit trees mutate? And what the hell was a demonic eye? Ashlock soon got his answer. He felt terrible pain, like someone was pulling him apart. His ki became chaotic, and his trunk groaned as the bark splintered. Mutation in progress. 10%. Ashlock is doing something weird again, Diana shouted as she leapt back. Chapter 48. Affectionate Gaze. Diana jumped backward, but Stella decided to approach Ashlock with trepidation. Ash? Are you okay? Hey! She could tell something was very wrong. The ki in the surrounding air trembled. A chaotic vortex formed that rustled Ash's scarlet leaves as if he were the eye of a great storm. Birds for miles took to the skies and cried to the heavens. Stella winced. She knew whatever was happening would draw unwanted attention from the nearby cultivators. She looked to the sky. But there was no crack in space with another terrifying monster calling out from another plane of existence. So what was wrong? There was a deep groan of wood warping as splinters flew and a hairline crack appeared on the black trunk. Was something trying to escape from within Ash? Her heart raced as the tree trunk suddenly split open like an accursed maw, revealing a grotesque and eldritch eye that gazed upon her with alien intelligence and curiosity. Stella felt a chill run down her spine as she gazed into the depths of the eye and beheld a vision beyond human comprehension. Multitudes of eyes, both large and small, were engaged in a cyclical feast of consumption, one devouring the other in a nauseating display. The eyes were superimposed upon one another in a labyrinthine pattern that defied the limits of mortal understanding. The eye seemed to peer into the very essence of Stella's being, as if daring her to look away. But she couldn't move, for she was frozen in terror and awe by the unspeakable horrors that lay within. The eyes seemed to grow and multiply, their pulsing movements drawing her deeper into a maelstrom of fear and madness. Stella screamed as she threw up, her voice echoing through the courtyard and mountain as she stumbled away from the accursed tree. The eldritch eye followed her every move, its malevolent gaze burning into her soul. She knew that she was in the presence of an entity beyond the grasp of mortals, and that she had gazed upon a truth that was never meant to be seen by human eyes. As she stumbled back, Stella felt the eldritch eye's grotesque and malevolent presence still upon her. Her body felt deathly weak. Her legs felt like grass stalks in the wind, swaying without her consent. Mutation complete. The pain vanished, and Ashlock blinked. The slit in his trunk slowly closed. It felt effortless, as if it had always been a part of him. Stella fell onto her back, her breath shallow, and she kept her eyes on the sky, refusing to look at him. What happened? Was seeing a tree with a giant eyeball hidden within truly so terrifying? There had to be weirder things in this vast world, right? Demonic Spirit Tree, age 9, Soul Fire, 3rd stage, Soul Type, Amethyst, Spatial, Mutation, Demonic Eye, Grade B, Summons, Ashen Prince, Larry, Grade B, Skills. His stat menu popped up unprompted, which distracted Ashlock briefly. Oh, a new section. Ashlock focused on his new mutation, and the information for its uses entered his mind, making Stella's adverse reaction even more bizarre. I can gaze upon people's souls? Ashlock opened the eyelid and looked at Stella with his demonic eye. She shuddered, despite not looking in his direction and keeping her eyes on the sky. Ashlock's usual spirit sight let him see everything in his range all at once, but this demonic gaze was very narrow and directed. Everything was tinted red, and he could see the flow of ki. But perhaps most bizarre of all was that he could see within Stella. There was a marble around the size of a fist, filled with a dark purple storm with lightning flashing occasionally.
Is this Stella's soul core? His demonic gaze shifted to Diana, who was busy leaning against the far wall trying to control her breathing. Her face was deathly pale, and her eyes were wide open and unblinking. Had she seen something so horrific? Floating inside her chest was a marble filled with nothing but dark blue water and swirling around in a vortex. Seeing that Stella and Diana were struggling under his gaze, he closed his eyelid and returned to his spiritual sight. Both girls perked up a little as if a great weight had been lifted from their shoulders. "What in the 9 realms of hell was that?" Stella blurted to the sky between deep breaths. Her chest rose and fell as she gasped for air. Diana stumbled from the wall and began to chuckle, which soon devolved into full-on, belly-aching laughter. She was practically crying tears as she trudged forward. Stella was in such a state, she didn't even comment on Diana's weird behavior. "Ha ha ha! I was a little worried that nobody would take Ashlock seriously." She straightened her back and wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. "But if every new sect member saw whatever that was, nobody would ever question why a tree is a patriarch." She then let out a deep breath to calm her shaky breathing. "Just, whatever you do, don't show us that eye again, okay?" Ashlock didn't see what the big deal was. To him, it just looked like a giant eye. Its color and details were constantly shifting, but it wasn't that horrifying to look at. If he could have shrugged, he would have. He honestly didn't see the big deal. But if their reactions were anything to go by, a giant eyeball was enough to scare a soulfire cultivator to this extent. The girls were clearly averse to him using his new mutation, but he still planned to utilize it in the future. "The demonic eye lets me see a cultivator's element without them revealing their flames. I can also see if they have Tao comprehension, such as Stella's lightning." There had also been another important detail. The darkness of the girl's flames was similar. I remember Diana mentioning she was in the 6th stage with a plain blue soul core and inferior spirit roots, so they should both have inferior spirit roots. Ashlock then thought about his own lilac flames. "Stella and I share the same spatial element, but my soul flames are lilac rather than dark purple. Does that mean I have superior spiritual roots?" His status sheet only said, "Soulfire, 3rd stage. Soul type, amethyst. Spatial." There was no mention of his spirit root's purity. If that impossibly perfect wooden stick I summoned was anything to go by, I wouldn't be surprised if I have perfect spirit roots. The system has to show off its superiority somehow. Ashlock rolled his eyes, but he wasn't about to complain about the system giving him a perfect spirit root. Stella wiped the vomit from her mouth and chugged some water from a water skin she retrieved from her spatial ring. She was still shaking slightly, but she was able to stand up. After spitting to the side to remove the rancid taste plaguing her mouth, she glared at the trunk with mixed feelings. It looked the same as always, as if what she had seen were an illusion or an accursed nightmare. Her hand subconsciously reached up through her blonde hair to her earrings. People had a similar reaction when she used them. Did they see what she had just seen? Did these earrings contain a piece of ash and let him impose his presence through her? That thought made her feel a little better. She slapped her cheeks to wake herself up and tried to ignore the curiosity gnawing at the back of her mind. "It's just world tree stuff. Ignore it. Don't ask questions." Stella had to admit her perception of Ash as a caring and easygoing tree had shifted just a tad after that experience, but she was sure it would fade. If anything, she was happy. Ash now had another way to defend himself. If even she was utterly powerless against it, she doubted a star core or a nascent soul cultivator could resist such a devastating mental attack. Not even my father had such an intense glare. Stella was busy, lost in thought, when Diana's hand landed gently on her shoulder. "You all right?" Her hand felt clammy but comforting. Stella had to look down slightly to meet the shorter girl's gaze. Fine? Yeah, mostly. You okay? Diana's gray eyes shifted to the tree, and her grip tightened. Better than okay. The whole sect idea got a lot more real with someone I can respect as the patriarch. Sure, Ashlock was powerful before, and we had theorized he was a baby world tree, but I saw things in that gaze that I'll never forget. Diana then released her grip and walked forward, keeping her eyes on the scarlet canopy above. You wanted us to head down into the root tunnel, right? A second passed, and Diana saw one of the leaves flash with lilac key a single time. That means yes, right? After seeing Stella nod, Diana asked the distraught girl, Do you want to stay up here, or come down with me? Stella gave a weak smile and shook her head. I'll stay up here. I have some books to show Ash, after all. I suspect the portal technique we bought from the merchants back in Slimere will work wonders with his affectionate gaze. Diana chuckled at the joke and looked back at Ashlock's canopy. Will it be fine if only I go? There was a long pause, but the leaf eventually flashed once. Off I go, then. Diana waved without looking back. Her eyes were glued onto the root tunnel. As a sect member, this was her first mission, and she planned to please her new tree tyrant. Blue flames appeared in her palm, slightly illuminating the inside of Ashlock's root. It was hollowed out, but the sides were coated in sap that stuck to Diana's shoe as she lowered herself inside the tube. Not very spacious, I have to admit, Diana muttered as she brought her shoulders in so she could wedge herself in the tight space. Despite the steep incline, she was stuck, so she cycled her water key and coated her skin. Then, using the pressure to push her along, she was shooting down the tunnel in no time. The air rushed past her nose as the black root walls blurred. Minutes passed, and her speed only increased as she hurtled through the inside of the mountain. She felt slight influxes of ki come and go, likely due to her passing spirit stone deposits. Just as she wondered how much longer the journey could possibly take, she crashed into a hard floor. Her ki took the brunt of the impact, and her body shrugged off the rest. Rolling her shoulders as she stepped out of a small crater, she looked around. The walls were gray stone covered in black roots, with glowing mushrooms sprouting everywhere, illuminating the dreary tunnel in a soft blue glow. A mine shaft? Diana wondered aloud as she tipped over minecart and rails poking through the root-coated floor. Diana froze and hid her ki as she felt the presence of something approaching. Then, sneaking up to the wall and keeping low, she peered into the darkness beyond the mushroom glow. A cave rat? She wondered as she saw a person-sized gray-furred rodent sniffing a giant mushroom dangling from the ceiling via a black root. Even from here, Diana could smell a sweet fragrance wafting through the stale air. Before she could do anything, the rat clamped its jaw around the mushroom, and Diana watched as the black root lit up the entire cavern with lilac flames, causing the rat to explode. Showing off a lot today, aren't we? Diana grumbled as her water key protected her new clothes from the shower of blood and guts that splattered the wall behind her. So, where do you want me to go? Diana didn't actually expect an answer, but she got one, as a single root on the floor lit up with lilac flames, showing her the way down the twisting, root-covered tunnels of the mine shaft. Shrugging, she summoned a sword to her hand and followed the path, while keeping her eyes and ears peeled for any threats. Luckily, it only took a few minutes for Diana to find something interesting. Is that a town? Chapter 49. An Interesting Monster. With Stella off to clean up and meditate in the courtyard with a still intact runic formation, Ashlock was left to focus on Diana exploring the caves below. His roots had grown throughout his mineshaft, especially in the direction the giant rats originated from. His deep roots skill, combined with his higher cultivation stage, allowed for rapid growth, so in just a week he had traveled around a mile down the mine shaft and had yet to encounter anything of interest. Just more rusted rails, tipped minecarts, and gray stone walls. His natural spirit sight only reached 100 meters from his roots, so if he wanted to explore more of the cave, his only option had been to overtake the entire mine with his roots. But now he had a human with legs that he could order around. So by lighting his desired path with Lilac Key, Ashlock guided Diana into the depths. He honestly didn't know what lurked down there, so he had been hesitant to agree that Diana could go alone. But out of the two, she had the skills and techniques that best suited combat down here. Diana reached the edge of his roots. The path beyond was obscured by darkness for Ashlock, so he was stunned when Diana said, "Is that a town?" "A town? Down here, under thousands of meters of rock? Where these giant rats paraded around like they owned the place? How could anyone survive in such an environment?" Unless the legendary dwarves truly did grace this land with their drunken laughter and magnificent beards. The image of a dwarf flying around on a sword while laughing and hurling rocks at monsters amused him. Ashlock could only see Diana standing at the edge of his perception with her sword drawn as she looked left and right, likely observing the town he wasn't privy to. In times like this, Ashlock wished his Eye of the Tree God skill functioned underground. It used his trunk as the anchor and gave him a bird's-eye view of the world, so naturally he couldn't use it via his roots underground and had to rely on his limited spirit vision that increased in view distance as his cultivation realm improved. "Ashlock, I don't know if you can see or hear me, but an abandoned town is up ahead with an enormous cavern. I can hear the sound of rushing water and the presence of those rat monsters." Blue flames then coated Diana's skin. She stepped forward and vanished from his sight. An abandoned town within a cavern, so Diana couldn't detect people other than the rats. That's a shame, but also a relief. Ashlock was around 100 meters from the entrance to this cavern, and unfortunately couldn't grow that far fast enough to be of any assistance. But a cavern should be rather big, right? Ashlock felt for his roots that covered thousands of meters throughout the mountain and located the end of a root that should be above where Diana was. Forcing through some key, his deep roots skill went to work, allowing his root to rapidly tunnel through the rock. Something felt off. Diana strolled into the center of the mining town. As the heir to House Ravenborn, which had acquired most of its wealth from spiritstone mining, she naturally knew the purpose of this town. The plain buildings carved into the cavern's stone walls were a rest stop, where food was sold to the hungry miners pulling extra-long shifts. The distance between here and the exit to the mine was likely an hour's walk, so miners would sometimes even sleep down here if they were short of silver crowns. This was all normal. Even the presence of the cave rats was expected, although not in this large a number and size. What wasn't expected was their behavior. The rats all stood on their haunches in a ring around the center of the cavern, watching her walk with their beady eyes from a safe distance. Some peeked their snouts through shutterless window frames, and others camped out near the building doorways. The more daring even slowly approached Diana, but never got too close. Were they scared of her? That didn't make any sense. The gray-furred cave rats were cruel and intelligent, but also ferocious and famished. If they showed any signs of weakness, they would be eaten alive by their brothers and sisters. Only the strong could survive down here. Diana scanned the room with her key. She had tabs on every living thing in the cavern that emitted some key. There were hundreds of rats, all keeping an ample distance. It was bizarre, eerie, and downright confusing. They had to know something she didn't. Was something commanding them and holding them back? Would this commanding monster want to save the tasty snack for themselves? A lot of questions, and not many answers.
Diana tensed up, and her gaze briefly snapped to the cavern's trembling ceiling. Something was coming, and the rats also became restless. Bits of rock rained down and smashed on the cavern's floor, which drowned out the rats' chittering. Her key sense became distracted. Too much was going on. But one thing caught her attention. Her foot was stuck. A viscous substance had latched onto her shoe and slowly crawled up her leg. Tearing her sights from the ceiling, Diana looked at the ground, which had been plain gray stone, but was now shimmering slightly in the flickering of her soul fire. It moved, squirming around as if alive. Diana pulled her leg back. The strange thing lurched upwards and latched onto her knee. Panic set in as she found herself unable to escape the thing's clutches. Diana ignored the pebbles that pelted her back and shattered on impact as they knocked into her head. Her soul core hummed with power as her soul fire flared to life around her entire body, then condensed around her balled fist. With a grunt, she punched down onto the thing latching onto her leg with all the force she could muster. On impact, the gray slime rippled and shrank back. A flash of relief was quickly discarded as the thing transitioned from the dull gray that had let it blend in with the floor into a dark blue. What the fuck? Diana barely dodged to the side as the now blue slime crashed beside her like a wave trying to engulf her. It was huge, and more worryingly, she could feel ki coming from it. Before, it had been a null element without a whiff of ki. It was now water ki aligned. Diana cursed as she figured out why the rats had never stepped too close. They knew of this creature's existence and avoided it. Diana gripped the hilt of her blades as blue flames ignited its shiny surface. She briefly glanced at the two exits to the mine shaft. One was blocked by the blue slime slowly turning to face her like a living wave, and the other was where most of the rats were gathered. Taking on the rats would be no issue, but with the threat of the slime combined with the rats, it wouldn't be ideal. Before she could finalize a plan, the slime attacked again. It was like facing a tsunami. The slime took up half the cave in width and almost reached the ceiling. Wait, the ceiling? Diana looked up and saw what had caused the trembling earlier. A single black root with the thickness of a person coiling down like a curious snake. It was still far too high up, but it was lowering slowly. On either side of the cavern, the rodents had retreated into the buildings and blocked the doors with their bodies. Diana had no choice but to face the incoming wave of slime with her blade raised. Her sword flared with her 6th stage soul fire that was a league above this simple cave monster, even if it had absorbed her ki and become more resistant. The slime, showing a hint of intelligence, split itself into 2 halves to avoid her sword slash and encircled her. No matter where Diana looked, the floor was a shimmering blue, but it had dulled. Diana had never run into a monster like this, but she felt she had it figured out. A slime with the ability to absorb a person's ki and match their element. A tricky opponent to face, especially alone. If Stella were here, she could have electrified it with her lightning Dao. She shook her head. It was inconvenient, but not an impossible challenge. If anything, Diana felt great being able to flex her ki in a life-or-death fight that she could go all out in. As she checked on the ceiling root's progress, a sly smile appeared on Diana's face. The slime had partially attuned to her water element, but still had a slight darkish gray hue, especially after splitting. "Come, I'll feed you," Diana taunted the glorified puddle closing in. She had no idea about its level of intelligence, but after her words, it started rising off the ground again, forming a column of murky blue with her at the center. Intending to convert the slime to the water element, Diana activated the mist technique that she had been rigorously taught from the day she could walk. A thin mist and shadows appeared as her soul fire spread into the surroundings. Diana noticed that as the mist made contact with the slime wall, it was absorbed, and that part of the slime turned a lighter shade of blue. Then the slime began to enclose her, starting from above, clearly trying to trap her like a bird in a cage. Ashlock had switched his view to the rock-surrounded root digging toward Diana. He pumped as much ki as he could into the deep root skill as he burrowed deeper. It was difficult to know how much further he had to go, as it all depended on how high the cavern ceiling was. Then, all at once, his sight expanded to encompass the entire cavern as the root broke through the ceiling. What the hell is going on? Ashlock watched as Diana fought off a literal tsunami wave, while the rats watched on from the safety of houses carved into the rock faces. They seemed to cheer the fighters on, as if watching a Colosseum death match. Looking around, he confirmed the lack of dwarves. He couldn't lie. A part of him was greatly disappointed. The town was nothing special, just holes carved into the walls with shapes for doors and windows. The fight raged for a while, as Ashlock tried to lower the root to get closer to the action. It was odd. He couldn't tell who could win between the two. The slime seemed to absorb ki attacks. With every water ki attack Diana launched in its direction, its presence increased and turned a lighter shade of blue. It could also split to avoid sword slashes. A rather formidable opponent indeed. Can the slime only transition into a single element, though? If so, it would be strong against a solo cultivator, but if faced with a duo where one had the water element and the other ice, I doubt the entire water ki slime could handle frost ki. It was an interesting monster, which had apparently become the apex predator around here, judging from the rat's behavior. Since this mountain cave system should be an enclosed ecosystem, if they all used a similar element, let's say earth, then the slime would be unmatched. The slime rose to the ceiling as a column, encircling its prey like a tightening noose, slowly closing in. Diana looked upward, her gray eyes landing on Ashlock's slowly lowering root. Ashlock swore he saw a sly smile appear as she prepared to jump. A second before the top of the slime column was fully sealed, she leapt up and rocketed toward Ashlock's waiting root. "Hello, Patriarch. Sorry about this," Diana said as she clutched onto the root that swung slightly from her weight. "The slime should be unable to handle your ki now that it has absorbed mine." She looked down as the slime collapsed like a raging tide onto nothing, and after seeming to notice the lack of its meal, it chaotically searched around. "Up here, you glorified puddle!" Diana shouted down to the lake-sized slime. It moved immediately, surging upwards as a swirling mass. At the last second, Diana let go and fell to the side, leaving the slime to engulf Ashlock's root. For a brief moment, he planned to surge as much ki into the slime as possible, but then another thought crossed his mind. What if he used Root Puppet here? It didn't explicitly require a corpse. That was just the ideal subject, as anything else would defend against the slow and painful process of being taken over by hair-thin roots. Exposing the slime with his ki would be a waste. The creature was more fascinating than harmful. Diana could escape easily if she needed to with his help. Also, once exploded, he doubted there would be much to absorb with his devour skill. And since the slime was so good at absorbing ki and actually sought it out, Ashlock was genuinely curious about whether he could take control of this monster and whether it would last far longer than any of his previous root puppets. And if he was successful, wouldn't he be able to conquer the rest of the mine with his own strength? Chapter 50. Pest Exterminator. Ashlock felt the corrosive slime burn his root as he contemplated his options. The pain was initially numbed, as the root hairs were instantly vaporized. But as the root's cell walls began to break down and the corrosive fluid poured in through the small gaps and interacted with the soft flesh inside, he felt a pain like no other. A searing pain, like dipping his toe into boiling water. But this time, he resisted it by shifting his attention away, micromanaging it from afar. One of the many benefits of having a mountain-sized body and a mind that couldn't process everything at once. Now it felt like a distant, dull ache, as if he had sat on his foot for too long, making it numb. He could still wiggle his toes and command the root, but he couldn't see exactly what was happening. Right. Time to cast Root Puppet and see if this works. Diana landed below with blue flames shrouding her legs and dashed toward the exit of the mine shaft while looking over her shoulder. I should get ready to evacuate, since the slime is impossible for me to defeat with my water key. Diana's sword sat lazily in her hand. She tried to ignore the hundreds of beady eyes glaring at her from the safety of their stone homes. The rodents were of little concern to her, as they were mostly in the key realm. Even the miners could deal with them with the help of artifacts, though a nest and the few stronger ones would require a cultivator to deal with them. Being in the Soulfire realm made Diana stronger than many things in this world, especially with her techniques, artifacts, and weapons she'd acquired from her family before their demise. However, even with all her advantages, the world was vast, and something new always tried to kill her. Diana had experienced that today. The slime wasn't life-threatening per se, but if she had been trapped in a stone room without an exit with it, her only chance of escaping would have been to force her way through the mountain rock and hope her soul core had enough energy to keep her going all the way to the surface. Diana watched with interest as the slime aggressively tried to absorb the root. What would Ashlock do here? The tree had displayed intelligence far beyond that of a normal one, and abilities that even monarch realms couldn't achieve. Sure, Ashlock might be unable to move or use his key for any techniques, still, he appeared instinctually capable of artificially creating rifts between worlds, which wasn't surprising considering he possessed such flawless spatial ki. Diana frowned a little at that thought and summoned her blue flames tarnished with a hint of black that showed her spiritual roots were inferior. She could still display the same power as another. An inferior spirit root just affected the finesse a person could have over their own techniques and soul fire. For example, even if Ashlock somehow taught Stella how to open rifts between worlds, Diana doubted Stella could even open the rift, as that would be a very high-level and complex spatial key technique. Diana focused back on the slime. Why isn't the patriarch burning it with his flames? She wondered aloud, her voice echoing slightly through the cavern, earning her even more stares from the rodents. After Ashlock had displayed his inner eye, Diana had no issue replacing her image of the Blood Lotus sect patriarch with that demon-eyed tree. Hell, even her father hadn't had such a terrifying gaze as that gluttonous tree. Looking closer, Diana saw the black root's tip open up and hair-thin fibers fan out. The slime began to convulse and shudder as lilac ki occasionally flashed along the hair-thin roots. The slime's body appeared to offer little resistance, though it was at war with its own body. The water ki could do nothing to counter the spatial ki of Ashlock. Diana watched its blue body being overtaken by the black roots as if a plague of spindly fingers corrupted it. It was a terrifying display and reminded Diana of how Ashlock controlled corpses. Was this the same technique? Would he take over this strange creature? Its body sagged down, but the roots held it mostly together. The process was a little slow due to the slime's enormous body. Finally, the rodents became restless as they saw the creature they had been so afraid of being eaten alive from the inside. Sparks of lilac ki flashed between the black roots throughout the slime's body, slowly turning the whole thing a light shade of purple. The dull pain finally stopped. Ashlock's soul core hummed as ki poured into the mountain, especially down that single root. Over the last hour, he had broken through the cavern ceiling with more roots, attacking the slime's body from more contact points. Otherwise, the process would have taken days. For all the greatness of the root puppet skill, speed was not its area of expertise. Even with the slime's lack of blood vessels or muscle tissue to be carefully overtaken, the process had still taken forever and far too much ki. With the pain finally gone, Ashlock turned his view back to the cavern, and everything felt slimy. The hair-thin roots he commanded to control the body also came with a sense of touch. Letting the slime gloop down like a giant raindrop, he found he could keep contact with it through the root in the ceiling and use it like a massive finger. However, the most bizarre part of all was the slime's soul core. It did have one, But rather than being a marble-like stone of fixed size, it was like a sparse cloud throughout the slime's body, held loosely together by strings of ki. Without a central soul core, it was no wonder the slime could split itself in two and still retain its ki and cognitive abilities. Maybe the split parts were even still connected by threads of ki. However, more importantly, this cloud-type soul core had a significant flaw. Like a gas, ki leaked out of the body every second, and it struggled to retain any ki. Luckily, this was perfect for Ashlock, as his root puppet skill had the downside of using the body's soul core as fuel first, and then using Ashlock's soul core as an external power source, something that instantly destroyed most vessels, as their bodies weren't attuned to handling spatial ki. But the slime had no issues transitioning from one type of ki to the other, and even though it was still technically alive, he could control it without a problem, as its body didn't have a hub for control. Instead, it was like a collection of cells all mutually working together, meaning they were weak individually, and his skill could take control without much resistance. Ashlock mentally frowned. The ki upkeep to maintain control over the slime was simply immense. If not for using many spirit ore deposits throughout the mountain, his soul core might have been at risk of shattering from overuse. Not a permanent body, then, but certainly one I can use for far longer than the other monster and human corpses I've recently tried to control. If anything, it was a proof of concept. If his cultivation realm was higher, or he increased his ki generation, then keeping this slime monster under control permanently was a possibility in the future. I can always just release my control over this slime and leave it somewhere for later. If it couldn't escape this cave before, I doubt it can now. Ashlock looked around the cavern. He needed to make this entire investment into the slime worth the effort and ki. The rats were like fish in a barrel, and the obvious choice to test the slime's combat capabilities. With Diana blocking one of the exits, he maneuvered the slime's body to come from the other side. The rats, smart enough to piece together their impending doom, let out loud screeches, likely war cries, and charged at Diana while baring their yellow teeth and claws. Instead of pouncing on the human, a dense mist appeared alongside haunting shadows. The rats cried out in confusion. Some tried to charge through the mist, but were thrown back to the waiting pack as limbless and decapitated corpses, which made the other rats hesitate. Some still charged ahead to meet their death at the tip of Diana's blade. But a few, possibly even more foolish rats, turned tail and charged at the lilac wall of slime. And Ashlock welcomed them with open arms. The slime wall morphed into a titanic being with 2 limbs and pulverized the rats as they came into a paste on the cold stone floor. It was only then that Ashlock had a realization. After killing over 100 rats, he let the slime revert into a puddle-like state, only held to the ceiling by a thin column of slime and hair-thin roots. Ashlock then manipulated the slime body to gobble up all the bits of rat, and before the pieces could be fully dissolved, he used the hair-thin roots to move the bits through the body and toward the many black roots connected to the top of the slime from the ceiling. It was from here that Ashlock could transport the smashed and semi-dissolved bits of rodents up through the mountain via the sap in his roots and devour them on the surface. Shrill screams filled the caverns as the few rats left were perched back-to-back on their hind legs in the cavern's center. Their eyes desperately searched for a way to escape. On one side was the terrifying mist filled with laughing shadows, while the other exit was blocked by the slime they had used their entire lives to trap and kill the stronger predators that lurked down here with them. Their brains raced with questions. Ever since the appearance of those mushrooms and mysterious roots in one of the mine shafts, pack members had gone missing. And now this. Ashlock naturally cared little for the rodents' confusion. He needed to exterminate the pests to repurpose this vast mine for his own uses and his future sect. This would become a perfect hideout and base for his operations. It was strange. Ashlock had always felt like the little guy in this world, at the mercy of others. But for once, he was the one with overwhelming power and could kill everything in this cavern. It felt nice to finally have a decent amount of agency, and so long as he was willing to pay the absurd key upkeep of the slime monster, he now had something he could directly control to fight with. And with its great ability to vacuum up corpses and divert their remains to my trunk so I can devour them, this will be a great trump card for when the beast tide comes. Without another thought, Ashlock had the slime crush all the remaining rodents huddled in the center. A moment later, the mist cleared, and Diana emerged, shaking her blade once to remove the filthy blood, and then burning off the rest with the blue fire of her soul. She looked around the now eerily quiet cavern covered in bloodstains, and then she witnessed a stream of rat guts traveling up a long tube of lilac slime, only to vanish into the open ends of the black roots in the ceiling high above.
"Patriarch? Should I keep exploring?" Diana asked as she looked briefly at the entrance to the mine shaft on the far end of the cavern, which likely led deeper into the mine. Ashlock used his key to flash the entire body of the slime twice. He wanted to give his roots time to grow a lot of slack so he could explore the rest of the mine with Diana. So for now, taking control of this section was good enough. "No?" Diana raised a brow. "Should I head back up to the pavilion, then?" Ashlock indicated yes with a single flash. Diana shrugged and turned on her heel. "All right. I'll take the route back up." With nothing else to do down in the mine, Ashlock returned his sights to the pavilion atop the mountain and saw Stella lying on the bench. She was frowning at the scroll in her hands, and from a brief glance at its contents, Ashlock couldn't believe it. The scroll explained how to create portals with spatial key, and he could understand it. Chapter 51. Wormhole Creation for Dummies. Ashlock watched Stella reluctantly get up from the bench with the scroll still in her hands. From how she looked at it, like a boomer trying to read a textbook about coding, Ashlock concluded she was struggling to understand it. Her deep frown, furrowed brows, and random huffing were also clues.
"This makes no sense."
Stella tossed the scroll onto the bench and sat cross-legged on the floor. As she calmed her breathing, Ashlock saw purple flames appear around her fingers. With her eyes closed, Stella reached forward and brought her fingers together. She then slowly pulled them apart with spatial key violently arcing between her fingers. The area between her fingers shuddered and crackled like space tearing apart. Then it popped, collapsed, and exploded in her face, sending Stella falling onto her back. She pouted at the sky.
"Stupid technique scrolls written by overhyped idiots that can't make their instructions clear?"
Ashlock sneaked a peek at the scroll. It was clearly written in a language he had never seen before, but his language of the world allowed him to get the general gist of the text. And sadly, he had to agree with Stella. It was a load of mumbo-jumbo that was of little help. He would even go so far as to call it a scam, as it read like a suspicious pamphlet advertising a nonsense meditation technique mixed with sci-fi terms. But this was a cultivation world, where a scam back on Earth could be a disguised treasure. Assuming Stella wasn't totally scammed, and this was indeed a technique that worked, he had every intention of trying to learn it. The scroll had a mixture of complex diagrams showing hand movements and guidelines on how to circulate spatial ki to achieve the desired effect. From Stella's actions, Ashlock assumed she had just looked at the pictures and ignored the text, since the words clearly stated that you had to mark the target node first. A portal had an exit location that had to be anchored before the tunnel through space between the portals could be established. Stella was trying to do it in reverse, meaning she opened a crack in space that didn't go anywhere and so would instantly collapse. Another explosion went off. Ashlock saw Stella fly across the courtyard before crashing into the far wall. "Ah!" Stella pushed herself out of the wall and stomped toward